Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, I think most homemakers listening in will agree that between rising food costs and red stamp rationing, it's getting to be more and more of a problem to satisfy family appetites. Well, if that's the case in your house, one good way to practice true economy is to place Parquet, the quality margarine made by Kraft, at the top of your grocery shopping list. For Parquet margarine requires just 5 red ration points, and it's just about the finest flavored spread for bread your family ever tasted. What's more, Parquet is a delicious seasoning for everyday hot-cooked vegetables, a real flavor shortening for baking. And you'll especially like it for pan frying because it doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. Yes, the family will like Parquet for appetizing flavor and for wonderful nourishment, too. It's one of the best energy foods you can serve, and every pound contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. So for flavor, for economy, and for good nutrition, ask your dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now on to Summerfield, where we join that illustrious citizen and industrious lover, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. And where do we find him? Well, love is funny. The door that yesterday was slammed in your face today flies open at your approach. And so we discover the great Gildersleeve and his lady love once more together, seated on the sofa in his living room, gazing into the future and laying plans for the event that is shortly to make him the happiest man in the world.
Leila.
Yes, Throckmorton.
A penny for your thoughts.
Oh, gracious. My poor little old thoughts, they're hardly worth a penny.
Well, you know me. I'm a spendthrift.
Silly. I'll tell you what I was thinking, though. I was thinking you and I are going to have to go and look at furniture one of these days soon.
Furniture? What for, Leila? I've got more furniture now than you can sit on.
Well, I know, Throckmorton, but after all...
What's the matter with it?
Well, I guess there's nothing really the matter with it, but it just hasn't any style.
Oh, no.
It's true, Throckmorton. Take that easy chair there.
That's my chair.
I know, and look at it.
What's the matter with that chair? I like it.
Oh, but look at the shape of it, that short little back and that great enormous seat.
Well... There's always a reason for everything, Leila.
You know, the trouble with you, Throckmorton, you've been a bachelor so long, you're set in your ways.
No,
Yes, you are. But after we're married, things will have to be a little different. Now, this house, for instance.
All right, I'll admit the house needs painting. That's all right with me.
Well, that's not quite what I was thinking, Throckmorton.
No? What were you thinking?
Well, you know that big white house on the edge of town out toward the country club? The one that's sort of set back among the trees with a big lawn in front?
You mean the old Burton place?
I guess so, yes. Well, I understand it's for sale.
Of course it's for sale. It's been empty for 3 years. Leila, you weren't thinking of moving out of this house.
Well, it's a nice house and all, Throckmorton, but it is kind of old-fashioned.
I like it.
Well, it's old-fashioned without being really antique, if you know what I mean.
I like it.
I just thought you're doing so well now and all. And Judge Hooker says he frankly doesn't think this place is suitable for a man of your position in this town.
Oh, he doesn't. Well, you tell Judge Hooker not to worry himself about me. I'm not moving out of this house no matter what he thinks.
Even if you knew that...
No, that's my final answer, Leila. I wouldn't even consider it.
Well, all right, darling. If that's the way you feel about it, I won't say another word.
I hope you don't think I'm just being stubborn.
Darling, the house is already forgotten. All I want in the world is for you to be happy. You know that. After all, you're my lord and master. Or you soon will be.
Lord and master. And give me a kiss.
Throckmorton.
Yes, honey.
Would you do something for me?
Anything, my love.
Something awfully sweet.
Anything. What is it?
Would you shave off your mustache?
shave it off, but Leila...
Just to see how it would be. You can't tell. It might make you look younger.
Younger?
Yes. You don't want people to think of me as an old man's darling.
Leila, you don't think of me as old.
Of course not, Throckmorton, but I'd just like to see how you'd look without it.
No, sir. Nothing doing. I just wouldn't be me without my mustache, Leila.
Very well. In that case, would you kindly move over, Throckmorton, and give me a little room on this sofa?
Oh, now, Leila.
You said you'd do anything I asked. You promised.
Leila, why do you have to change everything? Can't you love me the way I am?
Well, I don't think you can love me very much. All I ask you to do is to shave off a little old mustache. I'm not asking you to buy any new furniture. I'm not asking you to move.
All right.
Besides, it tickles.
All right, Leila, all right. I'll shave it off. Delilah.
Well, good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve. Wasn't expecting to see you for another week or 10 days.
I know, but here I am. Floyd, I want you to shave off my mustache.
What?
You heard me. Let's get at it because I'm a busy man.
All right, Commissioner, but I don't mind telling you I hate to do it.
Never mind that. Lather me up.
Okay, you're the doctor, but I'll tell you why I say that. It was some years ago when I had my other shop over in Ashton. One day a fella come in. He was quite a character in town, sort of public figure, a little on the stout side, like yourself.
I suppose what's under your vest is laundry.
No offense, Mr. Gildersleeve, no offense, but this fella's been wearing a mustache all his life, 30 or 40 years. And all of a sudden he come in and asked me to shave it off.
That's why I came in, too.
Oh, in 2 shakes. Have to strop a little. Of course, I was just a young fella then. I didn't know what I know now. Full of beans and no brains. But I never gave it a second thought. Just went right ahead and shaved his mustache like it was hay.
Come on, Floyd. I haven't got all day.
When I was through, the fellow took one look at himself. Then he put his hand over his face, ran out of the shop, tore down to the depot and bought a ticket and left town on the next train. He didn't come back till 3 months later, and by that time he had a new mustache. I was the only fellow in town that ever saw him without it, and he never spoke to me again. So I hate to shave off your mustache, Mr. Gildersleeve, but here she goes.
Floyd, let's not rush into this thing, huh?
No, sir?
No, just trim off a little at each end so I can see how that'll look, huh?
Oh, slow and easy. I got you, Mr. Gildersleeve. About this much, say?
A little less.
About this much?
A little more. There.
Uh-huh. All right, now sit still. There. Now, if you cover up the other end with your finger, you can get an idea.
I'm afraid to look, Floyd. Go ahead and even her up.
All right, now sit still. There. Well, how do you like it?
I don't know. What do you think, Floyd?
Hard to say. Makes you look different, all right. Well, if it ain't Judge Hooker, come on in, Judge.
Morning, Floyd. Well, Gildersleeve, what on earth? Whose idea was this, your lady friend?
Never mind, Hooker.
Maybe I better call her up and tell her to get ready for a shot.
You stay away from her. You've made enough trouble already.
What do you mean?
What's the idea of putting bees in her bonnet about my house not being good enough for me?
I didn't say it wasn't good enough for you. I said it wasn't good enough for a man with political ambition.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it seems obvious enough. Man wants to be president. It's all right to be born in a log cabin, but the time comes when he has to get out of it. Isn't that right, Floyd?
Well,
You stay out of this, Floyd.
Uh-huh.
In the first place, Hooker, I'm not in politics. In the second place, the voters choose a man for his ideas, not his residence.
Maybe so, Gildy, maybe so. But look at Congressman Abernathy. His house looks exactly like Thomas Jefferson's, and that impresses the voters, doesn't it, Floyd?
Well,
You stay out of this.
Uh-huh.
Hooker, when I get ready to run for Congress, I'll buy a Jeffersonian house. Until then...
All right, Gildy, all right. But there's a house on the market now that'll be just right. May not be there by the time you throw your hat in the ring. They're talking about you for Congress in 44, you know.
They are?
Definitely.
Who?
I can't tell you.
Yeah.
But if you were to get your hands on that old Burton place...
Well, maybe I'll think it over, Judge. So long, and thanks for the tip.
Mr. Gildersleeve, did you say tip?
What? Here you are, Floyd.
What's going on?
Going on? What are you talking about, Leroy?
Somebody's been sabotaging your mustache.
Yes. I simply had a trim. Is supper ready?
Any minute, Bertie says.
Very well. Come in and sit down here for a moment, my boy. I want to talk to you.
Me?
Yes, you.
Gosh, Unc, I don't think you got a thing on me right now.
I'm not accusing you of wrongdoing, young man. Is that the only subject you can think of for conversation with me?
Well, it seems to come up pretty often. But if you just want chit-chat, I'll tell you about the horror picture I saw this afternoon. The Mummy's Claw.
Mum, I don't want any chit-chat.
It's about a mummy that came back to life as a zombie.
That's enough of that.
But, Unc...
Leroy, I want to ask you a question. Are you happy here in this house?
Well, sure. Yeah, I like it fine, Unc. You're not thinking of throwing me out, are you?
No, Leroy, I love you very dearly. Some of the time. What I want to know is, would you like it if we moved to some other house, in another neighborhood?
And not live near Piggy and the gang?
Well, you can still see him now and then.
Oh, please, Unc, we don't want to move. It's swell here.
Hello, Uncle Mort. What about supper?
Any minute, Marjorie. I was just talking to Leroy.
You look peculiar, Uncle Mort. What have you done to yourself?
Nothing.
It's his mustache.
Well, it gets awfully hot in the summer, Marjorie, so I just thought...
Oh, I think it looks cute.
Well, thank you.
Hey, Marge, you don't want to move to a new house, do you?
New house? Now what's got into you?
To me, nothing. It's Uncle Mort.
Leroy, I'll handle this.
Well, what is this? You're not thinking of leaving this house.
Well, not exactly, my dear. It was, I just wanted to get your reaction.
Oh, but Uncle Mort, well, I've lived in this house for more than 20 years. Leroy was born here. I love it. I love every room, every squeaky board in the stairs, every rattle in the window.
All right, my dear, all right. I just thought you might like a little more room. The old Burton house, for instance.
Burton's? Oh, my gosh, Unc, it's got 3 acres of lawn.
Uncle Mort, it's miles from anywhere.
Oh, it's not so far.
Oh, I know why you're thinking about moving. Leila Ransom wants to live in the Burton house. That's what it is.
Oh, but Marjorie, it was just a suggestion.
I bet it was her idea, fooling with your mustache, too. I don't like that now, either.
Supper's ready.
My dear, if you don't want to, we won't move to the Burton house.
My land, did you say move in the Burton house?
And now, Bertie.
Because if you're going to live in that house, you have to revise your kitchen personnel.
Hooray!
But, Bertie, what's the matter with the Burton house?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't want you to think I'm superstitious, but that house is haunted.
It's haunted? Why, that's nonsense. Whatever gave you that idea?
Well, everybody knows that old Mr. Burton shot old Miss Burton in that house, and one time I was walking past it with a gentleman friend, and we heard the scariest noise I ever heard in my life.
What kind of a noise, Bertie?
Well, like something out of this world.
Leroy!
That's the exact sound, Leroy.
Sure, that's the noise of a zombie that used to be a mummy.
Stop it, Leroy. That's horrible. Bertie, when you and your gentleman friend heard this sound, didn't he investigate?
No, sir. By the time he caught up with me, we was 2 miles away.
I'll go.
Fine time for anybody to be calling on us.
Oh, that's...
By George, here he is. It's supper time again. Hello, Judge.
I can't stay, Throckmorton. I stopped in to tell you I just found out the Burton estate would be willing to make a substantial reduction in that.
Judge, I've decided not to go into that any further.
Oh, so it was Judge Hooker's idea for us to move. What's going on here?
What do you mean, my dear?
Why is everybody trying to get us out of this house?
Now, Marjorie, I just found out that the Burton estate is willing to make your uncle a very favorable offer.
Estate? By George, I begin to see the light. Estates have executors, don't they, Judge?
Why, of course they do, you darn fool. What's that got to do with it?
I dare say the executor of this particular estate would make a pretty penny in fees if this particular house were sold, would he not?
It's just a set fee prescribed by statute.
Answer my question.
I did.
All right. Now, who is the executor of this estate?
Now, Gildy, that's neither here nor there. It just happens this particular executor prefers to remain anonymous.
Oh, he does, eh? This particular executor wouldn't happen to be named Horace W. Hooker, would he, Horace Hooker?
Well, it just happens.
Case dismissed. Let's get to dinner.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. Meanwhile, if you've noticed that it's a case of first come, first served at your neighborhood grocery store, you've probably taken the hint and planned your shopping early in the day and early in the week. That's the best way to provide variety and balance in family meals. And it's also good insurance that your dealer will have on hand the outstanding red stamp values like Parquet, the quality margarine made by Kraft. Parquet sells very fast these days, and no wonder. Millions of people have found that for just 5 red ration points, they can buy a pound of a fine-tasting spread for bread that's also a delicious seasoning for cooked vegetables. They've learned, too, that Parquet margarine is a real flavor shortening for home baking, and that it's grand for pan frying. Now, if the growing popularity of Parquet margarine in your neighborhood, combined with wartime shortages, have made your dealer supply run out, ask him for Parquet again soon, for Kraft is doing everything possible to keep all dealers supplied. Ask for Parquet, the vitamin A fortified energy spread. Spelled P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine. Now let's get back to Summerfield, where a picnic seems to be afoot. It's a lovely Saturday morning, and LEILA Ransom, who proposed the idea, has promised to lead the way to an ideal spot, complete with brook.
Come on, Leroy, and watch that hook.
Okay, Unc. Bertie, get ready to cook plenty of fish tonight. You've never tasted fish like I'm going to catch.
No, and you ain't never caught 'em.
Come on, Leroy. I told Mrs. Ransom I'd be over there at 11:30.
I'll be right with you, Unc. Let me see now. Have I got everything? Fishing rod, reel, bait, hooks, bobber,
Come on.
scout knife, canteen, folding camp kit. Where's my camp kit?
Leroy, we're only going for the afternoon.
I know. Oh, here it is. Now, spyglass, compass.
Compass. The place is only a mile from here. We can't get lost.
Flash. I forgot my flashlight.
Leroy, we will be back before supper.
I know. I just like to take it.
That Leroy sure gets excited. He's going to burn himself out before he's 15.
Yeah. What does he want to drag all that stuff along for? I'm late now.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you sure you don't want me to pack nothing for you?
No, Bertie. Mrs. Ransom said she wanted to make the lunch.
Yes, sir. I just wondered, does she know your capacity?
Huh? Well, I wouldn't worry much about that.
You wouldn't want me to just wrap up a few pieces of chocolate cake. I got one just fresh out the oven.
You have, huh? Well, that sounds mighty good, Bertie. I might just call her up and ask her, huh?
After all, you got to have something to keep body and soul together.
Yeah. Hello. Leila? Pooji. I just called Huh? Oh, we will, Leila. We'll be right over. I'm just waiting for Leroy. He's gone to find a Huh? Oh, I see. I guess I misunderstood, Leila. Oh, sure. Sure, I think it'd be nicer that way. I'll fix it.
Oh, that's Leroy coming in on a wing and a prayer.
All set, Unc. Let's go.
Oh, Leroy, I'm afraid there's been a little misunderstanding, my boy. It's my fault. You see, I thought you were invited.
You mean I can't go with you? I can't go on the picnic?
It's all my fault, my boy, and I'm sorry.
Gosh, I never even used my folding camp kit.
I know, and I'll make it up to you, Leroy, some way. You see, Mrs. Ransom and I have a lot of things to talk over. You know, about weddings and such.
Yeah, it's okay, Unc. It's okay.
And I'll tell you what. Why don't you get Piggy and go on a picnic of your own?
Well, it's an idea.
Leroy, you come with me. I'm going to fix you up a nice picnic lunch with all the things you like.
Yeah, do that, Bertie. That'll be great. Huh, Leroy?
Yes, sir. And ain't no grown-ups going to get none of that chocolate cake, neither, no matter how much they come begging around.
Oh, now, Bertie, just one little piece.
No, sir, not one. Now, you go on out of here and leave me and Leroy alone.
I'm going, Bertie. By George, I envy you, Leroy. All that delicious cake. I wish I were going with you and Piggy. That's what I wish.
I wish you were, too, Unc.
Yeah. Have a good time.
Gosh.
Now, Leroy, it wasn't your uncle's fault.
I know whose fault it was. Invites you to a picnic and then changes her mind. What a character. I bet she's going to drag him out there and try to sell him that house again.
Oh, my goodness.
Don't worry. She won't get away with it.
Don't you want me to help you carry that heavy old basket?
Why, this is nothing at all, Leila. I could carry it with my little finger.
Well, don't try. There's a thermos bottle in it. Oh, you don't mind if I stop in here for a minute at the drugstore?
Oh, not at all.
I'll get all freckly if I don't, and you wouldn't love me with freckles on my nose, would you, Throckmorton?
Hello, Mrs. Ransom.
Morning, Mr. Peavy.
And Mr. Gildersleeve. Quite a little gathering.
Lovely day, isn't it, Mr. Peavy?
It is indeed. Well, I see you're carrying a picnic basket there, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah. Yeah, picnic basket.
Going on a picnic?
Yeah. Peavy, you're positively psychic.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Mrs. Peavy is the psychic member of the family.
Mrs. Peavy is psychic?
Off and on, yes. She has what is called second sight.
Second sight? That stuff is a lot of bunk.
Well, now, I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve. Mrs. Peavy does some pretty strange things. She often sees things that are coming.
Did she see you coming?
Mr. Gildersleeve. But I'll tell you, one experience of hers is pretty hard to explain. Mrs. Peavy had a dream one night.
Everybody has dreams. I have them all the time.
I know, but...
Even cats have dreams.
I wouldn't care to dispute you on that, Mr. Gildersleeve. But I was telling you about Mrs. Peavy. She dreamed one night that there was a very bad thunderstorm.
Yes?
Well, as a housewife, Mrs. Ransom, I don't have to tell you what a thunderstorm does to milk.
Turns it sour.
Exactly.
I suppose the next morning you woke up and the milk was sour.
No, stranger than that. The next morning, the milkman delivered us a bottle of buttermilk by mistake.
Peavy, I wouldn't have believed it if you hadn't told me yourself.
And that's not all.
Huh?
The night Mrs. Peavy dreamed about the thunderstorm, there was a thunderstorm.
Oh, so she wasn't dreaming at all.
That's what I say. There are a lot of things in this world you can't explain.
Peavy, if you believe that, you believe anything. I suppose you believe in ghosts, too.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that, but I wouldn't say I don't either.
I suppose you believe this story about the old Burton place now being haunted.
The Burton place haunted?
Well, people have heard some strange things going on in there.
Why, nonsense. Just because a man happens to murder his wife, what's strange about that?
Murder?
Well, that was some years ago, Leila. Don't tell me you're superstitious, too.
Oh, gosh, now, Throckmorton, don't be silly. Well, shall we be going?
Oh, yes, let's get started.
Oh, gracious, I'm forgetting what I came in for. I'd like a jar of your cucumber sunburn cream, please.
Sorry, Mrs. Ransom, but we've had a little more demand for that than we expected. We've just run out of it.
Oh.
You must have run out of second sight at the same time, Peavy. Goodbye.
Goodbye, folks. Have a nice picnic.
Leila, you're wonderful. You know, I never realized you were such a wonderful cook.
Why, the only thing we had that was cooked, Throckmorton, was the hard-boiled eggs.
I know, but they were wonderful.
Well, I must say I never saw a man put away so many. Are you sure you had enough?
I couldn't eat another thing. Why, have you got some left over?
No. Well, what shall we do now? I'll tell you what. I'll race you down to the brook.
Oh, Leila, race. I couldn't.
I'll bet you can't catch me, Throckmorton.
Oh, don't, Leila. I'm too full. Come back over here and lie down on the grass beside me.
All right, then.
Right here, huh?
Oh, this is nice. Look at those clouds up there. Aren't they beautiful?
Uh-huh.
Like little woolly lambs.
Uh-huh.
Throckmorton.
Uh-huh.
What are you thinking?
I wish I'd eaten one less pickle.
Oh, this is no time to be thinking about pickles. Isn't it gorgeous up here on this hill?
Oh, yes, it is.
And isn't it a gorgeous view?
Yes, it is. Gorgeous.
And that little clump of trees down below there with a white house nestling among them.
Gorgeous.
Throckmorton, you know what? I believe that's the Burton house.
Huh? Yeah, I guess it is.
What do you say on our way home if we stop off and just peek into it?
Now, Leila, you know what you said.
I know, but we have to pass there anyway, just for a minute.
But we couldn't see anything, Leila. It's all boarded up.
Yes, I suppose it is. You know what? I believe... Wait till I look in my handbag. Yes, sir. Now, what do you think of that?
What?
I just happen to have a key to the house. Judge Hooker left it with me.
Yeah?
Now, isn't that a coincidence?
All right. let's get it over with.
Throckmorton,
Yes, Leila?
come in here. Come see what I found.
Oh, where are you?
In here.
Looks as if somebody's broken in here, Leila. All this mess around.
Now, wait a minute. Close your eyes.
Why?
I want this to be a surprise. Let me take your hand.
No tricks now.
All right. Open them. Now, this would be your den.
Looks like the House of Representatives to me.
Don't you like it?
It's too big, Leila. The whole place is too big.
Oh, but I think it has charm, Throckmorton. I think it has definite charm.
Yeah, it has gloom, too. It's as dark as your hat in here.
Well, the shutters are closed, silly.
I know, but I like a place with plenty of light, Leila. I like a place with people around.
Did you hear something just then?
Sounded like something falling.
Throckmorton, where did he do it?
What?
Mr. Burton, where did he shoot Mrs. Burton?
How do I know? I wasn't there. I mean, here.
Oh, this time I know I heard something.
Now, Leila, don't get frightened. After all, you're with me.
Oh, I wish we'd never come in here. I wish I'd... Listen, it's in that closet.
What?
Whatever it is, it's in that closet.
Yeah.
Take me out of here. Take me out of here.
Yeah, all right, Leila, but first I'm going to lock that thing in the closet.
Oh, darling,
Oh, I'm not afraid. There.
Oh, Throckmorton, come quickly, please.
Never fear, my dear. As long as you're with me, you've got nothing to be afraid of. Shall we go?
Oh, yes. I never want to come near this house again as long as I live. Throckmorton, let's get away from this awful place.
Leila, you stay here. Now that you're safe, I'm going back in the house.
To leave me alone here?
Oh, you'll be perfectly safe here. And I'm going back there and find out what that was.
Oh, Throckmorton, I wish you wouldn't.
Remember, if anything happens, Judge Hooker has my will.
Now be careful, you hear?
I'll bet that kid was scared to death when he heard me lock the door. I'll bet he thought I was never coming back. All right, Leroy. You can come out now, Leroy. Leroy, come out of there. Leroy. It's empty. That's funny. Could have sworn it was Leroy. Sounded like Leroy. Oh, my goodness. Leroy!
Oh, what a character. Yeah. Good night, everybody.
Music heard on this program was under the direction of Claude Sweet. If you'd like to see pictures of the great Gildersleeve and some of the members of the cast, they're in the current issue of Radio Mirror. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
One of the wartime problems you homemakers face is that of keeping meals from seeming skimpy. So here's a suggestion. When you're planning a vegetable dinner or when you have just a small amount of meat for the family, serve the vegetables or meat in a cream sauce in the center of a delicious macaroni and cheese ring. And make that ring the quick way with Kraft Dinner. Each Kraft Dinner package contains a special macaroni and some Kraft grated. Just 7 minutes cooking, and you have fluffy, tender macaroni with cheese goodness through and through. For the ring, you merely press the hot Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese in a mold for just a moment. Still easier is Kraft Dinner served as is without fixings. Kraft Dinner is nourishing, economical, and so good. A box of it gives enough macaroni and cheese for a family of 4 and takes just one single red ration point. Notice that, one red ration point for Kraft Dinner. Ask your dealer for Kraft Dinner soon. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Cheese Company will also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, if you live in the South, you've probably already harvested many good things from your victory garden. If you live in the North, the first tender green shoots are pushing their way through the soil. Wherever you live, the chances are you're congratulating yourself on hard work that's worth it because you're providing your family with wholesome, good-tasting food. Kraft, the makers of Parquet margarine, get much the same feeling of satisfaction, too, in making a food that fits in so well with your cash and ration stamp budgets. For Parquet margarine requires just 5 red ration points a pound. And besides being a delicious, appetizing spread for bread, it's also a fine seasoning that'll add delicate extra flavor to garden vegetables served piping hot on your table. Yes, and Parquet is a real flavor shortening for your home baking, and it's grand for pan frying, too. What's more, Parquet is one of the best energy foods you can serve, and it contains vitamin A. So ask your dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Join the Great Gildersleeve in Summerfield. It's a beautiful Saturday morning in May, the kind of a Saturday morning that makes a man think twice before he starts down to the office. Mr. Gildersleeve, who is strictly human, has thought twice and is about to think again when the doorbell rings.
Oh, who the... I think it's a postman, Leroy.
Postman? Gee, maybe he's got my stuff.
Huh?
Hi, Mr. Underwood.
Hello there, young fellow. I've got something for you if you've got 97 cents for me.
97? Just a second. Say, could I have my allowance now, please?
Well, I guess so. Let me see. I haven't got 50 cents in change.
Is that so? Well, that's funny. I was about to ask for a slight advance anyhow. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, very funny.
Say, hurry up, son. The United States mail waits for no man.
Oh, please, just once. It's an emergency.
Well, all right. Here, pay the man, and we'll discuss it later.
Gee, thanks, Unc. Here's the money, Mr. Underwood.
All right, Sonny, thanks.
Oh, boy, this is it. From the Lincoln Novelty Company.
Wait a minute. I thought this was an emergency.
Well, it is. Tomorrow's Tom Ladd's birthday.
Oh.
So, naturally, I had to get him some kind of remembrance, something worthwhile.
What'd you get him?
Oh, a few novelties.
Yeah, novelties? What are they, Leroy?
Oh, just little things a boy would like.
Young man, let me see that package.
Oh, no, Unc.
From the Lincoln Novelty Company, the boy's best friend since 1878. What are you buying from him, Leroy?
Oh, it's the greatest thing you ever saw. You put it in your mouth and you can throw your voice anywhere. It makes you a regular ventriloquist.
Leroy, I bought one of those things 25 years ago, and it's no good.
Oh. Gosh, what do you expect for a dime, Edgar Bergen? Besides, they've improved it.
Never mind. That's a dime. Now, what else did you spend the money for?
Well, there's this certain powder.
Yeah, sneezing powder?
Partly.
Itching powder?
Yeah. Did you try that too, Unc?
Yeah, but you won't. My father gave me a licking I'll never forget for that.
Well, I guess parents didn't understand children in those days, did they, Unc?
I think they understood them pretty well, Leroy. I'm going to explain a few things to you right now.
Oh, for corn's sake. Just because I want to borrow 47 cents.
It's not the 47 cents, my boy. It's your whole conception of money. Where it comes from, what it's for. Now, if you had a job, as many boys do at your age...
Can I get a job, Unc?
I think it'd do you good. Teach you the value of $1, the dignity of honest labor. I think it'd be fine for you to get a job, Leroy. Earn $1 or $2 every week, perhaps.
$1 or $2? Are you kidding? I can go right down to the cartridge factory and knock off $37.50 every Saturday.
What?
Well, that's what Hector Briggs makes.
Never mind. You'll get a part-time job that you can handle after school, or you'll have none. Now, do you want it?
Well, sure, it's better than nothing. Well, where am I going to get one?
I'll get one for you. Oh, my goodness, it's 11 o'clock. If I don't get to work pretty soon, people will say I'm a part-time water commissioner. Don't worry, Leroy. I'll get you a job.
Come in, Gildy. Come in.
Hello, Judge. Horace, I come to ask your advice.
Well, I don't know why you didn't come to me long ago.
What do you mean?
Throckmorton, you and I are old friends, aren't we?
That's right, Horace.
We've been through a lot together, haven't we?
That's right.
I guess we don't have to beat around the bush with each other, do we?
Certainly not.
Gildy, let's face it. Marriage is a wonderful institution, but it's not for us.
What?
Well, now, don't misunderstand me. Leila Ransom is a fine woman.
Hooker, I don't know what you're talking about. What I'm talking about has nothing to do with Leila Ransom, and I'll thank you to keep her out of this.
Sorry, Gildy. Sorry, old man. Sorry. Sorry.
All right.
If I spoke out of turn, I'm sorry.
All right.
I could bite my tongue off.
You don't have to do that.
10,000 pardons, old man. I'm sorry.
All right, you're sorry. What I came here to talk to you about is Leroy, Judge.
Leroy? Well, what has our young friend got himself into now?
Nothing. It's just what I'm afraid he might get into. I think he needs something to keep him out of mischief, Judge. I think he ought to have a job.
Best thing in the world for him.
Oh, you think so?
Absolutely.
Well, I'm glad to know you feel that way about it. Horace.
Yes, Gildy?
You and I are old friends, aren't we?
That's right, Gildy.
We've been through a lot together, you and I.
We certainly have.
You know, Horace, if you had a son...
That's one of the sorrows of my life, Gildy, that I haven't a son.
I know, but if you had a son, and say that son was at the age where he was ready to take a job...
Yeah?
You know, I'd feel positively hurt if you didn't send him to me for a job first.
Would you, Gildy?
Absolutely. I'd feel downright hurt. Now, I haven't any son either, but I have got a nephew, Judge.
Gildy, do you mean you want me to give Leroy a job?
That's right.
Are you kidding?
All right, Hooker, try and get any favors out of me.
That you, Unc?
Yes, Leroy. And I'd like a word with you.
Unc, guess what? I've got a surprise.
Well, that's fine, but suppose you save it for a moment. Leroy, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you.
Disappoint me?
Yes, my boy. I promised this morning that I'd get you a job, but I find it's not as easy as I thought.
Yeah, but, Unc...
Please let me finish. I realized that you'd be disappointed, so I decided I'd give you a job myself.
At your office?
No, right here, my boy, mowing the lawn.
But I did that last summer.
I know, but this summer I'll pay you. Shall we consider it settled?
Well, there's just one catch, Unc.
What's that?
I got a job myself this afternoon. Peavy's drugstore.
What?
I start tomorrow. See you later, Unc.
Wait a minute. Who's going to mow the lawn?
Leroy? Leroy?
Huh? Yes, Mr. Peavy. Just straightening out the magazines here. I'll have them fixed in 2 shakes.
That's all right. Go ahead and read the comics if you want. No harm in that. I just wanted to say I'm going to leave you in charge here for a few minutes.
Oh, boy, my big opportunity.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I'll only be a minute. I just got a little errand from Mrs. Peavy before the butcher shop closes. Veal cutlet.
Well, take your time, Mr. Peavy. I can handle the store.
I think you can. There's just 1 or 2 things before I go, if you don't mind, Leroy.
Yes, sir?
I've noticed when you answer the phone, you've been saying Peavy's Pharmacy.
Oh, don't you like that?
Well, no, I think that's a little flashy. I prefer just a very conservative hello.
Oh. All right, Mr. Peavy. I'll remember.
And the only other thing is this. Don't prescribe for people.
Oh. I thought that was what druggists were for.
Pharmacists, Leroy. We are pharmacists.
Oh, I forgot.
No, we never prescribe. I made an arrangement to that effect with Dr. Pettibone some years ago. We agreed that I wouldn't try to cure his patients, and he wouldn't make any ice cream sodas. Just be careful, that's all. Oh, hello, Piggy.
Hiya, Mr. Peavy. Hi, Leroy. Hi.
I guess I can trust you to wait on your young friend here, Leroy. I'll be back shortly.
Hey, you, put down that comic book. I'm just looking at it. Well, don't. I just finished straightening up those magazines. I can look at it if I want to, not unless I say so. I'm in charge here. Who says so? I say so. Who are you? You'll find out. Listen, thanks. Drop that book. Okay. Keep your hands off things, see? I'm in charge here. I'm responsible. Don't want to look at your old comics anyway. I've read them all. And don't be swinging on that seat. You're liable to bust it. Come on. What do you want here? I want some candy. How much money you got? Oh, don't worry. I've got the money. More money than you'll ever see. Oh, yeah? You know how much money I make here? $3 a week. Yeah. I do. And you know how much that is in a year? About $150. Gosh. What are you going to do with it all? I haven't decided yet. Probably buy a drum and a set of claps. Real ones? Of course, real ones. What do you think? Gosh. Will you let anybody else play it? Don't make me laugh. This is a very valuable drum I'm going to buy. Leroy. What? I'll tell you something if you'll tell me something. What? Who's your best friend? I don't know. I've got a lot of friends. I'll have to think it over. You know who my best friend is? Who cares? Come on, are you going to buy anything or aren't you? Sure, I'm going to buy some candy. And if I thought you were a friend of mine, I'd give you some of it. Candy. I can eat all I want of it here. Make up your mind. What do you want? Give me a jazz bar. Let me see your nickel. Why? I have to see your money first. Who says so? I say so. Who are you? You'll find out. Oh. Hello, Unc.
Well, what's going on here?
Just making a sale.
Sounds more as if you were killing one. Well, hello, Piggy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Here's your candy, thanks. That'll be $1 nickel with tax. Well, Unc, what can I do for you today?
Leroy.
Yes?
What are you going to do with that nickel?
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Want to watch that, young man?
Yes, sir. I'll go on, you little squirt, before I beat your brains in.
Leroy, that's not the way to speak to a customer.
Yes, sir. Here comes Mr. Peavy. What do you have, Unc?
Nothing, my boy. I happened to be driving by, and I thought if you were through here, maybe you'd like a ride home.
Oh, gosh, that's nice of you, but it's a little early, isn't it, Unc?
Well, I think if I speak to Mr. Peavy, I can get him to let you off.
Gee, thanks.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavy. I just dropped in to ask if I could borrow this boy of mine for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, certainly, Mr. Gildersleeve. I don't think I'll be needing him.
Well, thanks, Peavy.
Yes, thanks.
You know how it is. Grass is getting a little long there at home.
Grass?
I quite understand.
Yeah, Unc, you didn't say anything
Be
about...
quiet, Leroy. I'll tell you what I'll do, Peavy. I'll hire him back from you. 50 cents for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, it won't be... excuse me, telephone.
Yeah. And if you need him for any deliveries, just phone and I'll send him right over.
Hello?
But, Unc, 50 cents to mow the lawn. I don't even get the 50 cents.
Well, that's business, my boy.
Business, that's slavery.
Yes.
You can't do it, Unc. It's against the Constitution.
It's quiet, you. How can Mr. Peavy telephone?
Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that.
And maybe this will be a lesson to you, young man, not to try to match wits with your uncle.
Yes, indeed. Right away.
Well, I guess we'll be running along then, Peavy.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm terribly sorry.
What is it?
They just phoned from Judge Hooker's house.
Hooker?
It seems the old gentleman has just had a sudden attack of indigestion, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to send Leroy out with some Ipecac.
Hooray! Gosh, that's too bad.
Why, the old goat. Why doesn't he watch out what he eats? Who does he think he is, a 10-year-old? No wonder he gets the cobbly wobbles. You know what I think, Peavy? I think he did this deliberately.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, he did. He did this just to spite me.
Oh!
Leroy.
What a character.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. Now, I believe I've said all I need to about Parquet, the delicious margarine made by Kraft. You know it's nourishing, and you know it tastes good. So now I'm going to talk about the men and women behind the counter in your favorite food store. I'm going to talk about them because they deserve a word of praise for the perfectly marvelous job they're doing in these trying times. The people in grocery stores have always worked hard, but in these days, with shortages of help, shortages of food, and food rationing, well, they really have a job to do, and believe me, they're doing it. They're doing a job for the manufacturers of food, for you, and for Uncle Sam. And in spite of the fact that point rationing is many times more complicated for them than for any of us, they carry on cheerfully, patiently, long hours, day in and day out. Without the willing cooperation of the grocer and his helpers, rationing could not succeed, nor could any of us eat as well as we're eating. Now, there are no awards of merit for these hard-working patriots, but they, too, are helping to win the war. Let's give them our support by budgeting ration points ahead, by shopping early in the day and early in the week. Now let's return to Summerfield. After a week with Leroy working for Peavy, Gildersleeve's lawn has become almost a jungle, and if he's ever to conquer it, it must be done today. So while Marjorie lolls in the hammock, we find him reluctantly trundling the mower out of his garage and calling upon the spirits of his ancestors to give him strength.
Grass. Everywhere you look, nothing but grass. I hate the stuff.
Talking to me, Uncle Mort?
No, I'm talking to myself, my dear. I'm talking to the grass. Yeah, all right, you can laugh. You're a woman, Marjorie. You don't have to wrestle with it.
We could always get a goat.
A goat? For this grass, we'd have to get a goat with a motor on it.
Why not? A motor goat.
A motor goat. You couldn't get any self-respecting goat to do this kind of work. It takes a dumb beast like a man.
Oh, Uncle Mort.
That's all I am, just a beast of burden, my dear, a slave. All day long, up and down, up and down, up and down. Is that any kind of a life?
Oh, it'll probably be the making of you. A little exercise?
In all this heat? It's the worst thing in the world for me. Say, I know.
What?
How's to run in and send Bertie out with a nice big pitcher of lemonade, huh? That might help.
All right, if you like.
And some lady fingers to go with it.
We've just finished lunch.
Well, you can't run an engine without fuel, you know. Motor goat. This darn lawn. What good is it? We never play croquet anyway. Well, here goes.
Throckmorton.
Leila.
Am I interrupting something, Throckmorton?
Oh, that's all right. I haven't really started here yet. Come on, Leila. Let's sit down here on the grass, huh? Shall we?
All right, let's. Oh, this is nice. You know what I love?
Huh?
I love to run my fingers through the nice, soft grass and feel the warm earth underneath. Don't you?
Yes, and feel those darn little roots pushing it up, pushing it up.
Oh, silly.
Yeah. Listen, Leila.
What?
I think I can hear it growing.
Oh, Throckmorton, I love you when you're like this.
Like what?
Silly.
Silly? Well, what's silly about it? You don't realize I have to mow all this. Every blade of it. As far as the eye can reach. All by myself. And today.
Oh, then, Throckmorton, I'd better be going so you can get at it.
Oh, Leila, don't rush off.
No, I was going to ask you to do something.
Oh, I'd love to, Leila.
No, not till you finish this.
Well, tell me what it is.
No, Throckmorton, not till you're through here.
Oh, please.
No.
Pretty please.
No. Throckmorton, let go. Here comes Bertie.
Yeah? After I finished, will you?
After you finish. So you hurry up and get to work now, you hear?
Darn lawn. Well, here goes.
Here's your lemonade, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Just in the nick of time, Bertie. Say, looks mighty good, too.
Yes, sir. Here's a glass.
Oh, never mind the glass. I'll just drink it out of the pitcher, like this.
Look out there, Mr. Gildersleeve. Look out you don't fall in. What a man. Mr. Gildersleeve, you better come up for air.
I tell you, there's nothing like a pitcher of lemonade after a hard day's mowing.
Pretty good before it, too.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Bertie. Say, by the way, Bertie.
Yes, sir?
Tell me something. Don't you get awfully tired of staying in that hot kitchen all day long?
Well, sir, I was mostly brung up in hot kitchens, so I guess I'm kind of used to it. My blood got thinned out or something.
Yeah. Wouldn't you like to get outdoors once in a while and get a little fresh air?
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, it's so long now since I had any fresh air, I don't know how I could handle it.
Nonsense. Fresh air is good for you, Bertie.
Yes, sir?
Do you know anything about lawnmowers, Bertie?
Well, yes, sir. I know the main thing about them.
What's that?
Keep away from them.
This will be the death of me yet. Grass, it sneaks up on you. It grows when your back is turned.
Hi there, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, Ben. Hello, Ben.
Hi.
Well, I haven't seen you around here lately, my boy.
Oh, been kind of busy. Well, see, you're doing a little lawn mowing.
Yeah, just mowing the lawn.
Yeah. Great exercise. Great for the stomach muscles.
Yeah, great.
Is Marge around?
Marge? Well, she's inside there somewhere.
Oh, good.
Oh, Ben.
Yes, sir?
You're a mechanic, Ben. I wonder if you'd come here a minute and take a look at this confounded lawnmower.
Oh, is there something wrong with it?
Well, I don't know if there's anything really wrong, but it seems to push awful hard.
Oh, well, maybe you got it set too tight.
Huh?
Let's turn her over and take a look.
Yeah, you go right ahead, Ben.
Yeah. Seems to spin all right.
Oh?
Have you tried it?
Have I tried it? I've been at this thing since lunch. I mowed clear down to that hedge and back, Ben.
Huh. Funny, I don't know what it could be then.
I'll tell you what. You try it, huh? Maybe I just haven't got the knack of it.
Oh, well, all right, sure.
Yeah, here. Better take your coat off, Ben. I'll hold it.
Oh, I don't need to take my coat off just to try it.
Oh, well, I know, but it's a hot day. You'd better give it to me.
Don't you do it, Ben.
Oh, Marge. Gosh, I didn't see you.
Neither did I. How long have you been standing there, my dear?
Long enough to see what's going on.
Now, Marjorie, nothing was further from my mind
Then what?
than, you know.
All right, put your coat on, Ben. You're through for the day.
Oh, you dropped something there, my boy.
Oh, my poppy. Poppy day.
I suppose some pretty girl told you that.
Yeah, she was, kind of.
Now, Marjorie, nothing wrong with Ben's buying a poppy. Poppy Day is a very, very worthy cause.
Only joking, Uncle Mort. I'm only jealous because he didn't buy it from me.
Oh, gosh, if I'd known you were selling them.
Well, if you'd come around a little oftener.
Well, shall we,
Yes, let's.
Oh, don't go. Sit down on the swing here.
Yeah, but you see, I've got something I'd kind of like to talk over with her. Some news.
Well, talk it over with her right here.
Uncle Mort?
I know you two want to be alone. Doesn't take a lawnmower to fall on me. You make yourselves comfortable here, and I'll just knock off for a little while, huh?
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, gosh, we don't want to interrupt your work.
Then if we don't, he'll never forgive us.
Huh? Marjorie, I think that's hardly fair. However, things being as they are, I'll see you later. Marjorie, when are we going to have supper? I'm half starved.
We'll have it just as soon as Leroy arrives, Uncle Mort.
Leroy? It's Leroy this and Leroy that. Who the dickens is Leroy?
He's the kid that used to mow the lawn, remember?
Yeah, and he'll mow it again, too.
Well, let's be nice to him when he gets home.
All right.
After all, it's his first week's work, and that's a pretty big milestone for a boy.
Is Leroy working?
Mm-hmm. He's been working for Mr. Peavy this week, Dan.
Oh. Soda jerk?
Well, something like that.
No, Uncle Mort. I'll bet Leroy learns plenty in that drugstore.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, yes, he will. I'll bet you that when he... Hi, everybody!
Oh, thank goodness. Bertie! Bertie!
I heard him too, Mr. Gildersleeve.
All right.
All right, folks, the toiler is home from his toil. Who's going to get my pipe and slippers?
Young man, I want you to get this through your head. You're no more important than anyone else in this house.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that.
Uncle Mort, did I hear you say you wouldn't learn anything from Mr. Peavy?
I take it all back, my dear.
I'm sorry I'm late, folks, but wait till you see what I've got. Here, Marge, don't say I never did anything for you.
Why, Leroy, a present. You darling.
Here, up. Merry Christmas.
What? Why, Leroy, you shouldn't have done this.
Oh, look.
It's a gadget to fix the runs in stockings.
Oh.
Guaranteed to fix nylon, silk, anything. You ought to see the fella do it. What fella? The fella I bought it from. He had a whole suitcase full of them.
Oh, Leroy, it's simply marvelous. It's just what I wanted.
Well, I seem to have a pencil here.
Oh, but that's not all, Unc. It's got 2 different kinds of lead and a ruler down the side with genuine millimeters on it and a flashlight on the end.
What, no banjo? Well, thank you, my boy. I don't know what to say, really.
Oh, that's okay, Unc. You're welcome. Hey, I'd better take Bertie her present.
Oh, what'd you get for Bertie, Leroy?
A bracelet with rubies in it.
What?
Well, they might be rubies.
He's really a very generous kid.
He certainly is. Golly, he must have spent a pile of money on all that stuff. I'm afraid so.
Thank you, Leroy. Oh, forget it, Bertie. Well, it won't be long now, folks.
Are you hungry?
Am I? I didn't have time to make myself a soda the whole afternoon.
Leroy, listen to me a moment. You've been very generous, and generosity is a fine trait. But I'm afraid you spent too much money on these presents.
Oh, don't worry, Unc. I got plenty left. I figure I'll be able to get my drum in just 14 weeks.
I want to explain something to you, my boy. You're making money now. Everyone in this country is making money.
Yeah?
But hardly anybody is making things to sell anymore. Most of the work is going into making bullets and such for the war.
Yeah?
What I'm trying to say is everybody ought to spend their money on war bonds and stamps instead of things they don't need. That's the way to fight inflation.
Oh, you mean I shouldn't get the drum?
Oh, I didn't say that. It'd be a very good thing if we all thought more about the war and less about ourselves.
Oh, gosh, Unc, I can't be thinking about the war all the time.
Would it be easier if you knew somebody who was in it?
Yeah, sure, I suppose so. But I don't.
Yes, you do, Leroy.
Oh, no, I don't, Marge, honest.
Ben, can I tell?
Huh? Oh, sure, I guess so.
All right. Leroy, this morning, Ben got his commission in the Navy. He'll be leaving very soon to join a ship.
Gosh, the Navy.
Well, I didn't know about this, Ben. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you, sir.
The Navy.
Yeah, brings war a little closer, doesn't it, my boy?
Yeah. And me worrying about a drum. Well, now that Ben's in the Navy, I'd better buy him some bullets. I'll buy bonds, Unc.
Yeah, now you're talking like a grown-up man, Leroy, and I'm proud of you.
Leroy, I hate to say it, but you're wonderful. Come here.
Huh?
Here. I haven't got a medal for you, but... There!
Oh, gosh. What's the idea of kissing people like that? No wonder Ben is joining the Navy.
Well, little Leroy hasn't grown up as much as I thought he had. What good is it? You can't eat it. You can't sell grass. All you can do is mow it. Oh, these darn mosquitoes. Oh, brother, this has been one of my bad days.
Throckmorton.
Oh, that's you, Leila?
I've been expecting you all afternoon, Throckmorton. What happened?
Oh, nothing happened, Leila. I've been working here like a dog. But by George, enough is enough. I'm quitting right now. What is it you want me to do, Leila?
Oh, well, it's too late now, Throckmorton.
Oh, no, it's not, Leila.
Oh, but it is.
Leila, don't be like that. It's never too late. A man's got to have a little fun. What is it you were going to suggest that we do?
Well, I thought if you got through with your lawn in time, maybe you'd help me with mine.
That's all. Good night, everybody.
Music heard on this program was under the direction of Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to listen in again next Sunday for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Lots of you ladies are having to use ingenuity these days to make the main dish hearty. Well, here's a very clever trick. Serve a small amount of meat or chicken or eggs or vegetables creamed in a licking good macaroni and cheese ring. And make that ring the fast way with Kraft Dinner in only 7 minutes cooking time. The Kraft Dinner macaroni is a special kind that cooks fluffy tender just in boiling water. The Kraft grated in each Kraft Dinner box puts the cheese flavor through and through the macaroni in a jiffy. Press the delicious hot Kraft Dinner into a ring mold, let it set for a moment, and then serve with your creamed meat or vegetables. Or serve the Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese all by itself. Either way, you have a real wartime special. For one Kraft Dinner box gives you macaroni and cheese for 4 people, and you give out just one single red ration point. Get some soon. Just ask for Kraft Dinner. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, what's the reason you homemakers favor certain foods? Is it because they have a flavor that particularly pleases the family appetites? Or do you buy them for reasons of economy? Or maybe nutrition is your most important consideration? Well, one food that you'll find is entirely satisfactory for all 3 reasons is Parquet, the quality margarine made by Kraft. Parquet margarine is a favorite in millions of homes as a spread for bread and as an appetizing seasoning for hot vegetables. You'll find, too, that it's grand when used for baking and pan frying. What's more, Parquet margarine is wonderfully nutritious. In fact, it's one of the best energy foods you can serve. And in summer as well as in winter, every pound contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. Now, as for economy, Parquet margarine costs a little cash and requires just 5 red ration points per pound. So for flavor, for good family nutrition, and for red stamp and cash economy, serve Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's hurry on to Summerfield, where the whole town seems to be in a flurry of excitement and anticipation. Cakes are a-baking and gifts are wrapping and tongues a-wagging. On the morn of his last day as a bachelor, we find the great Gildersleeve lingering alone over breakfast and steadying his nerves with a 4th cup of coffee, while from the kitchen comes the sound of Bertie's rejoicing.
Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody knows but...
Bertie!
Yes, sir?
For goodness sake.
Something you want, Mr. Gildersleeve?
If you must sing, sing something cheerful.
Yes, sir.
Where is everybody? Where's Marjorie? Where's Leroy?
I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve. They came and they went.
Leroy didn't even finish his popsies.
No, sir. I expect he's around somewhere.
I don't know what's the matter with everybody here. I don't know what everybody is so sad about. Have to eat breakfast alone. Have to listen to that.
Nobody knows how happy I am. Nobody knows but...
Bertie!
Yes, sir?
Nothing. Let it go. Let it go.
Nobody knows how happy I am.
Uncle Mort, I'm going down to help decorate the church.
Don't rush off, Marjorie. Come in and sit down with your old uncle while he finishes breakfast, won't you?
But I had mine hours ago.
I know, but just sit with me, won't you?
Well, just for a minute.
I don't know what it is. Everybody seems to be avoiding me. Have I done something?
No, Uncle Mort, no. Of course not.
Bertie hardly speaks to me. You haven't been around all morning. I'd even be glad to see Leroy. What's wrong, Marjorie?
Nothing, I guess. Everything. I can't explain. You wouldn't understand.
Is it Ben? You miss him, don't you?
Sure, I miss him. But not as much as I'm going to miss you.
Why, Marjorie, I'm going to be around. Just because I'm getting married, that doesn't mean anything's going to be changed. Marjorie, you don't think I'd... Marjorie!
Don't ask me anymore, please.
I give up. Bertie!
Yes, sir, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Tell me, what's the matter with everybody this morning?
I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve. Maybe the June bug has got him.
What's the matter? Has the June bug got you, too?
Yes, sir, I guess it has.
I give up. Anybody who has anything to do with women ought to have his head examined.
Oh, promise me that one day you and I...
Leroy!
Yes, Aunt?
I've asked you before, please, not to sing that song.
What's the matter? Don't you like it?
I like the song, but I don't like your rendition.
Sorry.
Mr. Gildersleeve, excuse me.
Yes, Bertie, what do you want?
I love you.
Leroy!
No good.
No good. Come here, young man.
Well, Doc, I'm just trying to put you in the mood.
You're going to put me in a sanitarium. I'm trying to talk with Bertie here, and you stick your shirt tail in. You're yelling your head off all the time. Now go find something to do.
Gosh, it's getting so a guy can't even open his mouth around here. What a character.
I heard that. Well, Bertie, what is it you wanted to say?
Well, sir, I suppose after you get married tomorrow, you probably won't be needing me anymore, huh?
Won't need you anymore. Bertie, stop talking nonsense.
Well, you'll be married then, and Mrs. Ransom probably got different ideas.
Listen, what's going on here? Is everybody gone crazy? Just because I'm getting married, the world doesn't have to come to an end. People have gotten married before, you know. People have been getting married for 15 or 20 years now. Ye gods, I never saw such a gloomy place. Marjorie crying, Leroy sulking, you talking about leaving. I can't stand it. I'm getting out of here. Hello, Peavy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this merry morning?
Give me something for a headache.
A headache? Well, would you say you were suffering from an intestinal headache or an eye strain headache or a brain fatigue headache?
I've just got a great big headache, Peavy. Haven't you just got a plain headache cure?
Well, now, Mr. Gildersleeve, cure is a word we pharmacists like to avoid. Most headache remedies, for example, simply alleviate.
Oh, they do. Now, then, for heaven's sake, alleviate mine. Quick, will you?
All right, sir. Let me see. I've got a new preparation here the wholesale man has been pushing. It's called Head Ease.
Well, give me some of that. I'll try anything.
Here, take this with a little water.
Thank you, Peavy.
It'll be a few minutes before that takes effect. That is, if it does take effect.
I might as well wait here, then. If I go home, it'll just start again anyway.
Headache caused by domestic difficulties, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Mr. Peavy. By George, the way they're all behaving, you'd think they had to get married tomorrow.
Oh, my. Tomorrow is the happy day, isn't it?
Yeah, it's tomorrow. Tell me, is it normal for a man to be a little twitchy the day before his wedding?
Normal, Mr. Gildersleeve? Well, if anyone could say for sure what's normal and what isn't, he'd be a wise man.
Don't get off the track, Peavy. Were you nervous the day before your wedding?
Well, I wouldn't say nervous exactly, although my temperature went up to 99 2/10.
Fahrenheit, I suppose.
Yes. I checked it on 2 thermometers.
Well, my symptoms are different, Peavy. My left eye jumps. I've got a twitch in my left elbow, too, and, well, sort of a general apprehensive feeling.
Mm-hmm. I'd say it was possible that those symptoms all had some sort of psychological basis.
You mean you think they'll all disappear as soon as I marry?
Well, I wouldn't say that. That reminds me, I hope you won't mind, but Mrs. Peavy and I sent Mrs. Ransom a wedding gift.
Oh, well, that was very nice of you and Mrs. Peavy.
Oh, it's nothing to get excited about, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's a radish bowl.
Oh. Well, it's nice for radishes, anyway.
What I started to say was we didn't have it monogrammed.
Oh, that's all right, Peavy. Thanks anyway.
I've always been leery of monograms ever since my brother's wedding was canceled at the last minute.
Canceled?
Yes. And, Mr. Gildersleeve, you just can't imagine the trouble there was returning those wedding presents.
Oh, it must have been terrible. How did it happen that your brother...
The monogram things were the worst, I remember. Stores won't take them back, you know.
Yeah, I know. You say the wedding was canceled?
This particular monogram was especially awkward because it happened to be QQP. A little off the beaten path, you might say.
Miles from it, Peavy. How did it happen your brother's wedding was canceled?
Well, I'll tell you. This was my younger brother. I don't believe you ever knew him. Lassiter, Peavy?
No. Never met Lassiter.
He was engaged to marry a girl, a dancer named Queenie Quinn. I told you the monogram was QQP.
Yes, you told me.
Well, just the day before the wedding, he went to see her, and she took offense at some remark of his. She asked him to leave the house, and the next day she refused to marry him.
You don't say.
Yes, sir, and she was as good as her word.
Peavy, there was no other man involved.
Oh, no.
Your brother didn't lose all his money or anything.
No.
The girl just called the whole thing off because of a chance remark?
Well, I'm not sure, Mr. Gildersleeve. Knowing the lady in question, I always thought maybe Lassiter made that remark on purpose.
Oh, well, I think I'll be running along now, Peavy.
Well, how about a sedative for that jumpy feeling, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I won't need it, Peavy. I feel much better now. A remark, eh? All I need is a good remark. Leila, I'll say you and I have got to have an understanding. Things are going to be different around here after we're married. Things are going to be done the way I want. And if you don't like it, now is the time to do something about it, or forever after hold your peace. I'll tell her. Leila?
Darling.
Darling. Leila, you and I have got to have an understanding.
Darling, I'd love to have an understanding with you.
You would?
Of course, right now I'm a little busy.
No, right now.
All right, darling. I just thought with the wedding and all.
The wedding can wait.
If you say so, darling, of course.
You don't have to be such a martyr about it.
Darling, nothing in the world is as important to me as what you want to do. You know that.
Huh?
Now, come sit down beside Leila on the swing and tell her what's troubling you.
I don't want to sit down.
Well, then maybe you'd like to walk in the garden. The roses are gorgeous.
I hate walking.
Oh, well then...
I hate roses, too. Let's sit down.
All right, let's. Oh, darling, your tie's all crooked. Here, let me fix it. You know, you need someone to take care of you. You really do.
What's the matter with my tie? I like it the way it is.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're being just a teensy bit difficult this morning.
Who's being difficult? Just because I make a chance remark about a tie, you try to make a great big issue out of it. Well, if you don't like it...
Oh, darling, don't misunderstand me. I love you when you're being difficult.
Huh?
It reminds me of Beauregard.
Beauregard.
I'll never forget when I was married to Beauregard. When he got up in the morning, he was always cross as a bear till he'd had his breakfast.
Well, I've had breakfast.
Why, some mornings he'd feel so mean he'd deliberately try to pick a quarrel with me. And then I'd kiss him and it made him so mad.
You mean he quarreled with you and you liked him for it?
Oh, gracious, no woman wants a man who has no spirit.
Peavy ought to get around more.
What, dear?
Oh, I said I'm sorry if I seem peevish.
Oh.
Right. The fact is, well, I've come here to confess something, Leila.
Oh, I love confessions.
Leila, please, be serious.
I'm serious, darling. Go on.
Well, I feel I should tell you this, Leila. I feel that I should warn you. I'm not worthy of you, my dear.
Oh, Throckmorton, don't be silly.
I'm not. I'm a terrible fellow, really. Hardly anybody likes me. There are things about me you don't know, Leila. I've done things you wouldn't believe.
Why, how fascinating. Tell me about them.
I couldn't, Leila. I couldn't. They're the kind of things people don't speak about. I can only warn you that if you go through with this wedding, it'll bring you nothing but unhappiness, Leila, much as it hurts me to say.
Oh, now, Throckmorton, don't you worry. I'm going to tell you a secret. Beauregard was no saint either.
Beauregard. Always Beauregard.
I guess I never told you about my tragedy with Beauregard. It's a thing I don't talk about much. Even after all these years, the memory is too painful.
It's all right with me if I never hear about Beauregard again.
Oh, I'll never forget him standing there in the doorway that night, so proud and so handsome. We'd had words about something, and he said some dreadful things to me, and I guess I said some dreadful things to him. And as he went out, he paused, and he said, "Well, woman, is that all you have to say to me?" And that's all I said to him, Throckmorton. With just one word, one single word, I could have held him, but I didn't. I let him go. And that's the last time he was ever seen alive. I'll never forgive myself.
There, Leila.
That's why I'll never let you go, Throckmorton. Never, never, never.
Peavy.
Oh, I know we're going to be happy together, darling. Say we're going to be happy together, just you and I.
Sure, just you and I in Beauregard.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Meanwhile, you know the old saying, waste not, want not. Well, it certainly applies to food in these days of shortages. And it applies to everything related to food. For example, cash and red ration stamps. Now, one of the best ways to effect real economy of cash and red stamps is to buy foods that are low in point cost and high in food value, like Parquet, the quality margarine made by Kraft. For Parquet tempts the appetite in many ways. It's highly nourishing, and it requires a surprisingly small cash outlay and only 5 red ration points per pound. Your family will like Parquet margarine as a spread for bread and as a delicate seasoning in cooking vegetables from your victory garden. You'll like it for baking and for pan frying, too. Besides delicious flavor, Parquet is wonderfully nourishing. In fact, it's one of the best energy foods you can serve, and every pound contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. So, for all these reasons, serve your family Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now, what of the great Gildersleeve? Well, the condemned man ate a hearty dinner, sat silently for half an hour, puffing on a cigar which he'd forgotten to light, and excused himself early. Big day ahead. For hours he tossed and turned in his bed, unable to sleep. And now at last, with the first pale light of dawn breaking over the South Street church, he's dozed off. The figure of Gildersleeve lies a dormant mass in a twisted sheet, but through his tortured brain race wild dreams, the dreams of a desperate man.
I can't go through with it.
Buck up, old man, buck up.
No, I can't go through with it.
Do you, Leila, take this man to be thy wedded husband, to love and to cherish, to have and to hold, till death do you part?
Deed I do.
And do you, Throckmorton, take this woman to be thy wedded wife, to love, honor, and obey, till death do you part?
No!
Come back here!
Gildersleeve!
Head him off, somebody!
There he goes!
Oh, right through the Annie B. Mulhauser Memorial window. After him, men!
Unc!
Where are you, Leroy?
Here in the bushes. Quick, follow me. Marge has the car waiting.
Good boy. Run for it.
Step on it, Marge. I am stepping on it.
We'll step on it some more. Leroy, remind me to get the oil changed next time we get
Here
up.
they come. They're gaining on us.
Oh, my goodness.
Judge Hooker's at the wheel.
Hooker, he'll stop at nothing.
We haven't a chance, Unc. He's got a C card and we've only got an A.
Yeah.
Hold on, everybody. Here comes the coroner. Boy, we took that one on 2 retreads.
If we can just make the house, I know a swell place to hide in the cedar closet.
Here we are. Pile out, Uncle Moore. Run forward, Unc.
Come on, kid. They'll be here any minute. Oh, the door's locked. Bertie, let me in.
Who that wants to come in?
It's me, Gildersleeve.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve ain't here.
I know he's not here. I mean, he is so here. He's right here with me. I mean, I'm him. Never mind what I mean. Let me in, Bertie.
I'm sorry, I can't let nobody in till Mr. Gildersleeve comes back. He's down at the church getting married.
No, he's not. He's right here. Don't you recognize me, Bertie? It's me, Mr. Gildersleeve. Open the door and you'll see.
I ain't taking no chances. Let me hear you laugh.
Quick, Uncle Moore. Laugh. Here they come. Laugh. Don't laugh.
How can I laugh?
Mr. Gildersleeve. Why didn't you say so?
Come on, Leroy, Marjorie, quick. Slam the door. They're after me, Bertie. Protect me.
Who's after you?
Judge Hooker and his posse.
Well, they ain't going to get you. Not while I got this meat chopper.
Oh. Quiet. I hear them coming up the walk.
There's nobody home but the maid.
Come out, wherever you are.
I won't.
Please.
No.
Pretty please.
No.
Come on, Gildersleeve. We've got the place surrounded. I'll give you just 30 seconds to come out of there.
Then what'll you do?
I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down.
He'll do it, too, the old windbag.
Oh, my goodness. What am I going to do?
I'm huffing.
No.
I'm puffing.
Don't.
I'm going to blow.
No, don't blow. I'll give up, Judge. I'll give up. I'll give up, Judge.
What are you talking about, Gildy? It's time to wake up.
Mr. Gildersleeve, wake up. The judge is here. My land, look how he's tangled up that bed.
Wake up, old man. Wake up.
I never saw this huffing and puffing.
Judge, Bertie, oh, my goodness, I had the most horrible dream. I dreamed it was my wedding day.
Well, get up, you darn fool. It is.
Well, there it is. And whoever invented an ascot tie, I hope he chokes. And he will if he wears one like this.
Now, Gildy, you look fine. Here, slip on the vest.
Vest in the middle of July. Who said July was a good month for weddings?
It's not July, Gildy. It's only June.
June's no good either. Give me the coat.
There. I got you looking like a model bridegroom.
I don't believe it.
Look in the glass. How's that?
I look like a barefooted floor walker.
Well, shoes will help. And for heaven's sake, get going. We're due at the church in half an hour.
Oh, don't keep saying that.
Well, we are. Hurry up now and put on your shoes.
I'm waiting for my socks. Bertie's ironing my blue socks.
Blue?
Something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue.
Gildy.
Am I blue? Am I blue?
Throckmorton, please. Now, it's getting late, and you're behaving like an irresponsible child. Now, buck up.
I'm sorry, Horace. I'll be all right. I'll go through with it.
That's the stuff, Gildy.
Judge, how would it be if I sent her an anonymous letter warning her not to marry me?
She'd recognize your handwriting.
Oh, yes, darn it.
Uncle Mort, are you almost ready?
Oh, yes, my dear. Just trying to pull the judge together.
Is he all right, Judge? He looks terrible.
You're right, my dear. I do look terrible. I'm not going to wear this thing.
Oh, now, Uncle Mort, you look very nice.
Oh, thank you, my dear. You look nice, too.
Oh, do I really look all right? I've been so rushed I hardly know what I've got on.
What's been keeping you so busy?
Well, Leila got a run on her last pair of nylons, and I simply tore all over town to find her another pair. And then she lost the key to her suitcase, so I had to take it to the lock man.
Why not let Leroy do that?
He's guarding the wedding presents.
Oh, my goodness. Whose idea was that? Don't tell me.
Well, I've got to go, Uncle Mort. Hurry him up a little, won't you, Judge?
Yeah. Hurry. You'd think this wedding was being put on by a family of train dispatchers. What are you doing, Hooker?
Just checking over a few last things. Did you remember to send the bride's bouquet?
Yes, Horace, I sent the bride's bouquet.
That's good. What'd you send?
Daisies.
Daisies? Merciful heavens, Gildersleeve, what was the idea of sending her daisies?
They were all out of geraniums.
Geraniums would have been worse.
Geraniums happen to be her favorite flower. She told me so.
Yeah, but she wouldn't want to get married in them.
Judge, I could get myself arrested. Maybe I could rob a bank.
The banks are all closed now.
Oh, yeah. There must be some way to get in jail.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve. Here's your socks.
Oh, thank you, Bertie. Loyal to the last.
Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. And if I don't see you again before you're married, I wish you all the happiness in the world.
Thank you, Bertie. Thank you.
Come on, Gildy, come on. Get your shoes on now.
All right.
Oh, Throckmorton, there's one other little matter. It's customary for the best man to pay the minister.
All right, go ahead and pay him. Don't bother me with details.
Yeah, but the groom always provides the money.
What?
You put the fee in a little envelope with Dr. Needham's name on it, and I hand it to him.
Oh, no, you don't, Hooker. I wasn't born yesterday.
Now, don't be a stubborn jackass. It's just to save you embarrassment at a time when you'll have your hands full. If you'd rather give him the envelope yourself, go ahead.
Well, how much do I put in the envelope?
Oh, the usual amount.
Well, what is the usual amount?
Well, I don't know. I believe it's just whatever you think the minister deserves for marrying you.
Well, I'll have to give him more than that, Judge.
Well, maybe $10.
Hi, Judge. How's the bridegroom coming along?
Well, little Leroy. Come here, my boy.
What do you want?
Leroy, it's nice to see you dressed up for a change.
Thanks, Unc. Same to you. Stick your shirt tail in.
Yes. Well, won't be long now, my boy.
No, won't be long now.
We've got to stick together, my boy. After all, we're the men of the family.
That's right, Unc.
Leroy, you remember that old haunted house?
Yeah?
What if we sneaked out there right now and you tied me up with a lot of ropes and left me there till this thing blows over, huh?
Well, that's a great idea. We could go...
All right, Gildy, no more of that. Go on, get out of here, Leroy. Your uncle's got a lot of things on his mind.
What's that?
That's the taxi I ordered to take us to the church. Come on, Gildy, we're late now.
But, Judge...
Hurry up, Gildy. Taxis cost money.
But, Horace...
Gildersleeve, what on earth are you doing?
I'm looking for my good luck piece. Oh, I can't find my good luck piece.
Never mind it.
Let go of me, Horace. I can't go without my good luck piece. Stay with me, Horace. Can't seem to remember what I'm supposed to do.
Just stand here, Throckmorton.
Here?
Yes. Then when Leila gets here, you and she walk side by side up the steps and stand in front of Dr. Needham.
Way up there?
Of course.
Where will you be, Horace?
I'll be right behind you, old boy. Now, here comes Leila. Go on up.
Hello, Leila.
Daisy.
Well, I...
Hush.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here in the presence of this company to join together this man and this woman in holy matrimony. If any man can show just cause why they may not lawfully be joined together, let him now speak, or else hereafter forever hold his peace. Throckmorton, wilt thou have this woman to be thy wedded wife, to live together
I
in...
beg your pardon, Doctor. Just one moment, please.
Who's that?
A soldier.
I happen to be this lady's husband.
Beauregard!
Darling, I thought you were dead.
Why, Leila, child, I never felt better in my life.
Well, Throckmorton, I hardly know what to say. This seems to be my late husband.
Late my eye. He's just in time. Well, that was a pretty narrow squeak for me, wasn't it, folks? Good old Beauregard. This is our last broadcast this season, but we'll return again in just 8 weeks. Before saying goodbye, we want to thank you for all the Sunday evenings you've given us and the nice letters you've written us. We want to thank our sponsors, the Kraft Cheese Company, for their sympathetic understanding and cooperation. And we want to give the credit due to all the members of the Gildersleeve family whom you have come to know over the past year. Shirley Mitchell, who plays Leila, Lorene Tuttle as Marjorie, Lillian Randolph, who plays Bertie, Walter Tetley, who plays Leroy, Earl Ross, who plays Judge Hooker, Ben Alexander as Bashful Ben, and Richard LeGrand, our Mr. Peavy. Thanks, too, to Claude Sweeten for his excellent music, and 3 low bows to our writers, John Whedon and Sam Moore, and to our chief, the producer, Cecil Underwood. Good night, everybody. Have a pleasant summer.
This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company. We hope you'll be listening when the Great Gildersleeve returns again the end of August at this same time and over these same stations.
Homemakers, I want to tell you about something that's a point saver, a time saver, and a money saver all in one. It's Kraft Dinner, the product that gives you swell macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. A package that serves 4 takes just 1 red ration point, and the cost per serving is only a few cents. Does all this sound too good to be true? Well, get one of those yellow and blue packages of Kraft Dinner. See how the special Kraft Dinner macaroni cooks fluffy tender just in boiling water. See how the Kraft grated in every box lets you whisk cheese goodness through and through that fluffy macaroni. Then listen to the folks compliment you on that speedy macaroni and cheese. If company's coming, you might mold that hot macaroni and cheese into a ring and serve it with a little cream meat or fish or vegetables. You see, Kraft Dinner is an all-round wartime meal helper. It can help you stretch other foods. So look for it at your food store. Look for Kraft Dinner. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Now, before Gildy starts on his rollicking new adventures, I'd like to take just a moment to tell you about a grand adventure in eating. Of course, we're all backing the government's ration program, but now and then we'd all like a little more flavor and variety. Well, let's take bread, rolls, and muffins, for example. They're still just as plentiful, still just as downright good eating as ever, and a whole lot better for you, made with vitamin-enriched flour. But, well, shucks, who wants to eat them dry? So here's where we get to that adventure in mighty good eating. For delicious flavor, spread parquet margarine on bread rolls and muffins and see how really good they taste. You won't know how delicious until you've actually tried parquet. What's more, parquet margarine is one of the best energy foods you can serve. Every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. Yes, parquet is wonderfully good to eat and good for you. So ask your grocer tomorrow for parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now, what about our old friend Gildersleeve? Well, the last we saw of him back in June, he was left at the altar by the widow Ransom. 2 months have passed, but the mark of that fateful moment is still upon him. Gildersleeve today is a changed man. For the past week, he's been vacationing at the Idlewild Hotel on the shore of picturesque Grass Lake, where he's come to seek forgetfulness and such solitude as he can find in the company of his niece and nephew. It's the breakfast hour now, and Gildersleeve steps out on the veranda for a breath of morning air before advancing upon the dining room.
Sea air. There's nothing like it.
Why, it's Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Why, so it is.
Oh, good morning, ladies. Miss Foltz, Miss Sowerby, Mrs. Good morning.
Oh, you're up early this morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, mistake.
Well, you know the old saying, early to bed and early to rise.
Makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. Mr. Gildersleeve, you're the first healthy man I've seen in weeks.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm just going to be frightfully bold and ask you if you won't share my table with me at breakfast this morning.
Why,
Now, Miss Foltz, I saw him first.
And where do I come in? Mr. Gildersleeve as good as promised me.
Now, ladies, please.
Well, I think Mr. Gildersleeve should take us all into breakfast. It's the only way.
That's it. We'll all go.
Well, I'd be delighted, ladies, but it just so happens.
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, you have nothing to say about it. This is war, you know.
Ladies, I can imagine nothing more delightful.
Oh, listen to him.
Unfortunately, I just remembered that I forgot something. My niece and nephew. It'd hardly do to forget them now, would it? So if you'll excuse me.
Oh.
I'll be seeing you anon.
But you'll be back.
Anon, Miss Foltz, anon. Women, nothing but women. I came up here to forget women. What do I find? Miss Foltz. Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve. Miss Sowerby. I gotta get out of here.
Hi, Unc. What cooking?
Leroy, get your clothes on.
I was just going for a swim.
You've just been for a swim.
I was going for another.
You've gone for your last. Get out of those wet trunks and start dressing. And stop dripping all over the floor.
What's up? We going somewhere?
We're leaving.
Leaving?
You heard me. Get dressed.
You mean today? Today we're leaving?
Today, this morning, right now, right after breakfast.
I already had breakfast.
You don't mind if I have a bite?
No. Gosh, leaving.
I better have breakfast sent in. I'm not going out there with all those harpies. Hand me the telephone.
But, Unc, what about the swimming race tomorrow?
It's too bad about the swimming race. Hand me the telephone. Hello?
Gosh, after I trained a whole week for it.
Hello?
Just when I stand a good chance to knock off the junior medal.
Hello?
Marge is going to be awful disappointed. She was counting on that dance tomorrow night.
What is this?
Tomorrow's the big day, you know. Swimming race, canoe tilting, free food.
Hello?
Dance in the evening, swimming race. Marge will be disappointed.
Room service. Hello, operator.
She's going to be awful disappointed, Marge is.
Operator, anybody. Hello? I give up. Call this a hotel. Come in.
Well, if it isn't Sleeping Beauty.
Oh, shut up.
Tough luck about that dance you're not going to Saturday night.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about we're leaving. That's what, aren't we, Unc?
Oh, Uncle Mort, not now.
I'm sorry, my dear, but I can't stand another day of this. I can't go anywhere. I can't even stick my nose out of this room. But what I'm surrounded by old hens. Miss Foltz, Miss Sowerby, Mrs. Hooses.
Well, you can't blame them, Uncle Mort, if you're so attractive.
Well.
You are, you know. You're the most attractive man in the hotel.
I'm the only man in the hotel. And who said this was a hotel? You ring the bell, no bellhop. You pick up the telephone, no operator. Turn on the water, no water. Whatever did we come up here for anyway?
To find Marge a fella.
Oh, shut up.
Well, what are you kicking about? You found one.
Listen, Mr. Nosey, if you would just kindly be so good as to kindly mind your own business instead of snooping around.
I was snooping around. I missed the ball and it happened to roll behind the swing.
Now, kids.
What were you doing playing ball? You were supposed to be working on your arithmetic. You haven't done any also.
Don't try to change the subject. He had his arm around you.
Leroy.
He did not have his arm around you.
Now, Marjorie.
Well, he was holding your hand.
He was not holding my hand. And he wasn't who you think it was. Yeah.
She admits it. She admits it.
I do not.
Quiet.
You heard her, Unc. She admits it.
He has done a bit of work on his arithmetic all summer.
Quiet, both of you. Ye gods, you've done nothing but wrangle you two from the day we got here. I'm sick of it. We're getting out of here on the first train.
Oh, Uncle Mort, please.
No, it's settled. The first train.
Now see what you did.
Oh, dear. I never did
You did
anything.
Ye gods. Leroy, get some clothes on. Marjorie, you start packing.
Where are you going, Unc?
Never mind. You must know I'm going down to the lake, where I hope to have a few quiet moments to myself and, if possible, recover some of my sanity. It's like having bloodhounds after you. I'll sit here and cool off a little and look at the water. I must go down to the sea again, to the lonely sea and the sky. Grass Lake. Oh, well.
Oh.
Well, what? Who? Huh?
Oh, excuse me. I didn't realize there was anyone here.
Neither did I.
I'm awfully sorry. I thought this seemed such a lovely, quiet spot to sit and look at the lake.
Yes, and you can... why don't you take this bench?
Oh, I couldn't. You were here first.
Well, I'll sit on this log.
Oh, but your beautiful white flannels.
Huh? Oh, I've had them a long time.
Well, I'm sure there's room for both of us on the bench.
Oh?
There, you see? Now I haven't disturbed you at all.
No.
Oh, there's a lovely light on the lake at this time of the morning, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
Would you say it was eerie?
What, Lake Erie?
Oh, no, the light. It's a strange, eerie light.
Oh, yes, very eerie.
It's so seldom one meets a person nowadays who really loves nature. But you do, don't you?
I guess so. You staying here at the hotel?
Yes, I just arrived this morning. Are you?
Oh, yeah. But I'm going home this afternoon.
Oh, just as we're starting to get acquainted.
Yeah. since then, I've been water commissioner of Summerfield. That's the story of my career. I guess it's not much of a story.
Oh, it's a fascinating story. You've had to fight, haven't you? I knew it the moment I saw you.
Well, I've had my struggles, but what man hasn't?
Of course. You know, I really think it's a shame you're leaving today.
Well, it's not absolutely definite.
Oh, good. Would you mind if I asked you something terribly personal?
No. Go ahead. What is it?
Well, I don't like to intrude into your... I don't know how to say it even. But I had the feeling while you were telling me about yourself that you were leaving something out. Something that had made you terribly sad.
Oh, no. You're mistaken.
Am I? Well, tell me honestly. Have you had an unhappy love affair?
No.
I knew it. Some woman has hurt you. I'm sure because you're so kind and gentle. You must have been wounded deeply once yourself.
Well,
Oh, how you must hate us women, all of us.
Well, naturally, I try to be fair, but I'm afraid I'll never again be able to think of a woman as a friend.
Well, you must try. Perhaps if you could tell someone about it, someone sympathetic, it might help. It often does help, you know.
It's very painful.
Well, if it would hurt you too much...
Oh, no.
Then try.
Well, when I first met LEILA Ransom...
Oh...
When I first met her, the thing that struck me about her was her helplessness.
Just a young girl, I suppose.
Well, she was more of a widow. At least I understood she was a widow. And she seemed to need someone to shield her from the world. Or that's what she led me to believe.
She tricked you.
I'm sure of it now. However, I lost my heart to LEILA Ransom. I loved her deeply, sincerely. I asked her to marry me. And she consented.
But the marriage?
We were never married.
Oh.
I stood beside her at the altar, the happiest man in the world, asking only that I be allowed to devote the rest of my life to her. Suddenly, her husband walked in. He was no deader than me.
Oh, how dreadful.
Yes. You can see why I'm through with women, can't you?
Oh, I don't blame you for feeling the way you do, honestly. But I do feel there's hope because, well, I was hurt once, too, terribly.
Oh, you were?
Yes. I once thought I could never bear to speak to a man again.
Well, that's quite a coincidence. Did he leave you at the altar?
Well, it wasn't quite like that. I'll tell you about it sometime.
Oh, tell me now.
Oh, no, I'd rather not, but you're very kind to be so interested. You've done a great deal for me.
Oh, no, you've done a great deal for me. Would you like to walk down this path to the lake for a little way?
Oh, I'd love to. It looks so nice and shady.
Yes, it is shady. You're sure that you won't be nervous walking in the woods with a stranger?
Do you think I should be?
Let's go.
Oh, it's quite steep.
Steep, yes.
Oh!
What's the matter?
Oh, my ankle. I'm afraid I've turned it rather badly.
Oh, here, lean on me.
Oh, thank you. Oh, you seem so solid.
You think so?
Oh, so safe. I'm sure you won't let me go.
Don't worry.
Oh.
Well, for Pete's sakes, Mom, I've been looking all over for you.
Frederick.
You better come down to the lake. Jack and Tom are throwing rocks at each other.
Well, make them stop.
I can't. And one of them hit Mary and her nose is bleeding.
Oh.
And Nancy lost her bathing suit in the water.
Oh, my goodness.
Madam, I can see you were not left at the altar. Excuse me, I gotta go and catch a train. Hello, operator? No, I do not wish a beverage. I want my bill. I want to check out. Room 618 and 619. Yes, well, see that he hurries. Tougher to get out of this hotel than to get into a good one. Well, I guess I've got everything in the bag. If I can only close it.
Oh, Unky, before you close it, could you just tuck in one little thing for me?
I suppose so. What is it?
Just that little Cupid doll I won in a hotel raffle.
But, Marjorie, that Cupid doll's almost as big as Leroy. I haven't got room for that.
But your suitcase is bigger than mine.
It's not that big. If you want the Cupid, carry it in your arms. You'll be lucky if they don't make you buy him a ticket.
Oh. Gosh, I wish I hadn't won it now.
Well, leave it. Let somebody else win it. Where's that man with the bill? Operator, this is 618. If that man isn't here with my bill in 1 minute, I'm going to sneak out and leave my baggage.
That's telling a monk.
Yeah. Let's close this thing, Leroy. I'm afraid those hinges are going to... There. Thank goodness.
Say, I just remembered something.
What?
Something you forgot. Wait a second, I'll get it. Yeah, here it is, Unc.
What is it?
Here, cat.
Leroy.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry, Unc. I thought you were looking.
Well, I wasn't. Anyway, never throw a wet bathing suit at anybody. Where am I going to put this darn thing? Come in.
Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes. You the bill clerk?
Oh, no, sir. I'm the assistant manager.
Oh, excuse me.
That's all right. The clerk told me you'd asked for a statement, but we can't let you check out, Mr. Gildersleeve. We're counting on you to be master of ceremonies at the ladies' archery contest this afternoon.
Give me my bill.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, the ladies will be so disappointed.
I can't help it. Why don't the ladies leave me alone?
Well, there's a war on, you know.
That has nothing to do with it. Get my bill ready and send somebody up here for my bags.
All right, if you insist.
Now, what was I doing?
Thinking about your wet bathing suit. That could be dry by tomorrow, Unc, and I wouldn't miss the swimming race.
Never mind. Better wrap it up in a couple of dirty shirts. Makes an awful lump, though. Come in.
Well, hello, everybody.
Hooker.
Hello, Judge. Hi, Judge.
What are you doing here, you old goat?
Well, if that isn't foolish question number 999. I came to spend the weekend with you.
I'm sorry, but you're too late, Judge. I can't stand another day in this place.
Oh, now, Gildy, I've come all the way up here to see you. How about 18 holes of golf right now?
Golf. That's what I came up here for.
And this afternoon we could go fishing on the lake. Maybe get a couple of smallmouth bass for supper.
Oh, smallmouth bass fried in breadcrumbs with a little lemon juice. Yeah. We've had chicken here every night this week.
Oh, come on, Gildy. Tomorrow we can hire some horses and go for a ride along the mountain trail.
By George, Horace, I'll stay over with you.
Oh, Uncle Mort, you darling. Judge, you're a hero.
Well, everybody happy.
Operator, this is 618. No, I've already checked out. I want to come back. Yes, till Sunday morning. I don't care who wants the room. I've got it, and I'm going to keep it. All right, go on, Leroy. Go on, Marjorie, with your swimming race. Line up your date for the dance.
Hey, see you later, Unc. I gotta get back and feed.
I gotta solve a manpower problem.
Doggone it, Horace. I'm glad you came. I've been trying to find a golf game, somebody to fish with ever since I got here.
You have, Gildy? Well, you must be slipping. There's plenty of golfers right here under your nose.
Well, I couldn't find them.
Well, I signed up a couple for a foursome with us this morning, and they're going fishing with us this afternoon.
Oh, that's great.
Not only that, but tomorrow night they're going to the dance with us.
Wait a minute, Hooker. Who are these golfers?
Two Lollapaloozas, a Miss Foltz and Miss Sowerby.
Oh!
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. School days are just around the corner, and that's going to call for some new strategy from you generals of the kitchen. I mean, you mothers will have to think up tempting new ways to put nourishing foods into those school lunch boxes. So allow me to pass along a helpful suggestion. Here's how to get really important food value out of those precious few ration points. It's to buy and serve Parquet margarine. But do you know that Parquet requires only 4 red ration points a pound? And every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. In your government's official nutrition program, the daily use of such excellent foods as vitamin-fortified margarine is recommended. As for appetizing flavor, well, Parquet really satisfies. You'll find Parquet just about tops as a delicious spread for bread. And you may be interested to know that Parquet carries the seal of acceptance of the Council on Foods and Nutrition of the American Medical Association. So ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now, getting back to the great Gildersleeve and his little family, we find them surfeited with vacation joys, glaring at each other and at Judge Hooker from opposite seats in the day coach.
Well, according to my calculations, we ought to reach Summerfield about 6 o'clock.
According to my calculations, we'll be lucky if we reach it at all on this milk train.
Leroy, for goodness sake.
Leroy, take your feet off your sister's lap.
Well, I have to put them somewhere, don't I?
Fine accommodations you got us, Horace. A day coach. I thought you were supposed to have some influence around here.
I have. The assistant passenger agent is a personal friend of mine.
You don't say.
Yes, sir. Used to go to school together. I see him every now and then. Fred Kennicott is his name. Fred Kennicott.
How is Fred Kennicott these days?
Oh, he's fine.
That's fine. I wonder if you'd give Fred Kennicott a message for me the next time you see him.
Glad to, Gildy. Glad to. What's the message?
Tell him his railroad is a public disgrace.
All very well to complain, Gildy, but let me remind you there's a war on.
If anybody else reminds me there's a war on, Where do you think you're going, Leroy?
To get a drink.
Ouch! Get off the judge's bunions.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Now sit down.
Oh, gosh, can't I even get a drink of water even?
You've had a drink. You've had 50 drinks. You've done nothing but run from here to the water cooler ever since we get on this train.
But, Unc, I'm dying.
You heard your uncle. Sit down.
You keep out of this, Judge. I'll handle it.
If he were a boy of mine, by golly, I know what I'd do with him.
If I need any advice from you on the handling of children, Judge, I'll ask for it.
Feel free to do so at any time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ho-hum. What a jolly little journey.
Oh, Marjorie's right. We shouldn't be allowing ourselves to get on each other's nerves here. After all, this will all be over in an hour or two.
Or 3.
By 6 o'clock, we'll all be home. Bertie will be there waiting for you with a fine big dinner.
Bertie. Yeah, now you're talking, Judge. Good old Bertie. By George, after all the stale chicken I've had to eat in the past week, I could plow into one of Bertie's dinners and really do it justice.
So could I.
I tell you, Judge, there's not a finer cook in the world than our Bertie.
I won't argue with you there, Throckmorton. I still remember the last dinner I had at your house. Oh, it was some time ago. Yeah. It's truly an experience, Though, as I say, it was some time ago.
Horace, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to be my guest tonight at dinner.
Well, now, let me see. Have I any other engagements? Sunday night?
You haven't any engagements, you old goat, and you know it.
Throckmorton, after consulting my calendar, I'm delighted to find myself in a position to accept your very welcome invitation.
Is he kidding?
Yes. Well, kids, we're going home. By George, I don't know why we ever left it. Going home, going home.
Be it ever so humble, there's no place like home.
Oh, brother.
Be it ever so humble, there's no place like home.
Here we are, kids. Bertie! Oh, Bertie!
Is that you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Hello, Bertie.
Oh, and Leroy and Marjorie and Judge Hooker. Well, my goodness, I sure am glad to see you.
No gladder than we are to see you, Bertie.
That's right, Bertie.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, sir. I'm mighty glad to see you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, our train was a little late. I hope we haven't spoiled the supper.
Spoiled it?
Yes.
Supper?
Yes.
Mr. Gildersleeve, there ain't no supper to spoil.
Oh.
I didn't expect it till tomorrow.
But I don't understand, Bertie. You just said you were glad to see us.
I am, Mr. Gildersleeve. You arrived in just the nick of time. I was just going to the weekly meeting of my Victory Lodge, and I'm retroactive in my dues.
Oh. Well, here's a little advance on your salary, Bertie.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry about supper, but there ain't a bite of food in this house. Well, now, if you all would excuse me,
Wait a minute, Bertie. Don't I smell chocolate cake?
Yes, by golly. So do I.
Is there chocolate cake in the house, Bertie?
Well, yes, sir, there is. I baked it for the Run Hitler out-of-town rally tonight at the lodge. The party that buys the war bonds with a certain number on it, he gets the cake as a bonus.
Oh, it's a raffle.
Oh, no, sir. Buying a raffle ticket is illegal. But nobody's going to throw you in jail for buying a war bond.
Yeah, maybe you're right. How about that, Judge?
Well, without passing on the constitutional questions involved, I'd like to buy a chance on the cake.
Well, y'all can have the cake for your supper if you want it.
No, Bertie, you take the cake and chase Hitler out of town with it. We'll get along some way.
Gee, I'm hungry. Isn't there anything in the icebox, Bertie?
Not a thing, Leroy. I'm sorry.
Well, never mind, Bertie. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve. Good night, everybody.
Yeah, good night. Have a good time.
Well, I guess I'll call up Piggy Banks and get invited to his house.
You'll do nothing of the kind, young man. Haven't you any pride?
Sure I have. I don't have to beg Piggy.
Well, I don't like it. And no hinting now.
Are you kidding? He's my pal.
Hello, pig face.
Oh, pardon me, Mrs. Banks. Is Piggy there? That was his mother.
Oh, no.
Hiya, Pig. Yeah, I just got back. Can I come over for supper?
Yeah, Leroy.
Ask if I can come too, Leroy.
Marjorie.
I'm bringing Marge so your sister will leave us alone, Pig. Be right over. Bye.
Well, I'm ashamed of both of you.
Oh, you're not really, Uncle Mort. Goodbye, Judge.
Goodbye, Marjorie. Goodbye, Leroy.
Come on.
Now, don't you be up late. The very idea.
Oh, I don't think it's so bad, Gildy.
You don't? Well, then how about inviting me to dinner?
All right. May I have the pleasure of your company at dinner, Throckmorton?
I shall be delighted, Horace.
Of course, there's no food at my house either.
Oh.
And the grill at the Summerfield Hotel is closed on Sundays.
Where are you taking me, Judge?
To Peavy's drugstore for a chicken sandwich.
Come on.
Soda's satisfactory, gentlemen?
Oh, I guess they keep the breath of life in us for a while.
I'm using a new strawberry flavoring now. Synthetic.
What do they make it out of? Plastics?
Mr. Gildersleeve always has to have his little joke. Nice to see you back, Mr. Gildersleeve. How was the vacation?
So-so, Peavy, so-so. I suppose it does a man good to get away once in a while.
Yes, I've always heard it does. Though I haven't taken a vacation myself in 30 years. Neither has Mrs. Peavy.
Yeah.
30 years with one woman? That's a long time.
Well, no, I wouldn't. Yes, I will, too. It's a long time. The last time I took a vacation by myself was back in the summer of 1913.
Oh, that the summer you got engaged?
No. We were engaged for 5 years before that. Of course, 5 years is a long time, too, but then I believe in long engagements, so does Mrs. Peavy.
Yeah, long engagements, short engagements. As soon as a man lets a woman get a hold on him, his life is over.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Speak for yourself, Gildy.
That's just who I'm speaking for. Gentlemen, from now on, I'm a free agent. Marriage may be all right for some people, but not for yours truly. Because, frankly, I'm just not interested.
Our friend here sounds a little bitter. There wouldn't be a touch of sour grapes in that now, would there, Gildy?
None at all. You're referring to LEILA Ransom? Forget her, because I have.
Speaking of Mrs. Ransom...
I haven't given her a thought from that day to this.
Speaking of Mrs. Ransom...
If she were to walk right in here now, it would mean nothing to me. Absolutely nothing.
I hear she may be coming back to Summerfield.
No, sir. Where'd you hear that?
You read the paper, didn't you?
I haven't seen a paper in a week.
Well, then you didn't hear about her husband.
Beauregard? What about him? As if I cared.
Sad. Very sad. But I suppose we all have to go sooner or later.
What do you mean?
Here today and gone tomorrow.
Peavy, what are you talking about?
It's something we all have to face. We can only hope that when the time comes, we'll be ready.
Peavy, will you stop mumbling and tell me what happened?
Yeah, for the love of Mike, Peavy.
It was in the paper yesterday. Beauregard Ransom passed on as the result of an accident 1 week ago today.
Oh, that poor little girl. Now she's going to need an understanding friend. Dear Diary, got back from my vacation today. Total expenses, $110.18. We'll have to watch it a little during September. Was interested to hear from Peavy today that L.R. may be returning to Summerfield. Well, I should happen to run into her on the street. I know exactly how I'll behave. I'll be polite, naturally, but nothing more. She thinks she can take up with me just where we left off 2 months ago. She's sadly mistaken. I'll show her that I'm not to be tossed aside lightly like an old glove. Yeah, it'll be, how do you do, Mrs. Ransom, instead of, hello, Leila. Leila. Oh, Diary, am I going to make a jackass of myself all over again? Good night.
Music heard on this program was under the direction of Todd Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to listen in again next Sunday for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Homemakers, I want to tell you about something that's a point saver, a time saver, and a money saver all in one. It's Kraft Dinner, the product that gives you swell macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. A package of Kraft Dinner serves 4 people at a cost of only a few cents a serving. And you get 3 packages. That's 3 separate family main dishes for only 1 single red ration point. Does all this sound too good to be true? Well, try Kraft Dinner. See how the special Kraft Dinner macaroni cooks fluffy tender just in boiling water. See how the Kraft grated lets you whisk cheese flavor through and through the macaroni in a jiffy. Then listen to the folks compliment you on that speedy, delicious macaroni and cheese. If you like, you can mold your hot Kraft Dinner into a ring or timbales and serve with creamed vegetables, fish, chicken, or what have you. Try it soon. Spend 1 single red ration point for 3 packages of Kraft Dinner. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. Well, the Great Gildersleeve's vacation, like everyone else's, has come to an end, and our hero, full of new health and vigor, is about to take up once more the task of guarding, purifying, and distributing Summerfield's water supply. He's at breakfast now with Leroy and Marjorie, but as he crunches methodically on the 6th piece of toast, he looks and feels every cubic inch of him a water commissioner.
More coffee, Unc?
Well, since it's not rationed any longer, my dear, I suppose, as a patriotic duty, yes.
My only regret is that I have but 1 cup to give to my country.
That'll do, Leroy. The water commissioner's got to be on the alert in these war times, you know.
Why?
Well, water is one of the important sinews of war, young man. What kind of contribution could our citizens make to the war effort if there were no water to wash in?
Yeah, wouldn't that be terrible?
Leroy, I believe you enjoy being dirty. Do you consider that shirt clean enough to wear to school?
Sure. Besides, it's the only one I've got.
What about your face and hands? Are they clean?
Oh, sure.
Look at his ears.
Who asked you?
Never mind.
Well, what did you have to butt in for?
I didn't butt in.
You did so.
I did not.
Quiet. I'll not have the breakfast table made a bedlam with this infernal bickering. Is that clear, Leroy?
Yes, sir.
Hope it is.
Now, Marjorie, don't you try to sound so virtuous. You're just as much to blame as Leroy, if not more so. You're old enough to know a little better.
Tee.
Leroy, come here and let me inspect your ears.
Oh, gee, Unc.
Come here, young man.
Oh, for corn's sake. They're perfectly clean, Unc. I washed them till they hurt.
When?
Day before yesterday.
Let me see them.
No, you don't have to take them apart.
Just as soon as you've finished your breakfast. You go upstairs and wash your ears properly, young man.
Tee.
Marjorie, your whole attitude has got to show a big improvement this year, or I'll be forced to take drastic steps.
Gee, what kind of drastic steps?
I don't know.
Gosh.
I've been thinking that possibly I should go and speak to your principal at school about you.
Miss Goodwin?
Huh? Well, I believe that's her name, unless it slipped my recollection. Oh, yes, Goodwin is the name, or something like that.
Are you kidding?
Leroy, I do not care for that expression.
Oh, gosh, Unc, you went to call on her last week and came home holding hands with yourself.
You go wash your ears, young man.
Okay.
And stick in your shirt tail.
Okay.
That darn kid. You'd think from the way he talks that he was associated with bad companions. But what companions I see are angels alongside of him.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
No more toast, thank you, Bertie. I've enjoyed a plentiful sufficiency.
You sure have, Mr. Gildersleeve. There ain't another slice of bread in this here house.
Oh, well, you can't run a waterworks on nothing but water. What is it you wanted, Bertie?
I just found the morning paper under the hedge, and I noticed your name was in it.
My name? Where?
Where is it, Bertie?
Right here.
Oh, here it is. Welcome home, Commissioner Gildersleeve.
Well, that's very friendly of Mr. Powers. I must renew my subscription to his paper. What else does it say, Marjorie?
This morning, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve will return to his desk as water commissioner, following what we trust has been a relaxing vacation. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, we hope he will shortly find time and energy to do something about the taste of Summerfield's water supply, which has deteriorated badly in the past few weeks.
Why, let me see that newspaper.
Wait a minute, there's more. The water now has reached the point where it has a definite taste of onions, a condition which in our father's generation was attributed to the presence of water moccasins.
Water moccasins? Why, that's libel.
And then it just says, how about some action, Commissioner?
By George, he'll get some action, all right. Where's my hat, Bertie?
On the hall tree, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thank you. Well, I'm off.
What you gonna do, Mr. Gildersleeve? Go out to the reservoir and look for water moccasins?
No, I'm going downtown and look for a rattlesnake named Powers.
Uncle Mort, you're not going to hurt him.
Well, no, but I'll write him a letter he'll never dare to print. Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Commissioner.
Morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning. Good morning, Mayor. Fine morning.
Yes. Pleasant vacation, I hope.
Oh, yes, very pleasant. But glad to be back on the job.
Your secretary will tell you that I've called a little meeting in my office this morning, just the heads of departments. 9:30. Hope you can make it.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll be there.
Good. See you then.
Yeah, what does he want with me? Powers is back of this. Powers and his so-called newspaper. Well, by George, if there's anything wrong with that water, I'll drink it.
No, I'm wearing it up now, Mabel.
Still on the telephone.
Well, I'm wearing it up now. I wore it down for a few days, but then I decided to look better up, so now I'm wearing it up. Of course, Herbie likes it down, but I've decided now I don't like Herbie.
Bessie.
Oh, I'll call you back, Mabel. Mr. Gildersleeve, you're back from your vacation.
And you're right where I left you 2 weeks ago, on the telephone.
I know. The service is terrible. I guess it's the war. I was saying only the other day that...
Could I interrupt your analysis of the situation long enough to take a letter?
Oh, yes. I'll just get my book.
Letter to Mr. Frank Powers, editor of the Summerfield Indicator. Dear Mr... Where are you going?
My book. I had it here somewhere.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Oh, I found it. It was right under the flower pot all the time.
Naturally. Let's see now. Where was I?
Oh, it leaked on it.
Bessie, I'm trying to dictate a letter.
I'm sorry.
To the editor of the Indicator. Dear sir. Now what?
I have to sharpen a pencil.
Bessie, have you ever thought of going into war work? You'd make a wonderful bottleneck.
You just say that. There. I'm ready now.
Well, I'm not ready. I'm all out of the mood. Doggone it, now I gotta go back and get mad all over again. The water tastes bad, huh? Man says the water tastes bad. Oh, it tastes bad, does it? Bessie, bring me a glass of water.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yellow Journal. Talk about leaving a bad taste in the mouth. Powers ought to read some of his own editorials.
Here you are, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, paper cups now, huh?
Mm-hmm. We got those while you were away.
We'll just see now.
Do you like it, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Bessie, you're my witness. I never tasted finer drinking water in my life. Cool, clear, and refreshing.
That's what the man said.
What man?
The man who brings the bottles every week.
Bottles? Bessie, what are you doing with bottled water in this office?
Well, the tap water got to tasting kind of funny, so I have them put in a cooler.
Get that thing out of here. Hello. Oh, tell His Honor I'll be right down. Sorry to keep him waiting. Well, I guess I've got to face it. Bessie, get that water cooler out of sight. If anybody wants me, I'm going down to the mayor's office.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, Bessie, what is it?
I just remembered there was some message I was to give you when you came in. Let's see now. What was it?
Bessie, I'm in a hurry.
Oh, yes, the mayor called. He wants you to come down to his office.
That Bessie, I'm going to have to let her go.
Gildersleeve, you know all these gentlemen, I believe. Judge Hooker.
Oh, sure.
Hello, Gildy.
Mr. Halloran, Mr. Field.
Hi.
And here's Mr. Powers. Now we can proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Well, Gildersleeve, we had a little notice about you in our editorial column this morning.
I saw it.
No hard feelings, I hope.
If you'd like to know my feelings, just step outside with me for a moment.
All right. Let's get down to business now, gentlemen.
Just be sure you don't make any charges you can't prove, Powers, that's all. There's such a thing as libel, you know.
Yes, and there's such a thing as freedom of the press.
Come, gentlemen, we have important business. I brought you all together here to discuss something that reflects serious disgrace upon the town of Summerfield.
Mr. Mayor, if you're referring to the water department...
Nobody's talking about the water department. I'm talking about the third war loan drive and Summerfield's part in it. Frankly, our showing so far is way below what it should be.
I think there's a reason for that.
The reason is that we're all lying down on the job.
Speak for yourself, Powers.
No, I think the reason is we're not properly organized. We've got to figure out where the money is and go after it. Now, the First National of Summerfield. Does anybody know how much they bought?
Oh, you're all wet there, Judge. It isn't the banks. They're only a drop in the bucket. It's the people who've got the money. It's the $25 and the $50 bonds that add up.
All right, how are you going to sell them? You know so much. How would you go about it?
Well, you all know what they're doing over in Riverton. They've pledged themselves to sell enough bonds to build a gunboat, the USS Riverton, and they've already gone halfway to their quota. It's working over there. That's why the Indicator started this campaign to get Summerfield to build the USS Summerfield.
Which is nothing but a publicity stunt for the Indicator, and you know it.
Oh, now, Mr. Gildersleeve, I think you owe Mr. Powers an apology.
Powers owes me an apology.
I suggest we forget our personal differences and get on with the bomb drive. The way it's been going so far, the USS Summerfield is going to turn out to be a rowboat.
Well, I refuse to believe that Summerfield is any less patriotic than Riverton. How about it, gentlemen? Are we going to take this lying down?
No, by golly.
No.
Certainly not.
That's what I say, Gildy.
Then let's pitch in. I'm at your service, Mr. Mayor.
That's the spirit I like to see in my commissioners, Gildersleeve. Now, I've appointed Powers here as chairman in charge of the whole drive.
What?
And I'm asking each of you to serve under him as sub-chairman. He'll assign the territories you're to cover and so forth. Anything you'd like to add, Mr. Powers?
No, except to say that we're really going to try from now on to make this an all-out drive. We're asking all businesses as well as the schools to close at noon, beginning today.
I've already sent out instructions to that effect.
So that everybody can get out and sell bonds. And that means everybody.
You hear that, gentlemen? Everybody.
And tomorrow night there'll be a rally in which you'll all be expected to take part.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Gildersleeve?
I think I may say that I'm as good an American as anybody here.
Nobody questions that, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I've always done my part, and I'll continue to do so. I'll go out in the street and sell bonds. But I must decline to serve on any committee or appear on any platform with the honorable chairman.
Gildy!
Until he withdraws certain false and malicious charges made about me this morning in the public prints. Good day, gentlemen.
Who's that? Who's that?
Just me. Hello, Marjorie.
What are you doing home at this time of day, Unky?
Office is closed. I have to go out and sell bonds door to door.
Oh, you poor darling. On such a hot day, too.
Well, it's got to be done, my dear. There's no use spoiling my lunch over it.
No, of course not. There's some mail for you.
That'll spoil my lunch for sure.
Here you are.
Bills and circulars. There's no time of the month to be sending out bills or circulars either. If I didn't... Oh, what's this? Well, well, what do you know about that?
Sounded pretty good from here. What is it?
Oh, nothing really. Only gratitude is such an unusual thing that, well, I'll read it to you. It's from that Miss Goodwin, Leroy's principal.
Oh.
No, nothing like that.
No.
Just a nice letter, my dear.
Yes.
Yes. Dear Mr. Gildersleeve, I've just learned the true motive behind your call on me last week. You need not have gone to such pains to spare my feelings. A progressive teacher soon learns to expect opposition from some of the parents, but it's seldom she has the good fortune to have one of them rise so generously to her defense as you did. I'm very grateful, believe me, and hope soon to have a chance to thank you in some more personal way. Sincerely yours. Isn't that nice?
Sure, but I don't get it.
Well, some busybodies objected to her being put in as principal.
Oh.
They delegated me to take steps. But as soon as I called on her, I could see at a glance she was a fine educator. So I told her to pay no attention to them.
Oh.
You know, I think I ought to go over and see her this afternoon. Thank her for this note. Don't you think so?
Gosh, no. Why should you?
Well, gratitude is such a rare thing, my dear. It should be encouraged.
But, Unc, I thought you were going to sell bonds.
Bonds? Oh. Well, this is right on the way to my territory.
Bet you never make it.
Yeah.
I have to run now. Goodbye, dear, and be careful.
Yeah, don't worry about your old uncle.
I'll see you at supper.
Let's see now. What did she say? I'm very grateful, believe me, and hope soon to have a chance to thank you in some more personal way. Well, I think I'll give that lady a chance to make good on that promise. School's closed. She ought to be home.
Why, Mr. Gildersleeve, what a pleasant surprise. Come in.
Thank you. I got your note, Miss Goodwin, and I thought I'd drop around.
Oh, well, when I heard what you'd done, I simply had to write to you.
It was really nothing. Anyone interested in education would have done the same thing.
Oh, well, I don't believe that. I think you were very brave and wonderful to do it.
You do? Well, I think you're a very wonderful grammar school principal.
Oh, thank you.
No, I mean that. I was going to come and see you anyway. I wanted to talk to you about my nephew. Yes, he's in your school.
Oh, well, I'll be glad to help in any way I can. Come in and sit down, won't you?
Well, I can't stay very long. No, not very long. I got to sell some bonds this afternoon. Well, what's all this? An art exhibition?
Oh, no. No, those are posters the children at school have done for the bond drive. They're going to distribute them all over town this afternoon.
Oh, very clever work.
Oh, are you interested in painting?
Am I? I've got every art volume ever put out by the Book of the Month Club.
Oh, really? Well, then you'll appreciate this poster here. I think it's got some of the feeling of Grant Wood.
Oh, yes, I can see what you mean.
Remarkable chiaroscuro, too, for a child. Don't you think so?
Oh, yes. Remarkable chiaroscuro, yes.
Here's one that's quite futuristic. The child told me these were supposed to be airplanes.
These?
Yes.
Very poor, in my opinion. No wing flaps.
Oh, my. You certainly are refreshing, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Refreshing?
Mm-hmm. Most men are afraid of painting. They think of it as art with a capital A. They're afraid to have an opinion one way or another.
That's not my way, Miss Goodwin. Why, if Rembrandt himself was to walk in here and ask me what I thought of his painting, I'd tell him straight from the shoulder.
Rembrandt is wonderful, isn't he?
Yeah, and that's what I'd tell him.
Have you ever tried to paint, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Paint? No, not really. I used to sketch a bit in my younger days.
Well, why didn't you keep on with it? You might have become a great painter.
No, I don't think so. I can never get the nose in the right place. But you know something? If I could paint, I'll bet you'd make a wonderful model.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you don't mean that.
Oh, yes, I do, Miss Goodwin. You've got the chiaroscuro. And you got plenty of it, too.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I think we'd better talk about your nephew.
Oh, he can wait. Someday when we have lots of time.
Well, let's sit down, shall we, if we can find a place? Everything's awfully messy with all these posters.
The sofa's all empty.
Yes, well, you take that. I'll sit here in the little rocker.
Oh, not very sociable.
Oh, excuse me. Well, hello.
Well, Unc, for Pete's sake.
Leroy.
Aha!
I'm helping Miss Goodwin.
So this is your nephew, Mr. Gildersleeve. He's one of our best little workers.
He's a spy at heart.
I'm not spying, Unc. I just came here to get some posters to take around to the stores. Didn't I, Miss Goodwin?
Oh, trying to get in right with the principal, eh?
Well, what are you doing?
I'll see you later, young man. Goodbye, Miss Goodwin.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Gildersleeve.
Oh, hello, Peavy.
I'll be right with you. Just finishing up a prescription here. How are you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Peavy, I'm tired. I thought I'd just drop in for a moment and rest my bones, if you don't mind.
Not at all. Sit down there at the counter. Up a little late last night?
No, just tired. It's this bond drive. House-to-house stuff, you know. Very wearing.
No, you've been out soliciting.
Yeah, that's it. Haven't actually started yet, but I get tired just thinking about it.
I know how it is. Whenever I hear they're starting a new drive, I lay in a good stock of footies.
Say, you wouldn't want to buy a bond, would you, Peavy?
Well, I'll tell you.
That's all right. This isn't my territory anyway. I just thought I might sell one while I'm sitting here.
Well, I'd like to give you my trade, Mr. Gildersleeve, but the fact is you're a little late. Your nephew Leroy was in here and signed me up at the crack of dawn.
That kid is everywhere. You know something, Peavy? Maybe I shouldn't say this, but I'm getting tired of this war. I'm getting tired of hearing about it.
Well, I guess we all are, but...
I'm getting tired of a lot of things. Getting tired of these energetic women. Always doing things. Always winning the war and making posters. That's not what women are for.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
I mean it. I like a woman who's a little old-fashioned. I like a woman who isn't too busy to, well, be charming. You know. I like a woman who's feminine. I like a woman who...
You just like women.
No, it happens you're wrong, Peavy. I'm a one-woman man.
Maybe you are at that. Tell me, do you ever hear from her?
From who?
Mrs. Ransom. When is she coming back?
Who said anything about Mrs. Ransom?
I'm sorry, my mistake.
Yeah. You're barking up the wrong tree, Peavy. That's all over and done with. Yep. That chapter in my life is a closed book. But I might just go back and take a peek.
Hi, Unc.
Leroy, are you following me? What are you doing here?
I brought Mr. Peavy a poster for his window. What are you doing here? I thought you were going to go out and sell buns.
What I do is my affair, young man.
I'll tell teacher.
All right, I'm going, Legree.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, will we see you at the rally tomorrow night?
No, Peavy. You will not see me at any rally conducted by Mr. Powers. I'll win this war my own way.
To the citizens of this great country, of this great state, and of this great municipality of Summerfield, yes, I say to you, my friends, I say to you, civilization today is looking to us. Not to you, not to me, but to all of us. Are we going to fail it in this, its hour of need? What is the answer?
You better wind it up, Judge. They're going to sleep on you out there.
I'll tell you the answer. The answer is no. 1,000 times no. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, but 1,000 times no.
You'll never wake him up that way, Judge.
In the words of that great statesman and scholar, whose fame will live forever enshrined in the hearts of his fellow countrymen, but whose name at the moment escapes me.
For Pete's sake.
Huh?
Will you give somebody else a chance?
Well, as the horse thief remarked when they hung the fatal noose around his neck, I see my time is short. Before I close, I would just like to leave with you one thought. Buy war bonds. Buy all you can. Not 1 bond. Not 2 bonds. Not 3 bonds.
Thank you, Judge Horace Hooker. Thank you. Thank you very much, Judge. I know we're all going to profit by what the judges had to say here tonight.
Say, Frank.
Huh? What is it, Judge?
Look who just came in.
Gildersleeve. Well, what do you know?
Why, the old sorehead. I thought he wasn't coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. This wasn't exactly on the program, but I'd like to call on somebody now. Somebody you all know. Summerfield's popular water commissioner, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Would you say a few words, Gildy, please?
Yeah, come on, Gildy, come on.
That's the way. Make way for him there, folks.
Get over.
Make way for the commissioner, that's it. Help him up on the platform, somebody, please.
Wait a minute. I'll give him a hand.
A couple of you fellas down front there, get behind him and boost. Come on.
Now, wait a minute, Gildy. We need a couple of more volunteers here. That's it.
Thank you, sir. All together now. Heave.
Steady. Up to daisy.
Heave. Thank you.
I just want to say, folks, that Gildersleeve and I have had our little differences from time to time. We had one this week when my paper cast doubt on the flavor of Summerfield's water supply, of which the commissioner is justly proud. We said it tasted bad. Since then, I've been informed that this is a temporary condition caused by natural phenomena beyond the control of any man. And the water is already, if possible, more delicious than ever. Will that be a sufficient retraction, Commissioner? Or do you want me to print it in the indicator?
There's more people here than read the indicator. I'm satisfied.
All right, then, Gildy. Go ahead. The floor is yours, and I hope it'll hold you.
Well, folks, I don't know what I'm doing up here. I'm certainly not going to make a speech. I haven't got one written, and if I had, I'd tear it up. I just want to tell you about something that happened to me yesterday. And if it makes you feel the way it made me feel, we won't need any speeches, any of us. I suppose everybody here at this rally has been out canvassing this week. I got around to my district yesterday afternoon. A little late, but at least I got around to it. And I'll admit I was feeling pretty darn patriotic about it, too, giving my valuable time that way. I marched up to the first house, and I knocked on the door. Pretty soon it opened. It was a woman. I said, "How do you do? You're the lady of the house, I presume?
Yes.
Mrs. Kirk, is it?"
Yes, that's right.
Well, Mrs. Kirk, I'm Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm calling in connection
excuse me, please. I've got something on the stove. I'm afraid it's boiling over. Come in, won't you? I'll be right back.
Oh. So I stepped inside. She had a very small place there. Couldn't have been more than 3 or 4 rooms. There was a child playing on the floor in the living room. A little shaver about 2, I guess. I said to him, "Hello there. What's your name?" I had a little conversation with him. Nice little boy. Presently, the woman came back from the kitchen.
Well, I'm so sorry.
Not at all. I was just talking with your son here. Fine lad.
Oh, goodness, that's my grandson.
Oh, well, it's hard to believe. Such a young grandmother. Mrs. Kirk, I'm here in connection with a war bond drive.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve...
Yes, I know. You've bought bonds. We all have. Personally, I've been investing all I can spare regularly. But are we doing enough? Are we doing all we can?
Well, I try. You see,
I know. We all try. That is, we think we do. We put up with our little inconveniences, rationing and so on. We buy a bond now and then when the spirit moves us. But do we make any real sacrifices? Just ask yourself, Mrs. Kirk, do you ever think of the boys at the front and what they're going through?
Yes, I do. I think of it day and night because my boy's one of them.
Oh.
I try to do what I can, but it's a little difficult. You see, my daughter-in-law lives with me now. She works, and I take care of Bobby while she's away all day. No, Bobby, dear, take that out of your mouth, darling. Of course, we have Robert's allotment every month, but that still isn't very much to go around.
Mrs. Kirk, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come barging in here like this, telling you what you ought to do.
Oh, no, now, you mustn't feel that way. Excuse me. Bobby, darling, why don't you run outside and play? That's a good boy. Run along.
Cute little fellow, isn't he?
Perfect image of his father. I remember when he was just that age.
Well, I guess I'll...
No, please don't go. I want you to understand. We want to buy bonds. I'm glad when I can buy a bond because every time I do, I think, this is for Robert. And I think maybe it'll help to protect him and bring him back safe. It's just that, well, maybe we don't manage very well.
Oh, I think you manage wonderfully.
No, I never did have much of a head for figures, but you're a man. Perhaps if you didn't mind, you could look at our budget and show me how we could do more.
Well, Mrs. Kirk, I'm no shining example myself when it comes to that.
Well, maybe not, but you're a man, and men understand about those things. It'd only take a minute if you don't mind.
Well, no, only, gosh, I'd hate to have anybody look at my budget.
Well, we want to do all we can.
Well, she brought out her budget and made me go over it. And when I saw how little she had to live on, I don't remember all the figures, but there was $35 for rent, $50 or so for groceries, the usual amounts for gas, light, and so on. Practically nothing for clothes and such. But every month, about 25% of her income was going into war bonds. I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I was so darn ashamed of myself. I got out of there as fast as I could. I didn't try to sell any more bonds that day. I went home and really dug down myself. And if everybody else in this town will do the same, we won't need any more rallies. And there won't be any question about the USS Summerfield. We'll show Riverton we can build a gunboat just as big as theirs and bigger. Why, we'll build one big enough to sink theirs.
Hey, wait a minute, Gildy.
Huh?
Summerfield and Riverton are on the same side in this war.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
Great Gildersleeve program this week was contributed to the Treasury's third war loan drive by the Kraft Cheese Company. Music was under the direction of Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Kraft presents the Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. What's the grandest, most appetizing aroma that ever wafted its way out of a kitchen? Well, for me, it's always been the tempting smell of flaky, crusty brown bread or rolls fresh from the oven. And say, did you ever spread bread or rolls when they're fresh and piping hot with delicious Parquet margarine? Now, there's a way to really enjoy all of your baking favorites, to spread them with Parquet margarine. For Parquet's own fine flavor makes other foods taste better. Of course, that's to be expected. For Parquet is the quality spread for bread made by Kraft. So, naturally, being made by Kraft, you'd expect Parquet to have a delicate, appetizing flavor that really satisfies. And since Parquet requires only 4 ration points a pound, your whole family can enjoy it at every meal. Parquet's a grand source of food energy, too, and every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So serve Parquet for its own flavorful goodness and for the extra flavor it gives to other foods. Ask your dealer tomorrow for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now, what of the Great Gildersleeve? Well, life has taken on new meaning for Gildersleeve since Miss Goodwin, Summerfield's new school principal, started introducing him to the finer things. Tonight, after a musical evening with Bach, Beethoven, and Brahms, not to mention Miss Goodwin, he returns home filled with great music and a yen for a peanut butter sandwich. So, naturally, he heads for the icebox.
Say, I know what's better than a peanut butter sandwich. Are there any of those little cup custards left? Fried chicken isn't bad. Drumsticks. Yum, 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 yum.
There you are, and don't you move.
Ready, put down that cleaver.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I thought you was a burglar.
Well, I'm not, so go back to bed.
Yes, sir.
And stop worrying about burglars. Burglars are outdated. No one's seen a burglar in 10 years.
Well, I don't know about that. I see plenty of people look like burglars to me.
Hey, for cat's sake, what's going on?
Leroy, what are you down here for?
Well, I heard all this hollering.
Quiet. You'll wake your sister.
Oh, there's no danger of waking her.
I guess I'll go back to bed then, Miss Gildersleeve.
Yes, good night, Bertie.
I guess we don't need to worry about waking Marge up.
Sure you wouldn't like me to fry eggs, something for you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, thanks, Bertie. Good night.
You could holler your head off and you wouldn't wake Marge up.
Why? What do you mean?
Well, I don't like to tell on her.
You've been trying for 3 minutes. Come on, what are you driving at?
She hasn't come home yet.
Hasn't come... 12:30 and she hasn't come home yet?
Almost 12:35.
Where did she go? Who did she go out with?
Wally Hoff. They took the car, too.
My car?
I told them they'd get in Dutch. Marge said you said she could use it any time she wanted.
I said nothing of the kind. I said she could use it with my permission.
Probably Brownie's Beanery. They got a jukebox out there now.
Who's going out there alone with that fellow?
That's what I told him. Hey, yeah, it's coming in the drive.
Wally Hawk, what's going on out there?
Don't ask me.
By George, I'll soon find out. Marjorie!
Coming, Uncle Moy. Coming, Uncle Moy.
Shut up, Leroy. Marjorie, where have you been?
Oh, nowhere much. Why? Am I late?
Am I late? Is anybody else out there?
No, he's gone.
Young lady, from now on, there are going to be a few changes around here.
Yeah, that's what I say.
I told you to go to bed. Now get upstairs, both of you. I'll take this up with you in the morning.
Marge?
I tell you, it can't be any good till you play something with the right hand, too.
Well, I gotta perfect the left hand first.
Good morning, Marjorie. Stop that racket, Leroy. What's that nasty little tune?
That's not a tune, Unc. That's a boogie-woogie bass.
What?
Boogie Woogie is the latest style of piano playing. Leroy's trying to learn it.
Well, I don't like it. We'll have no more of it.
Oh, gee, huh?
No argument. I want my breakfast. Oh, Bertie.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve, your eggs is on the fire.
Thank you, Bertie. Now, you, young lady, since when do you think it's your privilege to borrow the car without my permission and stay out till after midnight?
Well, Unky, darling, you weren't using it, so I thought...
I had good reason for not using it. There's very little gas left in the tank, no more tickets till Wednesday, and I got to drive out to the reservoir this morning.
Oh.
Marjorie, did you drive very far last night?
Well, not terribly. But we had to coast a little coming home.
Great. The water commissioner's out of gas. Where did you go?
To Brownie's Beanery.
What did I tell you?
Oh, you told, huh?
Well,
Little sneak.
No, Marjorie. I asked him. It was after midnight.
Well, there's nothing to worry about, Unc. I was with a perfectly nice boy.
Wally Huff?
Huff.
The dentist's boy?
Yes. He's very polite. He told me to be sure and thank you for the use of the car.
Oh, I certainly appreciate that. What kind of a place is this Brownie's Beanery?
Oh, it's a nice place. All the kids go there.
What goes on there? Dancing?
Some. Mostly we just listen to records.
Yeah, they just sit around out there and listen to Frankie.
Frankie who?
Frankie Sinatra.
Who's he?
Are you kidding? In the glow of evening.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing. That's the way the girls all squeal when Frankie sings.
I don't care. He's wonderful.
I'll take Boogie Woogie.
Leroy, you want to learn the piano?
Well, sure.
All right, you go back and take lessons from Miss Roots again.
Oh, Unc, she's corny.
She's a fine musician and a good teacher.
She wouldn't know a hot lick if she heard it.
Leroy, would you like to hear some hot licks?
Oh, no.
Then you'll report to Miss Roots this afternoon. I'll telephone her.
Okay. Maybe that'll keep him out of my hair for a while.
I haven't forgotten about you, my dear. You can stay home from Brownie's Beanery for a while. No dates for a week.
A week?
Yes, a week. Stay home for a few days. Get your mind on higher things than jukeboxes.
But there's nothing to do around here.
There's plenty. Read some good books. Listen to something worthwhile on the radio. Sit and think.
But I hate to sit and think.
Then do something useful. Mow the lawn. Wax the floors. Help Bertie in the kitchen. Where the devil is my breakfast?
Bertie!
Bertie!
Yes, sir. Here you are, Mr. Gildersleeve. Eggs over the easy, coffee nice and hot.
Well, thank you.
Gosh, Bertie, if you had brought it a minute sooner, you would have saved us a lot of trouble.
Leroy! Marjorie, somebody go to the door.
They're both gone, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'll answer it.
Well, good morning, Bertie. Is the commissioner in?
Yes, sir. Just finishing his breakfast, Judge.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Hello, Horace.
I thought maybe you could give me a ride downtown.
I could, Judge, if I had some gas. And I could get some gas if I had some stamps.
Well, Gildy, I'd lend you a stamp, only I'm too patriotic to violate the spirit of the law.
Don't worry, Hooker. If you offered me a stamp, I'd be too patriotic to take it. Sit down.
Thank you. I saw you at the concert last night, Gildy. You didn't see me, though, did you?
I wasn't looking around the hall, Judge. I was enjoying the music.
I'll say you were. So was your lady friend. I think you made quite an impression on Miss Goodwin.
Oh? What on earth could make you think that?
Well, I was talking to her the other day at school board meeting. She said she thought that you were the most sophisticated man she'd met in Somerville.
Sophisticated?
That's what she said.
Well, that's what women like, isn't it, Judge?
That's what I hear, Throckmorton.
Great.
I don't suppose this means anything to you one way or another, but I had a letter from LEILA Ransom today, as her attorney, of course.
That's nothing to me, Horace. Nothing at all.
No, I thought not. But she's taking care of Beauregard's estate and the various other matters that were necessary after her husband's death, and is coming back here to live. Wants me to get her house ready for her.
Go right ahead, Judge. Do anything you like.
I got a woman coming to clean it this afternoon, and I thought I Might engage Leroy to mow the lawn if it's agreeable to you.
Extremely agreeable to me. Leroy's the one you've got to persuade.
Oh, that's fine. I'll leave the key to the house with him. I guess that takes care of everything. Oh, say, tell me one thing, Gildy.
What is it, Horace?
Well, it's like this, old man. You know, I always had a kind of a soft spot in my heart for Leila.
You did?
Yeah. So I just thought that as long as you feel the way you do, I mean things being definitely over between you.
Oh, definitely.
Well, would you mind if I kind of, dag-nabbit, Throckmorton, you know what I'm trying to say.
You mean you want to court Leila?
I guess that's it, yes.
All right, you old goat. You have my blessing.
Oh, thanks, Gildy, thanks. I wouldn't want so much as to look at Leila if you felt any different.
That's the way I feel, Horace. Only I'd like to give you one piece of advice.
Fine. What is it?
Look out for Beauregard. He never stays dead very long.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. Now, I know that thoughtful mothers everywhere are concerned these days with keeping their families well nourished. And that's all the more reason you'll want to serve Parquet margarine, the grand-tasting quality spread for bread. Parquet adds delicious flavor to plain everyday foods. Makes your family want to eat more of the other things that are so good for them. Parquet has fast become the favorite spread in millions of American homes because it's so deliciously good on bread, hot toast, and rolls. But that's only half the story. Parquet in itself is a wonderfully nourishing food, actually one of the best of all energy foods. And right through the year, Parquet is a reliable source of vitamin A. Every single pound contains 9,000 units of this important vitamin. What's more, Parquet bears the seal of acceptance of the Council on Foods and Nutrition of the American Medical Association. So to make good foods taste better, to add important nourishment to them at every meal, be sure you serve Parquet regularly. Ask your dealer tomorrow for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve and his campaign to bring culture into the home. Supper is over, and our hero is stretched out comfortably in his easy chair, reading the news of the day.
Leroy! I told you not to play any more of that boogly-woogly.
It's boogie-woogie.
Yeah, what's the difference? I won't have it in this house. Practice what Miss Roots gave you.
Okay.
Well, that's more like it. Well, you're beginning to play that very nicely, Leroy.
You think so? Gee, thanks. How was that?
Very good. Fine.
Leroy, are you going to play that corny piece all night? It's not corny, and anyhow I have to practice, don't I? Well, for goodness' sake.
Yes, Marjorie has to practice.
Yeah.
While your sister's phoning.
Okay. How do you expect anybody to become a musician? Hello? Sorry, I had to make the twerp lay off the piano. Oh, it's twerp now. You can tell that big twerp to take...
Leroy. Be quiet.
I had fun last night, did you? What were you thinking about on the way home? Well, why didn't you?
Marjorie.
What's the matter, huh?
I won't have that kind of talk in this house. Say goodbye and hang up.
Well, about...
Wally, my uncle wants to use the phone. I'll call you back.
Oh, no, you won't.
No, you better call me back. Goodbye.
Leroy, stop that for a minute.
Gosh, what now?
I'd like to say something about the telephone in this house. It's here primarily for my use and for my needs. I'm a public servant in Summerfield, and it should be possible for citizens to reach me at any hour. Besides, I might like to make a phone call myself occasionally. Is that clear?
You mean I can't call anybody?
Only if it's important. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Leroy?
Yep.
Very well.
Hello? Just a minute. Leroy, telephone.
Leroy, answer the telephone.
Hello? Hiya, Pig. No, I can't come over. I'm not allowed to leave the house. Till I become a second Palarooski.
Careful you don't get too smart, young man.
Tracy? Yeah, sure, I read it. I bet I know what's going to happen, too. Mrs. Pruneface is going to kidnap the mayor, but Tracy will be able to find her because he...
Leroy, terminate your conversation, please.
Terminated? I just started.
Well, just stop.
Well, it's important.
Leroy.
Unc wants to use the phone, Pig. So long.
Gee, Uncle Mort, I don't see what you expect us to do. Can't go out, can't listen to the radio, can't use the phone. We might as well be dead.
Leroy!
What is it, Unc?
For heaven's sake, play some boogie woogie.
But you said you didn't like it.
I don't, but I'm going out.
Gildersleeve?
Hello, Peavy. Say, I'd like to use your telephone, if you don't mind.
Certainly. You'll find it right there in the phone booth.
Thanks. I can't get near my own phone at home, Peavy. The kids are on it day and night.
Got change, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Wait till I see. No, guess I'll have to have a nickel.
Just reach up on top of that molding there beside the booth.
What? Where?
Right next to the booth there.
Oh, yeah, I feel them. Why, these are slugs.
I know. I just keep them there for my own convenience.
Peavy, you're a slippery fellow.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. It's my phone booth. I don't run it for profit, just a service to my customers.
While you're at it, why didn't you get one large enough so your customers could get in it?
Standard phone booth.
Enough room in here to turn around even.
Do you need to turn around?
You can't even get the darn door shut.
Well, that's all right. You can leave it open. I won't listen.
It's not that. I don't want every Tom, Dick, and Harry eavesdropping. I have some private business.
You know, I find that most people who make phone calls from drugstores have private business. Consequently, I make a point of not listening.
Hello? Miss Goodwin? This is Mr. Gildersleeve.
You better speak up, Mr. Gildersleeve. She'll never hear you that way.
Quiet, Peavy. Excuse me a moment till I see if I can get a little privacy here. This darn door. Go on, shut. There. Pardon the interruption, Miss Goodwin. Just trying to quiet Leroy. Boys will be Me? Oh, just sitting here with a good book. I called because I wanted to tell you how much I enjoyed last evening. There's nothing I enjoy like good music. In fact, I thought if you weren't doing anything tonight, perhaps you might like to... Oh, that's too bad. Well, perhaps another... Oh, well, I'll... Yeah. Good night. Rats. Oh, well... Shan't open the door. I'm trapped. Get me out of here. Peavy! Don't stand there making faces. Peavy, do something. Can't you see I'm stuck? I can't move. No. I can't breathe. Peavy, get me out of here. Peavy! Peavy!
Well, there go the profits.
Well, why didn't you do something?
Well, Well, you would close the door, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Don't argue now. Get me out of here.
Well, there's no need to get panicky, Mr. Gildersleeve. Easy does it. Just contract.
Contract?
Make a little room for the door. Breathe out. Oh, no, out. Deflate. Easy enough. Nothing to get alarmed about.
There was no air in there, Peavy. I was suffocating.
Nonsense, Mr. Gildersleeve. I've seen people go into that phone booth and not come out for an hour and a half.
I'm sorry I wrecked your booth. Send me a bill.
Oh, that's all right. Just a matter of replacing the glass. You sure you're all right? You didn't cut yourself?
No, I'm all right. I won't sue you this time, Peavy. Good night.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah?
How did the phone call come out? I didn't hear.
That's why I closed the door. Good night, Peavy.
Good night. Maybe I won't replace that glass.
Bertie, where is everybody?
Oh, they went out, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Went out? After what I told them this morning?
Well, Marjorie said she had an understanding with you.
I'll have an understanding with her. And Leroy?
Him, too.
By George, those kids. Did he mow Mrs. Ransom's lawn this afternoon?
Well, I wouldn't say he did any mowing exactly, but he got her lawnmower out.
Oh.
Then he gave me some razzle-dazzle that he wanted to hire me to do the mowing.
Oh, he did? I dare say he figured in a modest profit for himself.
Well, I don't know about that, but I told him I was too busy. I ain't got no time to mow nobody's lawns for him. Not me. Not now. Not with all the other things I got to do. No, sir.
Yeah, well, I wonder if you remember to lock up over there after you got through.
I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve. Wouldn't be like it if he did.
Maybe you ought to run over there and see.
Mr. Gildersleeve, when's she coming back?
Who?
Miss Ransom.
Don't ask me, Bertie. I think it'd be only neighborly to check up and make sure the house is all right. Be too bad to have burglars break into places the week before she returns.
I thought you said there was no such thing as burglars, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Run along, Bertie, run along.
Yes. Good night.
What a night. What a night. And what a moon. I'll lay 10-1 Leroy left that door unlocked. Yeah, just as I thought. A fine caretaker hooker is. Maybe I ought to go in and look around. See if Leroy's been up to any mischief. Where's that switch? Oh, great. No electricity. Yeah, lucky there's a moon. Guess if I'm careful, might take a look in the kitchen. Who left that there? Well, everything looks just the same here. Gosh. I remember her standing right there in front of the stove. That cute little apron she used to wear. Yellow with ruffles. In the pantry. This is where she used to keep those wonderful cookies in a stone crock. I remember right where it was. Nope, it's empty. Oh, well. Do I remember this? She was setting the table, and I tiptoed right up behind her, stole a kiss right on the back of her little pink neck. She spilled the water. Yeah, everything's just the same. Everything just as she left it. The wing chair, the coffee table, and there's that love seat. Yeah, but that's not the place I remember best. It was the piano. In the evening, with lighted candles in the room, she sat right here, played like an angel. Yeah, and I sang for her. Speak to me of love and say what I'm longing to hear. Tender words of love, repeat them again, I implore you. Speak to me of... Leila?
Throckmorton.
Oh, I've missed you, Leila.
Have you truly, Throckmorton?
Every minute. Come back, Leila. Come back.
How could I resist, darling, when you ask me so nicely? But if I do come back, you'll have to promise one thing.
Oh, I promise.
Silly, I haven't asked you yet.
All right. Ask me.
You'll have to promise to be nice to me. And not to be nice to any other girl.
Leila, from the day you left Summerfield, I've never even looked at another girl.
Not one?
Not one.
Cross your heart?
Let's forget the past, Leila. Let's forget about everything that's happened.
Oh, yes, let's.
Fate has tried to part us, Leila, but love is stronger than fate.
And you're stronger than anybody. You are. You're so strong and so handsome. Oh, but you have gray hairs, Throckmorton.
Well, just over the temples.
Oh, I gave them to you. Oh, darling, when I come back, I'm just going to spend all my time taking care of you and trying to make you happy. Truly, I am.
And I'm going to try to help you to forget, Leila.
There's so much to forget.
Oh, you poor kid.
But perhaps, if you're very nice to me.
Nice, I'll be nice to you, and starting right now.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're so impetuous. Oh, sing for me, darling.
Speak to me of love and say what I'm longing to hear. Tender words of love, repeat them again, I implore you. Speak to me of love and whisper these words to me, dear. I adore you. Good night, my darling.
Good night, beloved.
Hooker!
Talking to yourself, Gildy?
Well, I wasn't talking to you. How long have you been here?
Long enough.
Well, get out of here, Hooker, and keep away from my girl. Dear Diary, tonight everything suddenly became clear to me. Now I know definitely where I stand. I'm certain that there can never be but one... Hello? Oh, Miss Goodwin. No, it's not too late for me. I'll be right over. Goodbye, Miss Goodwin. Now I'm all mixed up again. But I like it. Good night, everybody.
Music heard on this program was under the direction of Claude Clayton. This is Ken Carpenter, speaking for the Cobb Cheese Company, inviting you to listen again next Sunday for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
This year, thousands of women all over the country are discovering what a special help with wartime meals is the product called Kraft Dinner. A box of Kraft Dinner gives them a lot of delicious macaroni and cheese for 4 people at only a few cents a serving. They get 2 boxes of Kraft Dinner for only 1 single ration point. And with Kraft Dinner, they cook that delicious main dish in just 7 minutes. In every Kraft dinner box, there's a special macaroni that cooks fluffy tender in boiling water and an envelope of Kraft grated. With this handy Kraft grated, you whisk cheese goodness through and through the fluffy macaroni in a jiffy. A very smart trick is to shape the hot Kraft dinner in a ring mold for a minute or two, unmold on a platter, and serve with creamed vegetables or fish or a little meat. But just as is, Kraft dinner gives you a mighty fine main dish. Try this 7-minute macaroni and cheese soon. At your food store, be on the alert for point-saving Kraft dinner. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Cheese Company will also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. What's the grandest, most appetizing aroma that ever wafted its way out of a kitchen? Well, for me, it's always been the tempting smell of flaky, crusty brown bread or rolls fresh from the oven. And say, did you ever spread bread or rolls when they're fresh and piping hot with delicious Parquet margarine? Now, there's a way to really enjoy all of your baking favorites, to spread them with Parquet margarine. For Parquet's own fine flavor makes other foods taste better. Of course, that's to be expected, for Parquet is the quality spread for bread made by Kraft. So, naturally, being made by Kraft, you'd expect Parquet to have a delicate, appetizing flavor that really satisfies. And since Parquet requires only 4 ration points a pound, your whole family can enjoy it at every meal. Parquet's a grand source of food energy, too, and every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So serve Parquet for its own flavorful goodness and for the extra flavor it gives to other foods. Ask your dealer tomorrow for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Let's see what's happening to the Great Gildersleeve. Well, tonight our hero has taken another step forward in his public career in Summerfield. He's been elected to fill a vacancy on the school board. And having attended his first meeting, he and Judge Hooker are escorting Miss Goodwin, the grammar school principal, to her home.
Well, it's been so nice of you gentlemen to see me home.
The pleasure, Miss Goodwin, was all ours.
You're sure I couldn't persuade you to come in for a moment?
Why,
the judge has to be getting home, I'm afraid. Busy day tomorrow, eh, Judge?
Well, I don't know if you...
Yes, the law is a stern mistress, a stern mistress. All those briefs to read, decisions to hand down, bills to collect. Not much time for play, is there, Judge?
No, the law's demands are pretty heavy. But as it happens...
So if you don't mind, Miss Goodwin, I think perhaps we'd better say goodnight. Perhaps another time?
Well, now, wait a minute. I don't know about you, Gildy, but personally I should be delighted
Another time, perhaps, Judge.
All right, I can take a hint.
I was beginning to wonder.
Miss Goodwin, this has been most pleasant.
I enjoyed your story so much, Judge. You must tell me more sometime.
Yeah.
Well, one has many amusing experiences in the law. I remember one particular case involving litigation over a dog.
Another time, Judge.
Oh, quite so, quite so. Good night, Miss Goodwin.
Good night, Judge Hooker.
Good night, Judge.
Good night. Oh, Gildy.
What is it, Judge?
Did I tell you that Leila Ransom is arriving tomorrow?
Yes, you did, several times. Now, good night.
Good night.
I'm sorry you haven't time to come in, Mr. Gildersleeve. Won't you at least sit down here on the porch for a moment?
Oh, thank you. Just for a moment.
You know, I envy you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Me? Why would anybody envy me?
I envy you your career. If I were a man, I can't think of anything that would be more exciting and more rewarding than a career of public service.
Well, mine isn't much of a career, just water commissioner.
Oh, but
Of course, the department did operate at a profit last year for the first time.
Yes, and that's only the beginning. It's only a stepping stone.
Oh, you think so?
I'm sure of it. Why, just think, already you're a member of the school board. That's quite an honor, you know.
Yeah. Going to have to be some changes there, too.
Last year, the water department. This year, the school board. Next year? Who knows? With the right guidance and encouragement, there's no telling how far you might go.
Miss Goodwin.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You're a woman. You've been around. You've had experience.
Let's just say that I'm a woman.
Well, I'd like to ask your advice. Do you feel that marriage helps a man's career or hinders it?
Oh, I think it's a great help to it, definitely. After all, nearly every great man in history has had a woman behind him.
Well, I was asking this advice on behalf of a friend.
Oh, this is a friend.
Yes, a friend. Well, I've known him for quite a long time, too. He happens to be in public office, too, only in another town.
I see. Not married.
No, that's the point. He happens to be about my age, and he lives alone with his niece and nephew. He was wondering whether he ought to get married.
You mean he's met someone?
Oh, yes. He's taken quite a fancy to a certain young lady who moved to this town he lives in.
Oh. Well, tell me, what is she like?
Well, she's,
Is she attractive?
Uh-huh.
You know, she interests me, this, friend of your friend's. Tell me more about her.
Well, she's young, not too young, but just about right.
Yes, go on.
The only thing is, she happens to be a widow.
Oh.
Yes, they were very close there for a while, as I understand it. But then she left town. Now she's coming back, and the question is, well, should he or shouldn't he?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I wonder if your friend has ever read a book called Of Human Bondage.
Well, he's a pretty busy fellow. I don't think he gets time to do much reading.
You recall it yourself, though, of course.
Oh, yes, fine book.
And so true to life.
Yeah, I must read it again. But about my
You
friend...
remember it was the story of a man, a really splendid man, who fell in love with a girl who was beneath him, and how she dragged him down and ruined his career.
Say, didn't they make a movie of it?
Oh, yes, with Betty Davis.
Come to think of it, my friend saw it.
Then you might just remind him of it.
I'll do that.
What he should ask himself is, can this woman really give him the things he wants in a wife? Is she fitted intellectually to be a suitable partner to him as he goes on to higher things?
Well, I don't know that she's so much on intellect, but then my friend is very broad-minded.
Nevertheless, I think he might be wise to keep their relationship on a platonic basis for a while.
Platonic? Yes, he hasn't tried that.
Yes, at least until he's sure. Of course, I'm speaking only as a woman, but you asked my opinion, and there it is.
Miss Goodwin, I'll do that. I'll tell my friend they ought to be more platonic. That might solve a lot of things.
Yes. And now, if you'll excuse me, I have a rather early day tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. I've kept you too late. I don't know how to thank you. And my friend doesn't know how to thank you either.
Not at all, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Miss Goodwin, before I go...
Yes?
I'll tell you a secret if you won't tell anybody.
A secret?
Yes. I haven't any friend. The friend is me.
Why, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, good night. I'm well, thank you, Leroy. And you?
Get him.
Your usual self, I see. Marjorie, have you got a kiss for your old uncle this fine and glorious morning?
Of course I have.
Look at your cheek. Ha, ha, ha.
Oh, here, let me wipe it off.
Marjorie, I've spoken to you about that.
Oh, but Uncle Darling, all the kids use lipstick.
I know, I don't expect to be obeyed, but I do think you might ration yourself a little.
That's nothing. You ought to see Wally Hoff after they've been to the movies together. He looks like he's got scarlet fever.
Leroy, that's not true.
Oh, yeah, look at her blush.
You made that up.
Now, Leroy.
You just made that up to be funny.
Now, children, let's not start the day with any arguments. It's a fine morning, and besides, I have some good news for you.
Anyway, I wouldn't kiss Wally Hoff if he were the last man on earth.
Oh, yeah? Then what are you always hanging around with him for?
If you two would listen a moment.
Because I happen to like the way he plays piano. Is there anything wrong with that?
A likely story.
Can't a man and woman just be friends, for goodness sake?
Of course they can. Leroy, eat your prunes.
I ate them.
Then eat something else. And stop teasing your sister. She says her friendship with Wally is platonic. I, for one, am prepared to take her word for it.
Thank you, Uncle Mort.
Platonic? What's that?
Platonic? Well, it comes from the Greek word, Well, there was this old Greek named Plato. A historian, wasn't he, Marjorie?
Philosopher.
Well, a philosopher, too. Anyway, he was a great authority on Greek. So that's where we get the word platonic.
Oh, yeah. But what does it mean?
Well, it means when a man and a woman are friends. That is, it means, what would you say it means, Marjorie?
Well, it means...
It means no monkey business. Now eat your breakfast.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good morning, Bertie. You can take this dish if you want. I'm through.
Yes, sir. Here's a bill, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Bill? What's this?
The cleaner. He finally brought your pants back.
What pants?
The ones you spilled the tomato surprise on the lap of.
Oh, well, it's about time. By the way, Bertie, no more paper plates.
No, sir.
Picnic or no picnic, you understand?
I ain't bought a one, Mr. Gildersleeve, not since the tomato surprise.
Good.
Not me, not anymore, not after you told me. No, sir.
Good.
Picnic or no picnic, I ain't buying no paper plates, and that's fine.
Bertie, another thing, tell the cleaner to submit his bills monthly hereafter.
Monthly?
Yes, tell him I expect to be a very busy man from now on. I don't want to be pestered with a lot of odds and ends of bills. Just send me one a month. Yeah. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. But, Mr. Gildersleeve...
Yes, Bertie?
The man's waiting out there for his money.
Let him wait. I waited 3 weeks for my pants.
Why do you expect to be so busy, Uncle Mort?
Well, it might just possibly interest you children to know that your uncle was elected to the school board last night.
You were? Leroy, did you hear that? Uncle Mort's been elected to the school board. Isn't that wonderful?
How much does it pay?
Leroy, it doesn't pay anything. The position is purely honorary.
You mean you don't do anything?
Of course we do things. We do a great deal.
What?
Well, we meet from time to time.
How often?
As often as necessary.
What do you do?
Well, how do I know? We pass on things. We make suggestions. As a matter of fact, I believe we even hire the teachers.
Can you fire them, too?
Leroy, I know what you're thinking, and it won't work.
I'm not thinking anything, Unc.
There'll be no special favors for you. You'll work just as hard as anybody, young man, and even harder. Have you done your homework for today?
Yes.
Have you practiced your music?
Bertie was dusting the piano.
Well, go practice.
Okay.
From now on, we're going to have things done on the dot around here. I'm not going to have time for any more nonsense. If I have to listen to much more of that.
I'll go, Unc. It's the postman.
Let Bertie go. You stick to your lessons. See if you can improve a little.
I'm doing all right.
You're just barely holding your own.
I'm coming. Anything for me, Bertie?
No, just a letter for your uncle.
Just put it on the table, Bertie.
My goodness, the postmark's from Savannah, Georgia.
Uh-oh.
Well, who do I know in Savannah, Georgia?
I wonder.
Mr. Gildersleeve, didn't Miss Ransom come from Savannah, Georgia?
That I couldn't say, Bertie. Just leave it there, will you?
Yes, sir.
If it's from her, I won't read it.
You'd like me to open it and find out?
No. Because it's from her, I'm just not interested, that's all. I made up my mind that from now on, everything between us is going to be strictly platonic. Strictly.
I think you're right. Maybe the best thing to do is burn it.
Now, hold on, my dear. It might not be from her, either. Come to think of it, I believe there was a classmate of mine in college who used to come from Savannah. Yes. Smith, his name was, or something like that. Yes, Smith. George Smith. Butch, we used to call him. Yeah. Might be from Butch. Give it here, my dear. Just as I thought, Butch. Let's see what he says.
My darling Throckmorton, just a line to say that I'm coming back to Summerfield. I may even get there before this does.
What does he say?
Says he may be coming to town one of these days.
Oh, really?
Let's see. He goes on here.
I don't suppose you can ever really forgive poor Leila for what she has done to you. I don't ask that. All I ask is that if we should chance to meet anywhere, you'll give me your hand and believe that I am, as ever, your friend, Leila.
Good old Butch. By George, I'll be glad to see him again.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. Here's a $64 question that many families have been asking lately. What's parquet margarine made of to make it taste so good? Well, that's a natural question, because Parquet is winning new friends everywhere as a flavorful, nutritious spread for America's bread. So here's the answer to those questions. Parquet margarine is made by Kraft, is made to the same high standards of quality as are all Kraft products. Parquet is made from top-quality ingredients, including highly refined vegetable oil and other products of American farms. Is made in modern plants as spick and span as a model kitchen. Parquet is delicious and appetizing. It's one of the best energy foods you can serve, an important aid to good family nutrition. And Parquet contains important vitamin A. Yes, there's 9,000 units of vitamin A in every single pound. Parquet is a quality margarine that bears the seal of acceptance of the Council on Foods and Nutrition of the American Medical Association. So serve your family this delicious quality spread for bread at every meal. Ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. He hasn't been able to get his mind on his work today for some reason, possibly because of a sleepless night spent tossing from pillow to pillow and post to post. Determined not to lie awake again tonight, he drops in at Peavy's drugstore in mid-afternoon.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Why don't you put a stopper on that door, Peavy, so it won't bang?
You must be a little on edge. You never noticed it before.
How long's it been that way?
Every summer for 23 years. Yes, sir. 1920 was the year I bought that screen door.
Never mind, Peavy.
Before that, I just had flypaper.
Let it go. Have you got a good, reliable sleeping powder?
Insomnia?
No, I want it for a hangnail.
Well, now, I had one customer who used to take sleeping powders because he liked the taste, but he overdid it.
Did it kill him?
No, but he became quite a somnambulist. So let's not rush into this.
Peavy, I'll bet you never rushed in anything in your whole life.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that. I've done some pretty hasty things in my time.
Oh, you have?
Yes. To mention only one, there's Mrs. Peavy. The minute I laid eyes on her, at that time she was Miss Horsefall, the minute I laid eyes on her, I said to myself, there's the girl I'm going to marry.
You did?
Mm-hmm. Of course, I didn't ask her till 5 years later.
Peavy.
About the sleeping powders, Mr. Gildersleeve, maybe a simple home remedy would be just as effective. Have you tried hot milk?
I want something stronger. I can't stand another night like last night.
Have you had a number of them, or was this the first?
This was the first, but I wanted to be the last.
The reason I ask is a lot of insomnia is in the mind, Mr. Gildersleeve. Anything been worrying you?
No.
You're not nervous about anything?
No.
You haven't had any bad news lately?
No. Peavy, I came here for a sedative. If I want to be psychoanalyzed, I'll go to a chiropractor.
Well, no offense. You see, sometimes...
Wait a minute, Peavy. Quiet. Didn't I hear a train?
Oh, the 419, I guess. Yeah, right on time.
419? Oh, I've got to go.
Expecting someone on it?
No, that is not exactly. I just like trains.
What do you do? Go down to the station and wave at them?
I'm not going to the station, Peavy. I'm going home.
Well, you won't find the train there.
So I know.
You, Marge?
No, it's me.
Oh.
Leroy, is there no other room in this house where you can practice?
Well, if you'd like to move the piano upstairs.
All right.
Well, you want me to practice, don't you?
I suppose so.
What are you looking at, Unc? Something going on next door?
No, nothing at all.
Then what are you staring out the window for? You watching for somebody?
You just watch your little music.
Walking up and down?
That piece would make anybody nervous. Why don't you learn to play something good? Something by Bach or Beethoven. Who wrote that anyway?
Bach.
Must have been one of his bad days, Ed.
What do you want, Unc? Something more like this?
Leroy. That'll conclude your piano lesson for today, young man. Now, leave me alone, will you? I'm going to try to get a little nap here on the couch before dinner.
Okay, Unc. Sweet dreams. Hey,
What?
there's a taxi pulling up. No, it's stopping next door. Hey, you better come and look, Unc.
What goes on next door does not concern me in the least, Leroy. Besides, I've told you time and again it's distinctly bad manners to pry into other people's business. What do you see?
Somebody's getting out. Hey, it's the old ghost.
You mean it's Judge Hooker. Is there anybody with him?
Wait a minute. Yeah.
Leroy, I asked you a question.
It's her, Unc. It's Mrs. Ransom.
Oh, that's all. Mrs. Ransom, huh? How does she look?
They're going up the walk now. She's holding on to the judge's arm.
Leroy, how does she look?
I don't know. Why don't you come here and take a look for yourself?
What do you think I am, a peeping Tom? Anyway, it's nothing to me.
You better hurry. They're going inside.
Where?
Oh, you missed her.
Why didn't you get out of the way?
Well, gosh, you don't have to knock me down.
All right, if you can't keep your eyes open, make room for somebody who can. I can't stand this. What the devil is Hooker doing over there so long?
Did you say something, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Just talking to myself, Bertie. I'm going out for a minute.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, supper's almost ready.
Don't worry, I'll be back for supper.
It'll be ready in 5 minutes.
I'll be back in less than that.
Uh-huh.
I will, too. I've just come to a quick understanding with Leila. Get the things settled once and for all. And maybe I can get a night's sleep. Get everything straight right at the start.
Well, hello, Gildy.
What's the idea of hanging around here, Hooker? Don't you know when to go home?
I think I do. I've seen no evidence that Mrs. Ransom is bored with my company.
Where is she?
She's gone upstairs to get some papers for me. Well, you might as well come in.
Don't worry, I'm coming in, all right. What have you been up to all this time, anyway?
Well, we had a lot of things to talk about.
What, for instance?
What do you care?
I don't. All I want is an understanding with Leila. From now on, she and I are going to be on a strictly platonic basis. I want to make that plain to her.
Oh.
How is she, Horace?
As beautiful as ever.
Oh. What's she going to do? What are her plans?
She's going to stay here. Live here.
Hooker, did she say anything about me?
Not that I remember.
She must have said something.
No? Oh, yes. She asked if you'd been lonesome during the summer.
What did you say? Did you say anything about Miss... What's her name?
Miss Goodwin? Well, what would you care if you and Leila are going to be so platonic?
Oh. Wouldn't want to make her feel bad, you old goat. If you...
Oh. Here she comes.
Oh. Throckmorton, it's so nice to see you again.
Nice to see you. Leila?
Can't we all sit down?
Yeah, why not?
I thought you were going, Judge, as soon as you got the papers.
No hurry, no hurry. There. Like old home week, huh, Leila?
Yes, Horace. Here are the papers.
Thank you.
You're looking well, Leila.
Oh, not really. But you're looking well, Throckmorton.
Feel pretty well. Rocking chair still squeaks, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Guess I better be running along.
Must you, Horace?
Well...
Yes, I'm afraid he must. Goodbye, Judge.
Goodbye. I'll call you tomorrow, Leila.
Oh, thank you. You've been a good friend to me in my time of trouble, Horace.
You can count on me. Bye, Gildy.
Goodbye.
Good night, Horace.
Good night, gracious lady. I kiss your hand, madame.
Go home, Hooker.
Well?
Well, here we are.
Everything's so changed, isn't it?
You look different, Leila.
Do I?
Well, I guess it's the black dress.
I'm in mourning, Throckmorton.
It's true, then. Beauregard is...
Yes.
Positively?
I buried him, Throckmorton. He was a fine man.
I'm sure he was. Leila, I wanted to say something about our...
Oh, Throckmorton, you have no idea how Beauregard had changed. He was a different man. I declare he was.
Well, how do you mean?
He came back because he needed me. He never needed me before.
Oh.
And all these last few months before he...
Yes.
He was so sweet and sympathetic and thoughtful. He was wonderful.
Yes. Well, about us, Leila, I just wanted to say...
I always told you Beauregard was a gentleman, Throckmorton.
Yes, Leila, you always did. Where did you live all summer?
On my family's place down south. It's just a plantation.
Was Beauregard practicing law down there?
Oh, mercy, no. He wasn't doing anything. Nothing but just be sweet to me.
Did he have any money?
Oh, no. Beauregard never had a penny, the poor lion. But he was such a handsome man. Didn't you think he was handsome, Throckmorton?
I thought he looked like a gigolo.
Well...
And I was right, living off your family.
Throckmorton, I will not have you talk that way about Beauregard.
But, Leila...
No one ever understood poor Beauregard but me. No one.
Now, Leila, I didn't mean...
I knew the real Beauregard. No one else did.
He must have been a fine man, or you wouldn't have married him, Leila.
Oh, he was. He truly was.
There, Leila. Here, take my handkerchief.
Oh, thank you, darling. You're the only man in the world as thoughtful as Beauregard was.
Oh, I'm not thoughtful.
Oh, yes, you are. You're sweet.
Leila, I want to get things settled between us.
Oh, please, Throckmorton, if you knew what I've been through. Such a tragedy for poor Beauregard, a man who was so fond of animals.
What are you talking about, Leila?
Well, if he ever saw anyone mistreating a dog or a horse or a cat, he was furious. That's what made it so sad.
What, Leila?
Beauregard's passing.
How did he go, Leila?
He was kicked in the head by a mule.
Well, we never know where it's going to come from, do we?
No. Just 5 weeks ago today.
Oh, you poor girl. There. Have a good cry on Throckmorton's shoulder.
Oh, you're so sweet.
So are you.
What was it you've been trying to tell me, Throckmorton?
Tell you? Well, what I was going to say, Leila, was that, I think maybe you and I should have a more platonic relationship.
What, Throckmorton?
A platonic relationship.
Oh, Throckmorton, 5 weeks is too soon for us to be thinking about things like that.
But, Leila...
Good night, Throckmorton.
K-15, calling B9. Listen, you better bring back that thing you borrowed. No, you get it back here tonight. Listen, don't you get tough with me. My uncle's on the school board now, and he can get you suspended.
Leroy!
Oh, hi, Unc. Wait a minute, Pig.
Young man, I'll not have you using my position to bully your friends.
Oh, I'm not bullying him, Unc. I'm trying to get him to bring back something.
What?
Something he borrowed.
What did he borrow, Leroy?
Your electric drill.
My electric drill? You tell him to get it back here in 5 minutes, or I'll have him expelled. Good night, everybody.
Music heard on this program was under the direction of Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, inviting you to listen in again next Sunday for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
This year, thousands of women all over the country are discovering what a special help with wartime meals is the product called Kraft Dinner. A box of Kraft Dinner gives them a delicious macaroni and cheese for 4 people at only a few cents a serving. They get 2 boxes of Kraft Dinner for only 1 single ration point. And with Kraft Dinner, they cook that delicious main dish in just 7 minutes. In every Kraft Dinner box, there's a special macaroni that cooks fluffy tender in boiling water and an envelope of Kraft Grated. With this handy Kraft Grated, you whisk cheese goodness through and through the fluffy macaroni in a jiffy. A very smart trick is to shape the hot Kraft Dinner in a ring mold for a minute or two, unmold on a platter, and serve with creamed vegetables or fish or a little meat. But just as is, Kraft Dinner gives you a mighty fine main dish. Try this 7-minute macaroni and cheese soon. At your food store, be on the alert for point-saving Kraft Dinner. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. These next few days, many of you will be making plans for weekend Halloween parties. And if you're planning to serve sandwiches or perhaps waffles, muffins, or piping hot biscuits, here's a way to really please your guests. Serve your baking treats with delicious Parquet margarine. Spread your sandwiches with this quality margarine made by Kraft. Parquet has a pleasing aroma and a delicate flavor that is sure to delight your most critical guest. In fact, Parquet is winning new friends everywhere for the delicious flavor it adds to other fine foods. Parquet not only tastes good, it's nutritiously good for you, contains vitamin A, and each pound of Parquet provides 9,000 units of important vitamin A for good nutrition. Besides, Parquet is an excellent energy food. This grand-tasting, nutritious spread for America's bread requires only 4 ration points a pound. So delight your guests at Halloween. Please your family every day with delicious, nourishing Parquet. That's P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now, on to Summerfield and the Great Gildersleeve. It's been a long day. Things were busy at the water department, but it's over now, and the commissioner homeward plods his weary way. As he comes up the front walk, dusk is falling and the windows are aglow. Stepping over an upturned rake and kicking aside Leroy's roller skates, he enters the house and pauses to survey a pretty picture of contentment. Bertie is in the dining room setting the table. Leroy is sprawled in front of the fire gnawing an apple. On the couch lies Marjorie in a gentle swoon listening to the radio.
Happy little family.
Oh, what am I to do?
Leroy, you just spoiled
Can
it.
I be with you? Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Leroy.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Leroy.
Oh, hi, Unc. When did you get home?
Turn off the radio, Marjorie. Leroy, haven't you anything better to do than tease your sister?
No, I mean sure.
Then do it. Bertie, how long before dinner?
Most any time now, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm just waiting on the potatoes.
What are we having, Bertie?
Oh, something you like.
That's a little indefinite. I like a lot of things.
Don't worry, you're going to have a lot of things.
Well, it wouldn't be something with Well, let it go. Leroy, I've told you not to play with fire. Why aren't you doing your homework?
Well, gosh, Unc, it doesn't make any sense.
What doesn't?
The homework she gave us. I don't get it.
That's because you haven't tried. What's the assignment?
It's a composition. How my uncle earns his living. Isn't that silly?
Not at all, young man. I think that's a very good subject. I think every boy should know what it means to have to earn a living. Every girl, too, Marjorie.
What?
I say I think children ought to know the meaning of hard work. It might teach them a little respect for money.
Well, Uncle Mort, the only reason I went over my allowance...
Yes, I know. The same thing every week. Let me ask you something. Have you any idea what I have to do to earn our daily bread?
Well, I know you're water commissioner.
Yes, but have you any conception of what that means?
Means you get free water.
You get free nothing. Nothing in this world is free, young men. And the sooner you find out about it, the better. I'll tell you what I'll do. Tomorrow's Saturday. I'll give you both a treat. I'm going to take you down to the office with me and show you what goes on there. Then you can come home, Leroy, and write about it.
Oh, boy.
Huh? Yes, sir. I'll show you the whole thing from start to finish. I'll show you how a well-run waterworks should be conducted. I'll show you how we maintain service 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Sunday, Monday, and always. Hop out, Leroy. Well, it was nice of you to drive us down, Judge.
Glad to do it. I was coming anyway. Marjorie, allow me.
Thank you, Judge.
Now, this, of course, is the City Hall, children. I suppose you've been here before.
Only about 1,000,000 times.
Perhaps you'd like to show me around. Open the door for your sister.
What is she, helpless?
After you, Judge.
Oh, after you, Throckmorton.
No, you go ahead.
You first.
Well,
make up your mind.
We'll make up yours.
Let's all go out and come in again.
Now, on this floor, we have various departments. There's the office of the school board.
I'd like to lay a bomb there.
Never mind. Department of Health, Department of Sanitation, and down at the end of the hall is where Judge Hooker has his chambers.
What goes on there?
Things you wouldn't believe.
Nothing to what goes on in the water department.
The water department, Judge, is a smoothly functioning, highly efficient organization, as I'm about to demonstrate to these children.
Mind if I join the tour?
Why?
Well, you make it sound so fascinating.
I don't know what your game is, Judge Hooker. Go ahead, Leroy.
Not very big, is it?
The size of a man's office, young man, does not indicate the importance of his position. Besides, this is only the outer office.
Your uncle's office is even smaller.
Yeah, thank you. Now, keep your eyes open, Leroy. You have to write about this, you know. First, the various members of the organization. My secretary sits there.
Where is she?
She must have stepped out. Then there's the meter reader. That's his desk.
Where's he?
Reading meters. And out at the pump house, there's Charlie Anderson, the engineer. Over here, children, we have the files. This is the water cooler, pencil sharpener, hat rack, wash basin, and so on.
Fascinating.
Oh, here she is. Children, I want you to meet my private secretary, her name's Bessie.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, am I ever glad to see you. This man has been calling up every 5 minutes. The worst nuisance.
What does he want?
I don't know. He wants to speak to you. I finally just told him, I said, Mr. Gildersleeve is a very busy man.
Quite right.
I said, if you have anything to say to Mr. Gildersleeve, you'll just have to write him a letter.
That was very good, Bessie.
Oh, but he was so mad, the things he said.
Probably some crank.
No, I think he was an Indian.
An Indian?
Yes. He called himself Chief Rosecrans.
Rosecrans? Rosecrans is the fire chief.
No wonder he was burned up.
Oh, my goodness. Get him on the phone. No, don't. What did he want?
I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve. He just kept hollering at me about the water pressure.
What about the water pressure?
He said there wasn't any.
Oh, that Bessie. I'm going to have to let her. Marjorie, turn on the faucet there in the wash basin. Who says there's no water?
Well, it's no rushing torrent.
Well, what do you want? Something will splash all over you every time you turn it on?
Gildy, old man, do you remember how you got into this office?
What do you mean?
Remember when Clanahan was commissioner here?
Yes, and I'll match my record with his any day.
Do you remember how you started a petition against him because the pressure was always low?
That was different. There happens to be a war on now. Get out of here, you old rooster. Bessie, get me Charlie Anderson out at the pump house.
Yes, sir.
I don't know why I ever took this job. Always somebody finding fault.
Something wrong, Unc?
Oh, no. Everything is peachy, Leroy.
Mr. Gildersleeve calling. Just a minute, please.
Here, give it to me. Hello, Charlie. This is Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh!
Gildersleeve? What's happened to the pressure?
Can't hear you.
I say this is Gildersleeve. What's happened to the pressure?
Oh, Dad busted. Speak up.
Well, stop hollering and listen.
I can't hear you. Where did they turn off the pump?
Oh, wait a minute. Don't do that, Charlie. Whatever you do, don't turn off the pump. Now, you stay where you are. I'll be right out there. Oh, I've got to go. I got to get out to the reservoir.
But how will you get there? We didn't bring the car.
I'll use the judges. You got the key, Judge?
Well, wait a minute.
Thank you. Come on, Leroy.
Hey, what about my A tickets?
What about them? Anderson.
I don't hear him.
Come on, he must be in the pump house, Leroy.
Boy, what a racket.
Hey, Uncle Charlie.
Well, what do you want?
Come up here, will you?
What for? Can't you see I'm busy?
I want to talk to you for a minute.
Oh, all right, Dad. Busted. Talk. That's all anybody does around here. See, that's all anybody does. Some darn fool called me up a little while ago. Wanted to know what is the matter with the pressure. Darn fool.
The darn fool was me.
Oh, well, it still goes.
And I still want to know what's wrong. Come on outside, Charlie, where we can talk. Now, what's the trouble with the pressure?
Well, what do you think it is? You got eyes, ain't you? You got ears. That dad-busted snifter valve. Can't run the pump only half speed.
Why not?
Because all that's holding it together is a piece of baling wire. That's why not.
Well, can't you...
No.
Well, maybe you...
No, can't do a dad-busted thing.
No, look here, Charlie. You may be running the pump, but I'm running the waterworks.
Mr. Gildersleeve, if you don't like the way I run the pump, you can get yourself another boy.
Now, be reasonable, Charlie. If you needed a new part for the pump, you should have called it to my attention long ago, before it became an emergency.
Why, dad-busted, I sent you a requisition for that snifter valve 3 months ago.
I never saw it.
Holy Toledo.
No requisition for any snifter valve ever reached me.
Sure it did, Unc.
What do you know about it?
Well, don't you remember that time you tried to stand on your head at the picnic?
Him stand on his head?
Yeah, Mrs. Ransom dared him to.
Leroy.
Well, you did, and everything fell out of your pocket. And then there was this paper. I remember because I asked you what a snifter valve was.
I don't see how that could possibly be, Leroy, because, well, I never carry important papers around with me, or if I did, it must have been something, and, well, there's a war on, you know.
What a character.
That's your boy, Mr. Gildersleeve.
He's my nephew.
A darn sight smarter than you are.
Yeah. Chip off the old block, yeah. Charlie, you got to help me out here. We got to get that water pressure up some way. It's going to look bad.
Mr. Gildersleeve, if I was to put a full head of steam onto that snifter valve, she'd blow from here to Christmas.
How do you know? You haven't tried it, have you?
Of course I ain't tried it. What do you think?
Well, couldn't you sort of humor it a little bit? You know, speed it up little by little, see how much it'll take?
Mr. Gildersleeve, before I put another pound of steam onto that donkey engine, I'll quit. Yes, sir. You can get yourself another boy.
Yeah, all right, boy. Now keep your shirt on. Just show me how, and I'll do it myself.
Show you how?
Well, it's got to be done, Charlie. We got to get the pressure up some way, and right away.
Oh, all right. I'll try it. But remember, if she blows, she blows.
If she blows, she blows.
I must be getting soft in the head. Come on.
Be careful now, Charlie.
It's a fine time to tell me that. Keep an eye on that pressure gauge while I open her up.
Yeah, let her go. Yeah, that's the stuff.
What's the gauge say?
245. He's coming up. 250. 260. 270. Great work, Charlie. Keep it up. 280. 290.
Bingo!
Now look what you did.
Look what I did. I quit. You can get yourself another. Why, Dad, believe it, I did it on your orders.
Well, if you haven't got sense enough not to take orders from somebody who doesn't know the first thing about pumps, you ought to quit.
Oh, what a character.
And watch out or I'll get myself another boy.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Who doesn't remember those good old Halloween parties when the whole family bobbed for apples and gobbled up huge fistfuls of crispy, crunchy popcorn? Now, if everyone in your family likes popcorn as much as I do, try this at your Halloween get-together. Pop up an extra big bowl full, heaps and heaps of it. And to make it taste extra good, drench that popcorn with melted parquet margarine. There's a way to really enjoy popcorn with delicious parquet. Of course, most everyone likes delicious, satisfying parquet margarine spread on bread, rolls, pancakes, and waffles. That's how it's enjoyed most often, as a delicious spread. Parquet is wonderfully nourishing, too, one of the best energy food you can serve. And remember, each pound of parquet contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. Parquet bears the seal of acceptance of the Council on Foods and Nutrition of the American Medical Association. So tomorrow, get Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, the quality margarine made by Kraft. Now let's hurry back to the great Gildersleeve. A king without a kingdom, a horseman without a horse, an organ grinder without a monkey. All these are well-fixed fellows alongside of a water commissioner without any H2O. But this is the plight in which our hero finds himself now as he sits in his office listening while his emergency staff handles the complaints of Summerfield's bone-dry citizens.
Water department. Service will be resumed as soon as possible.
Water department?
It's due to circumstances beyond our control.
Service will be resumed as soon as possible. Water department? Circumstances beyond our control.
The commissioner is in conference.
Service will be resumed at our earliest convenience.
Bertie, that's not what I told you to say.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. No, sir, Mr. Gildersleeve ain't here. I'm sorry, sir, I can't answer that. No, sir, I ain't his secretary, I'm his cook.
Bertie, give me that telephone.
Yes, sir. I told you this was a little out of my line, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah. Never mind, Bertie. Hello, Gildersleeve talking. Oh, hello, Your Honor.
Jeepers, the mayor.
Well, yeah. Huh? Oh, gee. Yes, Your Honor. I'll be over right away. Oh, I gotta go see the mayor.
Uh-oh.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Water department.
Say, do I have to stay here all afternoon?
Leroy, don't you want to help me? What else have you got to do?
I've got to write my composition on how you make your living.
Well, don't write it today. By tomorrow, I may be in another line of work.
Sit down, Gildersleeve.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, Gildersleeve, you certainly turned out to be a fine water commissioner.
Your Honor, this was due to circumstances beyond my control.
I'll do the talking. I just want to give you a little advice.
Thank you.
If this town stays dry about 2 hours longer, you'll probably be ridden out of it on a rail.
But, Your Honor, it wasn't my fault.
No?
No, sir. It was due to circumstances beyond my control. In the first place, my chief engineer is incompetent.
That's nothing to me or to the public. If your engineer's no good, get another one.
I've looked all over town. There aren't any.
Then you'll have to get along with the one you got.
I can't do that, Your Honor.
Why not?
Well, in the first place, he used unbecoming language to me.
I don't blame him.
And in the second place, he quit.
Gildersleeve, you're dumber than I thought.
I am not.
Yes, you are. Now, I don't care how you do it, but get that water running this afternoon.
Yes, Your Honor. Why did I ever get into politics? I could have had a nice, quiet life selling insurance or ladies' stockings. Hello, Charlie. I came... Who are you? Charlie! Charlie! Please, Charlie, I want to talk to you. I've got to talk to you.
What for, Dad Bucket?
Well, I want to apologize.
What?
I want to apologize. I want to... Apologize?
Well, that's different. Let's hear it.
Well, I'm sorry I said those things to you, Charlie. Will you come and fix the pump?
No. Might have known there was a catch to it.
Yeah. Will you come back, Charlie, please?
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm darned if I will.
Charlie, this is an emergency. Summerfield is depending on me.
Yeah.
Completely.
Well, all I got to say is anybody depends on you is a darn jackass.
Yes. Now, Charlie, let's try to discuss this in a dignified manner.
There ain't anything to discuss, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Now, look here, Charlie. I can probably take legal action in a case like this.
Go ahead and take it.
Judge Hooker is a pretty good friend of mine, you know.
All right, let him fix the pump.
Yes, that was not my idea. I'll get him to...
Darn telephone. Trouble with phones is some darn jackass is always calling out.
You don't have to tell me.
Hello, yes. Yes, Mrs. Anderson. Oh, well, I can't do anything about it. The pump's busted. Huh? Now, wait a minute. I got to have it for dinner tomorrow. Oh, well, all right, doggone it. Goodbye. Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I guess I got to try to fix that darn pump after all.
Great, Charlie, great. I knew your civic pride wouldn't let Summerfield down.
Civic pride my elbow. My wash lady's got to have water tonight, or I don't get a shirt for the Elks' dinner.
Now, if you'll just stand right about here, Commissioner.
Here?
Yes, that's fine. Now, if you could just say a few words into the microphone, please. Just testing, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Fine. You'll be all right, Commissioner. Now, we'll just stand by.
Stand by? What does that mean?
Quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring you at this time Summerfield's Water Commissioner, who has an important message for us regarding the crisis in the water supply. Mr. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, due to circumstances beyond our control, the water's been off for several hours. This was caused by difficulties over priorities due to the war. That is, we were unable to secure a certain type of valve which our water pump required.
Yes, Al, that clears up the situation nicely, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Now, would it be possible for you to make an estimate at this time regarding when service may be resumed?
Oh, yes. I'm happy to say that a corps of skilled engineers is now working on the pump under my personal supervision, and we confidently expect service will be resumed in the near future.
In the near future. Fine. Well, I'm sure that's very good news for our listeners, Commissioner. And I want to thank you for coming up here to WSUM for this timely interview, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Oh, thank you. Yes. I would like to say again that this breakdown was due to circumstances...
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We continue now with our out-of-state football scores, ladies and gentlemen. Crowley Teachers, 85. Christian Aggies, nothing.
Football scores, that's radio for you.
Busted, Commissioner. Can't you hold it any tighter than that?
Well, I'm sorry, Charlie. Thing's pretty slippery, you know.
Let me hold it for a while, Unc.
No, Leroy. This requires great physical strength.
Ha ha.
Leroy.
I didn't say anything. Uncle Charlie, what's this thing here?
Don't bother him, Leroy. Say, Charlie, I hate to bring this up again, but have you any idea how soon?
No, Dad, Busted, I haven't.
Well, you're the superintendent here, and in my radio speech, I promised...
I don't give a triple hoot what you promised. I'm doing the best I can. But if I ain't fast enough for you, Dad Busted, go get yourself another superintendent.
I was only joking.
What's this thing down here, Uncle Charlie?
I told you not to bother him, Leroy.
I'm not bothering him. I just asked a simple question.
You asked too many simple questions.
Okay, if you don't want me to write my composition, it's okay with me.
I just don't want you to bother Charlie. Now, what is it you want to know?
Well, what's this thing here?
That? Funny, isn't it? That's part of the pumping machinery.
Oh. What's it for?
I don't know exactly. It has something to do with the pressure, I think. What is that for, Charlie?
It's a shaft, Governor. Keeps the pump running smooth and steady.
Oh, yeah, that's about what I thought. What are you laughing at?
Oh, nothing. I just happened to think of a joke I heard one time in the vaudeville show.
What was the joke, Uncle Charlie?
Leave him alone, Leroy.
He ain't bothering me. I'll tell you what, Commissioner. If you could give me a hand at this thing now, we might see if she'll go on.
You mean we're almost finished?
No, but we can see if she fits anyway.
Oh, fine. Now, what is it you want me to do?
Can you get down there under them stuffing boxes?
Certainly I can. Where are they?
Down there. Kind of dirty. Better put on them overalls hanging on a hook.
Oh, yes.
Here they are, Unc.
Thanks. A little greasy.
They ain't greasy inside.
Oh.
Now, you get under there, and I'll hand this thing right down to you.
Yeah, all right, Charlie. Oh, dark down here, isn't it?
Well, you get used to it. Now, lay down under that there stuffing box.
I have to lie down?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll try.
Oh! What's the matter, Unc?
My head hit that darn whatchamacallit.
That's the shaft, Governor.
I don't care what it is.
Well, can you make it under there?
Well, partly.
Okay. Now grab a hold of the end of this. You got her?
Yeah.
All right. Now feel around underneath right where your shoulder is, and you find a little hole.
Yeah.
Hook the pin bolt into that hole. What's the matter now?
My head's in a puddle of oil.
Well, it washes off easy. Can you get that pin bolt in?
Yeah, I'm trying. There.
All right. Now hold her in tight while I fasten the valve at this end. Then she'll be solid.
All right, but hurry up.
And keep your shirt on, Dad. Busted. Hand me that wrench there, will you, son?
Here. What was that joke you remembered, Uncle Charlie?
Well...
Don't be telling jokes while I'm down here like a rat in a trap.
All right. There now. That feels pretty solid.
That's more than I do. Can I come out now?
Yeah, sure, I guess so.
All right, Charlie. What do we do now?
Well, I'll be dad blamed if I know. This is the first time I ever made a snifter valve out of a coffee grinder.
Oh? Well, do something.
Yeah, we could try starting her if you want to take a chance.
Go ahead.
All right, here goes. But you've been wrong before.
Never mind that. Stand back, Leroy.
Don't worry.
Well, Dad busted. I'm a better engineer than I thought.
Charlie, you're the greatest engineer in the world. Well, Judge, I got out of a nasty hole yesterday, didn't I?
Yeah, you did, Gildy. You asked me, you were pretty lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean? I was pretty smart. It was my idea to give that interview on the radio. Gave the public the right impression of the whole thing.
All right. You were smart.
Why, of course he was. Uncle Mort's always smart.
Well, we needn't go into that.
You can't get my goat today, Horace. But you're right, Marjorie. Yeah, they got to get up pretty early in the morning to catch your Uncle Throckmorton.
Yes, sir.
I could have wrecked my career as easily as not.
Hi, Judge. Hi, Unc. Hello, beautiful. Stop that.
Leroy, I've asked you not to slam the front door.
Oh, sorry, Unc. I forgot. What do you think?
What?
My composition was voted the best in the class, and they're going to print it in the Summerfield Indicator tomorrow.
Well.
Congratulations.
Is this on the level, Leroy? Sure. You want to hear what I wrote?
I'd love to hear it.
Okay.
Chip off the old block.
My uncle's occupation. My uncle is the water commissioner, and he has a very difficult position which he carries out with great efficiency, supplying water to the people of Summerfield.
That's fine, Leroy. Not so bad, eh, Horace?
Splendid.
He has to see that everyone gets water in their house or their place of business, which is very complicated.
Very complicated. Oh, that boy writes with real style, by George.
In addition, my uncle supervises all of the machinery that filters the water and pumps it into the pipes, and he has to see that the pipes are in good condition. People don't realize what a difficult occupation my uncle has.
Yes, sir, the boy is right.
The reason the water was off yesterday was just because he left a requisition in his other pants.
Leroy!
The end.
The end is right.
For Christmas?
Young man, you've got an awful nerve to talk about Christmas after what you've done today. Now go away and let me read my newspaper.
Well, gee, I wish I knew how I could make some money.
Mow the lawn.
It doesn't grow anymore.
Rake the leaves.
Gee, that's a lot of work.
I told you, Leroy, you don't get anything for nothing in this world. Here, wait a minute. Here's something.
For nothing?
Well, practically. Now, here's a way to make some money. Collect old newspapers, and the junk dealer downtown will give you $15 for a ton of them. $15? Hey, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, but a ton is a lot of paper.
Nonsense. You and your friends could collect it in a couple of afternoons. I'll bet there's 100 pounds of old newspapers in our basement right now.
Boy, maybe Piggy and I could make some real money.
Sure. Collect newspapers, magazines, wrapping paper, paper bags, all kinds of paper.
But we need a wagon.
Get an old baby carriage, Leroy. Tie the papers up in neat bundles, and the junk man will come and get it.
Boy, we'll be rich.
Well, not rich. But the money isn't the main thing anyway. It's the Army and Navy that need the paper.
What for?
For all kinds of things. Let's see. It says here, waste paper is used to make containers and cartons for food, supplies, and equipment needed at the front. 100 pounds of waste paper will make containers for 50 75-millimeter shells.
Gee.
Waste paper is used to make bomb fins, parachute flares, camouflage paper, cartons for field rations, fuses, helmets. It's even used to pack blood plasma. So you see, every time you collect a load of paper, my boy, you're not only making money, but you're backing up the Army, Navy, and the Marines all over the world. I'm talking to you, too, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
Music heard on this program was directed by Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, inviting you to listen in again next Sunday for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Kraft presents the great Gildersleeve. Cheese Company will also bring you the Kraft Music Hall every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Nowadays, society gives you a green light when you tip your plate of soup, or mop up gravy with a dab of bread, or leave your plate clean as a whistle. We wartime Americans have gladly discarded many wasteful rules of etiquette to make food fight for freedom. The all-important rule these days is waste no food. Eat every scrap. Of course, one way to be sure that all the food you serve gets eaten is to present it in tempting, appetizing ways. And I do know this. You'll enjoy bread, rolls, and muffins down to the very last crumb when they're spread with delicious Parquet margarine. Ah, yes, ma'am, Parquet's delicate flavor really satisfies. Adds to your enjoyment of many fine foods. And since Parquet margarine is so very high in energy value, it's really a wonderful aid to good family nutrition. Remember, too, that each pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So get the nutritious spread that's known far and wide for its truly fine flavor. Buy Parquet, that's P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's see what goes on at the home of the great Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. It's Saturday evening, the day before Halloween, and his niece is giving a dance. All afternoon, he's been rolling up carpets, putting extra leaves on the dining room table, carrying out furniture, and carrying it in again. But now that the heavy work is done, he finds himself brushed aside. After an early makeshift supper, he wanders forlornly out to the kitchen to watch last-minute preparations there.
Oh, what are you making there, Bertie? Frosting?
Yes, sir.
Say, that looks mighty good. Do you mind if I just...
Uncle Mort.
Mr. Gildersleeve, a man can lose a finger that way.
It's wonderful, though, Bertie. Say, don't you think you've beaten that about enough?
Ain't sure if it's stiff enough.
Oh, well, I'll just see.
Uncle Mort, really?
Just tasting it, my dear.
Mr. Gildersleeve, if you keep tasting, there ain't going to be frosting enough to put in your eye.
Who wants it in his eye? You'd like to put a lid on a piece of bread now.
Uncle Mort, go out and play.
Yes, go out and play.
Bertie, don't you think it's about time we took another peek at that cake?
Cake? I'll do it.
Stay away from that oven. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but you want that cake to fall?
I was just trying to help.
Run along, Uncle Mort. I'll look at the cake, Bertie.
You either.
What?
If some of the people don't get out of this kitchen, I'm going to go clean out of my mind.
Bertie, I was just
Well,
going
you
to...
more trouble than all the rest of them.
Yeah.
Want me to fix a party? You got to give me a chance. I ain't no Superman. No, sir. All I got's 2 hands. Can't come in here talking dirty.
Come on, Marjorie. I think Bertie wants to be alone. Let's go in the other room. After you.
Oh, Leroy, for heaven's sake.
I am Frankenstein the Wolfman. I eat up little girls.
Let go!
I walked with a zombie. The undying monster.
Leroy.
The living dead.
Stop that and take off that mask.
It's only me, Unc. Did I scare you?
Yes. I don't know how you expect to scare anybody. You've been going around in that rig scaring people for a week.
Oh, I'm just practicing being horrible.
You don't need any practice.
Now, Uncle Mort, you make him promise to keep away from my party. I just know he's going to... Oh, that's probably for me.
Don't worry, Glamour Puss. I wouldn't be caught dead at your party.
Hello? Is that you?
No, it's me.
Oh, I couldn't tonight, Lester. No, I'm sorry. No, I couldn't possibly.
Why don't you tell him you're giving a party and he's not invited?
Shut up, Leroy.
Let her alone, Leroy.
Pardon the interruption. The brat again. Go on, tell me all about it.
I don't know what kind of a Halloween party this is anyway. No games, no pumpkins.
What did you used to do on Halloween, Unc?
Oh, we did a lot of things, my boy. Made jack-o'-lanterns, bobbed for apples.
Pretty corny.
Yeah.
What else?
Well, we had one little trick.
Yeah? What was it?
Well, we used to take 2 buckets of water,
Yeah?
and when it got dark, we'd put them on each side of somebody's front walk, and we tie them together with a piece of cord across the walk, and then when somebody came along, well, you can imagine.
Hey, that's great.
It was a very thoughtless, wicked thing to do, Leroy. I hope you will never do anything like that.
Are you kidding?
I mean it. Somebody might trip and hurt themselves badly. Remember that.
Yes, sir.
There's one other thing to remember.
What's that?
Only fill the buckets halfway. It won't work if they're full.
Oh, my goodness. Go to the door, somebody. I'm on the phone.
Well, get off it.
I'll go. Oh, I've got to hang up now. Goodbye, Lester.
Yeah, so much for Lester.
It's Wally Hoff.
Wally Hoff.
Well, the kid himself. Hiya, Junior. What are you supposed to be?
Frankenstein.
Oh, blow me down.
Talk to Wally, will you, Uncle Mort? I'll be right down, Wally. I've got to run up and put on some lipstick.
What for? It's coming right off. Take these records, will you, son? And don't drop them. Got a couple of real oldies there. Red nickels.
Gosh.
Mr. Hoff, my name is Gildersleeve. I'm Marjorie's uncle.
Oh, hi. Heard a lot about you.
I've heard a lot about you, too.
Favorable, I trust. Anybody tune this so-called piano lately?
Young man, that's a Wembley.
Oh, not bad.
Hey, Wally, I can play a boogie bass now like you showed me. Look.
Hey, that's not it. Look out.
I didn't do it right. Let me just...
Look out. Let me at it. You like music, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I like music, yes. Mr. Hoff, would you mind telling me something?
Not at all. Shoot.
That sweatshirt you're wearing, is that customary these days? At dances, I mean?
What else?
In my day, we wore tuxedos. And we didn't wrestle. We danced.
Oh, your day, your day. Your day is over, Uncle Mort.
Yes, I guess it is.
Well, don't stop, Wally. Give out.
What'll it be, gorgeous?
Oh, anything at all, only give. The party's dying and it hasn't even started. Uncle Mort, I don't want to be rushing you, but the gang will be here any minute.
I can take a hint.
We'll take Leroy with you. Try him to see if Mrs. Ransom's doing anything tonight.
Maybe I will, and maybe I won't.
Oh, that's it. Play that.
On with the dance. Let joy be unrefined.
Oh, brother, even in my... Come on, Frankenstein. This is no place for us.
Gosh, it's dark out, isn't it?
Wally Hoff.
He's a swell piano player, Unc.
You stick to Bach.
That sounds like Piggy. Hey, Pig, wait up. That's his signal. See you later, Unc.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
I won't ask you to keep out of mischief, Leroy. Just keep out of jail.
Okay. Where are you going, Mrs. Ransom?
Never mind. Run along.
Hey, Pig, wait for Frankenstein.
Nobody's going to tell me what I'm going to do. If I want to call on LEILA, I will. And if I don't, I won't. Just hope she's in, that's all.
Who's there?
Boo!
Yeah. Throckmorton, you mustn't do that.
Yeah, but it's Halloween, LEILA.
No, it's not. Tomorrow's Halloween.
I know, but they're celebrating it tonight. What are you doing, LEILA?
Well, I had the steak for tonight, but at the last minute I was unable to go on account of a headache.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes.
Well, perhaps some other time.
Oh, I feel much better now.
Oh, you do?
Uh-huh. Isn't that lucky?
Will you go to the movies with me?
Well, I don't know about tonight, Throckmorton. I'm just scared to death of ghosts and witches and all.
Oh, don't worry. I'll be with you.
Promise you'll stay close to me and protect me?
I'd like to see the ghost that could get between us.
There'll be a slight wait inside for all seats.
Oh, he says they'll be waiting, Throckmorton.
How many, please?
How long will we have to wait, miss?
The next complete showing will begin at 9:53. How many, please?
9:53. That's half an hour, LEILA. Do you want to wait?
Oh, I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. What do you think?
Oh, make up your mind.
Stepping to one side, please.
Keeping the line moving, please.
Shutting the mouth, please.
Throckmorton.
Well, they can't push me around. Evidently, our patronage is not wanted here, Leila. Let's go somewhere else.
I declare, Throckmorton, I've never seen Summerfield so crowded.
Why don't these people stay home nights? Well, I suppose we could at least drop in here and get a soda. Would you like a soda?
I don't know, would you?
Oh, I don't know. Would you?
Oh, look, a little boy in a mask.
Well, that's more like it. That's the first real sign of Halloween.
Oh, well, what's that thing he's swinging around?
Oh, that's a sock filled with flour. Oh, we used to have more fun with those.
Oh, he isn't going to hit somebody with it.
What do you think it's for?
Hello, little boy.
Hello there, Sonny. What's your name? Oh, cat got your tongue, huh? You're not Piggy Banks, are you?
You're not going to hit anybody with that, are you, little boy?
Yes, careful now. Careful how you swing that. I'll tell you what, if you go away, I'll give you a nickel. Listen, if you hit anybody... Look out now. If you're Piggy Banks, I'll tell your mother. Did you hear what I said? If you come near me with that, I'll... Come back here, you. I dare you.
Let me brush you off, Throckmorton.
I think you might show a little more consideration, Leila.
Oh, but you look so funny, darling. Come on, let's go in and get a soda.
Well...
Well, hello, Mrs. Ransom.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Peavy.
And Mr. Gildersleeve. Well, has it been snowing out?
No, it hasn't been snowing. The lady here would like a soda.
Well, aren't you going to have anything, Throckmorton?
I got something.
Oh, well, if you're not going to have anything, I'm not going to have anything.
All right. Soda for me, too. Chocolate.
Chocolate it shall be.
How have you been, Mr. Peavy?
Oh, just fine, Mr. Ransom, just fine. You two been out doing the town?
Well, if you could call it that. Halloween isn't what it used to be, Peavy.
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, it isn't. And maybe it's just as well.
Why?
Well, I remember one Halloween. Why, Harry, it's a lucky thing we didn't all land in jail.
Well, what did you do, Mr. Peavy?
Well, you know how boys are, Mrs. Ransom. I remember it was a dark night like this one. It was out at old Mr. Thatcher's house, crabby old fellow. Maybe you remember the house, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, yes, I remember it.
Well, we'd planned this thing for weeks, and it was dark, as I say, so we appointed one boy as a lookout, and we hid in the bushes till the coast was clear.
Oh, yeah? Go on.
Then when we got the signal, we sneaked across the lawn.
Yeah?
We tiptoed up the front steps.
Uh-huh.
And crawled on our hands and knees across the porch.
Yeah?
And stuck a pin in his doorbell.
Peavy, you didn't.
Yes, sir. And I want to tell you, I got out of there just fast as my legs would carry me.
Peavy, I wouldn't have believed it if you hadn't told me yourself.
Well, I'll be honest with you, Mr. Gildersleeve. I didn't actually stick the pin in the bell myself.
Oh?
I stayed behind in the bushes. But if they ever found out that pin came out of my lapel...
Yes, came out of
Throckmorton, you know what I think?
No, what?
I think we ought to have a Halloween party, an old-fashioned one where you bob for apples and stick pins and things.
But it's too late, Leila.
Oh, no, it's not. Tomorrow's Halloween, really. We could have it at your house.
But, Leila...
Oh, don't be an old killjoy. Now, who we have? Oh, you come on to Mr. Peavy.
Well, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to, Mrs. Ransom. You see, Mrs. Peavy gets a little nervous around Halloween, so I usually stick pretty close to home till it blows over.
Oh, too bad. Well, there's Judge Hooker. We'll have to have the judge.
Yeah, for laughs.
Now, who else?
Well, we ought to have another girl.
Oh, do you think we need to?
For the judge. You know, the old goat likes to think he's Sir Walter Raleigh.
Oh, well, who can we get? I don't seem to know many women somehow.
Oh, well, there's a Miss, Goodwin, I think her name is.
Goodwin? I don't seem to recall.
I only know her slightly.
Oh, well, how does it happen I've never heard you mention her before?
Well, I say, I know her. I've met her, that's all. She's the principal of the school.
Oh, a school teacher.
Yeah, school teacher.
Well, that sounds perfect for the
judge. Oh, you know her, don't you, Peavy?
Oh, yes. She's perfect for the judge.
Yes, perfect for the judge.
She can't be that perfect.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I'd say that she was...
Thanks for the sodas, Peavy. Gotta be running along.
Oh, but Throckmorton, I've hardly finished.
Gotta get going before the crowd gets out of the movie.
Oh, gracious, how you rush it, girl.
Oh, forgot to pay. Peavy, did anybody ever tell you talk too much?
Why, no.
Well, consider yourself told. Good night, Peavy.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. These days, everyone's interested in good, satisfying food, and everyone knows that flavor is mighty important. Yes, it's flavor that makes us enjoy the foods we eat. It's flavor that tempts hungry appetites. That's why Kraft, the maker of Parquet margarine, is so particular about fine flavor in this delicious spread for bread. Parquet's flavor is something you'll want to tell your friends about. It's so delicate and appetizing, the margarine that tastes so good. And right along with its tempting flavor, Parquet margarine is wonderfully nutritious, too. It's one of the best energy foods you can serve your family. And while we're on the subject of good nutrition, remember that every single pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. Parquet is a quality margarine that bears the seal of acceptance of the Council on Foods and Nutrition of the American Medical Association. So for flavor to satisfy your family and for the kind of nourishment they need, serve Parquet every day. Ask your dealer for Parquet. That's P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Halloween is here at last, and the great Gildersleeve is ready for it come what may. Leroy has carved a pumpkin, and Bertie has prepared some refreshments.
Don't they teach you any poetry in school these days, Leroy?
Oh, sure. I woke up in the morning and looked upon the wall. There was a flea and a bedbug having a game of ball.
Leroy, you didn't learn that poem in school.
Oh, I did, too. Piggy taught it to me during geography.
Yes. By George, I'm going to ask your teacher to change your seat. I can see Piggy's a bad influence on you.
I doubt if Leroy's doing Piggy any good either.
Oh, is that so? Who asked you to put in your 2 cents?
Well, you're certainly just as bad as Piggy.
I suppose his sister's been shooting off her big mouth.
Leroy?
She has not.
Well, I can tell a few things about you and her and Wally Hoff.
For instance.
Quiet! I'm expecting guests here any minute. You think I want them to walk into this kind of a cat and dog fight?
Well, he started it.
Stop it. I'll finish it. I'll not have this kind of goings-on. Leroy, where are you going?
Out on the porch.
What for?
Oh, to light the jack-o'-lantern.
Oh, well, that's all right then. It's a very good idea. Make a cheery welcome for my guests. Well, what are your plans, Marjorie? Would you like to stay here and enjoy a little old-fashioned Halloween fun for a change?
Oh, gee, do I have to?
Certainly not, my dear. What were you thinking of doing this evening?
Wally and I were going down to Brownie's Beanery for a while. Some of the gang's going to be there.
I certainly dislike that boy.
Oh, he grows on you, Uncle Moore.
Why, George, you won't get a chance to grow on me. Hi-ho. Well, I'll have a real Halloween anyway. I'll see how Leroy's coming with the jack-o'-lantern. Real Halloween air. Gosh, dark as a pants pocket out here. Where is that kid? Leroy!
Hi, Unc.
I didn't see you, Leroy. Confound it. How many times have I told you it's not funny to scare people?
I wasn't trying to scare you. You called me and I answered.
Well, all right, but be careful. Why haven't you lit the jack-o'-lantern?
The wind keeps blowing out the matches.
Nonsense. There's no wind at all tonight.
It comes in puffs.
Well, give me those matches and I'll show you how a woodsman lights a fire.
Where's the woodsman?
Just watch me.
Okay. Say, isn't this Judge Hooker coming?
Where? I don't see anybody. Oh, well, it may be at that. Hello, Judge.
Hi, Gildy.
Yeah, trust him to get here first.
Hi, Judge.
Hello, Leroy. Well, Throckmorton, happy Halloween. Am I the first one?
Leroy here.
Confounded Gildersleeve, what's the idea?
It wasn't my idea, Judge, but anyway, happy Halloween. Just stand here by the fire, Judge, and you'll be dry in no time.
Doggone that kid.
Now, Judge, boys will be boys.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if you put him up to it.
Why, Horace.
And you laughed.
Well, I couldn't help it. I'm always laughing. Now, cheer up, Judge.
Maybe that's my girl.
Your girl?
Miss Goodwin.
What makes you think she's your girl?
All right, I'm easy to please. I'll take Leila.
Oh, no, you won't. Leila's my girl, you old goat.
Rather be a goat than a hog.
Well, hello, Leila.
Hello, Throckmorton.
Come in. We were just talking about you.
I knew it. I could feel my ears burning.
Yeah, they're still pink at that. Let me take your coat.
Oh, thank you. Oh, my, the house looks lovely. I think Halloween decorations are so exciting, don't you?
I certainly do.
Oh, good evening, Horace.
Good evening, Leila.
What a wonderful idea, coming in your old clothes. I just love old clothes parties.
This is my new suit, Leila. Or it was when I left home.
What happened?
Gildersleeve's little nephew played a Halloween prank that soaked me to the skin.
Oh, how awful. That doesn't sound like Leroy, Throckmorton.
It's my idea of Leroy.
Oh, mercy, the judge might have caught pneumonia.
Oh, don't worry about me, Leila. I'm a pretty tough old rooster.
Oh, well, let's forget all about it and have a nice Halloween. Where's your lady friend, Horace?
Miss Goodwin? Oh, she's not my lady friend. Not according to...
Now, Horace, can't you take a joke?
Seems to me I'm being asked to take a good many this evening.
That must be Miss Goodwin now, Judge. Why don't you go and let her in?
Well, thank you.
What did Horace mean about her not being his lady friend, Throckmorton?
Oh, nothing. Just his peculiar sense of humor.
Good evening, Miss Goodwin.
Good evening, Judge Hooker. So nice to see you again.
Permit me to take your wrap.
Throckmorton?
Yes, Leila?
I thought you said she was a school teacher.
She is, Leila.
Well, she dresses like the school teachers in Esquire.
Now, Leila.
Here we are. Mrs. Ransom, may I present Miss Goodwin?
How do you do?
It's so nice to meet you. Good evening, Throckmorton.
Well.
Hello, Eve.
Well. Why didn't you tell me, Miss Goodwin, and you were such old friends, Throckmorton?
Well,
Since he's been on the school board, we've seen a good deal of each other, Mrs. Ransom.
I see.
Well. Nothing so much fun as a Halloween party, is there? Or is there? You don't have the right technique for apple bobbing, Judge.
Oh.
You have to follow the apple right down to the bottom and get your teeth in it.
Oh, I could never do that. I'd ruin my hair.
I wouldn't mind. Let me try it.
Well.
Yes, I'll show you, Eve. Stand back, everybody.
Wait a minute, Gildy, wait a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, you will now witness a death-defying exhibition by Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, diving into 1 foot of water from the stupendous height of 6 inches.
Oh, Horace, you're simply a scream. I declare, I think you're funnier than Bob Hope.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that.
Yeah, neither would I. Look, I'll show you now how to get the apple.
How you doing, Gildy?
Mercy, Throckmorton, come up for air. You'll drown.
Don't worry about him, Mrs. Ransom. He has wonderful breath control.
Well.
Hooray! Gildersleeve, you look exactly like a roast pig.
I know what we ought to do now. Let's tell ghost stories.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea, Eve. I know a real thriller.
Ghost stories never scare me.
Well, it'll scare you if we turn out the lights. Turn off the lights, will you, Judge?
All right.
There.
I'm still not a bit scared.
You will be. Once there was an old haunted house way out on the edge of a swamp. There was a ghost in the house who was trying to find his murdered wife. And he used to go through the house every night at midnight saying, ooh.
Ooh, I'm frightened already.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous myself.
Oh, pooh.
Well, one night, some hunters were passing near the house when it got real dark. And not knowing the reputation of the place, they decided to spend the night there. So they went up to the door, And just then...
Oh, Throckmorton, this is silly.
I think it's fun.
I know a game that's lots more fun in the dark than telling ghost stories.
Oh? Well, what is it, Leila?
Sardines.
I never heard of it.
Never heard of sardines?
No.
Oh, well, the way you play it, one person hides in the dark, and then all the others try to find him. Or her. And when you find the person, you don't say anything. You just stand as close to him as you possibly can till all the others find you. That's sardines.
Oh, well, I can see it's got possibilities.
Yeah, let's try it. Miss Goodwin, why don't you be the first to hide?
Why, Horace, I suggested the game.
Now, you can hide next.
Yeah, very fair, Judge. Go ahead and hide, Eve, while I count 50.
Well, I don't know any places, but... Oh, all right.
All right. 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. All right, Eve, here we come. Who left that chair there?
Oh, doggone it!
The judge is having a little trouble, too, I can see. What's this?
Now, Throckmorton.
Who is it?
You ought to know.
What am I supposed to do now?
Stand close to me.
Can't stand any closer, can I?
What's going on here, anyhow?
Hey, no fair turning on the lights.
Throckmorton, Gildersleeve.
Now, Leila.
Well, if I'd known there were this kind of people in the game, I never would have suggested it.
Mrs. Ransom.
Don't you try to shush me.
I wonder if you'd mind taking me home, Judge.
But, Eve, the party's just begun.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's all over.
Now, wait a minute. Leila, please. Eve, please, Leila. Oh, who invented Halloween anyway? You don't understand.
I understand very well, Throckmorton. Take me home, please.
But they've all gone, Leila. I want to explain.
There's nothing to explain. I turn the lights on and I find you pawing that school teacher.
Leila, if you could just listen.
Let go of my arm, please, Throckmorton. Will you open the door for me?
Oh, God.
Thank you. Now, do you want me to walk home by myself?
I'll take you if you're really determined. Leila.
School teacher. She must be a fine school teacher.
Well, she is.
Oh, that's right. Stick up for her.
I'm not sticking up for her. She didn't do anything. I thought she was you.
Throckmorton, that's a ridiculous bare-faced fib. She's wearing Chanel No. 5, and I always use Shalimar.
Well, Leila, I don't know one perfume from another. To me, they both smell good.
I don't care to hear any more, Throckmorton. Oh, look out!
Oh, my goodness. You can't leave me here in this. Wait till I get my hands on Leroy.
Don't blame Leroy, Gildy. Happy Halloween.
Music on this program was under the direction of Claude Wheaton. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
This year, thousands of women all over the country are discovering what a special help with wartime meals is the product called Kraft Dinner. A box of Kraft Dinner gives them enough delicious macaroni and cheese for 4 people at only a few cents a serving. They get 2 boxes of Kraft Dinner for only 1 single ration point. And with Kraft Dinner, they cook that delicious main dish in just 7 minutes. In every Kraft Dinner box, there's a special macaroni that cooks fluffy tender in boiling water and an envelope of Kraft grated. With this handy Kraft grated, you whisk cheese goodness through and through the fluffy macaroni in a jiffy. A very smart trick is to shape the hot Kraft Dinner in a ring mold for a minute or two, unmold on a platter, and serve with creamed vegetables or fish or a little meat. But just as is, Kraft Dinner gives you a mighty fine main dish. Try this 7-minute macaroni and cheese soon. At your food store, be on the alert for point-saving Kraft Dinner. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you the Kraft Music Hall every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. What comes to mind when someone mentions a food you haven't tried? Well, I found that most folks want to know right off quick, how good does it taste? We all eat the foods we like. And there are many fine foods you like a whole lot better when they're spread with delicious parquet margarine. That goes for bread, rolls, muffins, pancakes, and waffles, for a wide variety of your favorite foods, because parquet adds flavor that really satisfies. Like all the other fine foods made by Kraft, parquet is top quality, has a flavor that's fresh and sweet, a flavor that's both delicate and appetizing. And as for good nutrition, just listen to this. Parquet margarine is one of the best energy foods you can serve every day of the year. And each pound of parquet contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for good nutrition and for delicious flavor that really satisfies, buy and serve parquet. That's P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now, what about our friend, the Great Gildersleeve? Well, he's been working so hard at one thing and another that he's awarded himself a day off, which he begins, as usual, with a substantial breakfast, nourishing his mind at the same time by perusing the Summerfield Indicator.
Not going to the office today, Uncle Mort?
No, Marjorie. I've got all my bills out. Everything's in apple pie order, so I'm taking a day off. Thought I might wind up the golf season. It's such a nice day.
That's a good idea. Can I see the paper, Uncle Mort?
Oh, yes, here you are.
Mr. Gildersleeve, did I hear you say you're going to take the day off, or is my eavesdropper out of order?
Well, it's working all right. I'd considered it, Bertie.
Well, as long as you ain't got nothing else to do today, you mind taking down the screen?
Screens? I don't feel very well, Bertie.
I thought you felt like playing golf.
Well, that's different. Besides, I wasn't going to try very hard, just knock the old pill around the course.
It's only about 5 miles.
You're much too alert this morning, my dear. I just don't feel well enough to take down the screens. I've been feeling a little run down lately.
You don't look run down, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, you can't tell by appearances, Bertie.
Here's something that might build you up. Schultz's Market has a special today on pot roast.
Pot roast? Oh, we haven't had any pot roast in years.
Well, here it is, 45 cents a pound.
I'll go right down and get one before they're all gone.
Mr. Gildersleeve, ain't you going to have the strength to take down them screens first?
Bertie, if I don't get there fast, no pot roast. And if I don't get the pot roast, no strength. Besides, I need a haircut.
My, last week it was too cold, the week before it was too hot. This week it's a haircut.
Yeah, but Bertie, look at my hair. I look like a violinist. I really ought to get started right away.
Hiya. Say, what's come over Mrs. Ransom all of a sudden?
I've asked you not to slam the door, Leroy. And what are you talking about?
Why, she hasn't been over here at all since the Halloween party, Unc. Did, something go sour?
I'd rather not discuss it. What happened, my boy?
Well, gosh, I was out in the yard just now practicing drop kicking, and she called me over and gave me a piece of cake.
Oh, she did, eh? Well, if you want the cow, go after the calf.
I didn't even want the cake so soon after breakfast, but I was polite and I ate it. She asked me how you were.
She'll be giving you ice cream before you know it.
What is all this anyhow, Unc?
She's trying to get back in my good book, that's all. Well, I better get on downtown.
Say, Unc.
What is it, my boy?
Can I go to the movies?
Certainly, my boy.
Huh?
Here's 50 cents. Why not take some little friend with you?
What a character.
Well, that's
call it 2 pounds even. That's 18 points and 86 cents. Wrap it up?
Are you sure it's nice?
Madam, I'll guarantee you'll enjoy it.
Well, if you're sure it's nice.
Absolutely. If it's not, you'll come back and tell me about it.
18 points, you said.
And 86 cents.
Oh, I keep forgetting the money.
Don't they all? Well, now, who's next here? Oh, you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
By George, I should think you'd go crazy waiting on these women.
Well, you can't hurry them.
How have you been, Mr. Schultz?
Fine and dandy. What can I do for you this morning?
How's Mrs. Schultz?
Oh, she's fine. What can I do for you?
And your mama, how's she?
Coming along. I took her home a nice cut of top round last night, and we played a little pinochle after. I think she's going to be all right.
Great.
What do you have, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I wonder if you could let me have a pot roast. I'd like a real nice one.
Harry, we got any of those pot roasts left? Take a look while you're in there, will you?
But you advertised a special on them.
I know. Harry's going to take a look.
Real nice one, tell Harry.
I beg your pardon. Could somebody wait on me, please? I'd like a nice pot roast. I'm having guests.
I have to ask you to wait a minute, Mrs. Ransom. There's several ahead of you.
Oh, Leila. I didn't see you here.
Oh.
I've forgiven you for what happened at the Halloween party.
Forgiven me?
Yeah, come on, Leila. Let's let bygones be bygones.
Mr. Schultz, will it be very long?
Oh, here, take my place, Leila. I'm in no rush.
I am quite capable of waiting my turn in line, thank you. I'll be in the grocery department, Mr. Schultz.
Well, come in for a pot roast and you get a cold shoulder, eh?
Teach me to be so forgiving.
Thanks, Harry. There you are, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Is it real nice?
I'll guarantee you'll enjoy it. 6.5 pounds. That'll be $3.12 and 65 points.
That's a lot of points. You sure it's nice?
Well, I'm not personally acquainted with the steer it came off of, but it's the last one we got. And if you don't want it, Mrs. Ransom there was looking for
I'll take it.
Of course, if you'd rather have something else.
I'll take it. And I guarantee you I'll enjoy it.
Morning, Miss Gildersleeve. Been expecting you in here for several days.
Yes, I'm a little overdue, Floyd. Say, if you got an ice box, I can put this package in.
Ice box? Now, what would a barber shop be doing with an ice box?
Oh, well, I thought to make cold towels with and so on.
Oh, that's just cold water. What's in the package?
A pot roast, Floyd.
That big thing is all pot roast?
6.5 pounds, 65 points. It's a thing of beauty.
Well.
Who's under the towel?
That's Judge Hooker.
Oh, if I'd known it was Hooker, I never would have mentioned the pot roast. He's the dropping-in kind, you know.
Don't worry, Gildersleeve. I won't be dropping in tonight.
Don't be dropping in tomorrow, either. I'm hoping to enjoy this pot roast for a whole week.
All right. Have you got things squared with your lady friend yet, Gildy?
That's none of your business.
I just wondered if you and Leila had been playing sardines since Halloween.
Never mind.
Ever play sardines, Floyd?
I don't know what you're talking about, Judge.
Well, it's a kissing game, and you play it with the lights out. But if you get the wrong girl, it's terrible, isn't it, Gildy?
Hooker, will you kindly refrain from addressing any further remarks to me, or shall I come back for my haircut some other time?
Well, Floyd needs the business, and you need the haircut. Let's have the cold towel, Floyd.
Okay, Judge. Be with you in just a minute, Mr. Gildersleeve.
All right. Where can I put the pot roast for now, Floyd?
Well, if it was mine, I'd step across the street and put it in the safe deposit box. I haven't seen a pot roast since my cousin Earl was drafted. He was a butcher.
Yeah, I remember Earl. He had a 4-ounce thumb.
Say, where'd you get that pot roast, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Old man Schultz. It was the last one he had.
Ah, Schultz is a good man. Earl claimed he was the best lamb chop man he ever knew.
Oh?
But who the dickens ever sees any lamb chops nowadays?
Well, we got to get along without some things.
I know, but the way the government's handling this food situation, we'll all be eating grass before long.
I don't think it's as bad as that, Floyd. What do you know about the government's food policy anyway?
Told you, my cousin was a butcher.
He's been in the Army for 1.5 years. He's been eating pretty well, isn't he?
Well, he must be getting his share. His wife told me he put on 14 pounds.
All right. There's 7 or 8 million men in the services besides your cousin Earl.
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, don't get me wrong. I'm not begrudging anything to the boys. But what I want to know is why do we have to feed every Tom, Dick, and Harry in Timbuktu when I don't know where else?
Floyd, who's been filling you with enemy propaganda?
Now, don't be calling me a Nazi, Mr. Gildersleeve. I did my bit in the last war.
All the more reason you should know better. You begrudge the food we send to England?
No.
I should hope not. The English people get 1 egg every 3 months.
Yes.
And how about the Russians? You want their army to slow up for lack of food?
No, but
What?
Why do we have to feed them people in Timbuktu?
Floyd, you're a jackass.
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, I think that's going a little far.
Floyd, it pains me to have to agree with Mr. Gildersleeve, but in this instance, I do.
Yes, and it might interest you to know, Floyd, there's plenty of food for everybody in this country.
It's easy enough for you to talk. You got a pot roast.
That's got nothing to do with it. The fact is, we're getting as much food as we got 5 years ago.
Horse collar.
Floyd, the man's right. I saw a government report yesterday. It says same thing.
Well, it don't sound right to me.
Well, it is right. With the victory gardens and all, there's enough food for every man, woman, and child in this country. But that doesn't mean we can eat 10-course dinners every night or waste a lot of good food we could just as well save for another meal.
Well, now, there's no cause to get excited, Mr. Gildersleeve.
There is, too. Rummies like you complaining while we're still the best-fed people in the world. That's the kind of squawking that keeps black markets open. Now, cut it out, Floyd.
Gildersleeve, you're absolutely right.
I know I'm right, Hooker. But thanks anyway.
Don't thank me. I just know the truth when I hear it, that's all.
Oh? Oh. Look, Horace, maybe I'm being a little selfish about my pot roast. Why don't you drop in and have supper with us tonight?
Why, I'd love to, Gildy, but I've accepted a dinner invitation for this evening from LEILA Ransom.
What? Look here, you old goat. Mrs. Ransom was my fiancée just a few months ago.
Can't help that, Gildy. She's back in circulation now.
Why? Well, you won't have any pot roast anyway.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Naturally, all good cooks like a little praise now and then. And I found that a sure way to win the heartfelt appreciation of any cook is to clean your plate at every meal. You'll be pleasing Uncle Sam, too, every time you clean your plate, because by eating every last bite, you help prevent waste, help to make food fight for freedom. Of course, to avoid waste, it's mighty important that you serve foods in tempting, appetizing ways. So here's a war-timely suggestion. When you serve such hearty, sustaining foods as bread, rolls, or muffins, serve them with delicious parquet margarine. Oh, yes, ma'am. When such grand foods as bread and muffins, pancakes and waffles, too, are spread with parquet margarine, they're downright good eating. Parquet's flavor adds to your enjoyment of many fine foods, because Parquet's flavor is both delicate and satisfying. Parquet margarine is a grand energy food, too, and every single pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So tomorrow ask for delicious, nourishing Parquet, Parkay. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. And now, where do we find the great Gildersleeve? Well, he couldn't put it off forever. He's up a ladder trying to pry loose the screens from the second-story windows. But let's leave him there for a moment and see what goes on in the kitchen. On the kitchen table sits the light of Gildersleeve's life, his pot roast, all trussed up and ready for the fire. It's a truly majestic roast, a prime cut if there ever was one. And Bertie sings as she slices up tender little carrots to go with it.
Little carrots, get in the pot. Little carrots, get in the pot. Little carrots, there's room for many of more. Yes, ma'am. Afternoon, Miss Ransom.
My, something smells wonderful, Bertie. I declare you're the best cook.
Yes, ma'am.
One of these days I'm going to steal you for myself.
You won't be the first that's tried it. If you listen to Mr. Gildersleeve, he's out front.
I know, I saw him.
You want me to call him?
Oh, no, don't. I don't want to disturb him. I came around the back way on purpose so I wouldn't. I'll tell you, Bertie. You see, I'm having company for dinner tonight, and I was counting on a roast.
Oh.
But by the time I got to the butcher shop, there just wasn't a thing left.
Well, Miss Ransom, I don't know.
Well, I told Mr. Gildersleeve I couldn't think of letting him offer me his roast, but you know how he is.
Yes, I know.
So I thought as long as he isn't having company, and as long as he practically insisted, I'll just owe him a roast. Oh, my, it's a gorgeous one, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think maybe I ought to ask
Oh,
him.
I know he won't mind. I'll just borrow the pot, too, if it's all right.
Take the pot, take the roast, take the whole thing.
Be sure and thank you for me, Bertie.
I don't know if he's going to thank me. Now what am I going to do? Spend a whole day fixing a nice dinner. In comes the widow, and out goes the roast. That man, he'd give away his soul if the devil asked him nice.
I smell pot roast. Yum, yum, yum.
I don't know what you smell, Mr. Gildersleeve, but it ain't pot roast.
Well, get it ready, Bertie. Get it on the fire. I'm as hungry as a bear.
Mr. Gildersleeve, did Miss Ransom speak to you?
To tell you the truth, Bertie, she seems to be making a point of not speaking to me.
Uh-oh.
But that's all right. I'm not speaking to her. Why, Bertie? Why do you ask?
Oh, nothing, Mr. Gildersleeve, only, well, there's been a miscalculation somewhere.
Hi, Bertie. What's for supper?
Never you mind. How's the movies, Leroy?
Super. Salute to the Marines, Wallace Beery. It's about this old sergeant, that's Wallace Beery. He's crazy about the Marines, only they won't send him to China. So he quits.
Leroy, get out that pot.
So he quits, and he gets these kids and trains them. Well...
That's fine. Now go call your uncle and tell him dinner's ready, such as it is.
Hey, come and get it! So he gets these kids...
No way. Go and tell him nice. This is one time we got to break it to him gently.
Okay. Dinner!
You don't need to scream, Leroy. I hear you quite perfectly.
Oh, I didn't see you. Dinner.
Thanks. How was the movie?
Super. Everything is perfect except Wallace Beery dies in the end. He's this old Marine.
Suppose you tell me about it later, Leroy. Where's your sister?
Up in her room.
Marjorie! Dinner!
She's got her door locked. She won't come out.
What's the matter with her?
Don't ask me. Probably Wally Hoff stood her up or something.
Oh, I'll have to talk to her. You go sit down, young man. Oh, Marjorie! Oh, won't answer, huh? Marjorie! Oh, Marjorie! Marjorie! Marjorie, open the door. Open this door before I break it down.
It's not locked.
Oh? Dinner's ready, my dear.
I don't think I care for any, thank you.
Well, you got to have dinner. You can't just lie there. What's wrong, honey?
Nothing.
Oh, come on, tell your old uncle. What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. Just life, I guess.
Well, I don't think that's anything to be so sad about.
You wouldn't understand.
Why not?
Because you're middle-aged. Your life is practically over. And I'm young. What have I got to look forward to?
Well, there are lots of things.
What? Name one.
Well, there's, we're having pot roast for dinner.
Pot roast. All you ever think about is eating.
No, listen here, young lady. I want no more of this nonsense. I want to know what this is all about. Is it that Wally Hoff?
Hey, hurry up!
Is it?
Oh, why will nobody let me alone?
Answer me. Is it?
Yes.
I thought so.
He said he'd call me up. And he didn't. That was 3 days ago.
Now. Maybe he just forgot. Why don't you call him up?
I'd rather die.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say it. I never did have any use for that loafer. The less you see of him, the better. Why,
Don't you say anything against Wally Hoff.
But, my dear, I thought...
Let me alone.
Yeah, but you said yourself...
Get out. Can't I have any privacy in my own room?
Oh, my God.
What did I tell you?
Women, I give up. Come on, Leroy.
Okay, Bertie. Well, anyway, so Wallace Beery gets these kids, and he trains them how to march and drill and everything. And then along come the Japs.
Japs? What in the world are you talking about?
Salute to the Marines. I was just telling you.
Tell me about it some other time.
I kept your soup hot for you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, thank you, Bertie.
Marjorie ain't coming to dinner?
No, I guess Leroy and I'll have to take care of that pot roast by ourselves, Bertie. But don't worry, we'll do justice to it. Won't we, Leroy?
Yeah.
Mr. Gildersleeve, let's face it, there ain't no pot roast.
Bertie, there's no pot roast?
I know I should have told you before, but I didn't have the heart, not to mention the courage.
Bertie, I bought it myself. I brought it home with my own hands. What's happened to it?
Well, Miss Ransom took it out of here with her own hands.
Mrs. Ransom?
Yes, sir.
Why in the world did you let her do that?
Well, she said she was having company for dinner, and she let on like you wanted her to have the roast. I didn't know what to do, and I figured she was your lady friend.
She's no friend of mine, Bertie, and no lady either. Don't repeat that, Leroy. And her so-called company is none other than Judge Hooker. Why, that old goat, he's sitting over there right now eating my pot roast. That's women for you. By George, I've stood for a lot, but I won't stand for this.
You going over there, Unc?
Well, I'm going someplace. I'm not going to sit here and eat a poached egg.
Poor Mr. Gildersleeve.
What a character. So anyway, along come the Japs. But Wallace Beery is ready for him. I'm Wallace Beery.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, Phoebe, give me a cigar.
I suppose you want the usual.
Anything. I'm so darn mad. Peavy, anybody who has anything to do with women is not only an idiot, he's wasting his time.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
It's a fact, and that goes for all of them. I'm through with women completely and permanently.
Again?
Yes. I mean it, Peavy. You inquire around, and you'll find that women are responsible for 9/10 of all the trouble in this world.
Interesting idea, Mr. Gildersleeve. Would you care to enlarge on it?
In the first place, Peavy, women are tricky.
Well, now that you mention it...
I'll go farther than that. They're sneaky.
Yeah, but you have to remember, Mr. Gildersleeve, there are women and there are women.
Yes, and those are just the ones I'm talking about. I tell you, they'll take advantage of you every time. You try to be a little polite to them, and the first thing you know, they'll come in and steal your pot roast.
Oh. I take it there's been some trouble over a pot roast.
Pot roast, rib roast, that's not the point. It's the principle of the thing.
Mr. Gildersleeve, did you ever try a chuck roast? Now, there's a delicious cut that most people overlook, and it's economical, too.
Peavy, I'm talking about women, not cuts of beef.
I'm sorry.
What was I saying when I was interrupted? Oh, I'm saying that a man is a fool if he puts his trust in a woman.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Mrs. Peavy and I, we managed
Yeah,
to...
I know. Mrs. Peavy is an exception to all the rules.
Well, I wouldn't say that either.
I'm not talking about any one woman. I'm talking about women in general. Now, you take Marjorie, a nice girl. You wouldn't want a nicer one, but completely unreasonable. I tell you, Peavy, you can't even talk to them. It's a fact. You cannot have a reasonable discussion with a woman. Well?
I was just trying to think if I'd ever had one.
That's one thing I like about Miss Goodwin. You can talk to her.
Well, there you are. Miss Goodwin is a woman.
All right. It so happens she's a woman. But she has a mind more like a man's. We're not talking about women anyway.
Oh, when did we switch?
Speaking of Miss Goodwin, I wonder, what time have you got, Peavy?
7:45.
I ought to take her something, though, if I do. Peavy, I'd like a box of chocolates.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. We haven't been able to get any chocolate for some months now. War, you know.
Oh. Well, what else can you suggest?
This is for Miss Goodwin, I take it.
You know darn well it is.
Well, if what you say about the lady is true...
What did I say about her?
You said she has the mind of a man.
That's right. What about it?
How about a nice box of cigars?
You're a card, Peavy. You're a card.
Throckmorton, I know you enjoy symphony concerts, don't you?
Oh, yes. The symphony is wonderful. Bach, Beethoven, Brahms, they're all great, Eve. Toscanini, too.
Toscanini's one of the finest conductors alive today, according to Time magazine.
Yeah, they had that in Newsweek, too.
Mm-hmm. I read somewhere the other day a list of the 10 greatest conductors of all time, and Toscanini was ranked third.
Only third? I'd like to know who's any better conductor than Toscanini.
I can't remember. Probably some great conductor of the past.
Well, they're dead. You'd have a hard time proving they were better than Toschi. N'est-ce pas?
Oui, monsieur.
Oui, monsieur. By George, it's a pleasure to talk to a woman like you, Eve. A woman that's been around. A woman that reads occasionally.
Thank you. Oh, I've been meaning to ask you. I've changed my pictures around, and I want you to tell me which way is better.
Well, now, let's see.
You remember I used to have the Grant Wood picture here over the mantel, and the Cezanne still life there opposite the window. Do you think they're better the way I have them now?
Oh, they look great. That Grant Wood picture certainly looks like a farm.
It's beautiful.
I read in some paper that Grant Wood was one of the 10 best American painters. Did you read that?
I think it was in Life. Do you want me to put the pictures back where they were before so you can tell which way is better? Or can you visualize them?
Oh, I can visualize them there. Don't move them. They're perfect just the way they are.
Oh, I'm so glad you think so. I like them better this way. But it's nice to have a man decide things. Tell me, Throckmorton, who is your favorite painter?
My favorite painter? Well, now there's an awful lot of painters.
Another of my beloved authors is Dickens. Do you like Dickens?
Dickens is great. One of my favorites.
Which do you prefer, David Copperfield or the Old Curiosity Shop?
Well, both very well written.
Masterpieces. But I think I like David Copperfield better. Mr. Micawber is such a rich character.
Oh, yes, he had plenty of money, all right.
Money? Oh, I'm afraid you've got Mr. Micawber mixed up with someone else.
Oh, of course. Money. I was thinking of Mr. Scrooge.
In the Christmas Carol.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm afraid you haven't reread David Copperfield very recently, Throckmorton.
Well, no, I skipped it this year. It's a beautiful dress you're wearing, Eve.
I'm awfully glad you like it.
Are you fond of symphonies? I asked you that, didn't I? Mm-hmm. How about operas?
Well, I've never been to one, but I love opera music, don't you?
Oh, I sure do.
I suppose you've been to the opera, haven't you?
No, I've seen them in the movies, of course.
Well, I'm sure that's not the same. But sometimes one hears a lovely aria on the radio. Verdi is wonderful, don't you think?
Great, one of my favorites.
Mm-hmm. La 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 la
la la la la la la. Solo mio, yeah. Of course, once in a while, I like a nice musical comedy. You know, if it's well presented.
Or an operetta. I heard John Charles Thomas once in a beautiful operetta.
Oh, he's great. Say, Eve, did you ever hear the story about the fellow that said he was fond of operettas, and the other fellow said, what kind of operettas do you like? And he said, telephone operettas. I like a good story once in a while. You know, you got a nice laugh, Eve. Sounds nice. Looks pretty, too.
I hope you mean that.
Oh, I do. You look nice when you smile, too.
I'll try to smile oftener for you.
You will? Eve?
Yes?
The political situation is very interesting.
Oh, I suppose so.
Yes, mighty interesting. At least, well, there's going to be an election next year.
I know. They'll be holding the primaries very soon.
The primaries are very important. Eve, I want you to know how much I'm enjoying our conversation. Most women don't care much for discussing politics and things like that.
No, I suppose not.
But you're different. You think like a man.
Oh, but I'm not a man, Throckmorton.
No, you're not. By George, you certainly aren't. Eve.
What is it?
Would you like to be kissed?
Yes, but I thought you'd never get around to it.
Say, this is better than pot roast any day. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I lost my temper a little this morning talking to Floyd in the barber shop, but the whole question of food is terribly important. Food is one of the most important weapons in this war. It's becoming more important all the time. Right now, only a tiny percentage of our food, less than 1%, is going to the people our fighting men have liberated from the enemy. But as time goes on, more food will be needed for this purpose. We should be glad to give it, because food is a powerful psychological weapon for encouraging resistance among the people who have starved so long under the Nazis. The food we provide to the liberated peoples helps them to become self-supporting again and to fight on our side. And at the same time, it holds out hope to those behind the enemy lines. These two factors can save thousands of lives of our own soldiers and sailors. So let's produce all we can, conserve all we can, go easy on the scarce items, and keep the rules. There'll be plenty of food for all of us, and the war will be over sooner. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Music heard on this program was directed by Claude Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Kraft presents the great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you the Kraft Music Hall every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as the great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. You know, I can remember back in my boyhood days how we kids used to gather near the kitchen of a late afternoon, drinking in the heavenly smell of fresh-baked bread and rolls. And, of course, the boys and girls of today are no different. When baking time's at hand, you'll find them gravitating to the kitchen with the same hungry, eager look of anticipation on their faces. And how our youngsters love to devour fresh bread and rolls, especially with an appetizing spread like parquet margarine to make all our baking treats so temptingly delicious. Parquet, you see, is far different from old-time margarines. Parquet margarine has a delicate flavor. Yes, it's a margarine that really tastes good. A splendid energy food, too, made from highest quality ingredients. And unlike margarines of even a few years back, Parquet is fortified with vitamin A, 9,000 units of this important vitamin to each pound. So if you haven't tried margarine lately, discover Parquet's delicious flavor and nourishing goodness by asking your food dealer tomorrow for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's see what's happening to the great Gildersleeve. Well, last week, you remember, our overstuffed hero found himself exchanging tender salutes with Miss Eve Goodwin, on whom he had merely intended to pay a friendly call. We find him now about 12 hours later behaving as any man does when he has a new girl. In short, he's singing in the bathtub.
Don't throw bouquets at me. Don't please my folks too much. Don't laugh at my jokes too much. People will say we're in love. Well, let them say it. What do I care? What is it?
It's me, Unc. Can I ask you something?
I'll be out in just a second, my boy.
Okay.
Darn soap. No wonder people are always getting killed in the bathtub. Oh, stop her. Yeah, just as soon as I dry myself. Don't laugh at my jokes too much. Well, wonder if I'm gaining any weight. Gee, these bathroom scales are no good. How do they expect you to see the numbers?
Come on, Unc. What are you doing now?
Putting on my pants.
Well, for Pete's sake. Oh, say, Unc, would you mind...
One side, Leroy. Let me look in that mirror for a minute. Attention! By George, nobody can call me a fat man.
No, sir. Now relax.
Well, you can't get my goat this morning, my boy. What is it you wanted to ask me?
Oh, well, I've organized this football team, see? And I'm the quarterback, and we're going to play Piggy's team.
Fine. Go right ahead and play, Leroy.
There's just one catch, Unc. We need a football.
Oh. Well, Christmas is coming.
Yeah, but by Christmas, the season is over.
That's true. Well, I'll have to think about it. Who's that?
Breakfast is ready, Uncle Boy. Pancakes.
Oh, I'll be right down, my dear. You go on, Leroy. I'll be down in 2 minutes.
Okay. You be thinking about the football.
I got something better than that to think about. La-dee-da-dee-da. Oh, I better phone her before she leaves for school. Da-dee-da-da-da-da. Dee-dee-dee. Oh, darn it. She must have left already. Well, I'll send her a note.
Uncle Mort!
Coming! By George, it's a beautiful day. A day like this, a man feels good enough to lick his weight in wildcats.
Well, good morning,
Uncle Mort.
Well, good morning, my dear. You're looking radiant this morning.
You seem to be feeling radiant. What happened to you last night?
Nothing.
The reason she's so full of beans is her boyfriend finally called her last night.
Well, that's fine, my dear. It's love that makes the world go round.
Gosh, you are feeling good.
Morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good morning, Bertie. Thou treasure finer than spun gold.
Yes, sir. You want orange juice or tomato?
To squeeze or not to squeeze, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler to squeeze an orange or open a can of tomato juice, odds butkins.
Maybe I better bring him prunes.
What's ever easiest, Bertie?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Bertie, any more of those pancakes?
In just a minute, Leroy. Can you stand a few pancakes, Miss Gildersleeve?
Could I? At least 3 stacks this morning, Bertie.
Okay.
What time is it, Uncle Mort?
About 8:30, my dear. Why?
Well, I wonder if I've got time to put on another dress.
Well, I suppose so. The one you got on looks very nice.
Oh, it's all right, but there's another one I'd rather wear.
Wally likes the other one better.
That's right, Leroy.
Gosh, what's the matter with everybody this morning?
We're all happy, my boy.
Well, I'm going up some change.
Leroy, I want you to do me a favor.
Sure, Unc. What is it?
Well, I wonder if you could...
Here's your tomato juice, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, thank you, Bertie.
And here's your last stack, Leroy.
Thanks, foul treasure.
Whole house is crazy this morning.
Leroy, I want you to take a note to the superintendent of your school.
Okay, where is it? Oh, can you reach the syrup, Unc?
Here. I'll have to write the note.
Gee, you better hurry. I gotta go.
I'll go in my study and write it now. Don't you go without it.
Okay.
Let me see. My darling Eve, I can't wait to see you again. I'll be around this evening for another kiss. Your naughty Throckmorton. Where are those fancy envelopes I got for Christmas? Oh, yeah, here.
Hey, Aunt, hurry up.
Hey, coming. Here you are, Leroy. Now, wait till I seal it.
I won't read it.
You're a wonderful boy, Leroy, and I trust you completely. But this is important business. There.
Okay.
Now, you're to give the letter to Miss Goodwin personally.
Yep.
But wait till there's no one else around.
Yep.
And then ask her for an answer.
Okay.
And if everything works out, maybe you'll get a football for Thanksgiving. Why do I love you? Why do you love me? I answered, Bertie. Oh, hello, Leila.
Hello, Throckmorton. Guess what? I've been shopping already. I've brought you a little peace offering.
Peace offering?
Mm-hmm. I borrowed a pot roast from you yesterday, remember?
Perfectly.
Well, I do hope it didn't put you out too much. It just saved my life. But I couldn't sleep a wink till I'd returned it. So I went downtown this morning and I brought you this.
Well, we'll have to see what it is.
I took a chance. I do hope you like steak, Throckmorton.
Steak? Like it? Oh, brother, look at that. Hey, Bertie, come here and look.
What is Mr. Gil? Oh, my goodness.
Leila, this isn't black market.
Oh, of course not, silly. The butcher just likes me.
Oh.
Besides, I'm invited out to dinner so often I have more points that I can use.
Bertie, take that right out and put it in the icebox and guard it with your life.
Yes, sir, I sure will.
Hide it behind the milk bottles or something.
Don't you worry. Ain't nobody gonna get their hands on it.
Leila, you shouldn't have done it. After all, a pot roast is only a pot roast.
Oh, but I love doing things for you, Throckmorton.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Down where I come from, we have an old saying, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
Very good, yeah.
Throckmorton, let's stop pretending.
Pretending what? Who's pretending?
You and I, we've been living a lie, Throckmorton.
Well, I don't know about you.
Oh,
but...
yes, we have, and it's all my fault. I've been a foolish, thoughtless, mixed-up little girl, and I've hurt your poor boy.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have, Throckmorton.
Honest?
I went away and left you, and when I came back, I wasn't very nice to you. I've hurt you cruelly, and you've taken it like a gentleman.
Well, I always try to be polite.
But now I've come to say I'm sorry and ask you if you can ever forgive me.
Sure, I forgive you.
Oh, but forgiveness is not that easy, Throckmorton.
Why not? If I say I forgive you, what more do you want?
Well, I've got to earn your forgiveness.
Oh? Well, you brought me this steak. Let's call it even.
Oh, why do we have to go on hurting each other this way?
Who's hurt? I just said thanks for the steak.
You don't understand.
Now, listen, don't start crying. I can't stand crying. Leila, I don't know what I did, but I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't understand. I'm crying because you're so sweet.
Well, I won't be so sweet then. Only stop crying.
Well, perhaps it was all for the best, Throckmorton.
Sure. What was?
Oh, we were too much in love. Foolishly, recklessly in love.
Sure, we were crazy.
Oh. And so much too young.
Well, I was 42.
Too young to know our own minds, I mean.
Oh, sure, we didn't know what we were doing.
Oh, perhaps it would have been a mistake for us to have married just then.
Worst thing that could have happened to us.
Perhaps it was Providence that stopped us at the last minute.
I thought it was Beauregard.
Oh. Poor Beauregard. You'll never know what a shock it was. Having him turn up after I thought he was dead all these years.
Very unsettling.
And then to have him go like that, after I'd got used to having him around.
Here today, gone tomorrow.
Yes. It was such a dreadful way to go, kicked by a mule.
Well, we can't all be choosers.
I made a vow that day, Throckmorton. I vowed I'd never even look at another man for 3 months.
That was right.
Out of respect for his memory, I thought it was the decent thing to do.
You were absolutely right.
Oh, you've been so understanding, Throckmorton. But you won't have to be understanding any longer, because those 3 months were up yesterday.
Leila, I want to take this opportunity to wish you every happiness.
Oh, thank you.
I wouldn't admit it to his face, but you won't find a better man any place than the judge.
The judge?
Salt of the earth. I'd give my shirt for that old goat.
Oh, but Throckmorton...
Don't worry about me. I'll bear up somehow. As you say, it was just one of those things. One of those things that was never meant to be. Oh, well, a man has his work. And who knows, maybe someday, somehow, sometime, somebody...
Throckmorton, are you trying to tell me you don't love me?
Huh?
There's someone else, isn't there?
Huh?
Tell me, what's she like?
Well, she's the kind of... What's who like?
She's very talented, isn't she?
Well...
And very handsome.
Well...
I suppose she likes to go for long walks and discuss things.
Leila, who have you been talking to?
Oh, I don't blame you, Throckmorton. A woman like that with a brilliant mind full of mathematics and politics and all.
That's not all.
I think it'd be foolish to waste any time on me with my poor little talent. Tell me, does she play the piano?
Oh, yes, very well.
The classics, I suppose?
She plays them all.
Oh, how wonderful. Think of the long evenings you'll have. Now me, all I know is silly little love songs like Speak to me of love. Da, 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 da.
Tender words of love, repeat them again. I implore you, speak to me of... Ooh, I gotta go.
Not right now, just for a minute.
I can't, Leila. I'm late for something. I gotta be somewhere.
Oh, Throckmorton, please, it's the last thing I'll ever ask you.
No tears now, please. Eve? I mean Leila? Oh, let me out of here.
I've lost him, the best man I ever
Today, Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few moments. Here's an alarming fact, and one that should set all of us thinking about the importance of food as a weapon of war. Enough food is wasted annually in our American homes to feed the larger part of our armed forces at home and abroad. Now, that's one reason why all through this month of November you'll hear a rousing challenge to make food fight for freedom. You can begin right now, today, at home, to make food fight for freedom. You can do it through better meal planning, better food storage, by using up every single scrap of leftover food. And there are other ways, too. Share and play square with food. Pledge yourself to accept no ration foods without giving up ration stamps. Pay no more than ceiling prices. The makers of Parquet Margarine urge you to back our government's Food Fights for Freedom program and back it for all it's worth. Remember, you can do your part if you'll follow this sound, sensible advice. Produce and conserve. Always share and play square. Now, what of the great Gildersleeve? Well, he sought refuge in the quiet of his office at the Water Department. Glad for the moment to turn his mind from affairs of the heart to affairs of state. And so we find him hard at work, clearing his desk as every good executive should.
Let's see what we got here. Miss, you there, Bessie. There weren't any phone calls for me this morning before I came in.
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, there weren't.
You sure there wasn't a phone call from Miss Goodwin?
No.
She's the principal of the school.
No, nobody called at all.
Strange. Have you found that correspondence yet?
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, I haven't. And I've looked everywhere. I just don't know where it could be.
Well, we've got to find it. It's important. Have you looked in the files?
The files. I'll look there.
Oh, my God. If it didn't occur to you to look there, it probably didn't occur to you to put it there either. What do you think files are for? Here, let me.
I'll look.
Look out. Bessie, what's a pair of rubbers doing in the files?
Oh, for goodness sake.
My rubbers, too. I haven't seen those since last spring. What are they doing here?
Well, I don't know. I just...
Don't tell me you don't know.
Well, you told me to put them where you'd be sure and find them.
You think this is any place?
Well, I put them under R.
You put them under I give up. By George, Bessie, if it weren't for the manpower shortage...
Mr. Gildersleeve, if my services are not satisfactory, I could go someplace elsewhere.
If you cry, you're fired.
I can't help it.
Oh, what is this? I'm sorry, Bessie.
You never think of me as a human being.
I'll admit it hadn't occurred to me.
I have feelings, too.
Yes, I know, Bessie. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. I'm sorry. Here, blow your nose. That's it. I guess I'm a little on edge today. Tell me, Bessie, have you ever known what it is to be in love? Well, you needn't blush like that. Bessie, you're not in love.
Oh, I guess I am.
Well, that's fine, little Bessie. It's nothing to be ashamed of, you know. All the world loves a lover. Tell me, does he love you?
Oh, this party doesn't even know I exist, even hardly.
Well, maybe one of these days he'll wake up.
Oh, if he knew, he'd just think it was silly. He'd just think I had a crush or something. He's an older man.
Oh.
So I just worship him from afar. Every morning I come in and I dust off his desk and I think...
Bessie! Bessie, get busy. Do something. Find that correspondence. Take those rubbers out. I've got to go out. But if you keep looking, Bessie. I may not be back till after lunch. I may not be back at all.
Gosh, what a noise. Is that you, Leroy?
No, my dear, it's me. Isn't Leroy home yet?
No, he isn't.
Well, he should be. I've told him time and again to come straight home from school.
Today's the music lesson.
Oh, that darn music's a nuisance to him and everybody else. Don't tell him I said so, Marjorie.
Why are you in such a tizzy about Leroy?
I'm not in any...
Oh, there he is, slamming the door again.
Boys will be boys.
Hiya. Hi, beautiful.
Oh, Leroy.
I saw Wally Hop in Peavy's drugstore just now, Marge.
Leroy.
Who's he with? Wouldn't you like to know?
Leroy, please.
What is it, Unc?
Have you got a message for me?
Message? Oh, yeah. You're all set for tonight, Unc.
Well...
Who was Wally with, Leroy?
Mr. Peavy.
Oh, you rat.
Leroy, was there any... come into my study for a moment, will you?
What for? I haven't done anything.
I know that, my boy. You've done your uncle a great favor. There's just something I'd like to ask you.
Oh.
If you'll excuse us, my dear.
Oh, go right ahead.
Now, Leroy, where?
In her office.
Anyone else there?
I don't know. Gosh, I can't remember everything. Well, she thanked me, I guess, and then I told her I was supposed to get an answer, and she opened it.
Fine.
She said she was going to ask you over anyway.
Well, Leroy, you're a splendid messenger. I'll get you that football tomorrow.
Oh, gee, thanks. She said Judge Hooker's going to be there, too, to talk about the school board.
What? It'll be the briefest meeting in history.
I'm awfully glad you could come, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, so am I, Miss Goodwin. Long time no see.
You too, Judge.
Thank you.
Let's all sit down, shall we?
Yes. Don't you want to sit over here on the couch?
Thanks, Gildy. I will.
You can have it all to yourself, Judge. Now, what was the problem, Miss Goodwin?
Well, Judge Hooker's going to explain the whole thing. Have you got your notes, Judge?
Right here.
Oh, my goodness, pages and pages.
Well, let's see. In the year 1913, the population of Summerfield was 14,967.
You have to go that far back, Horace?
Well, it's a necessary part of the story, Gildy. You'll see in a minute. In the year 1913, the tax rate was 3 mils.
3 mils.
In the year 1914, it was by the year 1922, the tax rate had increased to 6 mils. And in the year 1923, it had increased to the year 1933. In 1933, now get this, it's very interesting. In 1933, the tax rate went down 1 mil.
You don't say.
Yeah. But then in 1934, it increased again. The situation in 1943 is not going to be so easy. Have I made myself clear?
In 2 hours, you made yourself clear as mud, Judge. Now, what's this all about?
We need 2 new teachers in our school.
Well, why didn't you say so? We'll get them. Nothing hard about that.
Now, Gildersleeve,
I'll explain it to the board in 2 minutes. Now, I move we adjourn.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve,
the board will understand it, Eve. They're not all as dumb as Hooker.
Well, I think Judge Hooker's made a very brilliant analysis of the situation.
Well, let's leave it to our friend Gildersleeve, Miss Goodwin. He seems to think he can put it over.
Sure. I move we adjourn.
All right, Gildy. Since our business is concluded, perhaps we can all discuss something pleasanter. Relax for a few minutes.
Yes.
Now, let me catch you relaxing, Judge.
Miss Goodwin, did I ever tell you about the case I tried involving a man with 3 wives?
That's too many for tonight, Horace. Dr. Pettibone told you to be in bed every night by 10 o'clock.
Oh, I'm sure the judge could stay a little longer.
Why, Eve.
The judge has been very kind to come over this evening.
Well, I just don't want him to overdo. You got to be fresh for the board meeting tomorrow afternoon, Judge.
Yeah, that's true. And it is 10:30. Maybe I better be running along.
Well, if you must, Horace.
Now, don't rush me too fast or I'll get stubborn.
Yeah.
Judge, there is something I want to discuss with Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, that's more like it.
I'm afraid I must go. Good night, gracious lady.
Good night, and thank you again.
Let me see you to the door, Jack.
Very kind of you, I'm sure, Gildersleeve.
Now get out of here, you old goat.
What'd you say?
Good night, Judge.
Good night.
Now. Well, Eve, here we are. Alone, aren't we?
Yes, Throckmorton.
How about a little kiss?
No. No, please don't.
Eve, what's the matter?
I never should have let you kiss me last night, Throckmorton. It was all a dreadful mistake.
No, it wasn't. Eve, what have I done?
Nothing. It isn't anything like that.
Well, then what is it?
Throckmorton, when you kissed me last night, it didn't mean anything to you.
Oh, yes, it did.
All right. Just what did it mean?
Lots of things. Let me kiss you again. I'll show you.
No, Throckmorton. I want you to pretend last night was just a dream that never happened.
But Eve, why?
Well, I believe that when a woman loves, it should be for an important reason. I believe that love should be a splendid, glowing, exciting adventure. What do you think?
Sounds good to me.
Well, we've got to start all over again, Throckmorton.
Now?
No. We mustn't even think about such things anymore.
Oh, my goodness.
We must build a beautiful relationship of the spirit, like Eloise and Abelard, like Dante and Beatrice, Like all the great lovers of history, we must become worthy of each other. Please try to understand.
Well, I am trying, but it's pretty tough, Eve. Don't you like me?
Yes, very much.
Well, then...
I want it to be more than that. I want you to be a man I'd follow to the ends of the earth. I want you to be a hero.
Eve, I'm too old to join the Marines.
Well, there are other ways of being a hero. I want you to think about them.
But, Eve...
Please go now. But do think about what I've said, Throckmorton. And then, perhaps in a month or so, come and see me.
A month. Eve.
Good night, Throckmorton.
Good night, Eve. Couldn't I just have one little... Eloise and Abelard. Why the devil did I ever get mixed up with a school teacher? Can't live without him. Can't live with him. How many times does a fella have to get burnt before he learns? Just born to be made a fool of, I guess. Oh, I give up. Well, I see Peavy's still open.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Just closing up here.
Well, don't let me stop you.
Something I can do for you?
No, I just dropped in. I'll walk along with you if you're going home.
Well, I'll be right with you. I just got one or two things to send to you.
Take your time, Peavy.
You seem to be a little down in the mouth this evening, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, maybe I am, Peavy. Maybe I am.
No bad news, I hope.
Well, not exactly bad news, no. But when a woman tells you one thing 1 minute and another the next, I don't know.
Yes, that's what makes them women, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I thought this one was different. But I guess they're all alike, Peavy. Good and bad, rich or poor, they're all alike.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, they are. Where there's a woman concerned, there's no peace. You never know where you stand.
Well, I wouldn't say that either. Now, with Mrs. Peavy, well, I guess it's like the poet says, Mr. Gildersleeve. It takes a heap of living. Man and woman have got to live together for years and years before they really understand one another. But when they do, it's kind of peaceful, kind of nice.
I guess you're right, Peavy.
Now, Mrs. Peavy and I have been married for over 23 years. And in all that time, I don't think she's ever once... Oh, excuse me. Peavy's Pharmacy. Oh, hello, dear. Yeah, I was just... Well, I was just... Yes, dear. Yes, dear. Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I was just... Well, good gracious to Betsy, woman. I was just... Fiddle.
Come on, Peavy. Good night, everybody.
Program was directed by Claude Creek. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, inviting you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Ladies, a quick solution to the main dish puzzle, especially for those times when the stamps are running low. For one single ration point, get 2 packages of Kraft Dinner, the product that gives you grand macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. There are 2 dinner main dishes for a family of 4. A bargain in points, you bet. But wait till you taste this quick-made macaroni and cheese. The macaroni in each Kraft Dinner package cooks fluffy tender in just 7 minutes. The Kraft grated in each package lets you put the tangy cheese flavor through and through the macaroni in a twinkling. Twist the hot Kraft Dinner into a dish, and you're all set. Or mold the Kraft Dinner into a ring or timbales and serve it with creamed vegetables, fish, or a small amount of meat. Now do you see why so many women say Kraft Dinner is tops as a help with wartime meals? Get some soon. Kraft Dinner, for swell macaroni and cheese in a hurry. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you the Kraft Music Hall every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. When it's baking time in the kitchen and those tempting smells of crusty brown bread and rolls start filtering through the house, just think how swell they'll taste. Fresh and piping hot with delicious Parquet margarine spread on them for the crowning touch of flavor. Yes, Parquet margarine has this delicate, satisfying flavor, a flavor that makes all your baking treats downright delicious eating. Parquet is a favorite spread for bread, hot toast, and rolls, for pancakes and waffles, too, in millions of American homes. It's a fine energy food as well, one of the very best you can serve a hard-working, hungry family. And there's one other important reason why so many mothers serve Parquet often. Every pound of Parquet margarine, winter and summer and all through the year, contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for delicious flavor and nourishing goodness, serve Parquet often in your home. Tomorrow, ask your dealer for Parquet. That's P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's join the Great Gildersleeve. Last week, you remember, we found him remodeling his existence pretty drastically, hoping to make up for years of a wasted life by having breakfast every morning at 6:30. Now, let's see how he's bearing up under his 1944 regime as Monday morning rolls around.
Oh, it's dark. Cold. I'll shut that darn thing off. Just snooze a few minutes longer.
And so the great man rolls over as who is not and catches another 40 winks. Half an hour later, he's still sound asleep.
Hey, Unc, get up. Breakfast is ready.
Go away. Leave me alone.
Come on, you've been making everybody get up at 6:30. You gotta play fair.
Leave me alone, Leroy.
Oh, Lloyd, I thought you were up long ago. What's the matter?
Nothing's the matter. What's all the excitement?
Well, breakfast's been ready for 15 minutes. Why aren't you up?
Well, the alarm clock didn't go off.
Well, it's almost 7:15. You're not sick, are you?
Sick? I might be. I don't feel exactly. I don't know.
Oh, I hope you're not getting the flu. Any pain in your chest?
Sort of.
You kind of ache all over?
I guess so.
Oh, dear, I better call Dr. Pettibone.
Oh, no, doctor. I'll be all right.
Oh, yes. With all the flu there is in town, I'm not taking any chances. Leroy, get the thermometer, will you, while I call Dr. Pettibone?
Sure.
I haven't any fever.
Now, never mind. Keep it in your mouth for 3 minutes and don't look at it.
Big secret, eh?
Here it is, Unc.
I won't do it.
Now, be brave.
Shake it down, Leroy.
It only says 98 now.
Shake it down anyway. Maybe I'm subnormal.
Could be.
Shake it down and bring me my watch off the dresser.
Oh, I can tell a minute by counting to 60.
Bring the watch, Leroy.
Okay. Here, you don't have to get so excited.
Mr. Gildersleeve, what's this out here?
Oh, don't worry about me, Bertie. Probably nothing at all.
Oh, my sister had the flu, and it's terrible. You better not take any chances. Does it hurt when you breathe?
Yes. It sort of hurts a little.
Oh, my goodness. I don't suppose you want any breakfast then, will you?
Well, whatever's the best for me, Bertie. What's the saying, though? Feed a cold and starve a fever. I suppose flu is like a cold.
Maybe you got a fever. You haven't taken your temperature
Leroy, go get your breakfast.
yet. Okay. Gosh, you try to help.
Yes, I think I better have a little, a pretty substantial breakfast, Bertie. Try to head this thing off.
Yes, sir.
Just plain things, of course, nothing rich or fancy.
Oh, no, sir. A little dry toast and tea, maybe?
I think a half a grapefruit, perhaps. Some oatmeal with a little cream and sugar. Eggs turned over with a few slices of bacon. Crisp. Some toast, possibly marmalade, and plenty of hot coffee.
You think you can handle all that?
Yeah, I'll try, Bertie, but I don't think I better get up.
Oh, no, sir. I'll bring it to you right here.
Yeah, thank you, Bertie.
Uncle Mort, Dr. Pettibone will be here about 9. Now, you just stay here and rest while we have breakfast.
All right, my dear. Confounded nuisance getting Dr. Pettibone over. Still, you can't be any too careful.
Well, Throckmorton, do you feel strong enough to see a visitor?
Oh, hello, Leila. Come in and sit down.
Well, I don't think I better come very close. I'm scared to death of the flu.
Oh, well, I don't know. It's the flu. That's just Marjorie's idea.
I must say, you don't look a bit sick.
Oh? You can't tell, Leila. These things sneak up on you. Marjorie's called the doctor.
Oh, what doctor did she call?
Pettibone, naturally. He's always been my doctor.
Well, there are other doctors in Summerfield.
Well, you've always called Pettibone.
Yes, but he's not really very satisfactory. I believe I'll try Dr. Hargrave next time. I hear he's much more scientific.
Who told you Hargrave was scientific?
Well, lots of people. He told me himself, too.
Oh? Where did you meet him?
At that party New Year's Eve. Didn't you meet him?
I don't think so.
I guess you and Miss Goodwin didn't bother much with meeting people.
We met everybody that was there.
Well, you couldn't forget Dr. Hargrave. He's very tall, distinguished, slender. I knew right away he must be a surgeon. He has the loveliest hands.
Was he the fellow that took you out in the kitchen?
Oh, no.
Was he the one that was following you around with a plate of ice cream?
Oh, that silly man. No, that's not the one.
Oh, I know. He was the fellow you were waltzing with.
Throckmorton, I'm simply amazed at how much you noticed me. And all evening, poor Miss Goodwin thought you had eyes only for her.
Stop harping on Miss Goodwin. Was it Hargrave you were whirling around with?
Oh, he waltzes beautifully. It's because he studied in Vienna, you know. Everybody in Vienna waltzes beautifully, I've heard. Why don't you try Dr. Hargrave, Throckmorton?
Because I want a doctor, not a dancer.
Oh, pooh. Dr. Hargrave's 10 times the doctor that old Pettibone is. He studied all about the glands and everything.
Yeah, just as I thought. One of these fellows with a smooth bedside manner treats women for diseases they haven't got.
Throckmorton, I do believe you're jealous.
I am not. I'm sick.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
You shouldn't be getting me all stirred up like this, Leila.
Uncle Mort, here's Dr. Pettibone.
Oh? Well, at least I know he'll be honest with me. Oh, hiya, Doc.
Hello, Gildersleeve. Morning, Mrs. Ransom.
Oh, good morning, Dr. Pettibone. I was just telling Throckmorton how relieved I am that he's in your hands.
Oh.
Yes. Thanks. Well, what's the matter with you, Gildersleeve?
Well, he's been complaining of pain in the chest and general aches all over. It sounds like flu.
Uh-huh. Well, we'll soon see. Unbutton your nightshirt.
Well, I guess we'd better go, Marjorie. See you later, Throckmorton.
Yes, well, if you're sick, I'm no doctor. Stick out your tongue. Biggest tongue I ever saw on a human. I always did say so and always will. Take a deep breath.
I didn't get you up here to insult my physique.
Come on. Hurry up. I've got really sick people to take care of.
By George,
Take a breath. What'd you have for breakfast?
Just a light breakfast, hardly anything.
Now, you might as well give me the facts. I'll check with Bertie anyhow when I go downstairs.
Now, listen here, Pettibone. There's such a thing as medical ethics, whether you've ever heard of them or not. I don't mind your being old-fashioned and ignorant, but when you go snooping around my house, well, you just watch out, that's all.
Now, don't holler at me. It's bad for your blood pressure.
There's nothing the matter with my blood pressure.
There's nothing the matter with you, period.
Get up and put on your clothes and go to work.
You haven't examined me.
Yes, well, I don't have to. I've seen you before when you didn't feel like going to the office.
Are you suggesting I'm faking?
I am.
That settles it. I'm going to send for a doctor.
Well, go ahead. I'm busy. I got plenty to do.
No, you don't. You'll stick around and learn something.
That's all right with me at my usual rates.
Marjorie, call Dr. Hargrave. Wait a minute, Hargrave. What's that thing?
This? Just a pharyngeal speculum.
What are you going to do with it?
Inspect the pharyngeal passages, look for signs of cystosis, chelamoid formations, that sort of thing. You agree it's a wise precaution, Dr. Pettibone?
Very sensible, Dr. Hargrave.
Will it hurt?
No. Just lie quiet. It won't take a moment. Slight enlargement of the epiglottic fold, superficial erosion of the stenotic fibers. No evidence of gray bars and interstices. You care to have a look, Doctor?
Yes, I might as well. This is a nice gadget, Doctor.
Yes, I've used it for several years, Doctor. Had a case of Ergelfolter's disease in 1940. This thing was invaluable.
I can imagine. I concur with your findings, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I think we can safely say you're not suffering from either primary or advanced pharyngitis, Mitchell's disease, Ergelfolter's disease, or laryngeal mycoma.
Are they all fatal?
Oh, no. No, you mustn't be nervous in an examination of this kind, you know. Just a careful checkup. Now, let's see. You complained of breathing difficulty?
It's all right now.
Now, Gildersleeve, you asked for an examination, and you're going to get it.
You're no longer in charge, Pettibone.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm merely consulting with Dr. Pettibone.
Oh, no. Dr. Pettibone is consulting with you.
Oh, was that your understanding, Doctor?
Whatever you like, Doctor.
Well, in any case, I certainly want to examine your lungs.
All right, let's get at it. And keep your eyes open, Pettibone.
I don't think Dr. Pettibone has anything to learn from me. By the way, Doctor, I've been meaning to ask you, are you any relation to the Pettibone who performed the operation in the famous Danbury gallstones case in 1914?
Yes, that was my own case, Doctor.
Not really. Well, it's an honor to meet you.
Well, there was a lot of luck in it.
Oh, I don't believe it. But it's very similar to the case of Perigord in Paris a year or so later.
Oh, yes, I remember Perigord's case. But we mustn't forget the famous case of Sneeden in London.
Do either of you gentlemen remember Gildersleeve's case?
That reminds me, I've got an appointment. You're in good hands, Gildersleeve. If you'll excuse me, Doctor.
Oh, could I have a word with you privately, Doctor?
Oh, yes, sir.
Now, wait a minute. None of that. I want everything out in the open.
Quiet. Remember your blood pressure.
Approve a thorough checkup in every department, Doctor?
Well, that's up to you, Doctor. I don't see how it could do any harm.
Some very contradictory symptoms here. I think I'll take him down to the hospital.
Very likely the ride is doing good.
What are you two talking about over there?
You.
Well, stop shaking your head. You make me nervous.
Well, goodbye, Doctor. So long, Gildersleeve.
Goodbye. Fine man. Splendid physician.
Never mind, Hargrave. What are you going to do to me now?
Well, we're just going to take you down to the hospital, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hospital? What for?
Just for observation.
How soon do I have to go?
Just as soon as I can get an ambulance.
Ambulance? Oh, this is going to be one of my bad days. It is already.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a moment. In leafing through your favorite home magazines, undoubtedly you've noticed all the attention that homemaking authorities have been giving to margarine. Well, in a recent issue, I ran across some sound advice. It said, give the package label the once over to be sure the margarine you buy is fortified with protective vitamin A. Well, that's important, of course, because vitamin A is an essential of good nutrition. The Kraft Cheese Company, maker of Parquet margarine, was early to recognize this important fact. And ever since Parquet was first introduced, this delicious quality spread for bread has been fortified with vitamin A. In fact, every single pound of Parquet you buy today contains no less than 9,000 units of important vitamin A. On the Parquet label, too, you'll read that quality vegetable oil is the principal ingredient of Parquet margarine. It's this vegetable oil that makes Parquet one of the best energy foods you can serve. So when you buy margarine, be sure it's Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. see now how Gildersleeve's making out. When we left him, he was on his way to the Summerfield Hospital for observation, and there we find him now in room 218. The shades are lowered, the light is dim, everything is hushed and antiseptic. Dressed in a hospital nightshirt and laid out on a hospital bed, Gildersleeve lies rigid while Dr. Hargrave holds his wrist and times his pulse with a handsome watch.
What is it, Doctor?
Well, it doesn't mean anything necessarily.
What are you going to do now? What are you writing?
Just making a few notes here on your chart.
What does it say? Can I see it?
Oh, I hardly think you'd understand it. Better just to lie here and relax.
How can I relax if I don't know what's going on?
No. Just relax, drink plenty of liquids, get a good night's sleep, and in the morning we'll give you a thorough going over.
What do you mean?
Well, we have certain tests, metabolism, and so on. I've left full instructions.
Doc, you're not going.
Oh, I'll drop by again this evening.
You're not going to leave me here alone with that old crab out in the hall.
Miss Fosdick?
I don't know her name. She came in here and took my clothes.
Well, you have to make allowances these days. The floor nurses are badly overworked. Anyway, I've arranged for a special nurse for you.
Do I need a special nurse?
Well, I thought you might like one. She's no ordinary nurse. Yes, Miss Riley's handled a good many cases for me. She'll be coming on any minute now, so if you don't mind, I think I'll be running along.
That's perfectly all right, Doctor. You go right ahead.
I'll you again this evening, and in the meantime, don't worry.
Don't worry. Not a bad fella. Wonder what he charges. Gosh, 3 visits already. Ambulance, $6 a day for the room, at least $8 for the nurse. Miss Riley, eh? Yeah, probably Irish. Blue eyes and black hair. Sure, a little bit of heaven fell from out the sky one day. Oh, nurse, I feel terrible. I wonder what the doctor wrote on that little chart. Maybe I could just take a peek. Floor's cold. Where are my slippers? Oh, way under the bed.
Get back in that bed.
Oh!
What are you doing under there?
What are you doing in my room? I didn't ring for any nurse.
Get back in that bed.
Now, listen, I have a special nurse of my own coming, Miss Riley.
I'm Riley. Now get into that bed before I throw you in, and don't think I couldn't do it.
I won't argue with you there, sister.
You see that? All muscle, not a bit of fat. Which is more than you can say. Now, you be a good boy and behave yourself, or you're going to hear from me.
Yes, ma'am.
You do just as you're told, and we'll get along fine. The better you know me, the better you'll like me. They all do. Why, the last patient I had gave me a fitted suitcase. Not that I'm going anywhere. Gosh, who's dying? Let's have a little daylight in here.
Hey!
Well, shut your eyes. You'll get used to it. Where'd the flowers come from?
Friend of mine.
They smell. I'll give them to the little girl down the hall. Here, put this in your mouth.
I've already had my temperature taken.
Put it in your mouth.
All right.
Keep it under your tongue. Don't talk. How do you like my charm bracelet? My boyfriend gave me that for Christmas. Ever see one like that?
Yes.
Don't talk. You know, you don't look like any invalid to me. How long you been in here? Keep your mouth shut. Well, I see they haven't been starving you anyway. Been putting on a little there lately, haven't you? Well, I guess that's long enough. Here. Oh, you haven't got any temperature anyway. Or have you?
What is it? What does it say?
Don't be nosy now.
Tell me, have I got a fever?
I think you'll pull out of it.
What are you writing?
Just putting it down on your chart.
Let me see it.
Oh, no, you don't.
Where are you going now?
Just down the hall.
What for?
To make little boys ask questions.
Oh, by George, I am sick. She's going to call the doctor. If I just knew what was on that chart. Well, one little peek wouldn't do any harm.
And don't let me catch you getting out of bed.
Oh! Yes?
Are you awake, Gildy?
Oh, that's you, John? Yes, come in.
Well, well, so they finally...
Now, see, Hooker, I'm not supposed to get excited.
I'm sorry, Gildy, I'm sorry. But you look so darn funny.
There's nothing funny about it. I'm a very sick man.
Sorry, old man. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. Of course, it's not funny. I just came up to inquire how you were, and I wasn't even going to disturb you, but I thought I'd just tiptoe in for a minute, and then when I saw you lying there in that bungalow apron...
Now, listen, you.
I'm sorry.
This is no bungalow apron. It's a hospital nightshirt, and I didn't design it.
Well, how do you get into it?
Well, if you must know, it buttons up the back.
Oh, surgical gown, probably.
Huh?
When I had mine out...
It's a what?
Surgical gown. They use them on the operating table.
Yeah.
Easier to slip off and slip on again.
Judge, close the door.
What for?
Close it.
Just as you say.
Now, did you talk to anybody before you came in here?
Just the nurse down the hall.
What'd she say?
Well, she told me where to find you and said not to stay too long.
What'd she say about me?
Not a thing.
Oh, just as I thought.
What do you mean?
They won't talk to me either. I can't get a straight answer from any of them, Judge. They won't even tell me what's wrong with me. And that Dr. Hargrave.
I hear he's a very good man.
A hard man to put your finger on.
Well, I understand he studied in Vienna.
Maybe he did. What do they teach him in Vienna? You don't know and I don't know. Some pretty strange things have come out of Vienna.
Oh, you're just imagining things.
I'm imagining nothing. Listen, this morning I felt fine. Well, not fine exactly. A little tired maybe and a little run down. So I let him call in Dr. Pettibone. I thought maybe he'd give me a tonic or something and tell me to stay off my feet. It was LEILA who talked me into this. This Hargrave fellow seems to have some kind of power over her.
Only the power that a handsome fellow has over any woman, I'd say.
Well, he's not so handsome. I think it's that Vienna stuff. Finger kissing. By George, I wish I had Pettibone back. He told me to get up and go to work. But this bird sends me to the hospital for observation. What's that?
Well, he just wants to check your symptoms and see whether they develop.
There's more to it than that. He's got me a special nurse.
You don't say.
I can't tell. Something in the wind.
Now, listen, Gildy. At the worst, it'll all be over in a few days. With this modern science, removing an appendix is as easy as taking a nickel out of a purse.
Who said anything about an appendix?
Well, that's one of the things they watch. Did they take a blood test?
Well, yes. They took a lot of tests.
When the doctor was examining you, did he prod you in the tummy?
Well, yes.
Appendix.
He looked down at my throat. He couldn't see my appendix from there.
Well, it could be tonsils, but appendicitis is more likely. And believe me, Gildy, it's nothing. Why, I had mine out 5 years ago. Look.
I don't want to look.
And all they do, they give you a couple of sleeping pills to make you drowsy. Then they sneak up on you and clap that cone over your face with the ether. Before you know it, bingo.
That's what I'm afraid of, that bingo.
Well, how's the patient? Ready to go Betty by?
Hello, Miss Riley. This is Judge Hooker, my lawyer.
How do you do? Always glad to meet a lawyer. I might need one myself someday.
I was just leaving, Miss Riley.
Judge, don't go.
The judge is right. We're closing up here now. I'll just get you a glass of water.
Judge.
Yes, Gildy?
Do me a favor. Get Dr. Pettibone back in the case.
But, Gildy, how can I do that? You fired him.
I didn't fire him. I just insulted him. Get him back, Judge. I don't care how you do it.
Well, I'll try.
Tell him to be here the first thing in the morning before they can do anything. I want him to keep an eye on this Hargrave fellow.
Here we are. Take the glass.
What for? I'm not thirsty.
Well, goodbye, Gildy. Oh, I almost forgot what I came up here for. Here, I wanted to get your legal signature on this.
What is it?
Just a power of attorney. Gives me the legal right to act for you. You know, in case anything happens. It's always best.
Hooker, I wish you wouldn't come around with things like that at a time like this. Give me your pen.
Look out, you're spilling the water.
You take it.
Sign right there now.
Ralph Martin, P. Gildersleeve.
That's pretty shaky, but I guess it'll do. Well, goodbye, Gildy. Sweet dreams.
Judge, don't forget.
Forget what?
You know.
Oh, yes, Pettibone. Yeah, I'll do what I can. Bye.
Now, sonny boy, you're going to have a nice long sleep.
I doubt if I sleep a week.
Oh, yes, you will. Here, take these.
What are they?
Just pills.
What kind of pills?
Sleeping pills.
George Hooker, George!
Sonny boy, wake up. Wake up and hear the birdies.
Yeah, right away, Bertie.
Come on, pull yourself together.
Huh?
You've got company waiting.
Company?
Here, comb your hair. You look terrible.
Thanks. What time is it?
10:30?
I must have slept.
I'll say you slept 14 hours.
Well, I was overdue. That look better?
I guess you won't scare anybody. All right, you can come in now.
Oh, Uncle Mort.
Marjorie.
How are you? How do you feel? Did you have a good night? Hi, Unc.
Oh, and little Leroy. Leroy, why aren't you in school?
He insisted on coming.
I was worried about you, Unc. I had to know how you were.
Well, that's very touching, my boy. If true.
Bertie, it's all right. You can come in.
Bertie, too? What is this?
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, to see you lying there like that. I've been praying for you every minute. If anything was to happen to you, I just don't know what I'd do.
Now, careful, Bertie. Remember what the doctor said.
What did the doctor say?
Nothing, Uncle Mort.
Listen, what's this all about? What's everybody gathering here for? Who sent for you?
Nobody.
I don't believe it. I know. It's the crisis. You don't have to fool me. I can take it. Where's the doctor? Doctor!
Now, calm down, Uncle Mort. Dr. Hargrave is right across the hall. He'll be in a minute.
I know. They're coming for me with that thing.
What thing?
They sneak up and clap it over your face. Leroy, I've always been a good uncle to you, haven't I?
Sure, you've been okay. You've been swell.
You wouldn't keep anything from me now, would you?
Not me.
What did the doctor say, Leroy? What did he say?
Didn't say a thing.
You too. Bertie, have I ever spoken a harsh word to you? Have I ever complained about anything you did?
Oh, no, Mr. Gildersleeve, you ain't. You the best man I ever worked for, and that's a fact.
Bertie, be quiet. Now, here comes the doctor.
Stand over here, Leroy. I don't want anybody to get behind me.
Well, how are we feeling this morning?
I feel fine, Doctor.
Splendid. I wonder if I could ask you people to step outside for a few minutes.
Oh, certainly.
Is that necessary?
Well, it's customary.
Come on, Leroy. Come on, Bertie.
Aren't you even going to say goodbye?
Oh, you'll be seeing them again. Miss Riley, if you'll close that door, please.
Yes, Doctor.
What for? Now, wait a minute. Before you start doing anything, Dr. Pettibone was supposed to be coming down here. I sent for him.
I've already had the benefit of the doctor's excellent advice.
You mean he's been here?
We just conferred across the hall. Roll up your sleeve.
Why?
Please. Excellent diagnostician, Dr. Pettibone. Now, Miss Riley. Thank you.
What's that? What are you rubbing on my arm?
Just a little alcohol. Dr. Pettibone and I went over the records and results of the tests, and we found ourselves in complete agreement on every point. I'm happy to say that we can give you a clean bill of health, except for one thing.
What's that?
We failed to find any sign that you have ever been vaccinated. The needle, please, Miss Riley.
Oh, no, you don't.
Lie still.
I'm on to that trick.
Miss Riley.
I got him, Doctor.
Oh.
Let me up. Oh. Lie still, you big baby. You want me to sit on you?
Doctor! Doctor! Oh, please!
All right. Let him go, Miss Riley. Really, old man, you ought to get hold of yourself. You want your nephew to hear you carrying on like that?
I'm ashamed. I guess I lost my head there for a minute.
Well, it's not uncommon.
All right. Go ahead, Doc. I can take it.
Why, it's all done.
All done? You mean...
It's all over. You're vaccinated.
I'm... Marjorie! Leroy! Look, I'm vaccinated. Well, I guess I'll be paying doctor bills for months, but I was lucky I didn't have the flu. The flu's been pretty bad here in Summerfield. Mr. Peavy's been down with it for a couple of weeks, I'm sorry to say. Of course, he's been with us in spirit all the while. But I know you'll all be glad to hear that he'll be back in business at the old drugstore next week. Good night, everybody.
Music heard on this program was directed by Claude Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you the Kraft Music Hall every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. You know, I've just learned from several mothers in the neighborhood that their meal planning problem is not 3, but 4 meals a day. That is, if you count in the after-school snack that means so much to healthy growing children. But I found out, too, that many mothers make short work of that in-between meal. Along with a glass of milk, they serve a slice of bread spread with parquet margarine, and their youngsters are really satisfied. For parquet, the quality margarine made by Kraft, is both delicious and nourishing. It's made to order for grown-up wartime appetites as well as for hungry youngsters. Yes, parquet margarine has become a favorite mealtime spread for bread because it has such a grand, appetizing flavor, and because it's one of the best energy foods you can serve. What's more, every pound contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. So buy it tomorrow. Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's look in on the Great Gildersleeve. It's a cold winter Saturday, and he's at home, occupying himself with some papers that look very important, while Leroy plays happily by the fire with his Christmas puppy.
If you claim a credit in line 15, disregard lines 19A and B, complete schedule L1 on page 4, and enter result in line 19C. Gibberish. Has the puppy eaten this morning, Leroy?
Oh, sure, he ate and ate and ate.
I wonder if I could put him down as a dependent. Yeah, I suppose not.
When are you going to help me build a house for him, Unc?
A house? Not today, Leroy.
But you promised.
I know, but I got to get started on this confounded income tax.
I thought it didn't have to be in till March.
Don't worry, it'll take till March to finish it. Let's see. If line 20 is larger than line 21D, enter the difference here and also as item 20, page 1. If not, see item 23. The dog is right. Line 20. Confound it, Leroy. You'll have to keep the dog quiet. This thing is very complicated.
Well, if he had his own house, he could go there and not bother anybody.
I can't build it today, my boy, but I've got to have quiet.
Okay. Have to be quiet, Stinky.
Yeah. What'd you call the puppy, Leroy?
Stinky. That's his name.
Since when?
Since yesterday.
Well, I won't have him called that. We'll have to find something more suitable.
Oh, gosh, he likes it, Unc. It suits him fine.
If you'd give him a bath, it wouldn't be so appropriate. Why don't you go and give him a bath right now?
It's bad for puppies to have baths in the winter.
Nonsense. Who told you that?
You did.
Oh.
Uncle Mort, has the mail come yet?
Mail? I don't know, my dear. I haven't looked.
Oh, what's the matter, Stinky?
Marjorie.
Well, what did I do?
I do not like the name for the puppy. Can't we get a more dignified name for him?
Like what? He wants to call him Rover.
I didn't say anything about Rover. Although Rover's a nice name for a dog. Here, Rover. Here, Rover.
Doesn't seem to go for it.
You can't expect him to know it the first time.
Here, Rover. Nice, Rover. Come to Uncle Mort, Rover. Rover. Don't you growl at me, you little mutt.
He's not a mutt, he's an Airedale.
An Airedale? Well, he behaves like a mutt.
Oh, he can't help it. I'm going to get the mail.
Yeah, why don't you go somewhere too, Leroy? Take the dog with you.
Oh, it's too cold to go out. What is that to do?
Go practice your piano. You haven't practiced all week.
Okay. Come on, Stick. Come on, Rover.
Victory tax credit. This is a Lulu.
Here you are, Uncle Mort. Some lovely mail to cheer you up.
Huh? What is it?
A bill from Dr. Hargrave.
Certainly didn't lose any time. I wonder what he'll have the nerve to charge me. All those fancy instruments, complicated tests. Well, I won't pay it, that's all. The robber.
Well, what is it?
To professional services, $2. What does he think I am, a pauper? Leroy. Say, there's something about deducting medical expenses on your income tax. Here, instruction 15. The deduction is limited to such expenses as...
Leroy! Leroy! Oh, Leroy!
Leroy, answer Bertie. Confound it, I've got to have quiet here.
What do you want, Bertie? Did you feed Stinky this morning?
Bertie.
What's the matter, Miss Gildersleeve?
That's not the name I want that puppy called. It's very offensive.
It sure is, but it fits him. What I want to know is how long is he going to be sleeping in my kitchen?
Yeah, if he had a doghouse.
Quiet! I've got to have absolute quiet here.
Yes, sir.
That's more like it. Now, single person not living with husband or wife, 25%, plus 2% for each dependent. Of line 4, but not more than $500 plus $100 for each dependent. By George, I give up. Come on, Leroy, let's build a doghouse for Stinky. It's dark as your hat down here. You go ahead, Leroy, and turn on the light.
I will if I can find it.
It's right over where the workbench is.
I know, but where's the workbench?
Right under the light.
Big help you are. Ouch!
What's the matter?
I bumped into something.
Well, why don't you watch where you're going? Who left that there, and what is it?
It's my sled.
What's your sled doing in the cellar?
Oh, just polishing my runners.
If I find it here again, Leroy, I'm going to burn it. Now, turn on the light.
I've got it. There.
Leroy, I thought I told you to clean up this place way before Christmas.
I did, Unc.
You did. Just look at it.
I know. Isn't it terrible? You clean up anything around here, and right away somebody messes it up.
Yes.
It's discouraging.
I give up. Let's get on with the doghouse.
Yeah, let's. Here's a soapbox I've been saving.
Soapbox?
I thought if we cut a hole in one end for a door and put a roof on it.
That's no good.
Why not?
In the first place, it's not big enough. We need something about 3 feet 6 inches.
3 feet 6 inches? The dog is only a foot long.
He won't always be a puppy, you know. You have to remember we're building for the future here. Besides, whatever's worth doing at all is worth doing well. Remember that. Get me one of those long boards over there.
They got nails in them.
We'll pull them out. That's the stuff, my boy. Now lay it on top of this soapbox, and we'll saw it into lengths.
Nice, Unc.
Perhaps after I've shown you how.
For corn's sake, I've been sawing all my life.
Well, there's a right way and a wrong way to do everything, my boy. You might as well start by learning the right way.
Okay.
First, you observe, I take the ruler, and I measure it off very carefully. Exactly 3 feet and 6 inches. Then?
Unc.
What?
The ruler. Wrong end.
Oh. Don't mark these very clearly, my boy. There. Now, the saw.
Here you are.
Thank you. Now about saws. There are 2 kinds of saws. The crosscut and the other kind.
Rip.
Where? What?
Rip saw. That's the other kind.
Oh, very good. Rip. Do you know how to tell them apart?
No, how?
Well, takes experience. All these things call for experience.
What kind is this?
Huh?
The saw, is it a cross-cut or a rip saw?
Sort of in between. Now, observe the way I hold it, Leroy. Lightly, yet firmly, being careful at all times not to drop it or bang it against anything. Teeth are very delicate, you know.
I know.
Now, you take your piece of wood, so. You place it on the box, and you put your knee on top of it to steady it. Are you watching?
I'm watching.
Next, I raise the saw, take careful aim, and start in with a smooth, even stroke.
You hit a nail, Unc.
Darn bored. That's the trouble with it.
That's bad for the saw.
You don't have to tell me, Leroy. Only it wasn't my fault. But I'll tell you. We'll make the doghouse 3 feet 5 inches. That way we'll miss the nails.
Yeah, but there's a knot.
A knot?
Yeah.
All right, 3 feet 4. That'll miss the knot.
Well, we may have to take a couple of inches off the dog, but let her rip.
Darn wood. Fine. Must be green.
You know, Unc?
What?
I figure we're going to need about 48 pieces like this.
48?
Well, there's the bottom, 2 sides, 2 ends, and 2 pieces for the roof.
Gee, all this for a dog. Oh, no, Leroy.
Hey, Unc, your coat.
Never talk to a man when he's sawing, Leroy.
But your coat, you're sawing it.
Oh, confounded thing. Stand back, Leroy.
Good work, Unc. That makes 17. Only 31 to go.
31?
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Down here, Bertie.
My goodness, you've been down here all afternoon?
Never talk to a man when he's sawing, Bertie.
Don't be impudent, Leroy.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve. Miss Ransom's on the phone.
Oh, Mrs. Ransom?
Yes, sir. She wants to know, could you come over to our house for a little tea?
Could I?
Oh, Unc.
Tell her I hear I come, Bertie.
But, Unc, what about the doghouse?
Well, you get the idea now, Leroy. I'll leave the finishing touches to you.
Finishing touches? We haven't even started. I don't know how to go on.
I'll tell you what to do. You find a nice soap box and cut a hole in one end for a door. Tell her I'll be right there, Bertie.
Gosh, what a character.
How do you like your tea, Throckmorton? Strong or weak?
Well, I'm not much of a tea hound, to tell the truth. I like it anyway.
You like it strong, probably, because you're so strong.
I suppose you like it weak.
Oh, silly. Tell me, what are you doing this evening? Have you any plans?
Plans? Not a thing.
Oh, good. You'll stay to supper then.
Oh, will I? Leila, what's up? Come on, tell me.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're so impetuous.
All right, I'll sit over here then. Now tell me.
Well, drink your tea first. You know, Throckmorton, I've had a feeling you've been a little put out with me lately.
Put out? I don't know where you got that.
It's true. You know it is. Tell me, is it because of Dr. Hargrave?
Why should I be put out about him? He means nothing to me one way or the other.
Well, I thought maybe it was because of that party New Year's Eve and because I've been seeing so much of him lately.
Have you? This tea is good.
I'm glad. I'm glad you like it. Tell me, now that you've been to him, don't you agree that he's wonderful?
Who's wonderful?
Dr. Hargrave.
I don't see what's so wonderful about him. Just a doctor.
Oh, but I think all doctors are wonderful.
Ever hear you rave about Dr. Pettibone? Of course, Pettibone doesn't kiss your hand.
Throckmorton, if you're implying that Dr. Hargrave has made advances to me, you're mistaken. Gracious, he's much too busy to have any interest in poor little me. All he cares about is science. That's all any real doctor cares about, science. I love science. I think he looks a little like Walter Pigeon, don't you?
Who's Walter Pigeon?
You mean to tell me you've never seen Walter Pigeon in the movies?
I can't tell one movie actor from another.
Oh, I saw him in The Life of Madame Curie last week, and he was wonderful, even with a beard. Oh, so was Greer Garson.
Huh?
All she did was stand at his side day and night and be a help to him and bring him little things to eat. That's all I'd ask.
What?
Just to be allowed to stay at his side and feel that I was contributing my little bit to science.
Are you talking about Walter Pigeon or Dr. Hargrave?
Throckmorton, you're laughing at me.
No, I'm not. Only
Well, he doesn't laugh at me. He told me he'd take me along with him on a case sometime.
Leila, if you got me over here just to tell me how wonderful Dr. Hargrave
Oh, I'm sorry, Throckmorton. I know you're jealous, and I shouldn't.
I'm not jealous. Just because I'm not a doctor, gosh, you'd think doctors were the only people who were wonderful.
Oh, we can't all be doctors, Throckmorton. I know that. It takes all kinds.
Thank you.
Now, you're a businessman. That's wonderful, too.
Well...
It is. You understand about financial things and all. Things that just make my poor head swim.
Matter of training, that's all.
Well, it's more than that. It takes genius.
Well, of course, if you want to call it that.
Oh, I just admire anyone so when they can add and subtract and everything.
I bet Hargraves can't do it. I bet Walter Pigeon can't either.
That's why I asked you over this evening, Throckmorton.
What? Why?
Well, I thought we'd be here together and we could just Well, you see, I got my income tax this morning, and I declare I can't make head or tail of it.
So that's it, Leila?
Oh, but I'd stay by your side every minute, Throckmorton, and bring you little things to eat. Please, pretty please.
By George, I wish I'd stuck to Stinky in the doghouse.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. During the coming drive for victory, we're all going to need extra energy to get the job done. And that's why it's so important to see that the family diet includes a plentiful supply of well-balanced, nourishing foods. Foods that really taste good, like Parquet, the famous spread for bread made by Kraft. Parquet has a delicate, appetizing flavor that really satisfies. It steps up your family nutrition program because it makes the family want to eat more bread and other foods that contribute to glowing health and strength. And as for energy, Parquet margarine is one of the very best energy foods you can serve. And remember, every pound contains at least 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for flavor, for good nutrition, and for economy, be sure to ask your dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. 2 hours have passed, but he's right where we left him, trapped by the Widow Ransom's silken snare and floundering around in her income tax.
Well, let's see here. Business or profession? Fill in Schedule C, 2. Farmers keeping no books or account. Well, she's not a farmer. That much I know. And she's not in the armed forces.
Throckmorton, supper.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, don't get up, darling. I'm bringing it to you on a tray.
Oh, what do you got?
Well, it's just a sandwich and a glass of milk.
Is that what Walter Pigeon gets?
Oh, silly. I thought as long as we'd had tea, you wouldn't be wanting much, and this way you won't have to interrupt your work.
Oh, that's great.
How are you coming? Oh, I can see you're doing just fine.
I haven't even started yet, Leila. If you want me to help you with this thing, you'll have to give me the necessary information.
Oh, I'll be glad to, Throckmorton, if it's not too personal.
To begin with, Leila, have you had any net gain or loss from sale or exchange of property other than capital assets?
Oh, gracious, how should I know? I'd have to ask Judge Hooker.
Well, why don't you? Why don't you get him to make out your whole income tax? He's your lawyer.
I know, but I've asked the judge to help me with so many things lately. I just couldn't ask him to do any more without charging me.
Yes, why? He'd be glad to do it.
You really think so?
He'd be delighted. Yeah, let's call him up and get him right over here. Huh?
Oh, I couldn't ask him, Throckmorton.
Then I will. Where's the telephone?
Right over there under that door. You just lift up.
Oh, cute. Yeah, it's right in the judge's line, Leila. He'll be... Hello, Judge. How'd you guess? Say, listen, you old son of a gun, where you been keeping yourself lately? I haven't seen you in a week. Is that any way to treat your friends? Oh, me too. Say, Judge, guess where I'm phoning you from? I'm at Leila's. Yes. Having more darn fun. Well, we got to thinking about you, Judge, and Leila said, gee, I wish Horace were here. And I said, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to call him right up and see if he can't come over. How about it, Judge? Great. Hurry now. And, oh, Judge, be sure and bring your glasses. You see? Just leave it to your Uncle Throckmorton. He'll be right over. That can't be him.
Oh, excuse me. Why, it's Mr. Peavy. Come in.
Peavy.
Good evening, Mrs. Ransom.
Well.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Won't you take off your coat?
Oh, no, I won't stay, Mrs. Ransom. I was on my way home to supper, and I just dropped by to leave this.
Kleenex, Throckmorton, it's a box of Kleenex.
Kleenex?
Oh, you don't know how hard it is to get. Oh, Mr. Peavy, you're a lamb. I declare I could just kiss you.
Well, no, I wouldn't do that.
As a matter of fact, I had it put away for you under the counter. Then I went away for a few days.
I heard you had the flu, Peavy. How are you feeling?
Oh, just fine, Mr. Gildersleeve. Fit as a fiddle.
Oh? Fit as a fiddle and ready for love, huh?
Well, I hope I'm not interrupting anything here.
Oh, no, Peavy. Stick around. We weren't doing anything.
Just my income tax.
No rush about that. You say you were out of town for a few days?
Yes, Mrs. Peavy and I had to go down to Belleville.
Oh, great. Have a good time?
Well, we were there on a rather sad errand.
Oh.
My mother-in-law, Mrs. Peavy's mother.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, I guess we all have to go sometime.
Well, perhaps it was all for the best.
Well, I raised that point, but Mrs. Peavy... She couldn't seem to see it my way. Of course, she was upset.
Oh, of course.
But it was a nice service. Dr. Kaltenmeyer spoke a few words, and we saw a lot of people we hadn't seen in a long time. Everything was very nice.
That's always such a comfort, I find.
Yes. You know, the old lady lived with us for a good many years before she went to Belleville to live with her son.
I guess it won't seem like home without her.
Well, now, I guess I'd better be getting along home.
Don't rush off, Peavy.
Oh, no, don't. We're not doing anything. Just trying to finish my income tax.
Yes, income tax. Have you looked at the thing yet, Peavy?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I looked at it this morning. And there's one thing I wish someone would tell me.
Oh? What's that?
Are they kidding?
Thank heaven. Must be Hooker. I'll go. Well, hello, Judge. Come on in.
Thank you, Gildy. By golly, I'm glad you called me up. I'm just in the mood for a little diversion.
Oh, well, you came to the right place, Judge. Here, let me have your coat.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Plenty of diversion. Charming hostess.
Indeed she is. Where is Leila?
In the other room. Plenty of diversion, Judge, and a chance to do a New Year's good deed, too.
Hmm? Good deed?
Uh-huh. Say, Horace, let's help Leila with her income tax.
Gildersleeve, you're a dirty dog.
Why, Horace, the poor little girl is desperate. Are you going to let her think you're unwilling to help?
Well, I'm not unwilling. I just don't like to be invited to people's houses under false pretenses.
Oh, Horace, now come on, be a sport. We'll have it done in no time.
Well, I guess you haven't seen the new tax form.
Well, Leila, here's Horace. Many hands make light work, you know.
Oh, Horace, you're an angel to help me.
Glad to do it for you, Leila. Glad to do it. Got your checkbooks here, deposit slips?
Throckmorton, I knew he'd think of something practical right away. Here they are, Judge.
Fine. Now, these represent all the money you received during the year, do they not?
Well, practically. All my big checks are deposited. Only once in a while I get a little bitty dividend, and I just cash that.
This is going to be worse than I thought.
Now, let me see that list of your securities. Now, write down all the dividends, whether you got them or not.
Here's the list. Remember, you made it out for me yourself.
Yeah, I remember. Now, let's see. 1 share of Happy Valley Light and Power, $5. 1 share of Fizdale Improvement Company, $5.
Leila, let's go in the other room and let the judge concentrate.
He might want to ask some questions.
No, he's got all the stuff right there. Come on.
Throckmorton, I don't feel right sneaking off like this while the judge is working.
We weren't helping him any. When there's something I can do to help, I'll do it. Come on. Let's sit by the fire.
No, I don't think we'd better somehow.
Oh? Oh, I've got a great idea. Let's dance.
Oh, no, the radio would disturb the judge.
We won't use the radio. I'll just sing softly in your little ear.
Well, just for a minute.
All right. Why do I love you? Why do you love me?
Oh, you do dance nicely, Throckmorton. Now, let's just dance, shall
we? Let's go downtown someplace and dance, Leila. Just for a little while. The judge will never notice we've gone.
Why, Throckmorton, what a disloyal idea. You got Horace over here to help you.
Yeah, and he's being a big help. Listen, Leila.
Now, Throckmorton, stop.
Hey, Gildersleeve, what's going on?
Oh, we were just dancing, Judge.
Dancing? I don't see any orchestra.
Throckmorton was singing for the music.
Well, that sounds more like what I came over for. Gildersleeve, suppose you go check my audition while I tread a few measures.
Judge, I'll take your audition on trust.
Well, I'd feel much better if you check it, Throckmorton.
This is no fair, you old goat.
Leila, may I have the pleasure of this dance?
I'd be delighted, Judge.
All right. Play, orchestra, play. Put on your old gray bonnet with a blue ribbon on it while I put old Dobbin to the shade. For we're off to Dover through the fields of clover on our golden wedding day.
My goodness, Horace, you certainly dance vigorously.
Thank you, Leila. You're a very good dancer yourself.
Oh, thank you.
You're looking very handsome, too.
Now, Judge.
Say, why don't you and I go down to Peavy's and get a soda? Throckmorton will never notice.
Why, Horace, look, I thought you came over here to help me.
Well, I did, but Gildy's doing so well, I thought... Oh, come on. Just take us a few minutes.
Judge, you ought to be ashamed.
Is this man annoying you, madam?
Well, are y'all through with the auditions, Throckmorton?
Yeah, and the judge made a mistake, too.
I don't believe it. Where was it?
That's for you to find out. It's there. Come on, Leila. It's my dance.
Oh, now, you boys are being ridiculous, both of you. Let's go and finish up my poor little income tax, and then we can all have fun.
But, Leila, it's my turn.
Now, you had the first turn. Now you're all even. Come on, Throckmorton, let's finish up.
Oh, well, come on, Judge.
All right. Now, let's see. Leila, did you make any contributions during the year 1943?
Well, I put 50 cents in the plate every Sunday. Oh, mercy, who can that be? Excuse me, Horace, Throckmorton.
All right, Judge. Contributions is easy. But what about net capital gains? Let me see you explain that if you're so smart.
Good evening, Mrs. Ransom.
Why, Dr. Hargrave, what a surprise.
Well, I warned you I'd need your help on a case sometime. Would you like to be an angel of mercy for a little while?
Oh, I surely would, Doctor. Only...
I've got a call about 20 miles out in the country. Some farmer's broken his leg, but it's a nice moonlight night, and my tank is full of gas.
Oh, how exciting. How exciting. The broken leg, I mean.
Well, are you game?
Well, I'll tell you, I've got 2 income tax men here working on my return, and I don't...
Oh, we'll be back in 2 hours, I promise.
What is it, Leila?
Oh, Throckmorton, I didn't...
Oh, hello there, Gildersleeve and Judge Hooker.
Good evening.
Hello, Hargrave. What do you want, your $2?
No, I've got an emergency case I've got to see Gildersleeve, and Mrs. Ransom has very kindly consented to go along as my anesthetist.
Oh, Dr. Hargrave.
Now, look here, Leila.
Leila, this isn't fair.
It's only 20 miles.
20 miles?
Oh, where's my coat?
Is this it?
Oh, yes, thank you. Now, you boys keep working. You hear? I'll be back in an hour.
But, Leila.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I'll be doggone. What's he got that we haven't got?
A C card. That's women for you. Leroy, it's 8:30. Bedtime, my boy.
Why, so it is, Unc. I've been working so hard I didn't notice.
Well, doing your homework?
Oh, no, I finished that Saturday.
Huh?
I've been cleaning up the cellar.
Well.
Good night, Uncle Mort.
Phew. I wonder what's come over him. Good night, everybody.
Music heard on this program was directed by Claude Sweet. And this is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents the great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you the Kraft Music Hall every Thursday night. Present each week this time Harold Perry as the great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore. We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, here's something of great importance discovered in a recent nationwide survey of typical American homemakers. The principal cause of food waste, this survey revealed, is food spoiling before it can be used up. And bread, mind you, was at the very top of the list. Now, enriched bread is one of our important wartime foods. So let's try not to waste a single crumb. To prevent waste, why not make your bread taste extra good by spreading it with delicious parquet margarine? Well, why not indeed? That's the way millions of Americans enjoy eating bread. Believe you me, bread, rolls, and muffins are eaten up in a hurry when they're spread with parquet. Because this margarine that's made by Kraft has a flavor that really satisfies hungry appetites. And since parquet is one of the very best of energy foods, it's important to serve it often at every meal for good family nutrition. Tomorrow, then, be sure to buy Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's look in on the great Gildersleeve, whom we find at home and at peace in the bosom of his family. Having just enjoyed a quiet dinner with his niece and nephew, Marjorie and Leroy, he pushes back his chair from the table and reaches in his vest pocket for an after-dinner cigar.
Oh, thought I had one.
Cigar, Unc? I'll get you one.
Well, thanks. Are we in your way here, Bertie?
Oh, no, sir, Mr. Gildersleeve. Just sit still. I hope you don't mind if I clear away the dishes, though. I got a meeting tonight down at the church.
What's the meeting about, Bertie?
Religion and the post-war world. I'm supposed to bring the donuts.
Here's your cigar, Unc. Shall I bite the end off for you?
Oh, I'll attend to that myself, thank you. Now, match.
I've got one.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, I'll light it for you.
Well, such service.
You got it?
Yeah, I've got it.
You sure it's lit?
Oh, it's lit.
I could light it again. I've got another match.
This is quite sufficient, thank you.
Are you enjoying it? Leroy, what's come over you?
Now, Marjorie, let's be thankful for small favors and ask not whence they come. Leroy's been a very good boy lately, hasn't he, Bertie?
He sure has. He ain't been himself all week.
Phone. I'll answer it.
I wish, Marjorie, you'd tell your friends not to disturb us during meals.
Hello? Yeah, this is Leroy. Who's this? Oh. Hello, Miss Goodwin.
Miss Goodwin?
Yeah, he's here. Just a minute, please.
I'll take it, Leroy.
Unc, just a minute.
Give me the phone. You're keeping Miss Goodwin waiting.
Before I forget it, Unc, I've got a report card for you to sign. I've been meaning to show it to you, but it kept slipping my mind.
Give me that phone, Leroy. Hello, Eve? Oh, how are you? Well, it's been weeks. Leroy?
Uh-oh.
You stick around, young man. Excuse me, Eve. Why, yes, I'd like very much to talk about him. I'll come to school with him Monday. No, I'll tell you. Why don't you come to dinner tomorrow night? Could you do that? Fine. About 7. And we'll have a nice long talk. Goodbye. In the meantime, I'm going to have a nice long talk. Leroy, you come back here.
I'm not going anywhere, Unc.
You bet you're not. You come into the dining room.
Is there something you want?
No, young man.
It slipped my mind, Unc, honest.
What did? What slipped your mind?
The report card. I forgot to show it to you.
Where is this report card?
I've got it right here in my pants pocket.
Let's have a look at it.
Yes, sir. It's stuck. I can't seem to get it out.
Perhaps I can help you.
Oh, no, I've got it. There. Report card.
Leroy.
Well, the teacher doesn't like me, Unc.
I don't blame her. Besides, I've heard that before.
What did you get, Uncle Mort?
Never you mind.
Never mind.
You keep out of this, young man.
Yes, sir.
How long have you had this report?
3 weeks.
3 weeks?
I didn't want to spoil your Christmas.
You mean you didn't want to spoil your Christmas? Leroy, this is a very serious matter.
Yes, sir.
How could you deliberately deceive me that way after all I've done for you?
I forgot, Unc.
You did not forget. Now, don't keep saying that.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve. If you don't mind, I'll run along now and leave the dishes till later.
Just a minute, Bertie.
Yes, sir?
Bertie, what would you think of a boy who would deliberately hide a report card from his uncle?
Oh, no, I don't think Leroy would do a thing like that. He probably just forgot.
That's right, I forgot.
Quiet, you. Bertie, when we want your opinion, we'll ask for it.
Well, excuse me, I thought you did. Well, I'll be going now.
By George, Leroy, I don't know what I'm going to do with you. It seems to me you just go from bad to worse.
Yes, sir.
You won't study, you have no manners, you won't brush your hair.
You think he might clean his nails before he comes to the table, too. Oh, yeah? Let's see yours. I dare you. There. Yeah.
Well, they'd look a lot better with that red stuff on them.
All right, how about that note from the teacher you didn't deliver? All right, how about the time you and Wally took the car out without permission?
Stop it, both of you. I'm not interested in any tales told out of school. If anything I abhor, it's a tattletale. I refuse to listen to anything of the sort. What's this about taking the car out, Marjorie?
Aren't you going to ask him about the teacher's note?
I'm asking you about the car. All right, Leroy, what about the note?
I lost it. That's not true. I found it when snooping in wastebaskets, hey?
Now, just a minute, you two. Leroy, what was in that note?
How should I know? It was addressed to you.
What was in the note?
It said, "Where's the report card?"
Young man, do you know what happens to people who tamper with the mails? They go to the penitentiary.
Oh, gosh, I didn't...
They go there for 5, 10, 15 years, maybe life.
Gosh.
I'm having a talk with your principal about you tomorrow. I'll suspend sentence till I get the facts from her. She's coming here to dinner, and I want you to make a good impression for once.
Oh, I will.
Not if you look the way you do now.
What's the matter with the way I look now?
Those pants, look at them. Look at the knees.
They're the only pants I got, Unc.
That's ridiculous. You've got plenty of pants. I bought you pants only last, we'll buy you some more. Now, stick your shirt tail in. And look at those shoes, Leroy. They're not a month old. What do? Kick rocks with them?
I don't do a thing. They just get that way.
By George, you're going down to Hogan Brothers with me the first thing in the morning. Beginning tomorrow, young man, we're starting a campaign here. A campaign to make you look and act like a respectable human being.
It's the cutest suit for Leroy. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, where is it, my dear?
Over here on this model. See? Standing on the counter. Oh, Unc, you don't want me to look like a wax dummy.
You're never clean enough to look like a wax dummy, Leroy. By George, that just isn't the suit I had. Well, I kind of like that. Yes, gentlemanly. But at the same time, perfectly comfortable. Ought to wear well, too. Flannel, wonderful stuff. How do you like it, Leroy?
Where would I wear a suit like that?
What do you mean, where would you wear it? You wear it this evening at supper. Wear it to school. Just wear it, that's all.
Nobody wears clothes like that, Unc.
Well, gentlemen do. And you're going to look like a gentleman for a change. What the devil's a salesman? Let's buy the darn suit and get out of here.
Well, I thought you were going to get him some shoes, Uncle Mort. Suit would look awful with those old elk-hide things. Oh, for corn's sake, these shoes are all right if they were only shined.
Well, why don't you shine them? I gave you a shoe polishing kit last Christmas, didn't I?
Yeah.
Well?
The stuff was all dried up.
Confound it, that's because you left the cover off. That's typical of you, Leroy. You have no regard for the value of anything. You leave the cover off the polish, naturally it dries up. What's the consequence? You can't polish your shoes. What's the consequence? They dry up. And what's the consequence of that?
My feet dry up?
No, I have to buy you a new pair of shoes. You think money grows on trees?
Uncle Mort.
Huh?
Well, sir, what can I do for you this morning?
I want to look at some suits.
Yes, sir. For yourself or for the little fellow?
For the boy. He likes that one up there on the model.
Oh, Unc. Oh, stop squawking, Leroy. You can't dress like a 10-year-old all your life. Who asked you? Nobody asked me, but I keep your big nose out of it.
Leroy?
Why, you little...
Marjorie, stop this, both of you.
Well. Got quite a handful there, haven't you?
Yes, I have. Come on, let's try on the suit.
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm afraid the one on the model would be too large for the little fellow.
I was afraid of that, Unc.
Never mind. Let's see the next size smaller.
That suit on the model is the only one like it in the store.
Let's try it on anyway. He'll grow into it.
Whatever you say, sir. It is a lovely piece of material, imported type flannel.
Imported type?
Yes, sir. It is like imported flannel, but it's made in our own mills right in this country.
Oh, well, try on the coat, Leroy.
Okay.
Well, that's not bad for size, not bad at all.
I think it looks fine. You can't really tell with that awful polo shirt.
Yeah, that's right, my dear. Give the boy a shirt and a tie so we can get an idea of the suit.
You mean you want to buy it?
Yes, I want to buy him a shirt and a tie. A white shirt.
Yes, sir. What neckband, Sonny?
12 and a half.
You ought to have a bigger neck than that, Leroy. Bring him a 14.
Yes, sir. I could just slip a tape measure around and make sure.
Bring him a 14.
Size 14, the gentleman says, and a necktie.
While he's getting the shirt, Leroy, slip into those pants.
Where'll I go?
You don't have to go any place. Just stand behind me.
Gosh, you want me to feel like a shoplifter?
Don't be ridiculous. Get into those pants.
Well, make Marge turn around.
Oh, Leroy. Uncle Mort, do you think while we're here I might look at a few blouses?
Are you thinking in terms of your allowance, my dear?
Oh, yes. That is my February allowance.
Oh, well, all right. But make it snappy.
I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Here's the shirt and tie. Oh, what happened to the little fellow? Oh.
Here I am.
Now put these on, Leroy.
Okay.
Bring him a pair of shoes, too.
Yes, sir. Got a shoe stand?
No, not with me. But I got plenty of them at home.
I am sorry. Hogan Brothers cooperate 100% with the OPA.
I want the boy to try on a pair of shoes. If they're any good, I'll send them down with the stamps this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
And I'll thank you not to question my patriotism. What size shoes, Leroy?
4.
Little feet will be growing soon. Bring him 5.
Yes, sir.
Black Oxfords.
Yes, sir.
Will you tie the tie for me, Unc?
Yeah, give it to me. Now, hold still. Hold your head up, Leroy. I can't see through your skull.
Okay.
When I was your age, I could tie a bow tie and a 4-in-hand. There.
And here are the shoes for the little fellow.
Stop calling him a little fellow.
Thanks, Unc.
Put on the shoes, my boy. How much will all this be?
Well, let me see. It will be 13, 50, shirt, $10, $75, $21, 21.86.
Oh, my goodness. Here, put on the coat, Leroy, and let's see if it's worth it. How do the shoes feel? Walk around in them a little bit.
They're so big they feel better than the old ones.
Well, by George, you look like a gentleman.
Yes, he looks fine.
Come over here and look at yourself in the glass, my boy.
I don't like to put you to all this expense, huh?
Oh, don't worry about it. You can wear these clothes till you're 16.
Oh, Leroy.
Well, you look simply lovely. Oh, and I found 2 dresses upstairs for myself that I'm just crazy about. And just think, Uncle Mort, both of them for only $26.
Oh, $50 to get Leroy dressed for supper. Young man, your manners had better be perfect.
Greg Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. You thoughtful mothers know, of course, how important it is to serve good, hearty, hot breakfasts. We all need lots of substantial, nourishing foods these war-busy times to give us plenty of pick-up and go for the day's work ahead. And that's why Parquet margarine deserves such an important place on your breakfast table and at every other meal. You see, Parquet's delicate, pleasing flavor is such a treat on toast, biscuits, pancakes, and waffles, you get a genuine glow of satisfaction from eating the foods that are good for you. And then, too, Parquet margarine is itself one of the best among energy foods. Helps provide the drive and pep you need to keep going through the day. And because each pound of Parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of vitamin A, it aids in supplying another important nutritional element. So enjoy Parquet margarine at breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day. Tomorrow, ask your food dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. It's Saturday evening and a very uncomfortable one for Leroy, for the principal of his school has come to dinner. But somehow he's lived through it, and now everyone has repaired to the living room, where Leroy has been called upon to perform for Miss Goodwin.
Why, I had no idea the boy was so musical, Throckmorton.
Well, he comes by it naturally, I suppose.
Oh, play something else. Please do.
He can't. That's the only piece he knows.
Oh, yeah?
Leroy! Leroy! Past your bedtime now, son, I'm afraid. Say goodnight to Miss Goodwin.
So soon?
Yeah. I have to get up, get plenty of sleep so I can get up early tomorrow and study.
Don't overdo it, Leroy.
Good night, Miss Goodwin.
Good night, Leroy.
Leroy?
Good night, sister dear. Oh, for goodness sake.
Great chums, these children.
Good night, Uncle Mort.
Good night, Leroy.
Are you kidding?
Leroy. Go to bed, my boy.
Here's the after-dinner coffee, Mr. Gildersleeve. Where's your put it?
Set it on the table here, Bertie. I'll clear space.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to help me get down them Demetas cups. We ain't used them in so long. They're on the top shelf.
That's all right, Bertie. Miss Goodwin won't object to a regular-sized cup, I'm sure.
Oh, not at all.
After all, we're just home folks here.
Them little ones ain't big enough to put in your eye anyway. I like a man-sized cup myself.
Bertie's a jewel.
You're very lucky to have her.
Well, Uncle Mort, I guess I'd better be going, too.
What? Not to bed on a Saturday night.
No, I thought I'd go down to the public library for a while and read.
Huh?
Good night, Miss Goodwin. It was so nice you could come over.
Good night, Marjorie. It was so good to see you again.
Good night, Unky darling.
Good night. I'll leave the key under the doormat in case the library closes late.
She's such an attractive girl.
I don't know, though. She's been getting out of hand a little too lately. But it's the other one I'm worried about, Leroy.
Oh, I don't really think you need worry about Leroy.
Leroy, I mean.
It's just that he's going through that difficult age.
How long does it last? Seems to me he's been going through it ever since I've known him.
Well, boys will be boys. There's nothing really wrong with Leroy. I've talked with his teacher about him, and we both feel that all he needs is guidance.
Well, I punish him regularly, about twice a week.
Well, I don't mean quite that.
Here's the cups, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, thank you, Bertie.
Anything else?
No, I think we've got everything, thanks. Will you pour, Eve?
I'd be delighted. I love having coffee in the evening, don't you?
Sure do. I like it for breakfast, too. And for lunch.
Throckmorton, has it ever occurred to you that Leroy might need a mother?
Well, I've tried to be a father to him.
Well, you have, and I admire you for it. Everyone does.
Well, he's a good kid. They're both good kids.
But don't you think they need someone who can give them what a mother has to give them?
Well, I never thought of it that way. Maybe you're right.
Someone who would be not only a guide and mother to them, but you have yourself to think of, too. After all, a house without love isn't much of a home. You must have felt that.
You know, it's funny you saying that. I almost got married about a year ago. I guess I told you.
Yes, you told me.
Then I sort of gave up the idea. Maybe I shouldn't.
Well, we've all had our disappointments. I don't think you should let one unfortunate affair sour you on the whole idea. If at first you don't succeed.
Yeah. Eve, you're wonderful. You don't know what you've done for me this evening. You've made up my mind for me.
Have I, Throckmorton?
For months now, I've been this way and that. Should I or shouldn't I?
I know I have, too.
But when you bring up the children, that settles it. By George, I'll do it.
Oh, you seem very sure of yourself, Mr. Gildersleeve. After all, you haven't asked the girl, you know.
Listen, with Beauregard out of the way, Leila will marry me in a minute. Eve, is something wrong?
If you'll excuse me, I think I'd better be going.
But Eve, so early? You haven't even finished your coffee.
I'll get my own wrap, thank you.
Eve, you can't rush off like this.
Thank you for a very pleasant evening, and good night.
Good
Miss Goodwin ain't left already. Mr. Gildersleeve, what's wrong?
You're a woman, Bertie. You tell me.
Now, where are you going?
I'm going out and take a walk for myself. I just can't understand it, fellas. 1 minute she's as cool as a cucumber, gives me plenty of good sound advice, and the next minute she walks out in a huff.
I tell you, gentlemen, the deviousness of a woman's mind and the inconsistency of her whims are enough to discourage a man from having anything to do with the entire sex.
Well, no. I wouldn't say that.
Peavy? You mean to tell me Mrs. Peavy never has any whims?
Well, I wouldn't say that either. But when you've been married as long as I have, you begin to notice that the same old whims keep coming up. And if you're smart...
If you're smart, you wouldn't be married.
Well, Judge, why so bitter?
I'm not being bitter, Gildy. I'm simply facing facts.
Well, Judge, people have been getting married now for quite some time. There must be something in it.
Oh, don't misunderstand me. I have nothing against marriage. I'm all in favor of it. For other people.
Yeah, for other people.
Now, our friend Gildersleeve here has obligations. He has children. Man in his position ought to get married.
That's the judge, always thinking of others.
Besides, I think marriage would be a great thing for Gildersleeve. Might make him less ornery, huh, Peavy?
I wouldn't want to guarantee that.
Just think, Gildy. You'd come home at night. There'd be the little woman waiting for you in a pretty little apron, and Leroy all scrubbed and brushed and smiling. I can see it now.
I can't.
After dinner, you wouldn't have to spend your evening hanging around drugstores talking to old goats like me and Peavy. No, you could settle down to a nice, dull game of dominoes.
Now, there you're wrong, Judge. It just so happens that the lady I have in mind can't stand dominoes. You can say what you please, but the more I think of it, the better I like it.
Let me ask you, Gildersleeve, have you any reason to think the lady of your choice would have you, even if you ask her?
She'll have me, don't worry. That's one thing about her. She may have her faults, but at least I know where I stand with her.
One other thing. You haven't told us yet who the lady is.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Well, I always said it was a pity you didn't marry Leila. Of course, I didn't mean it. I still have some hopes in that direction myself. But if you found someone else...
I thought you said marriage was not for you.
Well, don't believe everything you hear.
Well, I guess I'll be toddling along. I've got business to attend to.
Say, Peavy, come here a minute.
Yes?
You know what I think? If you just ask me...
What are you two whispering about over there?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Come on, what are you two talking about?
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, there's one thing we'd like to know.
What's that?
Has the lady in question met Leroy?
Well, she knows what she's getting into, don't worry.
And she's still willing to marry you? Then I'd say it was a perfect match, wouldn't you, Peavy?
I'd say it was ordained in heaven. Good luck, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I don't need luck, Peavy. This is in the bag. Come on, confound it. It's too cold to keep anybody standing outdoors today.
Oh, it's you, Throckmorton. Oh, come in. Take off your things. I'll be with you in a jiffy. I'm talking on the phone.
She knew what I'm here for. She wouldn't keep me standing around.
Hello? Are you still there? Oh, nobody you'd be interested in.
If she only knew.
Well, I did have the most marvelous time the other night. Oh, you shouldn't say things like that. Not unless you really mean them. Oh, you doctor.
Hargrave. I'll spike his guns.
Make it soon, Arthur.
Arthur?
Real soon, you hear? Goodbye. Oh, Throckmorton, this is quite a surprise seeing you this evening. Come in and sit down, won't you?
Yeah. By George, that fire looks good.
I got so cold I just had to have it this morning. You don't suppose it needs another log, do you?
That log? Yeah, I suppose it does.
You might give it a little poke, too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. Now the room will be cozier.
I didn't come over here to be cozy, Leila. That is, well, I've got good news for you.
Oh, how interesting.
Yes. I've been thinking a good deal lately.
Oh, excuse me, Throckmorton. I've got something here I know you'll be crazy to see.
But, Leila, I was about to say that...
You remember my sister Winfield, don't you? She was here for a few days last spring, married to an army captain.
Yeah, I remember.
Well, she just had a baby last week, and she sent me these snapshots of him. Isn't he adorable?
Looks just like your sister. What I was going to say,
Well,
Leila...
I certainly thought you'd show more interest in Winfield's child, Throckmorton.
Confound it, Leila. I've got something I want to say to you.
Well, go on and say it, Throckmorton, if it's so vital.
It's tied up with my future.
Mm-hmm.
It's tied up with your future, too.
Mm-hmm.
What I was thinking, Leila, is, I've got to have somebody to look after Leroy.
Well.
And I thought as long as we almost got married once, and Leroy is pretty hard to handle, maybe for his sake we ought to go ahead and do it.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
What?
I'm sure I can't imagine how I could have ever considered marrying you at any time.
But, Leila...
Kindly leave my house, Mr. Gildersleeve. Your presence is most unwelcome.
Unwelcome? Oh, my goodness. Now what have I done wrong? It's me, Leroy. Were you asleep, my boy?
Well,
I hadn't been asleep very long.
Oh, I see. I just thought I'd say good night.
Okay, good night, Unc.
If I ever seem a little harsh with you, my boy, don't hold it against me. I get worried about you every once in a while.
About me?
Mm-hmm. I get to thinking maybe I haven't looked after you carefully enough.
Don't worry about that. You look after me plenty.
Well, I want you to feel free to come to me with any problems that are bothering you.
I will if I get any.
Come and talk to me the way a boy might talk to his mother.
Okay.
You don't think you need a mother particularly, do you?
You mean right now?
Yes.
Unc, you're not going to go and
No. That is, well, there's nothing very immediate anyway.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, I think we're doing pretty well. The way we are, you're a pretty good boy.
Okay, let's not bring in any outsiders.
I won't. Well, good night, Leroy. You can go back to sleep now.
Back to sleep? Oh yeah. Say, Unc, as long as you're here, how about signing my report card before I forget it?
Oh, yes.
It's right there on the dresser.
All right. Signature, parent, or guardian. Yes. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. There.
Thanks a million, Unc. Good night.
Good night, my boy. Sweet dreams. By the way, Leroy, the next time you're reading in bed and you hear me coming, don't turn out the light. It works better if you pretend you fell asleep with the light on.
What?
Yeah. Good night.
Gosh, what a character.
Music heard on this program was directed by Claude Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, inviting you to tune in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents the great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company will also bring you the Kraft Music Hall every Thursday night. Present each week at this time Harold Perry as the great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, a little drama staged in almost anyone's kitchen on baking day. Young boy enters, rosy cheeked, hungry as a bear cub. Takes one whiff and lets out a whoop. Boy, oh boy, fresh baked bread. Pesters mother until she slices through the crusty brown loaf. Hungry, happy boy shouts, now for some of that swell parquet margarine. You can leave it to Johnny. He knows what it takes to make fresh bread taste extra good. Yes, it's the flavor goodness of parquet that makes bread so downright satisfying to eat. For this quality margarine made by Kraft is truly delicious. Parquet is also one of the best energy foods a growing youngster or hard-working man can eat. And what's more, every pound contains 9,000 units of nutritious vitamin A. All the more reason you should serve Parquet as the regular spread for bread in your home. Tomorrow, then, buy Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now for the great Gildersleeve. Like every other town in the country, Summerfield is in the midst of a war bond drive. And wherever big things are doing, there you find Gildersleeve doing things in a big way. He's not only in charge of the door-to-door canvassing being carried on by the air raid wardens in his neighborhood, but he's a member of the committee planning Summerfield's 4th War Loan Rally. Consequently, he's a very busy man, and he doesn't hesitate to let people know it.
Bertie?
Yes, sir?
How soon?
It's almost ready, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'll put it on the table just a minute Miss Marjorie gets here.
It's 6:45. My meeting's at 8. We won't wait for her, Bertie. Go ahead and serve supper as soon as it's ready.
Yes, sir.
Confound it. Where is Marjorie anyway?
Down at the parish house.
Leroy, get up off the floor.
Okay.
You want to read in a decent light.
Okay.
Where did you say your sister was?
Down at the parish house. They're putting on a show or something.
Who is?
I don't know, some gang of nuts. Must see a picture of a P-61, Unc?
Not particularly. What's the show?
Hey, a P-61.
So it is. Now, what's
I
the...
bet you think it's a P-38 just because it's got two tails.
So it has. What's the show being put on for?
What show?
The show Marjorie's in.
Oh, I don't even know if she's in it. She just went down to try out.
Well, who's doing it? What's it being put on for?
No reason, just a bunch of nuts like Marge.
Leroy, I think you might be more respectful of your sister. She's found something that interests her. I'm glad to hear it. Probably do her good.
Could be. Hey, here she is now.
Well, my dear.
Hello.
Well. Aren't you going to take off your coat and stay a while?
Oh, yes.
What's eating her?
Never mind. We were about to start supper without you, my dear. I have a meeting. War Bond Committee.
Oh, I couldn't eat any supper, thanks.
No supper? Are you sick?
No, I just don't want any.
She's in love. Wally proposed to her.
I haven't even seen Wally. I don't care if I never see him.
But you have to eat, my dear. You have to eat to live.
Not right now, Uncle Mort. I'm too excited, I guess.
Well, tell us all about it. How'd it go? I hear you're going to be in a play.
Oh, Uncle Mort, he said I had the feeling. He said I had something.
Who said this?
Bruce Fairfield.
Who the Sam Hill is Bruce Fairfield?
Oh, you wouldn't know. He's too important.
Must be too important for me, too. I never heard of him.
He's our director. He's done a lot of Broadway plays and so on. He's from New York.
Tell me, my dear, what kind of a show are you putting on?
It's not a show. It's a play.
Excuse me, a play. What is it?
Well, we haven't decided yet. Well, we've got a name for our organization. We're calling it the Little Theater in the Dell.
Where are you going to get a dell?
Be quiet, Leroy.
This is our first real meeting today. Mr. Fairfield had me read a part for him, and Uncle Morty's wonderful. He said he really thinks I have something.
Maybe it's mumps.
Leroy.
And that wasn't all he said. He said I reminded him a little of Katharine Hepburn.
That red mop? Are you kidding?
It might just possibly interest you to know that Katharine Hepburn has red hair, too. Anyway, he didn't say I looked like Katharine Hepburn. He said I reminded him of her. And he ought to know he's worked with all the famous stars.
Evening, Miss Marjorie.
Marjorie?
Oh, good evening, Bertie.
Well, what do we got here, Bertie?
Some of that meatloaf you like.
Oh, brother.
Oh, none for me, thank you, Bertie.
No meatloaf?
No, I couldn't just now.
She says she's not hungry, Bertie.
Oh, but my land, the child's got to eat. Can't I get you something?
Well, you wouldn't have an artichoke, I suppose.
Artichoke? Who eats artichokes? You know we ain't got no artichokes.
I won't have anything then.
I never heard of such a thing. Leroy, you ain't going back on the meatloaf, too.
Not me. I could eat a horse.
Well, we ain't come to that yet. Artichokes. I'd just soon eat a porcupine. Artichokes is for rich folks.
You know who I bet eats artichokes? This Bruce Fairfield.
Leroy, you've never even met him.
Oh, dearie me, I can't eat a thing this evening. I think I'll just toy with an artichoke. Oh, how pretty.
Listen.
No, Marjorie. Leroy, eat your meatloaf.
Yes, eat. Go on, stuff yourself. Shovel it in. That's all anybody thinks about in this house, eating. Nobody has any time for the finer things.
I'm sure I don't know what's come over that girl. She ain't herself this evening.
You bet she ain't. She's Katharine Hepburn. How beloved. Oh, my darling. Kiss me, beloved, ere I so wound.
Eat your meatloaf, Leroy, ere I swat. Well, good morning, Marjorie. Feeling better this morning?
I feel all right, thank you.
Woo! Look at the new hairdo. So that's what you've been doing upstairs for the last 2 hours.
It took me about 10 minutes, and it's none of your business.
Oh, pardon me, Miss Hepburn.
Oh, be quiet, little boy.
Marjorie, I want to have a family conference, if you don't mind.
Oh, just as soon as I make this call.
Well, hurry it up.
What's the conference about, Unc?
You'll find out in just a minute. Bertie better be on this, too. Oh, Bertie!
Hello, Sally. I won't be able to come to your house this afternoon. I'm sorry.
You call me, Miss Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie.
Can I please have it quiet for a minute?
Oh.
I'm sorry, Sally, but I just can't come, that's all. Oh, because I have to be at the theater.
Oh, what a boa.
Leroy, you be quiet. Let's get this phone call over with.
Well, it isn't exactly a rehearsal, Sally. We're just going to have a reading.
Well, it isn't exactly a reading because we haven't chosen a play yet. I'm sorry, Sally. I said I was sorry, didn't I? Well, I just happen to think your little party isn't as important as my career, that's all. Bye.
Career now. Sit down now. I want to get everything planned for our guest.
Guest?
Guest?
Yes. In connection with the Summerfield Bond Drive, our city will be honored by the presence of an outstanding war hero who will speak at the rally tomorrow night. And we are to have the privilege of entertaining him here in our house.
MacArthur?
MacArthur. No, Leroy. MacArthur's busy killing Japs. The man who's coming here is Colonel White. And he shot down 6 planes in the last war, and he's a squadron leader in this one.
Oh, boy, a flyer. Can he sleep in my room, Unc?
Well, I'm glad to see your hospitable attitude, Leroy, but I think we'll put him in the sewing room.
On that little old army cot?
Well, he'd probably feel uncomfortable sleeping anywhere else, Bertie. Now, what about lunch, huh? Can we have something nice for him?
Well, I'll do my best, Mr. Gildersleeve. I don't know much about high-altitude cooking.
Well, you just cook for this man as if he'd never been off the ground, Bertie. He'll love it. Now, Marjorie, I was thinking if you could sort of show the Colonel around this afternoon.
Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle Mort. My rehearsal.
Yes. Now, listen, my dear. I think your interest in the drama is a very fine thing. I don't want to discourage it, but there's a war on. We all have to make some sacrifices in wartime, you know.
Oh, we do? What sacrifice are you making?
Me? Why,
You won't even let this hero have your bed because you don't like to sleep in the sewing room.
Marjorie, that's not true. He can have my bed if he wants it. Why, George, he'll have it whether he wants it or not. Bertie, will you make up my bed for the Colonel?
Yes, sir. 2 clean sheets?
For the Colonel, yes, 2. And then if you can fix the cot in the sewing room for me.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you how to make sacrifices in wartime. And you, young lady, you can be here for lunch anyway. And I want you to be just as nice as you know how.
How is the Colonel coming here, Unc? In a bomber?
No, Leroy, in a train.
Oh, I thought maybe he could take me up for a little ride.
He's coming on the 12:15, so he ought to be here any minute.
He might have changed his plans so he had to fly after all. Maybe he came in a P-61 and he could give me a ride in that. Maybe he'd let me shoot the machine guns a few times.
Stop talking, Leroy. Nothing is coming out.
Oh, well. Hey, there's the judge's car.
Oh? He's got the Colonel with him.
I'll let him in, Unc.
I'll let him in. Leroy?
Okay. The judge going to stay for lunch?
No, whether he knows it or not. Well, Colonel White, I presume?
That's me.
I was just going to introduce you, Throckmorton. Colonel White, I take pleasure in presenting my good friend, Throckmorton Gildersleeve.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
It's an honor to meet you, Colonel. Welcome to Summerfield, and come in.
Thank you.
Let me have your coat.
I'll take it, Unc. Hi, Judge.
Hello, Leroy.
Oh, Colonel, this is my nephew, Leroy. Colonel White, Leroy.
How are you, son?
Fine. Have you flown a P-61 yet?
Well, not yet, but I hope to soon.
Oh, have you flown a B-26?
Yes, I phoned that.
Boy's just crazy about airplane colonels.
So I see.
Hey, come in the living room, will you, Colonel? I want to show you something.
Leroy, stop yanking the Colonel around.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Gildersleeve. I don't believe he can hurt me.
He's a fine man, Throckmorton. Finest type of American soldier.
Oh, seems to be, yes.
Tell me one thing, old man. Do I smell lamb chops?
Confounded hooker, you can't stay to lunch.
Well, I brought the Colonel.
I don't care. There are only 7 lamb chops. If you stay, the Colonel and I can't have seconds.
All I know is the Colonel expects me to stay and talk about the details of his speech. After all, you'll have to give up your second lamb chop, Gildy.
This is a dirty trick, you old goat.
Now, we all have to make sacrifices in wartime, you know.
Yeah, but by George, I'm making more than my share.
And then he comes tearing down out of the sun and gives him the old...
Leroy.
Your nephew's found out things about air combat that I never knew, Mr. Gildersleeve. I guess I ought to see more movies.
You want to see Destination Tokyo this afternoon? It's at the Bijou.
Now, Leroy, the Colonel's going to be busy this afternoon. Well, that reminds me. Go tell Bertie, Leroy, I've persuaded Judge Hooker to stay to lunch.
Gosh. How'd you do
that? Leroy, take the message to Bertie.
Okay.
And tell her we can have lunch as soon as Marjorie comes out.
Okay. Hey, Marge, hurry up! Lunch!
I want you to meet my niece, Marjorie, Colonel. I think she's a mighty nice girl.
You bet your life she is. Pretty, too. Well, here she comes, Colonel. You can see for yourself.
Well, she sure is.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Afternoon, Marjorie. Colonel White, this is...
She's my niece, Judge. Marjorie, I take pleasure in presenting Colonel White.
How do you do?
How do you do, Colonel?
Say, am I crazy? No, I'm not. There's something about you that suggests Katharine Hepburn.
Oh, do you really think so?
Oh, for corn's sake. Come on, Colonel, chow.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Serving families the most nutritious foods without being extravagant is a challenge we all face today. Sometimes, too, there's as much difference as an extra war-saving stamp or two in some of the same kinds of food, as, for instance, spreads for bread. And that's good reason why you should be acquainted now with economical Parquet margarine. Sure, you know, Parquet, the one that's made by Kraft. A margarine that tastes so good when it's spread on bread, on muffins or pancakes or waffles. Yes, Parquet margarine can be a big help in keeping appetites up and your food budget down. At the same time, Parquet helps provide important food elements your family needs for good daily nutrition. You see, Parquet is actually one of the best energy foods you can serve. And to every pound of this nutritious spread for America's bread, Kraft adds 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So, for good nutrition, delicious flavor, and for economy's sake, too, buy and serve Parquet. That's Parkay. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's return to the great Gildersleeve. Colonel White has been his guest overnight and has made a big hit with everybody, although no one but Leroy has been able to get in a word. After breakfast the following morning, Leroy is still at it.
How big a crew does it carry? Has it got a ball turret? What's its ceiling? Did you ever fly on one? Oh, Leroy.
One question at a time, young man.
Don't you think the Colonel ever wants to talk about anything but the war?
Why should he? Hey, tell me, Colonel.
Now, Leroy, that'll be enough.
I don't mind.
Colonel White has been very patient, Leroy, but you have no business monopolizing him. Besides, it's time you were getting along to school.
Can I ask him just one more question, Unc? Just one?
Well, if the Colonel can stand it. Ever had the third degree before, Colonel?
Go ahead, son. What's the question?
Do you know any military secrets?
Why? Have you got a market for them?
No kidding, do you?
Leroy, Uncle Mort, really?
Now, my boy.
Just one secret, Colonel. Just a little one. Anything at all. Anything the other kids don't know.
Well, I don't know anything that would be much use to the enemy, but if you'll come over here, I'll whisper one in your ear.
Yeah? What?
Radar.
Oh, who doesn't know that?
All right, Leroy, off to school.
Okay. So long, Colonel. See you later.
Well, shall we go in the other room? I know you got things to do today, Colonel. And if you'll excuse me, I got a little furnace work to do down in the cellar before I leave. Ash day.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, used to have a man to do this, Colonel, but you know, with a manpower shortage.
Yes, indeed.
Good night. So long. Goodbye, Leroy.
Well, I guess I'll run up to my room for a minute.
Oh, Colonel White.
Yes?
I've been wanting to speak to you alone.
Well, don't tell me you're after a military secret, too.
Must you joke?
I beg pardon?
You don't need to pretend with me.
Am I pretending?
I know what you must be thinking. I want to apologize for my brother and my uncle.
Apologize?
You see, Summerfield is a small town, and we're small-town people. I guess there isn't anything we can do about that. But we don't have to be satisfied with it.
I think Summerfield is a swell town from what I've seen of it.
Oh, you don't have to be polite with me, Colonel. I understand.
I wish I did.
You're from New York, aren't you? It must be wonderful to live in New York. I suppose you go to a new play every night.
Oh, hardly that.
But you do love the theater, don't you?
Well, I like a good show, yes.
Oh, it's wonderful to meet someone who really understands. I knew the first moment I saw you. You're not like my uncle and all these people around here leading their little lives. You've lived. They just exist.
I don't know that I follow you.
People are so tragic, aren't they? Listen to him down there shaking the furnace. Poor Uncle Mort. What is he to look forward to? Well, I'm not going to get stuck here in Summerfield.
I don't know what you have in mind, but I wouldn't rush into anything. You're an attractive girl. You have a nice home here.
Where would the world be if we were satisfied with that? Where would Katharine Hepburn be today if she had stayed in Hartford all her life?
Hartford, I suppose.
Exactly. Oh, here comes my uncle. Oh, I don't know how to say it, but you brought me a glimpse of a new world.
Well, you two still standing here? Shall we be getting along downtown, Colonel?
I'll be right with you. I've just got to run up to my room.
Well, my dear, what have you two been in such deep conversation about?
Something you wouldn't even understand.
Oh, pardon me.
I wonder if you would be very surprised to know that I've met the man whom I shall one day marry.
Marjorie, stop your nonsense. Remind me to order some more coal, will you? Because we only got enough coal to let... What did you say?
Unc, I'm disappointed in Colonel White.
Disappointed, Leroy? Why?
I thought he was a man's man, and here he's been off with Marge all afternoon.
Yes. I wonder where she could have taken him, confound it.
It's your fault. You sicked her onto him.
You don't suppose she would take him to that place called Brownie's Beanery, do you?
Brownie's Beanery. Yeah, she might. That's all there is in the afternoon.
You
want me to call up?
No. He'll be here for supper, all right. He knows he's got to speak at the rally in a couple of hours. See who that is, would you, Leroy?
Sure. Maybe it's Marge and she forgot her keys. Mr. Peavy! Hey, Unc, it's Mr. Peavy.
Hello, Leroy.
Hello, Peavy.
Good evening, Mr. Gildersleeve. I just dropped in to make my bond report.
Oh, yes. Take off your coat and make yourself at home.
Thank you. It won't take me very long to report. There are only 16 houses in my block.
Judge Hooker sold $2,000 worth, and there's only 4 houses in his block.
Never mind, Leroy. Those are pretty big houses.
What difference does that make?
Young man, I'm not in the mood to discuss economics with you right now. Go somewhere and play with your toys.
Toys? He thinks I still have toys.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm afraid I didn't do as well as the judge.
No?
No. $2,000. My.
The trouble with you is you don't push hard enough, Peavy. You're not aggressive enough.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Well, it's the truth just the same. You have to make an emotional, dramatic appeal.
Me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, you ought to try. How did you make out?
Well, here are the applications and the money. I sold $600 worth altogether.
Well, that's very good, Peavy. Not bad at all.
Well, there's not much money in the drive for $14 billion, but I'm kind of proud of one thing.
Oh? What's that?
I sold a bond in every house on my street.
Why, Peavy, that's wonderful. You're the best salesman in Summerfield.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. You see, every house on my street has a boy in service, and they want him to come back home, that's all.
Well, you did a fine job anyhow, Peavy.
Yeah, I think I'd better be going, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, wait a minute. Peavy, what do you do when a young girl falls in love with an older man?
That's a hard question for me to answer. It never happened to me.
No, I suppose not.
At least it hasn't yet.
Now, this is serious, Peavy. That is, it could be. Marjorie may be falling for a man 25 years older than herself. What can I do about it?
Well, why don't you explain to Margie that when she's 35, the man will be 60. And when she's 45, he'll be 70. And when she's 60, he'll be 85.
Yeah, and when she's 90, he'll be 115.
That's right. It gets worse as you get older.
Why, that's silly. If a girl wants a man now, what does she care about 10 years from now? I guess I'll... Oh, there they are now. The Colonel's here, Bertie.
Well, I had a wonderful time, Colonel.
So did I. You make me feel younger than I have in years.
Oh, my goodness, I'm going to have to do something about this.
Come in?
Is it all right?
Sure, come in. I'm just packing my bag. I'll have to leave right after the rally, so I better do it now.
Oh, can I help?
No, thanks. Won't take me a minute. We travel light in the Army.
Well, we're expecting great things from this rally, Colonel.
To tell you the truth, I'd rather face the Japs than an audience. But I'll be doing the same thing tomorrow in Little Falls.
We're going to be sorry to have you leave, Colonel.
Well, I'm sorry to have to. You treated me like $1 million here, all of you. I think you have a very nice family.
Well, thank you. I wanted to speak to you about Marjorie.
She seems very much interested in the stage.
Yes, we've had to put up with that. She seems to have taken quite a fancy to you, too.
Well, you know.
I hope she hasn't been making a fool of herself. I know she has.
Well, young girl sees a uniform, you know. And then she seems to have me mixed up with New York in her mind. And she seems to have New York mixed up with Mecca. There we are. That didn't take long, did it?
Colonel, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor before you go.
Glad to. What is it?
I want you to go down in the living room and have a talk with Marjorie.
Well, I told you I'm not much of a speech maker.
Oh, you can do it. You're the only one who can. If you don't straighten her out before you leave, I'll have the devil's own time with her after you're gone. I know that girl.
Well, I'll be glad to try.
Great. Come on. She's down there now waiting to say goodbye.
All right.
Now, Colonel, all you have to do is give her a little fatherly advice. You know, point out that you're older than she is and so on.
Well, this is a little out of my line.
Yeah. I'll just wait outside here. You go ahead. She's in there. I'll be listening.
Well.
Colonel, you're going.
Yes, my plane leaves right after the rally.
Oh, it must be wonderful to fly, to feel the cool, clean, fresh wind in your face, to leave the earth behind with all its stupidity. Oh, I wish I could fly with you.
Yes, I wanted to speak to you about that.
Oh, don't speak. Let us just have this moment together. This last small moment.
Well, if you don't mind.
Please.
Now, listen, my dear.
Don't call me my dear. You sound like my uncle.
Well, I'm old enough to be your uncle. Has that ever occurred to you?
Oh, you're going to treat me like a child now. What difference do our ages make? What is time? What is anything?
You make it a little difficult to argue.
What are arguments? Words. Let's be honest with each other, shall we?
I'm for that.
Let's have the courage to be frank. Let's call a spade a spade.
All right. You start.
Well, let's face it. You're a man. I'm a woman.
I go along with you so far.
You once had the kindness to say that you found me attractive. Well, I find you attractive.
Well, that's fine, but Marjorie, you've got to realize...
Oh, nothing you can say will change it. That's just the way it is, that's all. That's life, I guess. You go away now and I won't see you. You'll be off to the wall where your duty lies. I won't try to hold you, but promise me one thing.
What's that?
When it's all over and you come back to the city you've loved so much, if I come to New York, may I look you up?
Why, sure. I'd be glad to see you anytime.
That's all. That's all I ask.
But, Marjorie, you don't realize, if you just listen...
Don't you see? Nothing you could ever say or do would change it because I ask so little.
Marjorie.
Yes.
I have a confession to make.
Yes.
I'm mad about you. Wild about you.
Oh, please.
All last night I lay awake dreaming of the moment when I would crush you in my arms.
Oh, no,
And
please.
now, come away with me, Marjorie, now, tonight, this minute.
Colonel, let go.
You will, you must. I have a wife and 7 children, but never mind them. Fly with me in my flying machine.
No.
Thanks, Colonel. Then 6 is 16, and 8 is 24, and 3 is 27.
Miss Gildersleeve, you got a minute?
6 is 33. Just a second, Bertie.
Excuse me.
33 and 8 is 41. 44. Gee, is that all? Sorry, Bertie. I'm just adding up the amount of war bonds we've sold in this neighborhood. It's not too good.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, you can add this.
Huh? Why, Bertie.
$18.75. I never thought I'd make it, but it's all there.
Why, that'll buy a $25 bond. Oh, that's great, Bertie.
Oh, shucks, it ought to be $100. I know that. But I figure if I can buy one of these every month, of course, I know they can't hold up the invasion for me. But give me time, I'll get there.
Well, I only wish more people figured that way, Bertie.
I was thinking, Mr. Gildersleeve, you got into them slips of paper where it says, sell me a bond?
You mean application forms? Oh, sure. But what's the idea, Bertie?
Well, sir, I got a meeting down at the lodge tonight, and there ain't no reason for it except a lot of folks want to sit around and talk. Just a little old unfinished business, that's all. And I figured I'd hand around some of them applications.
Well, you're welcome to all you want, Bertie, but do you think you can sell any? After all, that's it.
You just watch me. I'm going to say to them folks, now you listen to me. You folks sitting around here gabbing. We got a war going on. We got a lot of unfinished business, and we ain't doing anything about it to finish it. I'm going to say to them, there's a plenty of you folks making more money than you ever made before in your lives. And what you doing with it? Throwing it around. And in these days, that's a sin. Anybody who spends his money for anything but the food he needs to eat and the clothes he needs on his back, that's a sin. And he's a fool besides. Because things just ain't got the stuff in them these days. You go buy yourself a fancy new patent leather handbag, and what happens? Right away the handle comes off, because they ain't got the stuff. Yes. The stuff is going to the soldiers where it belongs. So get some sense and put your money where it belongs and where it's going to do somebody some good. Put it into war bonds. That's what I'll tell them. And they'll do it. They're good people. They want to fight this war just as hard as anybody else. But they get a little careless sometimes. That's all.
Don't we all? Well, here you are, Bertie. Here are the applications. Go get them.
I will. Good night, Miss Gildersleeve.
Good night, Bertie. God bless you. Good night, everybody.
Music heard on this program was under the direction of Claude Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, inviting you to tune in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents the great Gildersleeve. Company will also bring in the Kraft Music Hall every Thursday night, present Hal Perry as the great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore. We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Let's for a minute look in on a typical American family at breakfast time. Johnny rubs his sleepy eyes. Dad's kind of grumpy, thinking of that hard day's work ahead. But Mom knows how to make their eyes pop open. She's whipping up a batter for pancakes, and soon we'll flip them piping hot off the griddle. She knows, too, what it takes to make those golden brown griddle cakes taste extra good. It's Parquet margarine. And, of course, if you need syrup or honey, too. But with Parquet margarine for a spread, those pancakes are sure to hit the spot. Yes, this Kraft quality margarine really satisfies. As for energy, well, Parquet margarine is one of the best energy foods you can eat at every meal. What's more, every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So to start your day with a bang and end it with a smile, eat plenty of delicious, nourishing Parquet. Tomorrow, buy Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Let's join the great Gildersleeve and see what's going on in his busy little household. Leroy, it seems, is indisposed. Nothing serious, you understand. It came over him rather suddenly yesterday morning just before school when he glanced out of the window and saw a few snowflakes fluttering down.
Oh, boy, snow.
Well, I'm off, Leroy. You feed the puppy?
Yeah. Say, I don't know if I ought to go to school today. I've got a kind of a funny feeling.
Oh, what kind of feeling? Does your head ache?
Yeah. Well, not my head exactly.
Oh, your stomach?
Yeah. Well, it's not exactly my stomach. It's sort of all over, sort of.
Oh. Well, in that case, you better stay home, Leroy. Bertie, keep an eye on the boy, will you? I've got to go down to the office.
I'll do that, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, call Dr. Pettibone if he shows any symptoms.
Oh, she won't need to do that. I think if I just take it easy. Oh, boy, now it's really beginning to snow.
Well, it snowed all day and it snowed all night. Now it's Saturday morning, and for the first time, Leroy realizes that he's made a tactical error.
Oh, can't I go out, please?
No, my boy. If you weren't well enough to go to school yesterday, you're certainly not well enough to go out in the snow today.
But I told you, Unc, I feel fine now. Honest, I feel fine.
Remarkable recovery. One of the most remarkable in the annals of medicine. But we're taking no chances, my boy. You'll stay in the house today.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, a little bit of snow ain't going to...
No, Bertie.
Yes, sir. Gosh. Never you mind, Leroy. I'm making some applesauce this morning.
Thanks, Bertie. Gosh, look at all the fellas out there having some fun in the snow. Sure looks like fun, all right. Yep, I bet they're certainly having fun.
Stop licking the window pane, Leroy.
I'm not licking it.
Well, stop rubbing your nose on it. Bertie just washed those windows.
Gosh, can't even look out the window. Can't even watch the fellas having fun.
Yes.
Yep, sure looks like fun, all right. It sure looks like fun.
Leroy, I'm trying to read the newspaper. For heaven's sake, go and do something.
What? What is that to do, Unc?
Anything. Go play with your puppy.
I played with him.
Well, play with him some more.
He doesn't want to. All he wants to do is go out and play in the snow, like other dogs. The poor little pooch.
Well, let him.
Oh, he wouldn't go without me. He's a one-man dog.
Mr. Gildersleeve, we're going to have to do something about shoveling away that snow. When I came to look for the milk bottles this morning, they're buried clean out of sight.
Yes, I'll have to do something about that. Remind me, will you, Bertie?
Keep on snowing like this, we're going to be snowed in.
If it snows all weekend, maybe I won't be able to get to school even. That'd be terrible.
Yeah. That's terrible.
Well, here comes Sleeping Beauty. Good morning, one and all. Uncle darling, brother dear. Bertie, her ladyship is down.
Now, Leroy.
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. Has anyone looked out the window? It's as if the whole world were blanketed in snow.
It is.
And right outside the window, there's the most gorgeous icicle. It hangs there poised like some great crystal dagger.
Looks more like a frozen carrot.
Oh, I love winter with its ice and snow and the wind whistling in the east. Woo-hoo!
Marjorie, if I could trouble you to come down to Earth for a moment.
Yes?
I'm not going to ask what time you came in last night. I know. But I would like to ask.
Oh, now, Uncle, darling, you're not going to be cross.
Confound it, I am cross. Leroy goes to school when he pleases. You come down at breakfast when you please. Is that any way to run a household? How do you expect Bertie to do her work?
Oh, I don't care, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, you should care, Bertie. You should care.
Yes, sir, I'll care.
Now, Uncle Lloyd, don't you get so excited. I was late last night because we had a reading of our play, and we stopped to talk about it afterwards.
Play?
And I slept late because we're having a rehearsal this morning, and I'd like to be at my desk.
Hey, there goes Mrs. Ransom.
Well, what of it?
Nothing. Just there she goes.
You haven't been seeing much of her lately, have you, Uncle Mort?
I've been busy. And don't try to change the subject. We have breakfast in this house.
Don't you try to change the subject. What happened between you and Mrs. Ransom? For that matter, what happened between you and Miss Goodwin? Has she passed you up, too?
I told you I've been busy. And don't be impertinent.
I'm not being impertinent, Uncle Mort. I'm worried about you.
Well, I'm glad somebody thinks about me.
You've been so cross lately and so touchy. What's the matter, Uncle Mort? You can tell me.
Nothing. You think I'm getting old, my dear?
Old? I never think of you as any age. You're just my Uncle Mort.
Well, doggone it, when a man has two ladies walk out on him in one evening, he begins to think he must be slipping or something.
You mean Mrs. Ransom and Miss Goodwin? They did that to you?
I'm not mentioning any names, but neither of them has spoken to me since. Not since that night Miss Goodwin came to dinner.
Well, then you must have done something to offend them.
Not a thing. So help me, not one thing.
Well, whatever it was, I don't think the thing to do about it is go off in a corner and sulk.
I'm not sulking. I just, well, what should I do?
Well, make some little gesture in their direction.
Oh?
You know the kind of thing women like. Some little attention, some thoughtful little gesture.
Oh. Thoughtful little gesture.
Well, I've got to be getting to rehearsal. You don't happen to be driving down to the office, I suppose?
No, I'm not going to the office today. I thought I'd make this Saturday an exception.
Some exception, he says.
I have to stay home and shovel off the sidewalk. And you, young man.
Looks like you better get started, Mr. Gildersleeve. I opened the back door just now and a whole snowdrift fell in the kitchen.
Yeah, we'll have to do something about that. Remind me, will you, Bertie?
I'm reminding you.
Oh.
What a character.
Leroy. Leroy, come here, my boy.
What do you want?
Leroy, I feel that I've punished you enough. I'm going to let you go outdoors.
What's the hitch?
Out in the corner of the garage, you will find the snow shovel.
I knew it.
Yeah. Now, let me see. Some thoughtful little gesture. Ooh.
I'll go, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thank you, Bertie.
Good afternoon, Bertie. Mr. Gildersleeve at home?
Oh, yes, he is, Judge. He'd be glad to see you. He's been sitting here all day long just twiddling his thumb.
Well, hello, Gildy. The idea of sitting around the house on a beautiful day like this. Finest fall of snow we've had in years.
I haven't just been sitting around, Judge. Some of us have work to do.
Yeah, and some of us go down to our offices and do it. You haven't even shoveled the snow off your walk.
No, but Leroy has.
That's what you think.
What? You mean to say that... Darn that kid.
Oh, no. Don't be hard on him, Throckmorton. This is no day for a kid to be working. Kids have to take advantage of a snow like this. So should we.
What are you talking about?
I got a great idea, Gildy. Let's organize a sleigh ride party.
You must be getting into your second childhood, Hooker.
Now, listen, there's nothing childish about a sleigh ride, Gildy. Not if it's organized right. Get a sleigh somewhere, and a horse, some straw to sit on.
Straw? Gee, I can feel myself itching already.
Now, wait a minute. Just imagine the sleigh gliding along in the moonlight, bells jingling on the horse, and you and me sitting there snug in the back with a couple of nice girls.
Yeah. Well, I see what you mean, Horace.
Yeah, I thought you'd see the light.
Yes. Say, Horace, you may have a very good idea there. And I think I know where I can get a couple of girls.
Well, I was hoping you would, Gildy. Anybody I know?
Eve and Leila. As a matter of fact, I've been meaning to do something for them. Yes. A sleigh ride party would be a very thoughtful little gesture.
They'd love it.
If I ask them, they will. But where the dickens can we find a sleigh? I haven't seen one around here in years.
No, don't worry about that. You know Floyd Munson's brother, Otis?
Sure.
Well, he's got an old sleigh out of his place. I'm sure Floyd could fix it for us.
Would that mean we'd have to take Floyd along?
Oh, I hadn't thought about that.
Floyd's not a bad fellow, of course, and pretty good barber. But the girls might think he was, well, you know.
Maybe if we talked to him, we could tell him to watch his step a little, mind his P's and Q's.
If he tried to act high-toned, he'd be even worse.
Well, he'd get to feeling comfortable pretty soon.
Yeah, then we'd have to watch out. If he ever got started on one of his barbershop stories, oh, brother.
Say, here's an idea, Gildy. What if we just ask to borrow the sleigh and don't tell Floyd what we want it for?
I'm afraid you don't know Floyd. Most barbers are inquisitive, but Floyd is downright snoopy.
Yeah, I guess he'd have to know all about it. Still, that's the only sleigh around here that I know of. What are we going to do?
We could just go to Floyd's brother and rent the sleigh.
Oh, that'd cost money. I'll tell you what we can do. We can get up a whole gang to go along. Then Floyd won't be so noticeable. Get Peavy and the Pettibone.
We don't want too many.
No, just enough to drown out Floyd.
That's a big order, Horace. But let's try it that way.
Okay, I'll go and see Floyd right away, but the important thing is to get Eve and Leila.
Don't worry about them, Judge. You deliver the sleigh, and Gildersleeve will deliver the ladies.
How about it, Floyd?
Won't be any trouble at all, boys. Otis don't use the horse at night, and I know he'd just as soon leave us have her.
Her?
She's a mare. Answers to the name of Nellie. Well, I won't say she answers to it. She's a little hard of hearing.
Now, Floyd, we don't want a broken-down old nag pulling us around.
Nellie's all right. She's getting old, but she's still got her own teeth.
If she can do farm work, I guess she can pull around the sleigh for a few hours.
Why, sure. And you don't have to worry about the sleigh either. It's big and comfortable. My cousin Earl and I used it one night about 6 years ago. Remember the night the circus got stranded here?
Yeah.
Well, Earl and I got hold of two lady bareback riders, and we had a wonderful sleigh ride. You got a girl for me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I wanted to talk to you about that, Floyd. I'm bringing some girls, but they're not bareback riders.
Well, we can't all be lucky.
There's nothing the matter with these girls, confound it.
I didn't say there was anything the matter with them, Commissioner. Keep your shirt on.
The thing about these girls is they're kind of high class.
Oh, refined. I get you. Well, I know how to act with nice girls. Glad you tipped me off, though.
Now, look here, Floyd. We're letting you in on a nice little party, and we expect you to behave yourself.
I'll behave, Judge. There's women in my shop almost every day, and I very seldom make a slip.
Yeah, well, we can't afford any slips tonight. I'm giving you a chance to meet some real ladies. I don't want you to ruin it.
How could I ruin it?
By behaving like a crude barbershop cowboy.
Now, Commissioner, I think that's going a little far. After all, I'm getting a sleigh for you, ain't I?
Yes, Floyd.
Then let's be reasonable, huh, Judge? Live and let live.
I think Floyd understands now, Gildy.
Sure I do.
All right. I'll get the girls. We'll go on the sleigh ride. But if you get out of line just once, Floyd, I'll cut my own hair from now on.
Well, here's the great Gildersleeve in just a few seconds. You know, bread is a mighty important food, especially the new enriched bread your grocer's selling now. But after all, to make bread a treat to eat, you need a good-tasting spread to go along with it. And that leads us right to Parquet margarine. For this wholesome, nutritious spread really is delicious on bread, toast, and rolls. Parquet's fine flavor is something you'll want to tell your friends about. It's so delicate and appetizing. In fact, Parquet is a favorite spread for bread in millions of American homes. And it's such a splendid energy food, too. Nutrition experts agree it's one of the very best you can include in your daily diet. And speaking of good nutrition, just listen to this. Every single pound of Parquet margarine is fortified with no less than 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So tomorrow when you're shopping, be sure to ask for delicious, nourishing Parquet. That's Parkay. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Back to Summerfield and the great Gildersleeve. And along about 8 o'clock, a beautiful moon came up back of the old tack factory. It's a perfect night for a sleigh ride, and that's where we find Gildersleeve and his companions, Floyd the barber and Judge Hooker, bundled up in mufflers, mittens, and earmuffs, and ready for come what may. Gildersleeve and the judge squat on the straw piled in the sleigh, while Floyd is up front handling the reins.
Come on, Nellie.
We'll stop at the drugstore first, Floyd, and pick up the girls afterwards.
Okay.
Gad, what a beautiful night. Moon and everything. We were sailing along on moonlight.
No, Judge, no.
You can hear the voices singing.
Go on home, beat it. You better stop, Judge. You'll wake up the whole town.
Hey, you're getting Nellie nervous, too.
Well, if you're worried, Floyd, let me take the reins. I've handled high-spirited horses in my time.
Nellie ain't high-spirited. I'm just worried you'll break what spirit she's got. Come on, girl.
How about letting me take over for a while, Floyd?
Not a chance, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm responsible for this rig, and I'm driving her.
Whoa, gal. Whoa, Nellie. His lights are still on.
Yeah, he's just closing up. Come on, Judge.
Well, good evening.
Get your things on. You're coming with us. We're going sleigh ride.
Sleigh ride?
Yep, right outside there. Come on. Come on, the beautiful moonlight night with a couple of ladies.
Yes, sir. Miss Goodwin and Mrs. Ransom.
Yeah, a couple of peacherinos.
No, I'm afraid I couldn't, gentlemen. I wish I'd known about this earlier.
Yes. Well, nobody knew about it. We just did it on the spur of the moment, Peavy. We're going to go around and surprise everybody. Come on.
No, I'm afraid I couldn't. You see Mrs. Peavy.
Bring her along.
Sure, glad to have her. Make it all the merrier.
Well, I wouldn't say that. You see, when I left home this morning, Mrs. Peavy had a sniffle.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes, I left her with instructions to take a glassful of hot lemonade mixed with bicarbonate soda. But if I know her, she didn't take it. And I do, so she didn't.
If you ask me, the best way to treat a cold is to let it alone. And the best you can do for Mrs. Peavy is to let her alone.
Sure. Come on, Peavy. She'll never miss you.
Well, yeah, I'd like to, gentlemen. I'd certainly like to, but I couldn't think of leaving Mrs. Peavy at home alone. I really couldn't.
Yeah, if that's the way you feel.
Well, I'll tell you what I will do.
What?
I'll let you gentlemen drive me home, if you will.
Oh, but Peavy, we're not going in that direction. We were going to pick up Miss Goodwin first, then Mrs. Ransom, and then drive out around the reservoir and back.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, if you take me home the long way, I can't help that, can I?
Peavy, you're a very sneaky fellow.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Come on.
Here we go.
The little white cottage there. That's it.
Whoa, Nellie. Whoa.
Just remember, no remarks.
I wasn't brought up in no barn, you know.
Well, all right. Just the same, no remarks. I'll go and get her. Excuse me, Peavy.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Want me to come with you, Gildy?
No, I prefer to handle this alone, if you don't mind, Judge.
Guess we aren't good enough for him.
What a night. Eve will love this. Reminder of old times. Those old New England winters. Wish I could shake those old goats. Oh, well.
Yes?
It's me, Eve. I.
Oh, it's Mr. Gildersleeve. I didn't recognize you. Perhaps it's the earmuffs.
Yes, and the red nose. Cold. Say, Eve, how'd you like to go for a sleigh ride, huh?
Is this an invitation?
Oh, of course.
Your invitations are not always too clear, you know.
Huh? Oh, yes. Well, about that. The last time I saw you, I'm sorry, Eve. I still don't know what I said, but if I said it, I apologize. There.
Well, there was no cause for offense and no need for apology, I assure you.
Oh, then what are we arguing about? Will you come sleigh riding?
Well, this is rather short notice.
Well, we just got it up on the spur of the moment, Eve. Come on. The sleigh's out front there. We got a great bunch of fellows.
Do I know the gentleman?
Oh, don't worry. You won't be the only woman. LEILA Ransom's coming, too.
Mrs. Ransom?
Hurry up, Gildy.
Yeah, tell the lady if she's got cold feet, we'll warm her up.
Great fellas. Come on, Eve. It'll be more fun than a barrel of monkeys.
Some other time, perhaps, when I'm more in the mood for monkeys.
Oh, but Eve.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's rather cold standing here, and I'm suffering from a slight headache. If you'll excuse me.
I did it again.
Come on, Gildy. It's getting late.
Oh, gosh, what am I going to tell the fellas?
Hurry up. Nellie's getting cold. When she gets cold, she sits down. When she sits down, you can't get her up.
I'm coming.
Where's your lady fair?
Yeah, where's the queen?
I had her all sold when you made the crack about warming her feet. Now it's off.
Oh, so it's my fault. Well, that's some people for you. They talk big, but when it comes time, they can't deliver.
It just so happens that the lady has a headache.
Yeah. Well, climb up, Casanova. I guess from here on, you better take over the horse and let me handle the women.
Drive on, Floyd. Move over, Peavy. I'll show you how to handle women. All right. Stop here, Floyd.
Whoa, Nellie.
Are we going to serenade her from here, Gildy?
No, let's get up close to the house so she can't miss it.
Don't worry. When we open up, nobody in the block will miss it. But if you ask me, this whole serenade is a lot of nonsense.
Of course it is. But that's what women like. Those little attentions.
Where'd you hear that?
Never mind. Come on, fellas.
If you don't mind, I think I'll just stay here with Nellie.
Oh, you can't do that, Peavy. We won't have a quartet.
Well, if you're sure that's what's needed, I'll come.
Nellie will stand. She don't need to be hitched.
Oh, nice, Nellie. Now, remember, fellas, the idea is to sound good. I'll give the keynote, and then we'll start.
Well, I'm cold, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, sing and get warm, darn it.
Well, it's my feet that are cold. I don't sing with my feet.
Oh, quit squawking, Peavy. You'll sing for a minute, you'll have a nice girl to keep you warm.
Well, There is a tavern in the town, in the town.
Peavy. We'll all sing together, and we're going to sing Jingle Bells, not a tavern in the town.
All right, Mr. Gildersleeve. Just loosening up my throat is all.
Let's quit arguing and get the darn serenade started.
That's what I say.
All right, here we go. Dashing through the snow
in a one-horse open sleigh, o'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtail ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleigh song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Well, that ought to do something.
That'll make the Queen of Sheba jump right out of her tent.
Look, Gildy. Door's opening.
Get going, Commissioner. Now's the time for the sweet talk.
Okay, fellas, I'll hand it. You boys go on back and play. Good evening, Leila. I trust you enjoyed our little serenade.
Is that what it was, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, Leila, we were trying to please you.
And who is we, may I?
Well, Judge Hooker, Mr. Peavy, and Floyd Munson, and myself.
Floyd Munson. Is he the uncouth man that runs the barber shop?
Well, he's not particularly uncouth, Leila. Floyd's really all right. Anyhow, we just wanted you to go on a sleigh ride. That's why we sang Jingle Bells. Don't you see?
I see all too clearly.
Oh. We've got a sleigh with straw in the back, and the snow is wonderful. And there's a moon tonight, and we have a beautiful horse.
And 4 rowdies. Are there any other ladies in the party?
Well, the horse's name is Nellie.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I will not be chaperoned by a horse.
I didn't mean that, Leila. I was just joking. Why do we need a chaperone anyway? We were engaged to be married once.
Well, we are not engaged at the present time.
Won't you just come for a little sleigh ride?
No, thank you.
We'll get a chaperone somewhere.
No, thank you. Kindly take your foot out of the door.
But, Leila...
Please remove your foot from the door, Mr. Gildersleeve. I have a guest waiting for me.
A guest? Great, all the better. Bring her along.
I'm sure Dr. Hargrave would decline.
Hargrave? Hargrave, I'll kill that fake doctor.
Well, how'd you make out, Gildy?
Didn't sound too good from here.
What are you hyenas laughing at?
You, the serenade was your idea.
Right, George, if I ever saw a man organize a sleigh ride party badly, I've seen you do it tonight.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that. We've got everything but the ladies.
What have we got?
Moonlight and sleigh and nice horse. And I've got this thermos full of hot coffee. Have some.
Well, thanks. It might help at that.
After you, Floyd.
Leave some for me, Horace.
Ooh, this is great, Petey. Fine coffee.
Now, we're not so badly off, gentlemen. I'll tell you another thing we've got. I don't know any better company in this town than you 3 fellows.
I'll say the same for you, Petey. What do we want women for, anyway? Half the trouble in the world comes from fooling with women.
I'd say more than half.
I'd say 90%.
Gentlemen, you're still low.
Peavy's right, fellas. Forget the women. Come on. Let's drive around the town and enjoy the snow. We'll sing, too. What do you say?
Time for it. Down with the women. Let's go.
Let's go.
We're off. There is a tavern in the town, and there...
wait a minute, Peavy.
What's the matter? Let him sing.
Just a second. Do any of you fellows know the Bagley sisters live down on South Street?
No. You know them, Floyd?
Yeah, I know them, and they're as lively a bunch of girls as ever went on a sleigh ride.
Yeah. Well, fellas, what are we waiting for?
Giddy up, Nellie! There is a tavern in the town,
and there my true love sits him down, sits him down.
Good night, gentlemen. Thank you for a very pleasurable evening.
Good night, Peavy.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, my gracious.
What?
I've forgotten my house key. I'm afraid I'm going to have to arouse Mr. Peavy.
Uh-oh.
Well, I suppose if I must, I must.
Good luck. Hey, wait a minute, fellas. Let's listen to this.
It's me, dear. I forgot. Well, no, dear. I was... Well, I could explain if you would just... Well, now, I wouldn't say that.
Let's go, Floyd. Good night, everybody.
Music heard on this program was under the direction of Claude Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, inviting you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Our Hats Off department wants to hand a word of praise to you women who have found the knack of taking simple, everyday foods and making something pretty special out of them. That's an important knack to have these days, so here's a tip. You can add extra flavor to all kinds of food with golden, creamy smooth Kraft salad mustard. Your leftover meats and vegetables, for example. They'll hardly taste like leftovers at all when you add the tangy flavor of Kraft salad mustard and those cold cuts that take so few of your precious ration points. What lip-smacking flavor they'll have when you spread them with this delicious Kraft mustard. Why, you can serve Kraft salad mustard in dozens of tempting ways. Blend it into tasty appetizers, relishes, and sandwich fillings, or add it to cheese fondues and Welsh rabbits. Then, too, you'll want to try that other popular mustard with horseradish added, also made by Kraft. Buy them both for variety. Kraft mustard with horseradish and Kraft salad mustard.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Company, also bringing the Kraft Music Hall every Thursday night, present Hal Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Let's for a minute look in on a typical American family at breakfast time. Johnny rubs his sleepy eyes. Dad's kind of grumpy, thinking of that hard day's work ahead. But Mom knows how to make their eyes pop open. She's whipping up a batter for pancakes, and soon we'll flip them piping hot off the griddle. She knows, too, what it takes to make those golden brown griddle cakes taste extra good. It's Parquet margarine. And, of course, if you need syrup or honey, too. But with Parquet margarine for a spread, those pancakes are sure to hit the spot. Yes, this Kraft quality margarine really satisfies. As for energy, well, Parquet margarine is one of the best energy foods you can eat at every meal. What's more, every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So to start your day with a bang and end it with a smile, eat plenty of delicious, nourishing Parquet. Tomorrow, buy Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's join Arf now. He's had a political bee BuzzFeed study and listen in on some of the political scene with Judge Hooker.
Now, I have analyzed the situation, reached a conclusion.
Oh, what is it?
You might have a chance to become mayor of this town.
I told you that an hour ago, Judge, a week ago.
Well, I know you did, but
a few days ago you were laughing at Gildersleeve for mayor. Now it looks like you were trying to climb on the bandwagon.
Bandwagon? I was considering in the light of your campaign manager. But you've already botched things up so completely.
How have I botched things?
Well, in the first place, you've blabbed all over town that you're going to run for mayor.
I have not. I haven't even told Leroy and Marjorie.
Oh, I heard it from 10 people.
Somebody else talked, not me then. I didn't tell anyone but Floyd the barber.
You tell Floyd, you don't have to tell anyone else. Politics is a deep game, Gildy. It's full of pitfalls.
Yeah. Maybe I do need help.
Well, if you take my advice, I can help you. Now, the first thing is to develop some contacts.
Well, I know a lot of people.
Well, the point is to know the right people. Now, there's one contact I think I can arrange for you this evening.
Oh, what's that?
Congressman Abernathy is going to be in town for a few hours.
Abernathy's nothing but a windbag.
No, but if we get him to support you, it'd be a great help.
Oh, all right.
Well, you keep the evening open. I'll go down and see if I can get a hold of Abernathy.
All right, Horace. My fate is in your hands.
All right. Don't worry, Gildy. I'll call you later.
Hi, Judge.
Hello, Leroy.
Well, goodbye, Horace. V for victory.
Goodbye, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Say, Unc.
Yes, Leroy?
What did the judge mean when he called you Your Honor?
Oh, that was just a little joke between the judge and me.
Some joke.
Well, I wasn't going to tell anyone, but I suppose you're bound to find out sooner or later. Can you keep a secret, my boy?
Sure.
Where's Marjorie? Marjorie, come here a minute.
Oh, right away. I just have one more nail to do.
Remember now, this is strictly confidential, Leroy. I don't want you to tell a soul.
I can dust some other time, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, you needn't go. This concerns you too, Bertie. It concerns everyone.
Don't touch me, anybody. Polish isn't dry yet.
Marjorie, must you wear red fingernails?
Oh, now, Unky, darling.
You look as if you just killed an ox with your bare hands.
Don't be old-fashioned. Everybody wears red
Shut up. Unc's got something to tell us.
Oh, what?
Well, as I told Leroy, this is a secret, my dear. I don't want a word of it to get out until we're ready to announce it.
Uncle Mort, you're not engaged again. You're not going to get married. Unc!
No, I'm not going to get married. I'm not even engaged, exactly.
Gosh, you have me worried there. I thought sure this time it was old lady Goodwin.
Leroy. Just because she happens to be principal of your school doesn't mean that she's old.
Sorry, Uncle.
She's not even as old as I am. As a matter of fact, she's 3 years younger, which is just about right. The woman should be younger.
I thought you said you weren't going to...
I did, Marjorie. What I wanted to tell you is something entirely different.
Okay, shoot.
My boy, how would you like to wake up someday and find yourself the nephew of the mayor?
I'd rather be your nephew.
Well, how would you like to be both?
Huh? Uncle Mort, you don't mean it.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Gildersleeve, man.
Well, I'm going to try, Bertie. That is, I'm not going to seek the office, of course, but if the office should seek me...
Oh, how wonderful.
Oh, my goodness.
Uncle Mort, I'm so proud.
Well, there seems to be a demand. If I can serve the community in my humble way.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I want to be the first to congratulate you.
Thank you, Bertie.
I'm going to have to get me a new uniform with a cap with lace all on it. So I won't shame the man when I open the door.
And I might have to get a few new dresses.
Now, my dear, let's not count our eggs until we lay them.
Another thing, Mr. Gildersleeve. Oh, we're going to have to need one of them little silver trays for folks to put their cards on when you're too busy to see them.
Oh, no. That's one thing I'll never do, Bertie. If elected, I shall see that the mayor's door stands open to the public at all times. And furthermore, if elected, I propose to see that everyone gets a fair hearing, regardless of race, creed. Leroy, why do you stare at me like that?
I'm trying to imagine you as mayor.
Well?
Still make a pip.
Yes. Now remember, everybody, not one word of this to anyone.
Why?
Well, I don't want anybody to know that I'm running for mayor.
How are you going to get elected that way?
Leave it to me. The judge and I don't want to open the campaign until we've got it all laid out, Leroy. That's going to take time. It's also going to take a lot of work. I'm going to have to work on this thing day and night. Well, might as well get at it. But it's going to mean giving up my social life entirely. Now what?
It's your social life. Hi, Mrs. Ransom. Come in.
Leila.
Is your uncle? Oh, hello, Throckmorton.
Oh, hello, Leila.
Bertie, Marjorie.
Morning,
Mr. Ransom. Oh, I'm afraid I've come to borrow something again, Bertie. Can you bear it?
Well, I guess.
Of course. What's the use of having a pretty neighbor if she doesn't run in to borrow things now and then?
Oh, you. I have some news for you, Throckmorton.
I have some news for you, too, Eve. I mean, Leila.
Oh. Well, caught you that time.
What can I get you, Miss Ransom?
Bertie, I wonder if you could let me have 6 eggs there for a cake I'm making.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
The only thing is, maybe you could tell me, do you know anything about baking cakes, Bertie?
Can she bake a cake?
She's just the best cake baker there is, that's all.
I'll just bet she is. I'll bet she bakes cakes so light and fluffy they just melt in your mouth, don't you, Bertie?
Well, when I'm lucky. That's about 9 times out of 10.
I have the worst luck with cakes. I don't know what's the matter. And I did so want to have a nice cake for tonight because I'm having a little party. I want you to come, of course, Throckmorton. Bertie, maybe you could tell me how to bake it.
Oh, shucks. I'll bake you a cake, Miss Ransom. That'd be easier than telling you.
Oh, I couldn't let you do that, Bertie. Here's the recipe. I brought it with me.
Who needs recipes?
Yes, Bertie cooks by ear.
I declare, I'm just going to steal Bertie away from you one of these days, Throckmorton.
Over my dead body.
Mine, too. What kind of cake you want, Miss Ransom?
Well, it's for a birthday party, Bertie.
Birthday? Whose birthday?
Guess.
Whose?
Mine. How old are you? Leroy.
That is a question a gentleman never asks a lady, Leroy.
Well, how old is she?
Leroy.
I'm almost old enough to be your mother. Are you kidding?
Run along and play, Leroy. You too, Marjorie.
What did I do? I asked her how old she was. People ask me how old I am. I don't get sore.
You come along with me, Leroy.
You said you had some news for me, Leila.
Yes. Guess what? Arthur's by.
Arthur?
Dr. Hargrave, silly.
Oh, him.
That's why I particularly want you to come tonight. I think you and Arthur ought to get to know each other better.
Great. But you see, I have a sort of a tentative engagement tonight to meet with Judge Hooker and Congressman Abernathy.
Well, of course, if you care more for some old Abernathy than you do for your friend.
But you don't understand, Leila. This is important.
Miss Goodwin's going to be awfully disappointed.
Eve? Is she coming?
Yes. I've already gone and invited her because I never dreamed that you would.
I'll be there.
Well, you're sure you can explain to Congressman Abernathy?
Oh, Hooker can explain to Abernathy.
I'll be expecting you there. Oh, Throckmorton.
Yes, Leila?
Just because it's my birthday, I don't want you to think you have to give me a present or anything, you hear?
Oh? Oh, yeah.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavy. I want to buy some perfume.
Perfume? Is it for yourself or for a friend?
For a friend, naturally. A lady. It ought to be something pretty good.
Well, something imported, I take it.
Well, I don't care. Just so it smells good.
Oh, they all have a pleasing odor, but the object is to suit the lady's personality, so they tell me. Mm-hmm. Now, if you'll just step over here.
Yeah. They all look expensive.
Mr. Gildersleeve, let's not think about price just yet.
Huh?
Now, here's an item put out by a very reliable house. It's been quite a steady seller.
Madness of love. Disgusting.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. You have to look at these things through a woman's eyes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
How do I do that?
Well, perhaps the description on the circular would help a little. I'll get my glasses on here. Ecstasy in the moonlight. The magic of a wicked glance. The skip of a heartbeat as the one you love draws near. All these distilled into one fragrant essence. That ought to be quite an odor.
Yes. Let me smell it.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't do that. You see, these bottles are sealed, and if I open them up, the stuff evaporates.
You mean I have to buy a perfume without knowing what it smells like? That's buying a pig in a poke.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Most of these are nationally advertised brands. They're all perfectly safe.
I'm not looking for a safe perfume, Peavy. I want something this lady will like.
Well, perhaps if I had some idea of her personality.
She's a woman. A very attractive woman.
Well, would you say she was the school superintendent type?
No.
Ah, more the Southern widow type.
Peavy, you're trying to pin me down. I'm just stuck for a present, that's all. Let's see some of the other brands. I'll bet the bottles cost more than the stuff.
You'd be surprised what the stuff costs. $20 an ounce sometimes.
$20 an ounce? Why, that's $300 a pound.
That's right.
I'm only going for supper. Let me see some of the others. Black Magic, Spring Song, Paris at Midnight.
And here's Mrs. Peavy's favorite.
Huh? My Sin. Peavy, she ought to be ashamed of herself.
Well, I venture to suggest that when she bought it, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I live to regret it.
She's had that one bottle for 7 years, and it's brought her a lot of innocent pleasure.
Well, the whole thing's a gamble. What's that little teensy bottle down there at the end, Pete?
Just a second. Oh, this is a very good item.
Yeah, they're all the same. They're just... Oh, parlez-moi d'amour. That'll tickle her.
Does that strike a chord, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I used to sing that song to this particular lady, Peavy. Of course, that's all over now. Wrap it up.
Yes, sir. The box comes with it. I have it for you in just a jiffy.
Oh, she'll love this.
And I feel quite sure the lady will be very pleased with your selection, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, what makes you think so?
This one costs $30 an ounce.
Oh!
Kraft will return you to the great Gildersleeve in just a few seconds. There's more truth than poetry in the saying the proof of the pudding is in the eating. You'll agree that there's no other sure way of finding out how really good a food tastes. And it's by this very test that Parquet margarine has become so popular in millions of homes. People have heard about it, they try it, and they just naturally like Parquet. You'll like Parquet in a big way, too, because this Kraft quality margarine has a fine, delicate flavor. Really delicious spread on bread, hot toast, or rolls. And you like the extra energy it helps provide your hard-working family, because Parquet margarine is actually one of the best energy foods they can eat. And you like Parquet for still another reason, and a mighty important one. For you see, to every pound of Parquet margarine, Kraft adds 9,000 units of vitamin A. So, for delicious flavor, for extra energy, and for a dependable source of vitamin A, buy and serve Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine. It's the margarine that's made by Kraft. Now let's hurry back to the great Gildersleeve, whom we find marching up the Widow Ransom's front walk bearing a magnificent birthday cake. As he reaches her door, he pokes the doorbell with a pudgy forefinger while he balances the cake cautiously on one hand.
Oh, careful. Oh. Hello, Leila.
Throckmorton, what a gorgeous cake.
For you.
Oh, be sure and thank Bertie for me, will you? Come in.
Oh, am I the first to arrive?
Oh, no. Arthur's been here for hours.
Yeah, I might have known.
I've got him out in the kitchen helping me. Just throw your things down anyway.
Leila, wait a minute.
Yes?
I brought you something else. Here. Present.
Oh, Throckmorton, you shouldn't have done it. Oh, now, what can it be? I just get so excited. What? Perfume.
Uh-huh.
Oh, parlez-moi d'amour, my favorite.
Yeah.
Oh. You naughty boy, taking advantage of a poor girl's weakness that way.
Yeah.
Oh, you know I can't resist perfume.
Neither can I.
I'm going to put some on right now. Here, you hold the cake.
All right. Don't forget behind the ears.
I'm alone with the ears, silly.
That's what I mean.
Throckmorton.
I was just going to smell.
I thought you were forgetting yourself. Remember, I'm promised to Arthur.
Promised? You mean?
Well, not promised exactly, but we have an understanding.
Well, that's the way it is with me and Eve.
Let's join Arthur in the kitchen, shall we?
All right.
I hope you don't mind it being so informal and all. As you see, I'm just wearing a little house dress and an apron.
Oh, it's cute. Ruffle.
right through here. Well, I guess you know the way.
Yeah, I ought to.
Oh, Throckmorton, would you do me a favor?
Sure. What?
Don't tell Arthur I didn't bake the cake. He likes to think I'm domestic.
Sucker.
Arthur, darling, you know Throckmorton Gildersleeve.
Oh, of course. How are you, Gildersleeve?
Oh, glad to see you, Doctor. Got you working, eh?
Yes, she's got me wound right around her little finger. Hasn't she, Dee Dee? Dee Dee?
Arthur calls me Dee Dee, and I call him Pooh Bear.
Oh.
Now, look, Dee Dee. I've chopped this whole great big bowl of parsley. Don't I deserve a kiss for a reward?
Well, just one teensy-weensy one.
Sickening.
Oh, gracious. This isn't getting dinner cooked. Here, I need this jar of mayonnaise open. Too strong.
I am.
Let me.
I got it, Doc.
It's awfully hard to unscrew.
It's nothing. I'll just...
Don't strain yourself.
Yeah.
Here, let a man do it.
Let go, Doc. I'll... Darn thing. I can't seem to get hold of it.
Here, let me.
Let off a try, Throckmorton.
Well, go ahead, Doc. It can't be done.
We'll just see about that.
Arthur, you're wonderful. I declare you're so strong.
Nothing but a trick of the wrist.
For that, you get another kiss.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Oh, front door.
Oh, it must be Eve.
I'll go.
No, let me go.
We'll all go. Arthur, you've met Miss Goodwin, haven't you?
Oh, I don't believe I've ever had the pleasure.
Oh, she's so attractive for a school teacher. Oh, gracious. Here I am still wearing this apron. I do hope your friend won't mind things being so informal at all, Throckmorton.
Oh, not Eve. Hello, Eve.
Good evening, Throckmorton.
Come in.
Mrs. Ransom, you were so nice to invite me.
I'm so glad you could come, Miss Goodwin.
You girls are going to be seeing a lot of each other. Got to learn to use first names. Eve, meet Leila.
I love your dress. Is it new?
Oh, yes, that's quite a thing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm afraid I forgot to explain, Miss Goodwin. We're being very informal here this evening, just a sort of pick-up shuffle.
Oh, I'm sorry if I misunderstood.
Oh, that's all right. I'll just run up and change my frock.
Oh, please don't. It's all my fault. I'm the one who should feel out of place.
Not at all, if I may say so.
Oh.
Isn't anyone going to introduce us?
Of course, Miss Goodwin. This is Dr. Hargrave.
How do you do, Doctor?
How do you do? How do you do?
I think I will run up and change my dress if nobody minds.
That was really a delicious dinner, Dee Dee.
Wasn't it? Leila, I'd give anything for your talent as a housekeeper.
Can't you cook, Eve?
Oh, she's just being modest. Anyone who's lived alone so long must be able to cook.
Why don't we have a little music?
Oh, yes. It's always so soothing after dinner.
Yeah, good for digestion, too.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you play, Leila, and I'll sing?
Well, if that's what everyone would like.
Do you sing, Miss Goodwin?
No, I don't, Doctor. I play a little.
Eve plays mostly classical, not so good for the digestion.
Speaking medically, I disagree with that, Gildersleeve.
Well, of course, I like the classics.
Oh, so do I. Eve, it's a shame you didn't bring your music.
You haven't any, of course.
Just a few popular things is all. I'm just a silly girl who likes to play for people's enjoyment.
So do I. If there are people to enjoy it.
Miss Goodwin, I'm crazy about Bach.
Oh, I believe there's an album of Bach on the piano bench. It came with the piano.
Here it is. Oh, the preludes, they're lovely.
Will you play some, please? I'll turn the pages for you.
Eve, don't you think it's too soon after dinner for Bach?
I don't think it's ever too soon for Bach.
Well, I still say it's too soon.
What's the name of this piece, Throckmorton? Do you know?
No, I don't. You?
No.
Probably another piece by Bach.
I think he wrote the whole album.
Eve looks well at the piano, doesn't she, Leila? Graceful, I mean. Her arms.
And how well she knows it. Look at Arthur. He has such an air about him, hasn't he?
Yeah, so has a skunk.
Throckmorton, that is no way to talk about Arthur.
Well, does he have to lean over like that? Does he have to keep his hands on her shoulders?
Does she have to wear bare shoulders? She might at least wear a scarf.
Just the same, I think I'll have a word with Arthur.
After this is over, let's you and I show him, Leila. You play and I'll sing.
I'm just a little bit put out with Arthur.
Yeah, I guess he knows it. He's trying to catch your eye, Leila. He's trying to attract your attention.
I know. I'm pretending I don't see it.
He wants me to poke you.
I am not speaking to Arthur at the present moment.
Yeah, serves him right. That's the end, Leila. Quick.
Bravo! Thank you, Doctor.
Encore.
Oh, I really think I played enough.
Come on, Leila. Now's our chance. Well, that was wonderful, Eve.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Throckmorton.
Now, you take a little rest, and Leila and I will entertain. What do we have first, Leila?
Well, anything you'd like to sing, Throckmorton. Of course, I'm not a trained musician like Eve. I'm afraid I spend all my time as a girl just going to parties and fooling around with my cousins.
Well, you play fine, Leila. Here, sit down.
Oh, thank you, Throckmorton.
You know, there's a new song that's kind of catchy. I couldn't sleep a wink last night.
Oh, yes.
Dr. Hargrave, I understand you've been in Washington.
Yes, I was there for a week.
I'd love to hear about it.
Eve, I'm going to sing. Leila's going to play.
Oh, I'd much rather hear about Arthur's trip to Washington. Did you go to many parties?
Well, it was mostly medical business, I'm afraid, but we did hear some pretty important things. Inside government stuff.
But, Leila, aren't we going to sing?
Did you meet any real live senators, Arthur?
Oh, several. I sat at a table next to a real live ambassador.
At your table?
No, he was at the next table.
Yes, that's nothing. Washington is full of ambassadors. And speaking of real
Where
live...
did you stay, Doctor?
With some friends. I was lucky when I
Speaking of real live senators, I'm going to be a candidate
Oh, Throckmorton, you're just talking about little old local politics. Let's hear Arthur tell about the ambassadors now.
Oh, well, let's get comfortable first. Come on, ladies. We can all sit here on the sofa.
What about me?
You can sit on my lap.
Oh, Pooh Bear, you're awful.
Well, I'll tell you about the most interesting session we had. It was with the Army medical people. They
Oh,
said
my
that
goodness, who can that be? Excuse me. Hello? Oh, yes, it is. Well, just a minute, please. It's for you, Arthur.
Well, what the dickens? I thought I had all my patients under control. Hello? Yes? Yes? Well, keep cool. I'll be right over. I'm awfully sorry, ladies, but when a baby comes, the doctor has to go.
Oh, Arthur, it's probably a false alarm.
Well, I don't think so. Thanks for a lovely dinner, Dee Dee.
Well, I don't see why you have to rush off like
Now,
this.
Leila, the doctor knows best. A doctor takes an oath, you know.
Yeah, that's right, Gildersleeve. Well, good night, everybody.
Good night.
Oh, there, aren't you going to kiss Dee Dee?
Oh, sorry, I have to go, dear.
Good night.
Well, good night, Doc. Not a bad fella.
Honestly, sometimes I can't understand, Arthur.
Oh, let's forget Arthur. Come and sit down here with me and Eve, Leila.
All right. Good old Throckmorton.
Yes, good old Throckmorton.
Well, now, girls, this is what I call cozy. You comfortable, Eve?
Oh, yes.
Leila?
You going to tell us about your campaign now, Throckmorton?
Oh, who cares about the campaign? Let's play post office.
Throckmorton, you're awful. Isn't he awful, Eve?
He's a bad boy.
I'll say I am. Come on, girls, post office.
How can you play post office with just one man?
I'll show you how. Now, what's that, for heaven's sake?
Oh, it couldn't be Arthur. Judge, come in. Now we've got a foursome.
I can't stay, Leila. Gildersleeve here?
No, I'm not here, you old goat.
Come on, Gildy. Abernathy's at his hotel. Now's the time to see him.
I can't go now, Judge.
Throckmorton, it's probably very important for you to see Congressman Abernathy.
You're darn right it is.
Oh, Judge, you can't do this to my party.
Don't worry, Leila, I'm not going.
Listen, Gildersleeve, I worked all day for this. Either you come down to Abernathy's with me, or you can get yourself another campaign manager.
I'll get myself
Throckmorton.
Huh? Oh. All right, I'll go. If there was another campaign manager in town, I wouldn't. Hooker, how long are we going to sit here? We've been waiting for 2 hours.
Keep your shirt on, Gildy.
Are you sure Congressman Abernathy hasn't gone?
We can't possibly miss him. He's got to pass through here on his way to the train.
Get me out of a nice party to come down here.
Here he comes now.
Huh?
Oh, Mr. Abernathy, this is my friend, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, Mr. Abernathy, this is quite a...
Hello. Got to catch a train.
Hooker, is that what you got me down here for?
Well, Gildy, that's not the way to look at it. You've made a nice contact. I think the picture looks very, very favorable.
The picture looks favorable. What picture? All he said to me was hello.
I know, but I like the way he said it.
Oh! For goodness sake, a fine campaign manager. Good night, everybody.
Music heard on this program was directed by Claude Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Seeds Company, makers of Clark-A margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Here are the 3 best bets of the week at your favorite food store. Number 1, buy more pork. It's America's most plentiful meat. Number 2, buy more of those fresh green vegetables, now lower priced and available in larger quantities. Number 3, buy Kraft salad mustard to give both pork and green vegetables extra flavor zest. This tangy golden salad mustard, prepared to Kraft's own special recipe, adds lip-smacking flavor to baked ham, to sausage meat, to any fresh pork meat cut that calls for prepared mustard. And as for those fresh vegetables, we'd suggest serving them as a tossed green salad with Kraft mustard added to your French dressing for taste-tingling extra flavor. Get delicious, appetizing Kraft salad mustard from your dealer tomorrow. And for the members of your family who prefer a somewhat nippier flavor, buy that other Kraft mustard with horseradish added. Remember, Kraft makes them both. Kraft horseradish mustard and tangy golden Kraft salad mustard. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Great Gildersleeve. A special rebroadcast for all you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations. Listen to another amazing episode in the life of the Great Gildersleeve.
Now let's see what the great Gildersleeve is up to. Those who know him will find it hard to believe, but at 6 o'clock in the morning, a good hour and a half before breakfast, he's up and out of the house. Dressed in a sweater, some old flannel pants, and a pair of bulging sneakers, he's out on the streets of Summerfield, jogging along at a dog trot with Leroy pacing him on his bicycle.
I think we'd better turn back pretty soon, Leroy. Leroy!
Come on, Unc. What's keeping you?
Slow down.
I thought you wanted some exercise.
I do. We don't have to be in such a hurry. We're not going anyplace, you know. Just for the exercise.
Ah, come on. You'll never take any weight off that way. Let's go.
All right. How did I ever get into this?
How did he get into it? Well, for the answer to that, we'll have to go back to the evening before, when Gildersleeve found an excuse to call on a certain friend and well-wisher, Miss Eve Goodwin.
In dreams I kiss your hand, Madame, your dainty fingertips. Good candy. And while in slumberland, Madame, I'm begging for your lips. I wonder whose picture that is. I have a chocolate, Eve?
No, thanks. No more for me.
You know, I've been meaning to ask you, Eve, whose photograph is that?
Photograph?
On the piano here. The funny-looking goof. Who's that?
The funny-looking goof is my brother, Fred.
Probably doesn't do him justice.
It's a very good likeness. That's why I like to have it around.
Well, he's intelligent. You can see that.
I'm very fond of Fred, so I love the way he looks, even if he's not handsome.
Eve, you never asked me, so how would you like to have a picture of me?
I have a picture of you, Throckmorton, the one that was taken that day at the picnic.
Oh, that, snapshot. How'd you like to have a good one? A big one that you could keep on the piano beside the other one. I mean, if Fred didn't mind.
I'd love one, Throckmorton.
I'll have one taken. And I hope you'll forgive me for what I said about your brother. I didn't mean anything.
That's all right. He is funny looking, but he's nice.
Well, it's the pot calling the kettle black. I'm kind of funny looking myself, I guess.
Well, no one can blame a man for the way he looks if it's not his fault. But speaking of the pot calling...
Yeah, I know. I've been putting on a little there lately. Yes, and I'm going to do something about it.
I think it's important that a man look his best, don't you? The best he can, I mean.
Oh, yes, very important.
Particularly if you're going to run for public office.
Yeah, got to be in the pink.
After all, people judge by what they see.
I'm going to start reducing right now. That's a promise.
Then I think we better close the candy box and put it away.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Put it where I can't get at it. Just a minute. Before you do, I'll just take a couple to keep me going.
Throckmorton.
I'll start my official reducing in the morning.
And so it is that we find Gildersleeve puffing and wheezing up South Elm Street.
Leroy, you're going too fast.
If I go any slower, I can't stay on the bicycle.
Well, let's stop. Let's stop here a minute and rest.
Are you tired?
No. Just sit down here on the curb a minute. Get my breath.
Okay. This is fun, hey, Unc?
Yeah. A lot of fun.
Let's do this every morning.
Well, such a thing as too much exercise, Leroy. I think I've had it. I bet I've lost 5 pounds already.
Oh, here comes the milkman.
Yeah.
He's a little late this morning.
We're a little early.
Well, let's get going, shall we?
I suppose so.
What's the matter?
Legs. They're tired. Let's just rest here a little longer, Leroy.
Oh, for corn's sake.
Say, I wonder which way he goes from here.
Who?
The milkman.
Why?
Oh, nothing. Just wonder.
Hi, Mr. Farlow.
Hello, folks. Anything wrong?
Oh, no, we're just sitting here.
Well, you've got a nice day for it.
Nice horse, isn't he, Unc?
Yes. Intelligent, too. Milk horses have to be, Leroy. He's a thoroughbred.
Yeah? How can you tell?
Oh, when you've been around horses all your life, you get so you can tell.
Hello there, fella. Good old horse.
Hello, boy.
Go ahead and pat him, Unc. He won't hurt you.
Huh? Nice horsey. Nice horsey. Ooh, he likes me. You see, he's wagging his tail.
He's shooing flies.
Oh. Nice horsey. Hey, cut it out.
He won't hurt you, Unc.
What's he nudging me for?
He thinks you got a lump of sugar in your pocket.
Well, tell him to cut it out, Leroy. Go away. Go away, horse. Stop. Hee, tickles. Hey!
Oh, he won't hurt you, Unc.
Well, you don't have to slobber in my face.
I think I'll ask Mr. Farlow if he'll let me drive him.
Leroy, get out from that wagon.
Okay.
And stay away from that horse.
What for?
I don't like the look he just gave me. He bared his gums at me.
Oh, he was just picking his teeth. The oats get stuck between.
Oh, well, never mind. Here comes Mr. Farlow. Speaking of horses, I'm hungry enough to eat one. Oh, Mr. Farlow.
Yes?
You wouldn't be going up Lakeside Avenue way, would you?
Oh, I sure am. Can I give you a ride?
Unc, I thought you wanted exercise. You're not going to cheat and ride back without me.
Well, all right. When you get to my house, Mr. Farlow, I wonder if you'd do something for me.
Why, sure thing.
Just tell him that you saw me, will you? Come on, Leroy. By George, nothing like exercise. I feel better than I have in years. And pass the buckwheat cakes, will you, Leroy?
Here.
Thanks. You know, children, every candidate for public office ought to get himself in good physical condition. He'll get more votes that way, and he'll do a better job if he's elected. Pass the syrup, will you, Marjorie?
Here.
Thank you. Yeah, everybody ought to take more exercise. Marjorie, what exercise do you get?
What do I need an exercise for? I feel fine.
You just think you feel fine. You ought to try it, my dear. Puts roses in your cheeks.
Oh, Unky, darling, you sound so old-fashioned. What kind of exercise do you think I should take?
Run a few miles every day.
Get legs like a wrestler?
Huh?
No, thank you.
As a matter of fact, a little exercise would be good for your figure. I read that on the woman's page just the other day. Oh, Bertie!
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I wonder if I could have a little more bacon just to finish up these cakes with.
Yes, sir. About 3 slices?
Oh, 3 or 4, yes. And Bertie, you should get more exercise.
Me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yep.
Exercise?
Uh-huh.
Mr. Gildersleeve, if I took any more exercise, I'd drop dead.
Exercise.
Maybe Bertie doesn't need it, but the rest of us certainly do.
Say, Unc, I've got a great idea.
What is it, Leroy?
As long as this is your day off, how about helping me and Piggy dig a new fort?
I think not, my boy. Thank you just the same.
Digging is wonderful exercise.
But this is not a holiday for me, Leroy. I've got a lot to do today. Got to get started on my campaign.
Got some on your chin, Uncle Mort.
Huh? Oh, chin.
Here's your bacon, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Looks wonderful, Bertie. You think I could have a few more buckwheat cakes now to finish up the bacon?
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Might have another cup of coffee, too, just to slosh everything down, Bertie.
What campaigning are you going to do today, Uncle Mort?
Campaigning?
Uh-huh.
Well, first things first, Marjorie. That's my principle. I'm going to have my picture taken.
That seems like a funny way to start. What are you going to do with the picture?
Oh, several things. But a campaign portrait is something every candidate needs.
Why?
Oh, man's looks are very important. In politics, a man must take advantage of every asset. There's nothing to laugh about, my dear. Why am I taking all this exercise every morning? So I'll look trim and dynamic on a speaker's platform. Why am I having Mr. Hostetter come here and take my picture? So the voters will get the best possible impression of my face and my personality.
Here's the cake, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Okay, thank you, Bertie.
Say, Mr. Hostetter's coming here, Uncle Mort?
Yes.
Is he going to take pictures of all of us?
No, I'm the candidate, my dear.
Oh, I thought maybe you were going to have some pictures of your family, like Mr. Dewey and Mr. Bricker and all those people have in the magazines.
Dewey and Bricker don't have to pay Mr. Hostetter. He charges $5 a pose.
Oh, Unky, can't I be in just one picture with you?
Well, I don't know what
I can just see it in the magazine. Mr. Gildersleeve in the library of his home with his attractive niece, Marjorie.
Well, it might be a good thing at that.
Mr. Gildersleeve in the library of his home beating up his attractive nephew, Leroy.
I like the caption, my boy, but I don't think you're the vote-getting type.
It might be all right, Uncle Mort. You could be reading to it.
Yes, Leroy could sort of be in the background.
Gosh, you'd think I was a freak or something.
That will do, Leroy. I want you to take a bath after lunch and put on your good suit.
My good suit? Just to be in the background?
With a collar and a tie. Well, I got to get started. Let's see. Barbershop for a trim. Hogan's for a new shirt. Oh, it's going to be a big day.
Yeah, for everybody but me.
If you take a little more exercise, Leroy, you wouldn't be so sensitive.
Are you kidding? Who was out with you this morning?
You were on a bicycle. Yes, sir, I feel like $1 million. Before I go downtown, I think I'll just go upstairs and step on the scales and see how many pounds I took off.
Aren't you being a little optimistic on the first day?
After 3 miles of road work? You try it. Gee, how could I gain 4 pounds?
We'll be back with the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Right now, it's intermission and time for Kay Kaiser. Okay, Professor, let's dance.
So for you and all you children listening, here comes our stop, look at, and listen to gal, gorgeous Georgia Carroll. All right, children, I'm sure you'll thrill to the words and melody of this beautiful number as Gorgeous sings.
My heart tells me this is just a fling. Yet you say our love means everything. Do you mean what you are saying? Or is this a little game you're playing? My heart tells me I will cry again. Lips that kiss like yours could lie again. If I'm fool enough to see this through, will I be sorry if I do? Should I believe my heart or you? Should I believe my heart or you?
Now to the great Gildersleeve, who has dedicated his day to getting his picture taken. And even the greatest, there's a touch of vanity, and so we find him now dropping into Floyd Munson's barber shop for a once-over before facing the camera.
Well, come in, Commissioner.
Hello, Floyd.
How you been, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Just fine, Floyd. And you?
Oh, can't complain. Climb right up in the chair there, Commissioner. How you been? Oh, I asked you that. Well, what'll it be today? Shave?
I want the works, Floyd.
Haircut?
Shave, haircut, massage, everything. I want to look my best.
Well, you must be going to a wedding or something.
Oh, no wedding, Floyd.
Lady friend came to town, maybe?
No lady friend.
Somebody pass a remark?
No. Nothing like that.
Oh, you just looked in the mirror and couldn't stand it, huh?
If you must know, Floyd, I'm having my picture taken.
Oh? Well, everybody ought to have their picture taken once, I guess. I haven't had mine taken since I was last to an amusement park, and that's years.
I'm in a little hurry, Floyd. Got an appointment with the photographer.
Oh, sure. Yes, still have that picture around somewheres. Wife came across it the other day and got sore. She takes one look and she says, "Who's the floozy you got your arm around?" Didn't recognize it was her. That's how long ago I had my picture taken.
Yeah. Floyd, if you don't mind, I have an appointment with a photographer at my house in exactly 1 hour.
Well, why didn't you say so? I can get you out of here in jig time. All you have to do is say so. I'm no mind reader, you know.
If you ever listen to anything, anybody... Well, hello, P.B.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Getting a little haircut?
Well, that remains to be seen. If Floyd can stop talking.
Will you be long, Floyd?
Well, it may be a little while. The commissioner here is getting his picture taken.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Got to make him look presentable. Yeah, he's got to look presentable, and that's going to take time. You want to wait?
Well, I guess I'd better. Mrs. Peavy said if I didn't get my hair cut today, she wouldn't let me in the house.
Well, make yourself comfortable. His magazine's there. New issue of Snoop came in today. I looked through it. Nothing much. There's one of Jinx Falkenberg.
Floyd, will you get on with the haircut, or have I got to go someplace else?
Okay, Commissioner. I can take a hint.
How is your campaign for mayor coming, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I haven't really started yet, Peavy.
What's holding it up?
The buttons.
Buttons, Mr. Gildersleeve?
You can't start a campaign without campaign buttons. I can't order the buttons till I have a photograph.
Oh, that's true.
That's why I'm anxious to have it a good one. This is really the opening gun for me, fellers. A good photograph is half the battle, you know. Helps a lot with the women's vote.
Well, if you ask me, the women's vote don't mean a thing. They all vote the way their husbands do.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
You mean to tell me, Peavy, that you and the wife don't talk over the candidates before election?
Oh, yes, we do that.
Well, Peavy, don't you and Mrs. Peavy usually see eye to eye?
Yes, we do. She sees to that.
Well, if you're in complete agreement before you go down to vote...
Mr. Gildersleeve, once a man gets inside one of those booths, what happens then is between him and his conscience.
Peavy, I'm surprised at you. You mean you deliberately turn around?
Well, I'll tell you. I'm a patient man, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I don't like arguments.
But a man has got to stand up for his rights sometime. I stand up for mine every 4 years.
Yeah, and you're right, Peavy. If you ask me, they never should have given women the vote.
Why not?
Gives them ideas. They were hard enough to live with before. They don't know what they're voting for anyway.
Now, there I have to take exception with you, Floyd.
Now, hold still, Commissioner.
I'm counting heavily on the women's vote in this campaign.
That's what I say. They'll vote for anything.
Listen. Are you implying... Oh!
Well, I told you to hold still.
Now, look what you've done. I'm bleeding. Quick, do something.
Now, don't get excited. It's a little cut. Happens all the time.
Put some court plaster on it.
Yes.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Confound it.
Now, hold still. There, that'll stop it.
Yeah, and look at me. Look at me. Hacked to pieces. I come in here because I want to get my picture.
Now, wait a minute, Commissioner. I'm not through with you yet.
Well, I'm through with you, Floyd. You're nothing but a confounded butcher.
Now, Commissioner, I think that's going a little far.
Yes. Marjorie, how do I look?
Oh, you're just... Uncle Mort, you look beautiful. I've never seen you in a stiff collar before.
You never will again, either.
There's no reason you should suffer so. Here, let me loosen it a little.
Don't touch it. Took me an hour to get into this.
Oh, now, don't be silly. Just hold still. Isn't that better?
I can breathe now, anyway. Thank you.
How do I look?
Oh, fine, my dear. I've always liked that dress.
I'm so glad. I bought it at Hogan's this morning.
Marjorie.
Oh, Unky, why can't you just charge it to campaign expenses?
Because nobody's paying for my campaign but me. No rich men are going to boss me when I'm the mayor. At least I haven't had any offers so far.
Oh. But I needed a dress. I'll have to be seen in public occasionally, and a candidate's family ought to look decent.
I don't care, Marjorie. I'm not made of money.
Now, you mustn't get all excited before Mr. Hostetter gets here. You ought to be nice and serene for the photographer.
Well, you're right. I wonder where the devil he is.
Now, don't start worrying.
I wish I hadn't left it at Judge Hooker to bring him here. Is Leroy ready?
Leroy? He isn't even here.
What? Where is he?
I don't know.
That darn kid. I asked him to do little enough for me. You'd think he'd remember this. Leroy. Oh, Leroy. All right, he can just go without having his picture taken. Oh, where's my globe?
Globe? What globe?
There's only one globe, Marjorie. Globe. Globe round, globe, the earth, terra firma. The globe I got 2 years ago for Christmas.
Oh, that. Oh, Bertie put it over here on the shelf. What on earth do you want it for?
Well, I've been looking at some of the pictures of the other fellows in the magazines. Those fellows that claim they aren't running for president. And I notice they like to stand with their hands on a globe, like this.
Well, what for? It looks silly.
It'll show the voters I'm thinking about world affairs. These things are very complicated, my dear. Oh, the photographer. It's about time. Well, hello, Judge.
Gildy.
Hello, Mr. Hostetter.
You do?
I was afraid you'd forgotten all about me.
Just let the campaign manager do the worrying, Gildy. Mr. Hostetter, shake hands with the next mayor of Summerfield.
I've already met Mr. Gildersleeve, Judge.
Oh? Well, you photographed all the mayors in the last 20 years. What do you think of his chances?
Hard to say. First time I saw Terwilliger, I didn't think he'd ever make it. Well ahead of Terwilliger. What was his name?
Carson?
Oh, yes, Carson. Didn't think he'd make it either. Well ahead of Carson.
Lawler?
Lawler. I thought he was sure to lose. Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve, you might have a very good chance.
Well, I'm glad you think so, Mr. Hostetter. I wish you had a little better record, though. This is my niece, Marjorie. I thought we might get a few shots of me with my family.
Yes. How do you do, Mr. Hostetter?
How do you do, young lady? And now, Mr. Gildersleeve, first the portrait, don't you think so?
Oh, the portrait, yes. I think maybe something full length, standing here with my hand on the globe, huh? What do you think?
Oh, that's fine, yes. I'll set up my camera.
Wait a minute, Gildy. You're dressed all wrong for this.
What are you talking about?
Well, you look all dressed up. You want to look a little mussy, like you were busy.
Well, this is a new suit, and I want it to look good. Go ahead and shoot, Mr. Hostetter.
Yes, sir. You want the full face, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Full face? Oh, yes, whatever you think best.
Could I see the profile, please?
Yeah, profile?
Yes, just look up toward your niece there.
Oh, how's this?
I'll try the other profile.
Oh? This way?
How about a 3/4? Look off here.
Like this?
Give me the full face again.
Make up your mind, Hostetter.
All right. Oh, that's fine. Now, if you can just hold absolutely still.
Still? Oh, time exposure.
Yes. Now, hold it.
Hi, Unc. What's going on?
Quiet. Leroy, you spoiled the picture.
What did I do?
That was a time exposure. This is my nephew, Leroy, Mr. Hostetter.
Oh.
I don't know if you'd want him in the group.
Leroy'd be fine, Gildy. Typical American boy.
I don't like to think so. Well, run upstairs and wash your face and change your clothes, young man.
Oh, gosh, do I have to?
Now, Gildy, you're making the same mistake again. Don't have Leroy looking like a dummy in Hogan's window. Let him look natural.
Who'd vote for Leroy the way he looks now? Filthy. Now get cleaned up and hurry.
Okay. Gosh, just because he wants to be the man.
All right, Mr. Hostetter. Now the portrait. Is this the way I was?
Oh, that's it. Now, steady. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. That's it.
Long time to hold your breath. Now, how about one with Marjorie?
Oh, very well. Something on the sofa, perhaps?
Mm-hmm, that'd be nice.
Yeah, I guess that'll be all right. Come on, my dear.
Gildy, will you let me make one suggestion?
What?
Will you let me rumple your hair a little?
No, I'll rumple my own hair. How's that?
Terrible. You look as though you'd been in a fight and lost.
Now, see here, Hooker.
Oh, wait a minute, Uncle Mort. There, how's that, Judge?
Fine. Thank you, Marjorie. Is that suitable, Hostetter?
Well, if that's the way you like it. Now, young lady, if you look just a little more toward your uncle.
Oh, my face is better looking the other way.
Look where Hostetter tells you to, Marjorie. I'm running for mayor.
Oh, well. Is this all right?
Smile. This is a happy, intimate home scene, for goodness sake.
Oh, yes.
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, if you could smile, too.
Huh?
If you could smile, too. Come on, nice big smile.
Oh, yes, all right.
Now, that's fine. Now, if you could just hold that.
Eh?
Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Thank you.
Now, if we can get one with Leroy and Marjorie, that ought to be enough.
Yes, where is that kid?
Well, you told him to clean up. Perhaps he's taking a bath.
Not Leroy. Oh. Yeah. I'll get him down here. Leroy! Oh, Leroy! What's the trouble up there?
No pants!
All right, no picture. That's enough pictures, I think, Mr. Hostetter. Before you go, though, I wonder if I could have a word with you privately.
Oh, certainly.
What's this, Gildy?
None of your business, you old goat.
Well, if you're my campaign manager...
No, you're mine. But this has nothing to do with my campaign. Now, Mr. Hostetter.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
On the portrait, the first one, I'd like one print made up kind of special.
Kind of special?
Yeah, I want a big print in one of those folders, you know.
Oh, yes.
And you might, well, touch it up a little here and there. Huh?
Oh, I see. You mean around the chin?
We needn't go into details. You know your business.
I'm sorry. I only
That's all right. Just make it look good. Could you have it for me tomorrow?
Oh, yes, sir. What would you think of just a touch of color, Mr. Gildersleeve? Gives a very nice effect.
Color? What does it cost?
Oh, well, there's a small extra fee, but it gives a personal touch if that's what you're after.
That's what I'm after. Go to it, Michelangelo. I'll pick it up tomorrow afternoon.
Throckmorton.
Yeah, it's me.
I wasn't expecting you this evening.
I came for a surprise.
Well, you're always a nice surprise.
I brought another one besides.
Oh, now, Throckmorton, if you've brought more candy.
Oh, no, Eve. No more of that. You notice the difference in my waistline?
Well...
I guess it's too soon for it to show. But I'm working on it, Eve. You remember I promised to bring you my picture?
Oh, yes.
Well, I've got it.
What's the matter, Throckmorton?
Well, before I give it to you, Eve, I just want to say that this means something to me. I don't get a cabinet photograph taken every day. And I don't go around giving them to girls, either.
Well, I'm glad you don't.
I mean, I think it ought to mean something when a girl puts a man's photograph on her piano, don't you?
Yes, it does.
Well, here it is. Eve!
Oh, I'm sorry, Throckmorton.
I thought you'd like it.
But it's so funny.
Well, if you think I'm funny.
Oh, but I don't. That's just the point. I don't think it looks a bit like you.
You don't?
Well, of course not. What have they done to you? All this retouching and these horrible colors. They're not you.
I got the best photographer in town, Eve. He charges plenty. I just wanted to get something you'd like.
Well, I already have a picture of you that I like. The little snapshot. I had it framed yesterday.
You did? Where is it?
Right over here.
Oh, on the piano.
Now, this looks like you. But this other atrocity. Look at those pink cheeks.
Yeah.
And those retouched eyebrows.
Yeah. Silliest thing I ever saw. Here, give me a pencil. I'll show you how to retouch.
Throckmorton.
There. Whiskers. Yeah.
Comes time for all you gals to really see and hear a handsome lad whose name is Harry Babbitt. Harry?
Did I see moonlight and magnolia trees? Smile again, my darling, if you please. Did I hear music on a warm spring breeze? Speak again, my darling, if you please.
This rebroadcast is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
September rain just then, if you please, touch my cheek with your hand again. When you are near me, I can dream with ease, and I'm yours, my darling, if you please. Yes, I'm yours, my darling, if you
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. To add to our enjoyment of the Easter season, there'll be tempting breads, muffins, hot cross buns, and rolls galore served in millions of American homes. And there'll be parquet margarine, too, adding its fine flavor to these baking treats to make them taste extra good. Fit for a feast or an everyday meal, parquet margarine is sure to win praise from your family and compliments from your guests, because this Kraft quality spread for bread has a flavor both delicate and satisfying. Parquet is a splendid energy food, too, one of the very best you can serve. And remember, Kraft fortifies parquet margarine so that every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. That makes parquet extra nourishing, too. So be sure to always buy Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine. Ask for the quality margarine that's made by Kraft. We take you now to Summerfield and Summerfield's favorite son, the Great Gildersleeve. Things have been going well with Gildersleeve all week. The local paper came out and gave him a nice little pat on the back endorsing his campaign for mayor. People he doesn't know have been stopping him on the street and telling him they're for him. Even his secretary has begun to show a new respect for him. And so we find him now at dinner with his little family in a particularly jovial mood. Yeah, come on now.
Uncle Mort.
Who'll have seconds here? Speak up. Marjorie?
Oh, I couldn't.
Nonsense. You don't eat enough to keep a bird alive. Does she, Bertie?
That's a fact.
Yeah, now here's a little piece.
Oh, please.
It's got your name on it.
No, but I couldn't. I'm starved.
Do you good, my dear. Put roses in your cheeks. Not every day you get corned beef, you know. Leroy, how about you?
Yeah, this is Beckham.
Yeah, hold on. Take it easy, my boy. Nobody's going to take it away from you. You're not stoking a furnace, you know. Here's Leroy.
Hey, Leroy. Well, those big cracks when I've got my mouth full.
Try and find a time when it isn't. Wipe your chin, my boy. Bertie, is this all the corned beef there is?
Oh, no, sir. Go right ahead, Mr. Gildersleeve. I got some saved out in the kitchen.
Well, in that case, I might just have a little piece.
A little piece, he says. Huh. Oh. Doorbell.
Front door. See who it is, will you, Bertie?
Yes, sir.
I don't know who'd come here in the middle of dinner unless it's the old goat.
Oh, good evening, sir. Oh, come here, Jeep. Come here, you. Here, Jeep. Here, boy.
Leroy, I told you no dogs during dinner.
I didn't let him in.
Oh, look at him beg. Isn't it cute?
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve. There's a gentleman at the door. Says, could he have a word with you?
Who is it, Bertie?
Never mind. I'll go see him, Bertie. Sit down, Leroy. I'll go. Leroy, go back and sit down.
I just want to see who it is.
Will you sit down? Go back and finish your dinner.
Okay.
Well, hello, Floyd. Come in.
I smell cabbage.
Hi,
Leroy.
Eat your cabbage, Leroy.
Say, Commissioner, this is kind of private, if you don't mind.
Oh, certainly. Come on in the living room.
Jeepers, 7:30. The wife will kill me. What I wanted to say. You remember when you was in the barber shop the other day and I told you might like to meet Clarence Magruder?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't wait around that day, Floyd.
Well, what do you think? Now Magruder wants to meet you.
Well, been hearing about me, has he?
Of course, this is strictly on the QT, so keep it under your hat. But between you and me, I think he wants to look you over. That's why he's coming here tonight.
Here? Tonight? He's coming here? I haven't heard anything.
I know. He didn't want to take any chances. Didn't want it to get around that he's talking to you, see? So I told him I'd be glad to do him a favor and drop by and see if you was going to be home tonight.
Oh, I'll be at home, all right. Gosh, yes. Gee, if I could get Magruder behind me.
You'd be in, because he really knows what's what. He knows what makes this town tick.
Oh, you don't have to tell me. Gee, Floyd, I really don't know how to thank you.
Oh, that's all right, Commissioner. Just remember who fixed it up for you, that's all. When you get to be mayor, you know what I mean.
Don't worry, Floyd. The Gildersleeve never forgets. Can't we straighten up here a little bit? Open some windows, Bertie. The place smells of cabbage.
There, that's him.
Leroy, come back here. Let Bertie go. Here, hold it a minute, Bertie.
Yes, sir.
Now, remember what I told you. Both of you. This is very important to me. I want you to keep out of the way.
Can't we just peek, Uncle Mort?
No, I want you to keep out of sight.
But I've never even seen him.
Nobody's supposed to know that he's here. Now, run upstairs, both of you, quickly. All right, Bertie.
Is my cap on straight?
Never mind your cap. Open the door. Don't keep him waiting out there.
Mr. Gildersleeve's residence.
Good evening. Mr. Gildersleeve in?
Whom shall I say is calling, please?
Oh, Bertie, that's no way. Show him in.
Yes, tell him it's a friend, if you will. I smell cabbage.
Oh, Mr. Magruder? I'm Gildersleeve. Come in, won't you? Come right in.
Thank you.
Come back here, quick!
Don't be frightened, Mr. Magruder. Just my nephew's puppy.
Oh, not at all. I love dogs. Here, boy. Nice little fellow.
Leroy, what did I tell you?
I couldn't help it. Unky got loose.
No, don't be too hard on the boy, Mr. Gildersleeve. He didn't mean any harm, I'm sure. Is this your nephew?
Yes, this is my nephew, Leroy. Leroy, say how do you do to Mr. Magruder.
Hi.
Leroy.
Fine young lad. I have a boy of my own at home, only he's about 20 years older. And is this young lady?
My niece, Marjorie. What are you hanging back for, my dear? Come down and meet Mr. Magruder.
Good evening.
Well, you're quite a young lady. I bet you have plenty of beaux. How about it, son?
They're all over the place.
Charming. You're a lucky man, Gildersleeve, to have such a fine family.
Yes, I'm pretty lucky at that. Now, kiddies, run along. Mr. Magruder and I have things to discuss.
Bye. I'm glad to have met you.
Goodbye. Oh, Sonny, come here a minute.
Yeah?
Ever see one of these before?
$1.
Here, heft it.
Gosh, it's heavy. Where'd you get it?
Keep it. It's yours.
What?
Keep it. It's a present.
Yipe, a whole buck.
Leroy, what do you say to Mr. Magruder?
Oh, thanks a lot.
Very nice of him to give it to you. Now run along.
Come on, Jeeps. Come on, boys.
Shall we step into the parlor, Mr. Magruder?
It's a charming home you have here, Gildersleeve. Charming.
Oh, thank you. Sit down, Mr. Magruder. Make yourself comfortable.
Oh, I can't stay. Matter of fact, I just dropped by. I've been hearing a lot about you lately, and I thought I'd sort of like to make your acquaintance.
I suppose you'd like to know where I stand on a few public questions and so forth.
Oh, no, nothing like that. Just a little social call.
Well, I'm glad you came over, because I'd like to make my position clear right at the start.
Your position? About what?
I understand you've got a lot of influence in this town, Mr. Magruder.
Well, now, you don't want to believe everything you hear, but such influence as I have, I might be glad to throw behind your campaign if conditions were right.
Well, I want you to understand, if I'm elected mayor here, I'm going to be the mayor.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
I'm not going to allow myself to be dictated to by any person or party.
That's the way I like to hear a man talk.
You do?
Certainly. That's the kind of a mayor this town needs.
Well, in that case, I don't see why we shouldn't be able to get together.
No reason at all. Now, as you may know, I have a small interest in a little construction company here in town. We have certain paving contracts with the city.
Mr. Magruder.
Just a minute now, please. These contracts are all settled. They've all been approved. They're all open and above board.
Well, if they're all open and above board, I don't see that we've got anything to worry about.
Well, I haven't. All I want is to be sure that some hothead doesn't get in there who's going to start rocking the boat just to make a show, you know. Now, if you can give me that assurance, I think I can practically guarantee you...
Mr. Magruder, you can count on me 100%.
Oh, well, now, hold on. I don't want you to think I'm rushing you into anything.
Mr. Magruder, I'm a man of quick decisions.
Well, now, you take a little time to think it over. Take a day. Take 2 days. Oh, take a week.
I don't need a week.
Well, you sleep on it anyway, then let me know how you feel, huh? It's nice to have made your acquaintance, Gildersleeve. Hope we can get together on this. I'd like to see you in the mayor's office, because I don't mind telling you... I like the cut of your jib.
Oh, thanks. I like the cut of yours.
Gildy, wasn't that Clarence Magruder I just passed come up the walk?
Oh, was it?
What was he doing here?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Well, I think I have a right to know. I'm your campaign manager, aren't I?
Oh, are you? You've resigned so many times, Judge, I can't remember.
Oh. Gildy, can't you take a joke? Come on. What was Magruder doing here?
Curiosity killed the cat, Horace.
What do you want? Come on, tell.
You're worse than Leroy.
Is he going to back you? Is he?
Possibly, if I decide to let him.
If you let him? Gildersleeve, are you crazy? If you get Magruder on your side, you're in.
So they tell me.
Why, you're as good as mayor. This is wonderful.
Well, I'm going to think it over.
What for? What do you want to think for? Now, come in here and sit down. I want to talk to you.
I'm sorry, Judge. I can't. I have a date.
Date?
I have a date with Destiny.
Destiny?
Yeah, and if you'll excuse me, I think I'll call her up. Yeah.
Now, Gildy, listen to me. Be sensible. This is just the point where you need some good sound advice.
That's just what I'm going to get, Judge, but not from you. Good night.
Gildy.
Good night, Horace. Sorry you have to run.
But, Gildy, don't push me.
Nighty-night, Judge.
Oh, good night.
Now... Hello, Central. Give me heaven. La-da-dee-da-dee.
Hello?
Eve?
Throckmorton?
Yeah. I got news for you, Eve. I'll be right over. She's playing the piano with my picture on it. I hope she's got on that dress with the...
Hello, Throckmorton.
Hello, Eve. I heard you playing the piano.
Yes, come in.
Thank you. You know, I'm beginning to like Beethoven.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Of course, I was playing Chopin.
He's good, too. Eve, will you go to church with me tomorrow, Easter?
I'd love to, Throckmorton.
Oh, great. You better get used to walking up and down that old church aisle with me anyway.
Really? Why?
Because you and I will be walking up that aisle as Mr. and Mrs. one of these days.
You seem awfully confident.
I am. I'm going to be elected mayor, Eve. And you know you promised.
Sit down, Throckmorton.
Let's sit on the sofa.
I don't dare when you're feeling so sure of yourself.
Yeah. I'll be good. Yeah, come on.
All right. Now, why are you so certain you're going to be elected all of a sudden?
I just talked to Clarence Magruder, that's why.
Magruder?
He wants to support me for mayor. And if Magruder supports me, I'm in.
Oh, Throckmorton, how could you do such a thing? How could you even talk to him?
Oh, Eve, there's nothing the matter with Magruder.
Well, that's ridiculous. He's a crooked politician, and the whole town knows it.
Well, I don't know it. He struck me as a very pleasant fellow.
Throckmorton, do you expect a crooked politician to have horns and a tail?
He's not crooked.
Oh, don't be naive.
I don't understand you. It was your idea that I should run for mayor in the first place. Now that I'm making a little progress, you don't like it.
It was never my idea for you to win the election dishonestly, Throckmorton.
There's nothing dishonest about it. I haven't agreed to anything. All I told you...
I don't believe I care to discuss it anymore, if you don't mind.
Eve.
I'm terribly disappointed in you, Throckmorton. Will you go now, please?
You can't kick me out of your house.
Please.
I'm leaving in my own free will. By George, young lady, you can push me just so far and no farther. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Pardon me. Forgot my hat. Goodbye.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Today, as America stands poised for the final drive to victory, Uncle Sam expects increased effort from every one of us. Yes, the jobs ahead are going to be even tougher, and that's why wholesome, nourishing energy foods are so vitally important in your diet. Help replace some of the energy you use up every day by eating Parquet margarine, the quality spread for bread that's made by Kraft. Parquet, is one of the very best energy foods you can eat. And equally important, Parquet margarine is a dependable source of vitamin A. Kraft fortifies Parquet so that every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. Parquet margarine is also so downright good tasting, your family naturally will want to eat all they need of this economical, nourishing energy food. Tomorrow, then, buy Parquet. Parkay. Parquet, the margarine that's made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. It's a beautiful Easter morning, and Gildersleeve is resplendent in Easter finery, for the family is about to leave for church. But our friend seems to have something troubling him.
Hey, what do you think? A crocus came up in the front yard right exactly on Easter.
Crocuses have been up for a month.
Maybe it's a tulip. Whatever it is, it wasn't there yesterday. That's Easter for you.
It has nothing to do with Leroy.
What's the matter, Unc?
Look at the mud on your shoes. Confound it, 5 minutes ago you looked like a gentleman.
Oh, my gracious, he's tracked it all over the road.
Yeah, take off those shoes, young man, and go out on the back porch and clean them.
Oh, gosh, you don't have to get sore. What's the matter? You sick?
Shoes, Leroy, now.
Okay.
When you get them clean, sit with your hands folded till it's time to go.
Oh, my goodness, I hate to let anybody in here with that mud all over. Oh, good morning, Miss Ransom.
Good morning, Bertie. Happy Easter to you.
The same to you.
Happy Easter, everybody.
Happy Easter, Leila.
Happy Easter.
Yeah.
Leroy, go out and clean your shoes.
I'm going.
Throckmorton, I must say you don't sound very joyous today. Easter's a time for rejoicing, you know.
What do you think I should do, skip around like a billy goat?
Throckmorton, aren't you feeling well?
I feel fine. Why does everybody keep asking me that?
Well, I don't want to bother you. I just came over to ask you a question.
What?
Do you think this hat is too silly for me to wear to church?
I don't know anything about things like that, Leila. The hat doesn't look any sillier than... it's all right, I guess.
Oh, dear, now I'm not sure. What do you think, Marjorie?
Well, I think it's lovely.
Oh, I'm so glad. I wouldn't want anybody to think I was being too frivolous on Easter. Well, I better get my hat on. We'll have to be starting in a minute. Throckmorton, would you mind if I walked to church with you?
Why, no. I thought you'd be going with, what's his name?
Arthur?
Yes.
Oh, but Arthur and I have had a misunderstanding. I thought I told you.
Well, yes, you did, but I didn't know it was going to be permanent.
Oh, it's not. But I would like to show him I'm not dependent on him for an escort on Easter Sunday. Do you mind?
Why should I mind? As a matter of fact, Eve and I,
Oh, have you had a misunderstanding, too, you poor darling?
Well, I suppose you'd call it that.
Oh, no wonder you don't feel so Eastery. Well, we'll just show them, won't we?
I don't know. What can we show them?
But they're not the only pebbles on the beach, that's what.
All right, we'll show them.
Throckmorton, it's quite a coincidence that we're both having misunderstandings at the same time, isn't it?
Yeah, quite a coincidence.
Well, we might as well make the best of it. I mean, we might as well stick together, don't you think so?
Huh? What do you mean by that, Leila?
Oh, nothing in particular.
No, see here, Leila. Who the dick... Excuse me. Eve.
Good morning, Throckmorton.
Well, if that isn't a school teacher for you.
Have you forgotten you asked me to go to church with you?
Well, no, but I don't know what gave me the idea you weren't coming.
Well, would you rather I didn't?
Oh, no.
Well, I've decided I wasn't quite fair to you yesterday.
You have? Ooh. Well, Eve, I'm sorry I lost my temper.
Aren't you going to ask me in, Throckmorton?
Oh, yes. Come in. Come in and join the party.
Thank you. I thought for a moment. Oh. Good morning, Mrs. Ransom.
Good morning, Miss Goodwin.
Oh, well, we'll be quite a delegation going to church, won't we?
Are we all going?
Oh, yes. Leila and Dr. Hargrave.
Dr. Hargrave had to go and see a patient.
Yes, a patient. So Leila...
So when Throckmorton asked me to go to church with him, I was glad to have an escort, naturally.
Naturally. Leila, it was your idea.
Throckmorton, what's the trouble? Don't you think you're a big enough man to squire two ladies in the Easter parade?
Who isn't big enough? We better get started, too. Marjorie, Leroy.
I'll be right down, Uncle Moore. Are we going now, Unc?
Yes, my boy. And the shoes look fine. So try to walk carefully and keep them that way.
Okay.
Here's a quarter to put in the collection plate, my boy.
Thanks.
Oh, here's another quarter. Put that in, too.
Thanks.
But be very sure that I hear two clinks. Come on, everybody. Well, I guess we're on time, all right. People still arriving. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Parker. Same to you.
Oh, I love to see you raise your hat, Throckmorton.
He does it beautifully.
Oh, excuse me a second. I want to go over and speak to old Mrs. Carrington.
All right. Eve, about Leila. It wasn't my idea to take her to church, you know. She's having a little trouble with Dr. what's his name?
I understood that perfectly, Throckmorton.
You did? You see through the darndest things. Gosh,
Don't worry about it.
Oh, isn't old Mrs. Carrington a darling? She says my hat is perfect for Easter. I was still worrying.
Why worry, Leila, What are you poking me for?
There goes Arthur. He's pretending he doesn't see me, but he does.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Leila, can't you get your mind off Arthur? We're going to church. Let's go in.
I see before me today, my friends, as so often on Easter Sunday, many faces which do not appear here very frequently throughout the year. So perhaps I may be forgiven if I take for my text today a thought which is not one I would ordinarily choose for an Easter sermon, but one which seems particularly appropriate in these times.
Sit still, Leroy.
I take my text from the second epistle of St. Peter, the 2nd chapter, 19th verse. While they promise them liberty, they are themselves the servants of corruption.
Throckmorton.
Forgot where I was.
There is a thought in this text for all of us, my friends, but especially for those in high places. Who are they today, these servants of corruption? Who are they? I think we all know the answer. And I think we all know, too, that every servant of corruption will meet with a reckoning on Judgment Day.
Judgment Day?
On that final day, at the gates of eternity, there will be a reckoning. To promise one thing, my friend, and to mean another, to be a servant of
the gates of eternity. Reckoning. Judgment Day. Say, this is quite a place. Quite a place. Pardon me, are you the...
Just a minute, please. I got to fill out this report.
Are you in charge here?
Well, I'm in charge of the gate. Something you wanted?
Say, don't I know you? Haven't I met you somewhere before?
Not that I recall, and I have a pretty good memory.
Uncanny. Well, I don't know if you're the one.
You wanted to get in, I suppose. They all do. If you're applying for admission, Mr. Gildersleeve, we have quite a list.
Who told you my name?
That's part of my job.
Uncanny.
We have quite a list of people waiting for admission, but if you'd care to leave your name...
Well, I'm not ready to apply just yet. I just thought I'd kind of like to see how I stood and, find out if I'm eligible. That is, if it's not too much trouble.
Oh, not at all. We have the records here. Just get my glasses on. Now, let me see. Gildersleeve, Throckmorton P.
That's it. What does it say?
Please, I'll read it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
What
does it say?
Let's see. 1923, 24, a few minor peccadillos. Here, 1942, on your income tax return for that...
I swear that later.
Oh, yes, I see another entry here. But how about this one?
What's that?
April 8, 1944. That's yesterday.
Uh-oh.
That wouldn't be what you came to see me about, would it?
I don't know what you mean.
I find the name Magruder here, Clarence Magruder. Does that mean anything?
Oh, about that, I'll tell you. That's okay. It's all open and above board.
Is it? There seems to be something about certain city contracts.
Those are okay. I understand they've all been approved.
You're satisfied to let them stand?
Well, it's not my responsibility. It's no business of mine. If they've been approved, they've been approved.
I'm sorry to hear you say that, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Why?
You know why. Who approves contracts in Summerfield?
The controller's office.
And who is the controller?
H. Prentice Magruder.
Any relation to Clarence?
His brother.
Good day, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't close the book. Give me a chance. I didn't promise Magruder anything. You stay there. I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it.
And so I say unto you, let us so live our lives that on that final day of judgment we may face not only the reckoning, but ourselves.
By George, I will.
Throckmorton. Hush.
Huh? Oh, sorry. By George, nothing makes you feel as good as going to church. I ought to do it more often.
Oh, Dr. Needham is such a fine-looking man.
I thought his sermon was excellent, didn't you, Throckmorton?
Yes, indeed. Makes you stop and think.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavy, you here? I mean,
Yes?
Nothing, Peavy. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter, Mr. Gildersleeve. Oh, excuse me, the wife. Oh, dear.
Uncanny. Well, girls, let's start along, shall we? Bertie's got a fine big dinner waiting.
Commissioner, Mr. Gildersleeve.
That barber person is calling to you, Throckmorton.
Oh, ladies, excuse me a moment, will you?
Hi, Commissioner.
Yes, Floyd, what is it?
His Nibs is looking for you, Magruder. He's around here somewhere.
Floyd, you tell your friend Magruder. You tell him for me.
Yeah?
Well, you just tell him, that's all.
Tell him why? Oh, here he is. Here's your man, Mr. Magruder. I found him for you.
Listen, I'm not Magruder's man or anybody else's. From now on, I'm beholden to nobody.
No. Take it easy, my friend.
Don't call me your friend.
Not so loud.
I'll talk as loud as I like. I'll talk a lot louder before I'm through.
Now, Commissioner, I think that's going a little far.
You keep out of this. Now, listen, Gildersleeve. When Election Day comes around, you know where you're going to be?
Yeah, I'm going fishing with Wendell Wilkie. Now, get out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, we who are associated with the Worldwide Craft Organization have come to look to its founder, James L. Kraft, for inspiration and friendly counsel. Today, as we pause to renew our faith, we ask you to join us in hearing his Easter message. Mr. Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Perry, and warmest greetings to all of you who pause with me for these few brief moments to give solemn recognition to the Easter season. It seems most fitting in the midst of the bitterness and sorrow of total war that this Easter season be rededicated to eternal hope for man in a period of darkness, to the reaffirmation of faith in the face of a chaotic world, for the Easter season in the springtime of the year carries an ever-dying, ever-new message of the resurrection 19 centuries ago. Thus, in the quiet places of man's hearts today, there is room for joy and hope in the faith we live by. We are looking back to the quietness of that dawn of Easter Sunday, 1900 years ago, when the stone was rolled from the sepulchre and the voice of the angel came saying, "He is not here, for he is risen." In the message of the Easter tide has a special meaning for all of us today as we consecrate our lives, our purposes, and our hopes to a cause of liberty and justice for all. A cause well worth dying for, a cause surely worth living for. Let us remember that during this Easter season in many countries, spiritual faith alone is keeping alive the hopes of millions of oppressed and destitute peoples. Our posts of duty are many and varied as we look forward to the tasks which lie ahead. Millions of our young men have left their beloved homeland to fight for all that they and we hold dear. Many more, dedicated in high faith, will follow them. Standing shoulder to shoulder with them are the millions here at home, millions who now, in this sacred season, are dedicating themselves anew to the great unfinished task which lies ahead with faith in ultimate victory over the powers of oppression. Let all of us stand united with courage born of this our faith, that we may someday say, as did the disciple of old, "I have fought a good fight, I have finished my course, I have kept the faith."
Thank you, Mr. Kraft. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Cheese Company, makers of parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you the Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, let me tell you about the grand cheese food that gets such a royal welcome from shoppers every time a new supply arrives at their favorite food store. Yes, it's your old favorite Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. Pabstet, an economical, nutritious cheese food, is such a wonderful help in preparing wartime meals, we just wish there was a whole lot more of it to go around. Pabstet, you see, makes those smooth, appetizing cheese sauces that add such nourishing goodness to macaroni or noodles, cooked vegetables, and fish, prepared in dozens of tempting ways. And Pabstet also spreads, slices, and toasts to perfection. So naturally, it's in big demand, too, for sandwiches and for crackers with dessert. So ask for Pabstet and buy it when you can. Look for the round, flat package, the delicious golden cheese food, Pabstet. Now let's join our friend the Great Gildersleeve. The ups and downs of his campaign for mayor, plus the complications of his passion for Miss Eve Goodwin, have reduced him to a bulky shadow. Yesterday afternoon, he inadvertently announced his engagement to Miss Goodwin at an Arbor Day rally. And now, as he drops in at Phoebe's drugstore, he's in a mood to accept congratulations.
Mm-hmm. Love is the sweetest. Da-dee-dee-dee-dee.
Well, thanks, Commissioner Gildersleeve.
Oh, hi, Floyd. Who's taking care of the barber shop?
Closed up.
Shave my quota for the day, Commissioner. Have a soda?
No, Floyd, you have one. I'm buying today. Where's Peavy?
Out and back there, making up some of my special hair tonic. Guaranteed to grow hair in a pool ball.
Now, if you only find some stuff that'll grow hair in a human skull.
I use it myself.
Very good. Come on, what'll you have, Floyd?
Well, if you're buying, I'll have a cigar. What's the occasion, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Haven't you heard? I'm engaged to be married.
Well, congratulations. Say, didn't you just get out of one?
What do you mean?
Well, weren't you engaged to that Southern party with
Oh, that was some time ago, Floyd. This is different. This is the real thing.
Well, if you're satisfied, why should I kick? Who's the,
Miss Eve Goodwin.
The school principal? Never would have thought of her.
Why not?
I don't know. I had a teacher once that I wondered about, but a principal.
She's a very lovely woman, Floyd.
Oh, sure. I wasn't casting any asparagus on the lady.
Asparagus.
5 gallons ought to last you till Christmas. Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavy. Have a cigar.
Well, I rarely use tobacco, Mr. Gildersleeve. Is this some kind of an occasion?
Sure is, Peavy. Commissioner's gone out and got himself engaged again.
So I hear.
Yes, Peavy. I'm engaged to the nicest woman in Summerfield. Come on, have a cigar.
Well, as I say, I seldom smoke cigars, but just to be a good fellow, I'll ring one up.
Oh, you're a prince, Peavy. Now get out the box so Floyd and I can smoke.
Yes, sir. Your regular brand?
No, let's have the 3 for a half model.
3 for a half it is.
Thanks, Commissioner.
I think you should be very happy, Mr. Gildersleeve. Mrs. Goodwin always seemed like a nice, wholesome, substantial woman.
Wholesome? Peavy, you make me sick. You haven't got a spark of romance in your whole system.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, don't call my fiancée wholesome.
Oh, no offense. I'm very happy if you've met Miss Wright. Was it love at first sight, would you say?
Instantaneous. You can always...
Well, Judge Hooker. Come on in, join the party, Judge.
Thank you.
Gildersleeve's giving out cigars for his engagement.
Yeah, that's right, Judge. Have a cigar?
I've already offered my congratulations, but I'll accept the cigar. I wish you a long life of happiness, and I think Eve's the lucky girl.
Oh, thank you, Horace.
The commissioner claims it was love at first sight, Judge. You take any stock in that?
There's no such thing as love at first sight, Floyd. Love is a matter of habit.
Habit? Love is not like brushing your teeth, Horace.
Well, I think there's something in what he says.
There. Floyd's a married man, Gildy. He ought to know.
All right, Floyd, what's your theory?
Well, I'll tell you the way it happened with me. I was going with the wife for about 6 months, I guess. You know, she seemed like a good kid. Her family knew my family. She was fairly good looking at that time. Hadn't started to spread out, you know. But to me, she was strictly a good time. Nothing serious. Few laughs, a little necking once in a while. Then one night I took her to a dance someplace, and when we were going home after, there was some moonlight or something. Before I knew it, I asked her to marry me. I didn't have any more intention to marry that girl than... Well, as soon as the words were out of my mouth, I could have bit my tongue off.
That's very interesting, Floyd, but what's your theory about love?
My theory is that it's an accident, and there ought to be a law against it.
You're just cynical. You can't convince me.
Well, me either, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What do you think, Peavy? Do you think love is just a habit?
I think love is a miracle.
Oh? What do you mean by that?
Well, I'll tell you. The minute I laid eyes on Mrs. Peavy, I was swept off my feet.
There you are, fellas. Tell us how it happened, Peavy.
Well, we met at a picnic. There were several other
people.
Oh,
I'd never fall for a girl at a picnic. They make you do all the work.
Hush, Floyd.
Light the fire, boil the water.
Let Peavy tell his story, Floyd.
Bury the garbage. It's a lot of work at a picnic.
Go ahead, Peavy.
Well, Mrs. Peavy was the only stranger in the group at this picnic. So 4 or 5 of us young fellows were meeting her for the first time. As soon as I saw her, I knew she was the girl for me.
It was like an electric current, huh?
Well, no, yes, by George, it was. It was like an electric current, and it sure filled me full of ginger. You know how young fellows are. I commenced to show off, climbing trees, jumping across the creek. Had on a brand new pair of trousers, but I just didn't give a hang.
That's it, Peavy. That's the miracle.
Oh, no, that's not the miracle. The miracle was that I was the only fellow there that fell in love with her, and I was the only one she married. That was the miracle.
I don't believe it, Peavy.
Now, wait a minute, Floyd.
What is it you don't believe, Floyd?
I don't believe it was any miracle. Did you clean the pots after the picnic?
Well, yes, I believe I did.
You buried the garbage?
Oh, yes, I recall that very distinctly.
Well, there goes your miracle. A woman always picks out the man that's got his nose to the grindstone, and boy, does she keep it there.
Yep.
You'll find out, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, Bertie, I do hope it will turn out well. Do you think it will? This is the first time in my life I've ever made a cake.
Now, honey, just take it easy. Take it easy. Don't get yourself in an uproar. Just do like I tell you. Put it in the oven now.
One side, Leroy.
Oh, sorry.
Leroy, for goodness sake.
I said I was sorry.
You have to hang around the kitchen. Why don't you go out and play?
I don't feel like it.
I don't know why it is. Every time I bake a cake, Leroy has to be underfoot. One side now.
I know what Leroy's hanging around for. Here it is, Leroy. You can lick the bowl now.
No, thanks, Bertie.
What?
No, thanks.
Leroy, honey, what's the matter?
Nothing. I just feel like punching somebody in the nose, that's all.
Well, what on earth?
What does he have to go and get married for? Why can't she leave him alone?
Who? Why can't who?
Oh, Lady Goodwin. We were doing all right till she came along.
Now, Leroy, you hadn't ought to feel like that.
Well, I do. Who wants to marry an old principal?
Well, it looks like your uncle does.
Besides, she's not old. She's not even as old as Uncle Mort. What's wrong with marrying a principal, anyway?
It's like marrying a cop. Leroy, do this. Leroy, do that. Leroy, stay after school. Leroy.
I don't think you're very fair to Miss Goodwin.
Was she fair to me? Made me clean up the whole playground when I didn't even throw it. Whitey threw it.
I don't know what you're talking about. And anyway...
Ask Whitey. He admits it. He admits it.
Anyway, I like her.
You would.
I don't know that I think she's just the person for Uncle Mort, but I like her. What do you think, Bertie?
You don't want him to marry her, do you, Bertie?
Well, you have to look at it this way. There's all kinds of women. Now, Miss Ransom, she's one kind of woman. Miss Goodwin, she's a little different. It's up to the man. Mr. Gildersleeve knows what he's doing. I hope.
Well, gosh, do we have to go through this every spring? Last year it was Mrs. Ransom. This year is Miss Oh, hi, Unc. I didn't hear you come in.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you're home early.
Yes, Uncle Mort, you're early.
Did I interrupt something?
Oh, no, we were just talking.
Yeah, just talking.
I've been teaching Miss Marjorie how to bake a cake.
Yeah, she's been teaching me how to bake a cake.
Yeah, making a cake.
Well, that's fine. What's for dinner, Bertie, besides cake?
Oh, something you like.
Good.
Well, how did it go today, Uncle Mort?
Fine. Bertie.
Yes, sir?
Bertie, I suppose the children have told you that I've decided to take the fatal plunge. I'm taking it again, as it were.
Oh, yes, sir. I was just getting around to congratulate you. Many happy returns, Miss Gildersleeve.
Well, thank you, Bertie. Thank you. You approve of this step, I trust.
Oh, anything you want to do is all right with me. You know that, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, I know that, Bertie. But I'd like to know what you really think of it.
Oh, I think it's fine, Mr. Gildersleeve. I think it's fine, if you do.
Oh. Well, thank you.
Of course, I don't know the lady, except the one time she came here to dinner.
Yes, I must have her to dinner again soon. Perhaps tomorrow night, so we can all get acquainted. After all, we're going to see a lot of each other. I can't help noticing that you children haven't committed yourselves as yet. Marjorie, what do you think of all this?
Oh, I think it's fine, Uncle Mort. I really do. I hope you'll be very happy, and I think you will.
Well, I think we should be. After all, Miss Goodwin and I have many things in common, which should... Leroy, what do you think?
Oh, I think it's fine. Fine, I think it's fine.
You do, eh?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
That's fine.
Front door, I'll go.
Come on, Marjorie. Let's get out of here so Bertie can get dinner.
I've got to watch my cake.
Oh, I'll watch it, honey. You run along.
Oh, thanks, Bertie. But I baked it, remember?
Don't worry. You'll get the credit.
Hi. Hello, Leroy. Mrs. Ransom.
Uh-oh. I suppose she's heard.
Yeah, I'm glad you come over, Mrs. Ransom. Come in.
Oh, thank you, Leroy. Is your uncle?
Sure, he's here. Let me take your coat, Mrs. Ransom.
Pretty polite all of a sudden.
Uncle will be glad to see you. He was just saying, I wonder why Mrs. Ransom never comes over anymore.
What's the little devil up to now? Oh, hello, Leila.
Throckmorton, darling. Hello, Marjorie. Throckmorton, I'm so happy for you.
Happy?
I just heard the news just this morning. 'Course I had to hear it from Judge Hooker.
Oh, I was going to call you, Leila.
Oh, I understand. Gracious. You're much too busy to have any time for me. But I just couldn't wait to tell you how happy I am for both of you. I called Eve up right away.
You did?
Oh, we had the nicest chat. I think she's a dear, Throckmorton. So refined.
Oh, yes, Eve's very refined.
And such a lady. I think you two should have a very interesting life together.
Well, we plan to, of course.
I'll bet the children are just thrilled about it, aren't you, Leroy?
Yeah, it's great.
Don't you think it's wonderful, Marjorie?
Yes, I do.
I tell you, I'm so excited about it, I want to give a party, Throckmorton, right away, an engagement party.
Well, that's very nice of you, Leila, but...
After all, who has a better right? I mean, think of all the parties that were given for us when we were engaged. I think I ought to do something in return, and I'd love to. I love parties anyway.
Well, I think I ought to speak to Eve first. She isn't much the party type.
Oh, don't worry about Eve. I've already spoken to her.
You have?
Mm-hmm. I invited her for tomorrow evening, and she said she'd love to come.
Oh, Eve is wonderful.
I've invited the judge, too. I thought we'd just make it, kind of intimate, as long as we're all such old friends and all.
What about the doctor?
Dr. Hargrave? Oh, out of town again. You know these doctors. Sometimes I think all they really care about is microbes. Hi-ho, who wants to be a microbe?
Leila, by George, sometimes I don't know.
Well, I'll be expecting you tomorrow then, Throckmorton.
Wait, I'll go to the door with you.
Oh, thank you.
I just want to say, Leila.
Yes, Throckmorton.
Well, I think you've been a darn good sport about this whole thing, and I want you to know it.
Oh, gracious, Throckmorton, I couldn't be happier for you, really. And I'd love giving a party. After all, it isn't every day you get yourself engaged. Not quite. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Tomorrow. I wonder. It could be one of my bad days.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. If you'll pack lunches for school-going children and hard-working grown-ups, surprise them someday this week with the appetizing cheddar cheese flavor of Pabst-ett. This delicious golden cheese food makes wonderfully good sandwiches. And, of course, Pabst-ett is also one of America's special mealtime favorites. It melts with luscious smoothness into a golden cheese sauce that's simply grand with macaroni, vegetables, eggs, or fish, and another main dish treats for a hungry family. Pabst-ett also slices perfectly to be served with desserts. Pabst-ett, in fact, has won a reputation as the cheese food of 100 different uses. And it's wonderfully nourishing, too. Pabst-ett helps provide food energy, milk protein, milk minerals, riboflavin, and important vitamin A. So for delicious, nourishing sandwiches and other mealtime treats, buy Pabst-ett whenever you can. Look for the round, flat package, the delicious golden cheese food, Pabst-ett. Now let's return to the great Gildersleeve, who finds himself facing a delicate domestic problem. For the first time since the announcement of their engagement, Miss Goodwin is coming to the house, and Gildersleeve senses that Leroy is going to require a little coaching. The coaching is going on in Gildersleeve's bedroom as he cleans up for dinner.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Come back here. I want to talk to you.
What about?
Well, I'd just like to talk to you, Leroy. Sit down on the bed there.
Okay. Shoot.
Well, what I wanted to say, Leroy, was, is that the necktie I gave you?
Yeah, what's the matter with it?
Nothing. I wonder why I gave it to you. What I was going to say, my boy.
Yeah?
Did you wash your neck?
Sure.
Yeah. Come here. By George, you did, didn't you?
She's not going to get anything on me.
Who?
Miss Goodwin.
Now, that's just what I want to talk to you about, young man. That attitude. You must realize that because Miss Goodwin is the principal of your school, she has certain duties to perform. It's her duty to be strict with you. Ye gods, somebody's got to be strict with you. But you mustn't take that to mean that she doesn't like you.
That's all right. I don't like her.
Let me put it this way, my boy. When Miss Goodwin's out of school, she's a different person. A very different person. And you must learn to think of her that way. You must learn to think of her as well as somebody who's very dear to me. Will you do that?
I'll try.
That's the boy. I know you will. You know, Leroy, you and I ought to get to know each other better. I've always been intending to spend more time with you.
Are you going to tell me that you're marrying Miss Goodwin so that you can spend more time with me?
I know how you feel, my boy. We've always been a pretty tight little corporation here, you and Marjorie and I. But I feel that the time has come now to expand a little bit. We got to take a new partner into the firm.
Why?
Why? Well, I don't know that I can explain why. Perhaps when you're older, you'll understand.
When I'm older.
That's right. When you're older, you'll understand a lot of things.
When I'm older. Everything's going to happen when I'm older. For corn's sake, I might as well go to bed and stay there till I'm 21.
I know how you feel, my boy, but there are certain things, well, you just have to grow up to them.
What things? When did you grow up to them?
I haven't got time to explain it all now, Leroy. Miss Goodwin will be here any minute. When she comes, I want you to be polite to her. You understand?
I'll be polite. Don't worry. She's not going to get anything on me. I'll be polite to her.
You'll be more than that. You'll be nice to her, you little squirt, or I'll give you a good fanning. You understand?
Okay.
Now stick in your shirt tail and let's go downstairs. Well, Eve, darling.
Throckmorton.
Why didn't they tell me you were here?
I've only been here a few minutes.
May I?
Careful. Lipstick.
You know, Eve, in my day, if a teacher used lipstick, they'd have her run out of town.
Well, your day is over, thank goodness.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
I've just been having such a nice talk with Marjorie. You have a very tactful niece, Throckmorton.
I have a very lucky uncle.
Your uncle has very good taste. Luck had nothing to do with it, did it, Eve? It was sheer determination.
Yours or mine? Where's Leroy?
Oh, he's upstairs. He'll be right down. Leroy. Hurry down, my boy. Well, let's sit down, shall we? Dinner won't be ready for a few minutes.
I'm looking forward to Mrs. Ransom's party this evening. I think it should be such fun.
Yes, I hope so.
Marjorie was telling me she baked her first cake yesterday. I think that's wonderful.
Well, it wasn't wonderful, but it wasn't bad, was it, Uncle Mort?
It was food for the gods, my dear.
You must teach me how sometime, Marjorie.
Oh, I'd love to. It's very simple, really. You just take a cup of flour.
Marjorie, not right now, my dear.
Oh, it's very simple.
Oh, here's Leroy. Come on in, my boy, and meet your future, say hello to Miss Goodwin.
Hello, Leroy.
How do you do, Miss Goodwin?
Well, won't you come over here and sit beside me?
I'm quite comfortable here, thank you. I might crowd you.
Huh?
Oh, there's plenty of room.
Leroy, do as Miss Goodwin tells you.
Oh, now, Throckmorton, that's no way to talk to a boy. Let him do as he pleases. Did you have a good time this afternoon, Leroy?
Yes, Miss Goodwin.
What did you play? Baseball?
No, Miss Goodwin.
You didn't play baseball. Well...
Tell Miss Goodwin what you did play.
Yes, sir. We played commando.
Oh, that sounds like fun. How do you play it?
Oh, you just play it.
Tell her how you play it, Leroy.
Yes, sir. Well,
do you have foxholes?
Do we have foxholes? Boy, you ought to see the one we got now. It's big enough. Yeah, we have foxholes.
Go on, Leroy. Miss Goodwin asked you a question. Answer it.
Just a minute, Throckmorton. Leroy.
Yes, Miss Goodwin?
Come here a minute.
Yes?
I don't know that this is the place for it, Leroy, but I owe you an apology.
What for?
I found out who threw that paper wad in assembly. It wasn't you.
Who was it?
Paul Marks.
They're still cold.
Am I? Well, don't tell me who it was. It wasn't you, and I apologize.
Miss Goodwin, I'll tell you something.
Yes?
I didn't actually throw it, but I wadded it up.
Well, I'll forgive you, Leroy, on one condition.
What's that?
When we're out of school, don't call me Miss Goodwin.
Well, what'll I call you?
Well, call me Eve or anything you like, but not Miss Goodwin. I like to get out of school once in a while, too, you know.
Okay, I'll do it. If you'll do something for me.
What's that?
Don't call me Leroy. The name is Leroy.
No, young man.
It's a deal.
Oh, here's Bertie. Is dinner announced, Bertie?
Come and get it.
Bertie's a jewel, but she's no Emily Post. Shall we, Leroy, come back here?
I get to sit next to Miss Goodwin. No, sir, I do.
Happy little family. Eve, you were wonderful.
How do you mean, Throckmorton?
Well, the way you handle the children. So tactful.
They're very nice children.
Well, it's a big load off my mind. Now, if things go well at Leila's...
Well, if you're worried about it, perhaps we should have stayed at your house and been cozy.
How about it? Shall we tell Leila we couldn't make it?
Oh, Throckmorton, I was joking. We can't possibly back out now. Come on.
Oh, all right. How about a quick kiss? Just one before she comes.
Lipstick.
I don't mind. I like the taste.
Well, I might. Throckmorton did.
Well, the happy couple. Here they are, George.
Well, congratulations, Throckmorton. My profoundest sympathy, Eve. May all your troubles be little ones. Don't worry, Eve. The first 100 years are the hardest.
Oh, brother, this is going to be worse than I thought.
I want to tell you that's the finest homemade punch I ever tasted.
It's simply delicious.
Great.
Oh, now y'all are just trying to turn my head. But my mother always told me a girl should be able to do one thing well.
Well, I'm sure you have other accomplishments.
Well, I can cook a little. I used to wonder what Throckmorton could see in a silly little girl like me, and I finally decided it must be my cooking.
On my way downtown this afternoon,
You might just as well realize, Eve, that Throckmorton simply loves to eat. You know, one time I fed him some fried eggplant, and he ate so much he got the hiccups.
Oh, Throckmorton, you pig.
Now, Leila, please.
Oh, this is fun, Throckmorton. Tell me some more things about him, Leila.
Well, now, let me see. Oh, did he ever tell you about the time when he was a little boy and the little girl wanted to kiss him in Sunday school?
Leila.
Throckmorton thought she wanted to wrestle.
My, how he's changed.
Eve, please.
But, darling, I like to know things about your past.
Then let me tell them to you.
Eve, have you ever seen that snapshot of Throckmorton, the one that was taken when he was a 3-year-old baby?
Now, Leila, I forbid it.
He was all stomach.
Throckmorton, I'd love to see the picture.
So would I.
You stay out of this, hooker.
Oh, please, we're just having fun.
Yes, that's all it is, Throckmorton. Eve, tell me, does he ever...
Does he ever? Invariably.
By George, I don't have to stand for this.
Eve, has he ever sung Speak to Me of Love?
Leila is nothing sacred to you.
Well, it can't be terribly sacred, Throckmorton. You've sung it to me.
Shut up, hooker.
Oh, Throckmorton, sing it for us now.
No.
Oh, come on.
No, I don't want to sing it.
Oh, come on, Throckmorton. Sing it for us.
Eve.
He wants to be coaxed, girl.
I do not.
Throckmorton, won't you sing it for us, please? Pretty, please.
No, I will not.
All right, ladies, I will sing it for you.
What?
Oh, wonderful. Come on, the judge is going to sing.
Music, please.
I'll play for you, Judge.
Speak to me of love.
Oh!
Say what I'm longing.
No.
Throckmorton, wait.
By By George, I'm a jackass. Women. Floyd was right. Well, sir, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve has learned his lesson.
Throckmorton, please, wait for me.
What do you want?
Darling, don't you see? Don't you understand what Leila was doing?
You were just as bad as she was.
She was trying to make you look silly. She was trying to make me lose my temper.
Who wouldn't lose his temper?
I'm not blaming you, darling. Only don't be mad at me, please. Will you forgive me?
Well, I won't go back there.
We don't have to. Isn't there anything else you'd like to do?
Yeah. Peavy was right after all. Love is a miracle. Dear Diary, this will have to be a brief entry because here it is, 2 o'clock in the morning. How did it ever get to be so late? And I thought this was going to be one of my bad days. Good night, everybody.
Music heard on this program was directed by Claude Sweeten. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Enriched bread has an important place in almost every meal, and whether you prefer it as a crunch toast or as a plain slice, fresh cut from a tender, golden-crusted loaf, you're sure to enjoy it a whole lot more when you spread that delicious Parquet margarine. Kraft makes Parquet margarine, so naturally you'd expect Parquet to taste extra good, to have a fine, delicate flavor that satisfies. And remember, Parquet is more than just a good-tasting spread. It's a splendid energy food, one of the very best you can eat. Equally important, Parquet is fortified with vitamins. Kraft fortifies Parquet margarine so that every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for real flavor enjoyment and good nutrition, too, buy Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Don't just ask for margarine, ask for Parquet, the quality margarine that's made by Kraft. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you the Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. You know, there are actually 100 different ways to tempt family appetites with Pabstet, the delicious golden cheese food. And since there's only time to tell you a few, here goes. Serve baked potato with a golden Pabstet cheese sauce melting into the potato's mealy goodness. Spinach creamed with Pabstet is another delicious treat. Dates or prunes stuffed with Pabstet make a grand, nourishing salad. And casseroles of macaroni or fish, what grand eating they make when you add the mellow cheddar cheese flavor of Pabstet. For a delightful between-meal snack, serve graham crackers spread with Pabstet, or combine Pabstet with jelly for a marvelous sandwich filling. Yes, there's simply no end of ways to please family appetites with the wholesome cheese goodness of Pabstet. So look for the familiar round, flat package on your dealer's shelf. And whenever you can, buy delicious, nourishing Pabstet. Come with us now to Summerfield in the merry month of May. For the first time this season, the sun is hot today, really hot. And life in Summerfield is slowed down to a walk. Birds are singing and children stop to listen to them. Flies are buzzing and people are thinking it's time to put up their screens, but not doing anything about it. There won't be enough business done in the whole town today to pay the overhead on Peavy's drugstore. And the great Gildersleeve, where is he? Well, the commissioner is in his office at the city hall with the door closed, his coat off, his feet up on the desk, the window wide open, the afternoon sun warming his back. Under his feet lies a stack of mail, still unread. What he's reading, over and over, is a note from his lady love. He knows it by heart now, every word, and still he reads it, because it seems to bring to him the sweet music of her voice.
My dear, dear Throckmorton. Will you think it's silly of me, I wonder, to write to you this way, when I could pick up the phone and call you, when I shall be seeing you again tomorrow anyway?
Think it's silly? Eve, how could I?
It's just that there's so much to say, darling, and when we're together, it's so difficult somehow to find words to say it. I have the feeling at times that you, too, are tongue-tied, that you'd like to say things that you can't.
Oh, that's so true, Eve. That's so true. Why, if I could say the things that are in my heart, I'd be a poet.
Anyway, this is my little way of bringing you closer to me when we're apart, and I hope it will bring me closer to you. It's late afternoon now. I'm sitting at my writing desk, the little rosewood one that Mother gave me, and the radio's playing softly in the next room. It's a program that's on every afternoon called Tea Time Melodies. I wonder if you ever listen to it.
Oh, I must make a note of that. Tea Time Melodies.
I like to think that you might even be listening to it now, because guess what they're playing, darling? They're playing Tea for Two.
Oh.
Do you remember? Do you remember the first time you ever held my hand?
Do I?
It was before you told me you loved me, even. You held my hand, and you sang it to me softly and so sweetly.
Upon my knees, with tea for two and two for tea. It's me for you and you for... Bessie! Bessie! Bessie, what in the name of John Philip Sousa? What's going on out there?
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, it's out in the street. A truck of some kind with a loudspeaker.
Where? Let me see.
It's that truck down there with the flags all over it. See, it's got a sign on it.
Vote for Terwilliger. Why,
Retain the incumbent. Vote for Mayor Terwilliger at the primaries on June 20th. He's given us 4 years of good government. Let's have 4 more. Vote for Terwilliger. Retain the incumbent.
Retain the incumbent. Oh, Bessie, pull down that window.
Yes, sir. What is it, Mr. Gildersleeve? A celebration of some kind?
Celebration nothing. It's a plot. A dirty political plot. Terwilliger paraded that truck past here deliberately. He did it to annoy me. He's just trying to get my goat. Well, if he thinks he's going to get my goat, he's mistaken. I'm just good and mad, that's all.
Yes, sir.
Parading past the city hall like that. Why, it's a disgrace. It's an attempt to corrupt civil servants. That's what it is. He's trying to sway them. It's an outrage. Wonder where you get trucks like that.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Retain the incumbents.
Is there anything else I can do, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bessie. If that truck comes by again, don't listen to it. Ignore it.
Yes, sir. Mr. Gildersleeve, what is an incumbent?
An incumbent, Bessie, is a political slug. A leech. You find them under rocks.
Oh, I see.
I'm joking, Bessie. An incumbent is anyone who's holding office.
You mean like you're the water commissioner, so you're an incumbent.
Well, there are good incumbents and bad incumbents.
Well, how do you tell which are the good ones and which are the bad ones?
Just come and ask me. Now get out of here, will you, Bessie? Let me get back to my work.
If you don't mind, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll be out of the office for a few moments.
Yeah, I wish you would be. Now, my dear, dear Throckmorton. My dear, dear Throckmorton. My dear, dear Eve. My dear, darling Eve. My dear, sweet, lovely, beautiful Eve. And she sealed it with a kiss. Right here. Hooker, who let you in?
Nobody. The door was open.
That Bessie.
What goes on, Gildy? What were you...
I just happened to be reading a letter. Is there anything wrong in that?
Oh, no, of course not. Anyone I know?
It was from an old college chum.
Oh, I see. You boys must have been very fond of each other.
Hooker, what do you want?
I've come here to give you a word of advice, Gildy.
Keep your advice. I don't want any.
Well, you asked me to act as your campaign manager, did you not?
In a moment of weakness, I did.
In a moment of weakness, I consented. Now, as your involuntary campaign manager, I should like to call attention to the fact that I haven't observed any campaigning lately. Not on your part.
Well, I've been busy.
Yeah, I know. So has Terwilliger. He's been very busy. Only he's been busy campaigning, not lollygagging.
Yeah, Hooker, I do not lollygag.
Listen, did you hear that truck that just went by?
Yes, I heard it. Retain the incumbent.
Well, that's what's going on all over. Billboards, throwaways, ads in the newspaper. The opposition's really going to town. They're spending money like crazy. What are you doing about it?
I'll do something. Don't worry, Hooker. I'll do plenty when the time comes.
When the time comes.
I'm just waiting for the psychological moment.
Well, kindly let me know when it arrives. In the meantime, you may contact me at Dolan's Pool Room.
Yes.
Goodbye, lover.
Oh. Go chase yourself, you old goat.
Oh, excuse me, Judge.
Good day.
Bessie, is that you?
Do you want me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes. Bessie, do you ever listen to the radio?
Oh, yes. My favorite's Red Skeleton. Now, I don't know, somehow he just kills me. When he's being a bad little boy and when he says, howdy doody. Honest, I scream. Don't you think he should scream, Mr. Gildersleeve?
But the program I'm interested in right now, Bessie, happens to be Tea Time Melodies. Do you ever listen to it?
Oh, my mom does. She never misses it. Every day at 5:30.
5:30? Oh, my goodness, I gotta go. Close up before you leave, will you, Bessie? Mm-hmm. See the lights are turned off and the windows closed, and don't forget to put the cat out.
Going now, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, an appointment. I forgot it, but then I remembered it. Leroy, turn off that radio. Turn it off.
But, Unc, it's Captain Wonderman.
I don't care if it's General Eisenhower. Turn it off.
Okay.
Idea.
Oh, thank heaven, Uncle Mort. I have to listen to that thing every afternoon.
You do not. You can go somewhere else.
Leroy, this is a community living room. Marjorie has just as much right here as you have.
Oh, yeah? Does she let me stay here when Wally Hoff comes over and they want to sit on the sofa?
Wally Hoff has not come near the place in 3 months.
Yeah, but don't you wish he would?
I do not. Told Wally I never wanted to see him again.
You didn't think he'd take you up on it, though, did you?
Leroy, sometimes
Now stop it, both of you. Stop fighting and quiet down. Ye God, sometimes I don't know whether I'm an uncle or an umpire. I came home to listen to a radio program, and I wanted quiet. Do you understand? Quiet.
Quiet, Leroy.
Ouch!
Leroy.
I never touched her.
Either you sit down and keep quiet or go up to your room.
I better go up to my room.
Miss Marjorie, did you show your uncle what they went and did?
Oh, no.
What? Who did, Bertie?
I don't know. Some men came and they put up a great big billboard.
With a picture of the mayor on it.
Oh? Where, Bertie?
Look out the side window there.
Oh! Have I got to have that big fat incumbent looking at me every morning when I sit down to breakfast? By George, I'm going to see my lawyer.
I think you should.
No, that won't do any good. My lawyer's Judge Hooker. Besides, that billboard was just put there to get my goat.
Well, ain't there something that can be done? They've gone and messed up the viewing hall.
Yes, Bertie, there is something that can be done. Pull down the shade. Pull it down and keep it down.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Unc, you want to see a card trick?
I thought you'd gone up to your room.
I did, but I came down again. You want to see a trick?
No.
All right, take a card. Any card.
No tricks, Leroy. I have a radio program I want to hear, and by George, I'm going to hear it. Alone.
That's no fair. You made me turn off the radio
Leroy.
Come along with me, Leroy.
Okay. Come on, Marge. You too.
Do I have...
You too, my dear.
I don't see why I have to pay for everything Leroy does.
Oh, it's 5:30. Better turn on the radio. Now, pull up a chair and have a little peace for change. I wonder if Eve is listening. I'll bet she is. 2 hearts that beat as one. Radio is wonderful.
WSUM, Summerfield.
Just in time.
Tea Time Melodies, the program originally scheduled, will not be heard at this time.
Oh.
Instead, we present at this time a talk by the Honorable Cyrus P. Terwilliger, Mayor of Summerfield.
What?
Mayor Terwilliger.
I won't listen to it. Don't listen to it, Eve.
My very good friends of Summerfield.
Well, I'll just listen a little.
The time has come. The time has come, my friends, to face facts. The time has come to call a spade a spade. And the time has come to call my opponent, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, by his true name.
You don't dare.
Let me say first that I have made mistakes in my lifetime.
Yeah, you bet you have.
I have made serious mistakes.
You bet.
But the worst mistake I ever made was appointing Mr. Gildersleeve to fill the vacancy of water commissioner.
Oh!
You cannot fill one vacancy with another vacancy. I found that out.
There's such a thing as libel, Terwilliger.
I have now to confess to you, my friends, and it pains me deeply to do so. I have now to confess to you that Mr. Gildersleeve, by his record of the past 2 years, has proved himself a man of many words and little action. A boondoggler of the first water.
Boondoggler? That does it. You want action, eh, Mayor? All right, you'll get it. Hello? 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 Hello?
That's you, Gildy?
Judge, why don't you answer?
Why don't you stop saying hello?
Listen, Judge, Terwilliger just made a speech about me on the radio.
I know. I'm listening to it right now.
He called me a boondoggler.
That's nothing. Did you hear the other things he called you?
No, I turned it off. Listen, you old rooster, get busy. Get up off your tail feathers and get down to that radio station and tell him I want to answer Terwilliger.
But, Gildy...
I want you to arrange for him to put me on the air tomorrow night.
But, Gildy, do you realize...
Don't argue about it, Judge. Do it. I'm going to give the people of this town an earful, and by George, it won't be any tea time melody.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Until the war is won, you homemakers won't be able to buy all the smooth, wholesome Pabstet you want because vast quantities of dairy foods are being sent to our fighting fronts. But remember, each package of gold and delicious Pabstet cheese food you do buy goes a long way by lending its mellow, appetizing cheese flavor to other, more plentiful foods. You see, Pabstet melts with such luscious smoothness, it's no trick at all to whip up tempting Pabstet omelets, Welsh rabbit soufflés, and to prepare all kinds of grand macaroni and cheese dishes with Pabstet. You can get delicious sandwich variety with Pabstet, too, because it blends so smoothly with other ingredients. Pabstet is high in muscle-building milk protein, helps provide food energy, milk minerals, and important vitamin A. So look for, ask for, and when you can, buy this delicious, nourishing food, Pabstet. Now, let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. He's had a night of dreams in which he's pursued by little demons screaming at him. But he's followed it with a day of purposeful and fairly fruitful activity. Judge Hooker has arranged for him to broadcast over station WSUM. He's written a speech with which he's mightily pleased, and now he's hurrying home to supper. But what is this he sees in Peavy's window?
Oh, Peavy, my old friend. He can't do this to me. Peavy.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this fine day?
Don't you try to soft soap me, Peavy. What's that Terwilliger poster doing in your window?
Oh, that? Well, Mayor Terwilliger asked me to put it in there.
But I'm your friend, Peavy. Terwilliger's just a stranger.
I know, but he's a potential customer.
Customer? You're money mad, Peavy.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Anything to get more customers. Anything to make a few more dollars.
Well, there's two ways of looking at that. One is I'm in business and I have to make a small profit. The other is I'm performing a service. If I can extend the circle of my service, I feel I'm helping the community.
You mean you're stealing a customer from the Atlas Drug Company?
Mr. Gildersleeve, There's plenty of room for Peavy's drugstore and the Atlas.
Peavy, you're nothing but a hypocrite.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I try to be fair to all my customers, Mr. Gildersleeve. That's why I put your poster in the window and Terwilliger's.
Confound it, Peavy. Can't you see that politics is not the same as peddling pills? Politics is a matter of convictions. You've got to be for me or Terwilliger. You can't be for both. Now, which are you for?
Well, there are two ways of looking at that.
That's ridiculous. You're trying to mix business and politics, and it can't be done.
Well, now, there's two sides to that question.
There's only one. Are you for me or Terwilliger?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I like to look at these things from several angles.
Quit stalling. Quit stalling, Peavy. Who are you for?
I haven't decided yet.
Peavy, I demand that you remove that Terwilliger poster from your window.
Oh, dear. Mr. Gildersleeve, really, I couldn't do that.
If you value my friendship, you will.
Oh, I do. I do value it, only...
Well?
Well, I promised Mayor Terwilliger I'd lead him in there until the primaries, June 20th. But I'll tell you what I could do.
What?
I could put a war bond poster in front of him.
Yeah. You're pretty cagey, Peavy.
Well, I wouldn't say that. There you are, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, that's fine, Peavy. Not a trace of Terwilliger to be seen. So much obliged. And if you have any doubts that you're doing the right thing, just listen to my broadcast at 9:15 tonight.
You're going on the air?
Yeah. Just tune in station WSUM at 9:15, and you'll hear me put the blast on Terwilliger, Peavy. I'll pull no punches.
Well, I'll certainly try to hear that.
Listen in and tell your friends to listen, Peavy. Yes, so long.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. Politics. I wonder. Now, what can I put in front of that Gildersleeve poster?
Throckmorton, are you sure you wouldn't like one of us to go down to the radio station with you?
No, thanks, Eve. I'll be all right. You just stay here and listen with the family.
I'd be glad to go along, Gildy, if you want me.
You just make me nervous, Judge.
Can I go, Unc? I've never seen a radio station.
Leroy, I can't think of any situation in which you'd be more of a nuisance.
Oh, I wouldn't be any nuisance, honest. I could just sit and play with the sound effects.
Now, Leroy, you stay here and listen over the air. It'll be much more exciting that way.
Okay, Miss Goodwin. You want to see a good trick?
What kind of a trick?
It's a kind
Leroy, we'll have no tricks now, please. I've only got a few minutes before I leave, so just let us talk, if you don't mind.
I wouldn't interrupt. Miss Goodwin could take a card, and you could just keep talking. Take any card, Miss Goodwin.
All right. Are you sure you don't want the judge to look over your speech, Throckmorton?
No, Eve. Just wait till you hear it.
Well,
now, place the card back in the deck, please.
Like this?
That's fine.
Throckmorton, I hope you won't be abusive or personal in your speech.
Certainly not. I'll hit straight from the shoulder.
Well, I don't mind that,
I
but what
forgot to tell you. You have to remember the card you drew. Do you remember it?
No, Leroy, I don't.
It was the Queen of Spades.
Oh, for corn's sake, Judge, you didn't have to tell. Now you spoiled the trick. Take another card, Miss Goodwin.
Leroy, stop that. It's impossible for us to talk with this confounded vaudeville act going on.
Okay. Go ahead and talk. Politics, blah, 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 blah.
Careful, young man.
What I was saying, Throckmorton, was I see no reason for you to get personal just because Mayor Terwilliger descended to the personal level.
There'll be nothing personal about it, Eve. Just facts.
What kind of facts, Gildy?
The worst ones I could find.
Throckmorton, that's the kind of thing you should be very careful about.
Why, Eve? It's my duty to tell the public the kind of man my opponent is.
That's very low politics, Throckmorton.
Well, Terwilliger's a very low politician. I'll say that, too.
I think that's all wrong, dear. Really, I do.
Well, if I don't...
Isn't it about time for you to leave for the studio?
In just a minute, my dear,
Take any card, Marge. Any card at all.
Leroy, give me that deck of cards.
Oh, please, huh?
Ye gods, you think I was just sitting around the house? Don't anybody realize I'm about to go in the air?
We all realize it, Throckmorton. Now, you mustn't get yourself excited.
I'm not getting myself excited. But between Leroy and his card tricks and you and Hooker criticizing my speech, ye gods.
Now, Gildy, just keep cool.
There's nothing to be nervous about.
I'm not nervous. I just like to sit quietly for a minute before I have to go.
All right. Now, let's all be quiet.
Now, this is just an ordinary deck of cards.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
But if someone in the audience will take one from the pack, I will cause it to disappear.
Leroy, would you like me to cause you to disappear?
Oh, gosh, Unc, no nobody was saying anything, I thought a trick would help you relax.
That settles it. I'm leaving. By George, I don't see how politicians can stand it.
Stand what, Throckmorton?
Well, if they haven't got a family, they can't run. And if they have, they can't think.
This way, Mr. Gildersleeve. The studio is right down the corridor.
Quite an establishment you have here, Mr. Stagg.
Oh, you're so right, Mr. Gildersleeve, yes. WSUM has grown into a real institution. Oh, here's our announcer. Carl.
Yes, Chief.
This is Mr. Gildersleeve. He's making that political in Studio A at 9:15. This is Carl Crowfoot, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Carl Crowfoot?
Yes.
Well, I've heard you on the air.
Oh, well, you must be a fan of Tea Time Melodies, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, I never miss Tea Time Melodies. Fine program.
Well, we try to make it a little different. You know, the average program of recordings is sort of,
Yeah.
I try to make our tea time hour say something to each listener.
Great.
We try to leave some lasting thought.
Yeah, Terwilliger left some lasting thoughts yesterday.
Well, I suppose I'll just leave you two here in the studio, and Carl can show you about the microphone and so on. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Stagg.
Okay. See you later.
And now, Mr. Gildersleeve, would you prefer to speak standing up, sitting down?
What difference does that make?
Well, we in radio have quite a few little tricks. We find that some people are a little nervous standing up. On the other hand, some get short of breath sitting down.
I'll stand up.
That's fine. Now, suppose you just read me the first line or so of your speech.
What for?
So I can show you where to stand. We in radio consider that very important.
All right.
Now, just a second till I run into the control.
These announcers, you'd think there was something hard about this. All they do is stand there and read.
All right, Mr. Gildersleeve. Go ahead, please.
Fellow citizens, I can state my political philosophy very briefly.
You're a little too far from the mic, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, too far, eh?
Yes.
Well, I'll move in a little.
That's it. All right, try it again, please.
Fellow citizens, I can state my political philosophy very briefly.
You're too close now.
How about here?
Oh, that's just fine.
Fellow citizens, I can
Oh,
state...
that's perfect. Don't move now. I'll come out and mark it with chalk.
Chalk? This is right where I would have stood in the first place if he hadn't been so.
Before I mark the spot, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm just dying to know, what is your political philosophy?
Mayor Terwilliger is a dirty crook.
Oh, I'm sorry, but you can't say that.
Why not?
Well, we in radio have little rules and regulations, you know. Now, if I could just glance over your speech first.
On one condition, I won't change a word of it.
Oh, now, Mr. Gildersleeve, I know you're joking. Why don't you just call the mayor a political opportunist?
Because he's a crook.
Well, then call him a dishonest political opportunist. Will you agree to that?
If I have to.
That's the spirit, Mr. Gildersleeve. That's radio. Teamwork is the big thing to we in radio.
Well, and how's our little political coming along?
Oh, just fine, Mr. Stagg. Mr. Gildersleeve being very cooperative.
Oh, that's good. So good. Mr. Gildersleeve, you'll be going on in just a few moments now, but there's a little formality to be taken care of.
Oh, what's that?
The matter of paying for the time.
Pay?
Yes, that'll be $75.
$75? Listen here, Mr. Stagg. Mayor Terwilliger insulted me over your two-bit radio station. I'm simply demanding an opportunity to answer his unfounded charges.
Perhaps I can explain, Mr. Gildersleeve. We in radio have our little rules and regulations.
And one of them is that political candidates have to pay for time on the air.
Well, I don't know anything about that, and I'm not going to pay a cent.
Oh, but I'm sure Judge Hooker understood that you...
Judge Hooker didn't say a word about money.
Well, we have to have it.
Well, you won't get it. And I'm going on the radio anyway.
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, we in radio...
We in radio give we in politics a big pain, brother. I stand on my constitutional rights. I'll send for my lawyer.
I do hope everything goes well. What time is it, Judge?
Just exactly 9:14 by my gold watch and chain. Won't be long now, as the monkey said when his tail got caught in the lawnmower.
That's good, Judge. Do you know any more like that?
Hush, Leroy. We ought to turn it on. The judge's watch may be wrong.
Hadn't been wrong in 20 years, but I'll turn it on anyway.
Gee, I wonder how Uncle sounds.
He'll sound just fine.
I'm afraid he'll sound like Gildersleeve.
I do hope he isn't nervous.
WSUM, the voice of Summerfield. Due to circumstances beyond our control, the political broadcast originally scheduled for this time will not be heard.
What the heck is this?
We present at this time the music of Chuck Hazlitt and his ensemble. Their first selection, Glowworm.
Judge, what on earth could have happened?
Can't imagine, Eve. I'll go call the station right away.
Stop the music! Stop it! Please, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I don't care what the rules are. I demand to be heard.
Oh, Throckmorton.
Oh, boy, Unc.
We're on the air.
I don't care. I'm going to be on the air, too.
You can't do it.
Don't tell me what I can't do. Have you ever heard of free speech, brother? Well, I'm going to have some.
I'm sorry, but if you come one step nearer this microphone, I'll...
You what? Let go, you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm being kept off the air by the...
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue now with Chuck Hazlitt presenting Glowworm.
Gildy, you certainly made a prime jackass of yourself on the air.
It was your fault, Hooker. Why didn't you tell me they wanted money?
Well, I tried to. Maybe after this you'll listen to me. You can't run a campaign without money.
Yeah, guess you're right, Judge. But I haven't got any. I guess I'm licked.
Now, don't be downhearted, Gildy. You got a lot of friends in this town.
Friends? How do you mean?
Well, your friends will all be glad to contribute to your campaign fund.
I don't believe it.
No, nonsense. Anybody that wouldn't give $5, well, he's no friend of yours, that's all.
How much can I put you down for, Horace?
Me?
Yeah, let's start with you. Yeah. You see what I mean, folks. Good night, everybody.
Music on this program was directed by Claude Sweet. And this is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Parquet Margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
And now listen real close, for here's the big exciting food news of the day. Point values of margarine have been sharply reduced by our government, cut from 6 points to only 2 ration points a pound. Think of it. Now, today, you can get your favorite spread for bread, economical Parquet margarine, for only 2 ration points a pound. That is grand news and sure to be welcomed by the millions of American families who enjoy Parquet margarine every day as a delicious spread for bread. Great news, too, for you homemakers concerned about good family nutrition, because Parquet is one of the best energy foods you can serve and is fortified by Kraft so that every pound of Parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of vitamin A. So remember, it now takes only 2 ration points a pound for delicious, nourishing Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. This is the National Broadcasting Company.